Chapter 001 Double System Binding. Linjiao, let's break up. Linjiao, who was delivering a takeaway, saw this message and felt very disappointed. He remembered what his colleague A Wei had told him last time. He once delivered food to a hotel room and happened to see his girlfriend Hanli hugging and kissing a rich second-generation guy. At first, Linjiao thought A Wei was lying to him, but later he found that Hanli was becoming increasingly indifferent to him. He didn't expect that now. Linjiao called her immediately, but was unexpectedly blocked by the other party, even on WeChat. What do you mean? Even if we're breaking up, we can just say it face to face. Is breaking up online all the rage these days? Alas, if our hearts are not together, what's the point of trying to keep them together? Linjiao couldn't help but feel helpless. So what? It would be less of a burden if he went it alone. He tightened the electric scooter and disappeared in the heavy night rain in 2 whooshes. It was already 12:30 in the evening when Linjiao got home. Just after he came out of the shower, the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he took a deep breath and answered the call. "Brother Lin, it's time to pay the rent." There was a noisy sound of mahjong playing and a male coughing voice on the other end of the phone. "Mr. Landlord, isn't the rent due the day after tomorrow? I also get my salary the day after tomorrow. I'm telling you, kid, do you really want to stay here? Do you mind living here for a day or two? If you don't like it, just get out. It's not like I can't rent it out." "You're kidding." The tone on the other end of the phone was very tough, so Linjiao had no choice but to transfer 2,000 yuan to the other party using his mobile phone. Looking at the only 20,000 yuan left in his bank card, Linjiao felt mixed emotions. His monthly salary as a delivery man is more than 4,000 yuan. He originally wanted to save for a down payment on a house, but after he got a girlfriend, he had to bear all the expenses for both of them by himself, which was really a bit too much for him. When will he be able to afford his own house? Ding dong. When the text message on his mobile phone rang, Linjiao thought it was a bank deduction notification, but he was dumbfounded when he saw it. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the banking system? The text message prompted that someone had transferred 14,000 yuan to his card. Now the card showed 34,000 yuan, but it was not time for him to get paid yet. Besides, my performance in the past few months has not been good, so I definitely want to be able to get a salary of 4,000 yuan or more. Could it be that I was deceived? Linjiao immediately opened his mobile banking app to see who had wired the money to him. He discovered it was from a company called Xinhao System. I've never worked in this company before. Wait. Super rich? System? Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? Linjiao forced himself to suppress his inner excitement and thought about what had just happened. He first transferred 2,000 yuan in rent to the landlord, and then immediately received 14,000 yuan. If he guessed correctly, this should be the ability of this Golden Finger. Linjiao couldn't even imagine getting double the money he spent. No, I have to confirm it again to feel at ease. Linjiao didn't care about cooking noodles in this dim little room. He put on his coat and walked downstairs to try to have a meal outside. After all, he was living alone, so he might as well reward himself. Linjiao found a food stall and sat down. He asked the boss to bring the menu, ordered a bunch of his favorite dishes, and told the boss to quickly open the payment code. He couldn't wait to scan the code to pay. A serving of duck feet stew, 10 skewers, a serving of fried dumplings, and a bottle of beer, a total of 120 yuan. The boss skillfully arranged the mathematical formula in a small notebook, and finally reported the amount to Linjiao. WeChat payment of 120 yuan. After hearing the payment, the shop owner said thank you and turned back to the shop to start cooking. At the same time, Linjiao's phone also received a text message prompting, "Your bank card with the last number 9095 received a transfer of 1,200 yuan. What the hell? This time, the income increased tenfold, which really shocked Linjiao. It seems that the cashback ability is random. It may increase several times. It's all true. As the successor of the new era, Linjiao suppressed his inner excitement and opened the beer in front of him with a bang. No matter why such a magical thing happened to him, who would not be happy when he had more money? While drinking beer and eating skewers, Linjiao began to think. I'll buy a new phone first and replace this knockoff one. I heard the new Huawei model is pretty good, a shower-style camera. After all, I should support domestically made products. I need to rent a better house. When I have more money, I can buy a villa. I won't be annoyed by this old landlord. buy another car, and then. There's no way. I'm used to working hard for a living, and when I suddenly have money, I really don't know what to do. While he was thinking, the boss brought all the dishes. Lin Jiu couldn't wait to take out his knockoff phone and take all kinds of selfies. He then posted them on his moments with the caption, "Happy breakup, wish me happiness, I will definitely find someone better, haha." Soon I received several replies. You're so cocky just for a meal at a food stall? It seems like delivery guys don't make that much money. If you don't have money, don't pretend. Ha, I feel embarrassed watching you. Lin Jiu, your performance has not met the standards for 3 consecutive months. Come to collect your salary tomorrow. You don't have to work anymore. No way, we're all in the same circle, how come we're all just thugs who take advantage of others' misfortunes? And what's wrong with eating at a food stall? It's so delicious. As soon as he woke up the next day, Lin Jiu opened his mobile phone to look for houses. There were many things to do today, and he had to try to earn 1 million first. Now that he has sufficient funds, it is much easier to find a house. Opening 38.com, Lin Jiu directly chose the houses in the center of Jianhai City without thinking, and the prices were arranged from high to low. After choosing and choosing, I only found a 120 square meter 3-bedroom, 2 living room apartment with large floor-to-ceiling windows and warm decoration. However, I will not live alone, but will share a house. It's you! Lin Jiu clicked on the appointment to view the house, and the software quickly popped up the landlord's contact information, but the phone call was not connected, so he tried to add the landlord on WeChat. After a brief chat, the other party agreed that he could view the house right away. After saving the address, Lin Jiu took a taxi straight to the destination. Why not ride an electric scooter? Because there is no income from riding an electric scooter. Although it doesn't cost much to get a taxi, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. Arriving at Guanyuan community in the city center, Lin Jiu took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the driver without asking, no need for change. Having money means you can do whatever you want. The driver looked at the 100 yuan bill and was a little overwhelmed. He said weakly, brother, the fare is 158 yuan. This $100 isn't enough. Lin Jiu was stunned for a moment, not enough? That's great. Driver. Lin Jiu took out another red note from his pocket and handed it over. No need to change it, thank you for your reminder. The driver thought he had encountered a lunatic and was afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove away as soon as the person got out of the car. Interesting. Lin Jiu glanced at the text message reminding him that he had received 790 yuan. He felt nothing in his heart and even wanted to laugh. It seemed that this ability did not count how much money he gave out, but how much money he actually spent. Just now, the fare was 158, and he gave 200 yuan. The actual amount received was 5 times the consumption. Room 1501, 15th floor, Building 3, Guanyuan Community. After Lin Jiu registered at the guard room, he entered the community smoothly. During the process, he told the landlord that he had arrived and took the elevator to door 1501. When the sturdy black security door opened, Lin Jiu was stunned. The landlord is actually a woman, and a tall and beautiful lady. Chapter 002, Get Out of the Way. A good dog doesn't block the road. Lin Jiu was a little over 1.8 meters tall, but the woman in front of him didn't look much shorter than him. She was at least around 1.75 meters tall. She has a pair of long white legs and long, smooth black hair draped over her shoulders. Her face is delicate but there is no trace of makeup. The black tight dress bulges out in front of her body, and her cold eyes reveal the temperament of a mature woman. Does it look good? The woman asked lazily, leaning against the door. It looks beautiful, so white. That's not what I meant. Lin Jiu almost couldn't break when she asked him this suddenly, and his heart was pounding. Oh, you're quite interesting, come in. Looking at the person in front of her whose face was as red as a monkey's butt, the beautiful woman smiled slightly and walked into the house on her own. Oh. Lin Jiu closed the door carefully and followed him into the living room. My rent here is 20,000 yuan a month. The last person I shared a house with was my sister. After she left, I've been listing the house online, but no one has inquired about it for several months. Are you sure you want to live here? The beautiful woman leaned gracefully on the sofa. She looked at the man in front of her. The total amount of his clothes did not exceed 200 yuan, but he looked a nice guy, so she did not ask him directly whether he was rich or not, as it would hurt his self-esteem. Yeah, I can accept that. Lin Jiu found a seat a little further away from the woman and sat down. I quite like the decoration here. It feels like home, simple and quiet. But are you really willing to share a house with a strange man? Of course, if I thought you were disgusting, I would have blocked you out just now. Okay, I'll try my best to control myself. After all, this is my first time sharing a house with a beautiful woman. How do I pay? Lin Jiu did not hide himself. Anyone who saw such a woman would be moved. There was no need to deceive himself. Ha ha. I just like your honesty. Just transfer the money via your phone. Lin Jiu turned on his cell phone, secretly cancelled the text message reminder function, and transferred 20,000 yuan to the beautiful landlord. He didn't want others to know his secret. Readily. Seeing that the WeChat payment was successful, the beautiful woman sat up straight, stretched out her right hand and said, "My name is Zhuang Feifei." Lin Jiu. Holding Zhuang Feifei's soft and boneless hand, Lin Jiu was very excited. He had never had any contact with a goddess of this level since he was a child, let alone shaking hands with her. It seems that I am really a loser. I have to change slowly in the future. While Zhuang Feifei was explaining the rules of living here to him, Lin Jiu opened his mobile banking to check his recent income. When he saw it, he almost dropped his phone on the ground in excitement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 6 zeros. This consumption allowed Lin Jiu to earn 2 million, 100 times more. His legs almost gave out and he sat down on the ground. Oh my god, this is too perverted. Now he is also a millionaire, which makes Lin Jiu feel as if he is in another world. Just yesterday he was a person struggling for a living, but today he has become the person who dominates his own destiny. This is simply unimaginable. Don't you have any luggage? Zhuang Feifei asked curiously. No, I didn't have anything valuable before. I just came here directly. Lin Jiu scratched his head embarrassedly. I'll go buy it this afternoon. Here, this is your key. Your room is next to mine. I'm going to wash up, as I have something else to do later. Walking on the bustling streets of the city center, Lin Jiu decided to buy a mobile phone first. His knockoff phone was too slow. Coincidentally, there was a Huawei store not far away, and Lin Jiu walked into the store with a happy step. These days, it really feels uncomfortable to live without a good mobile phone. When the female clerk of the specialty store saw a customer coming in, she immediately came forward to greet him. Hello, sir, it's a pleasure to serve you. I want a mobile phone. Can you recommend some? Lin Jiu didn't know much about mobile phones, so he could only ask the salesperson to introduce them to him. Hey, isn't this Han Li's ex-boyfriend? I heard that a poor boy like you was abandoned by Han Li? No wonder, with your salary, how could you still have a relationship? You can't even support her. Lin Jiu didn't expect to meet someone he knew here. Jia Yanfang, Han Li's best friend, has been saying behind her back that she is poor and has no ambition ever since she started dating Han Li. Lin Jiu didn't bother to pay attention to her. He just glanced at the greasy-faced fat man next to her and turned his head to continue looking at his phone. What's wrong? Are you feeling ashamed of yourself? You didn't even say hello to me when you saw me. You didn't come here today to apply for the job selling mobile phones, did you? Zhao Yanfang smiled arrogantly. Xiaofang, do you know each other? The fat man next to her looked at Lin Jiu suspiciously. The man in front of him was wearing cheap clothes, and his entire body probably cost less than 200 yuan. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old, but he still looked so poor. The fat man couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Of course I know him. He's the poor boy who was dumped by my best friend. Jia Yanfang became more and more excited as she spoke. You don't know, Han Li has been with him for half a year, and she hasn't even given him a decent gift. The most expensive thing I gave Han Li was an 800 yuan bag on her birthday. Who would want something from a supermarket? The shrew spoke in a very loud voice, attracting the attention of other customers in the store. Some female employees couldn't stand it anymore and began to sympathize with Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu, on the other hand, was just choosing a phone as if nothing had happened. He lowered his head and looked carefully at the phones on the counter. He pointed and said, "Help me take a look at this one." "Sir, are you sure?" "This is Warwick's latest 5G mobile phone, priced at 13,000 yuan. Hearing Lin Jiu's request, the female clerk hesitated. She didn't know whether the man in front of her was just trying to be rich, so she whispered to persuade him. "Well, take it with confidence." Seeing the man's natural answer, the female clerk finally opened the counter skillfully, took out the phone carefully and handed it to him. It has a distinguished Porsche appearance design, a soft touch, a high price, and runs very smoothly. Lin Jiu swears that his copycat phone is just an old man's phone compared to it. Seeing that Lin Jiu, this hateful man, actually ignored her, Zhao Yanfang said to the fat man beside her, "Dear, I also want the latest model of Taiwan, okay?" The fat man couldn't help but twitch his face when he heard what the witch said. He had only known her for a few days. He was having an affair with his wife behind her back. His private money was already tight, and now he had to buy such an expensive phone. No. Xiaofang, didn't we agree on buying the $69.99 one? Now the price has doubled. Hubby, please. Zhao Yanfang pulled the fat man's hand and said coquettishly, "I will make you the emperor tonight." Ahem. Fine, I'll do as you say. I can't do anything to you. Feeling the commotion beside his ears, the fat man couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "Shopkeeper, help me get the latest mobile phone, quickly. But this is the last one in the store, and this gentleman also plans to buy it. The new stock will not be delivered until next month. I'm really sorry." The clerk who was explaining the mobile phone to Lin Jiu turned around and apologized. He can buy shit. Seeing the food about to be snatched away by this poor loser, Zhao Yanfang put her hands on her hips and cursed loudly. He can't afford it at all. He's just here to satisfy his craving. Do you really believe he can buy it? Hurry and bring it over. Zhao Yanfang angrily pulled the fat man to the counter to pay. At this time, the fat man also felt his face burning. This woman was too tough. If it weren't for her great kung fu skills, no one would accept her personality. "Sir? Do you want to buy it or take a look at it? But don't worry, I can continue to introduce the functions of this phone to you," the female clerk asked softly. Seeing the female clerk in a dilemma, Lin Jiu smiled and said, "No, just wrap it up for me. I want it. If I stay here any longer, my earwax will be shaken out. Keep pretending. I'll stand here and watch you pretend." Zhao Yanfang was furious when she heard Lin Jiu's answer and stared at Lin Jiu viciously. "Oh, by the way, I'd also like to order the one for next month. Give me 2 invoices later and I'll pay for them together." Lin Jiu stood quietly by the counter waiting. "Ha ha." Zhao Yanfang crossed her arms over her chest. "I think your brain is stuck in the door. Even if you are really rich, I still despise you for pretending to be rich." Seeing Lin Jiu's relaxed demeanor, Zhao Yanfang began to feel uneasy. Could this poor boy really afford it? "Hello sir, this is the receipt for your 2 mobile phones. Please sign below," the female clerk instructed carefully. "Okay." Lin Jiu paused after signing the first order. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, what's your name?" "Ah." The female clerk was a little bewildered, but she still said honestly, "My name is Chen Wan." "Oh." So Lin Jiu wrote the 2 words Chen Wan on the second list. "Sir, what are you doing?" Chen Wan's face turned slightly hot when she saw Lin Jiu writing her name on the list. "Don't mind it. You didn't look down on me from beginning to end. Consider this as my gratitude. Please accept it with peace of mind." Lin Jiu still maintained a relaxed and natural tone, which made Chen Wan feel to a large extent that it seemed as natural as a gift between friends. "Okay, thank you very much. You have my number saved in your phone. You can always contact me if you have any questions in the future." Chen Wan didn't hesitate. She didn't know why she had such an inexplicable feeling towards the man in front of her, and she agreed for some unknown reason. The 2 mobile phones cost a total of 26,000 yuan, which was 1,000 times more this time, and 26 million yuan was deposited into the bank account. Adding the previous 2 million, there is now a total of more than 28 million in Lin Jiu's card. What is a super rich person? This is a super rich person. After everything was settled, Lin Jiu turned and walked out of the store. When he passed Zhao Yanfang who was blocking his way, he lowered his head slightly. "Get out of the way, a good dog shouldn't be in the right place." Chapter 003 Easily achieve a small goal. After leaving the mobile phone store, Lin Jiu felt extremely happy. Now that he had money, he no longer had to endure other people's anger. The $1 million target set yesterday has been completed ahead of schedule, but Lin Jiu still has a lot of things to do. After thinking it over, he decided to buy a car first and then some clothes. As the saying goes, people fight for their breath and Buddha accepts 1 stick of incense. It seems that spending money is also a very tiring thing. Lin Jiu took a taxi to Baida Plaza, which was near the city center. There were several car dealerships here, and all of them were filled with luxury cars that he had never dared to imagine. As soon as he entered the car dealership, a beautiful sales lady came to greet him. But just when she walked in front of Lin Jiu, she glanced and saw a couple coming in from outside the door. They were both handsome and beautiful. She turned around and walked towards them, because these two people had come several times, and she probably had made her choice this time. Because when she first saw Lin Jiu, she was very sure that he was a poor guy, and she didn't want to waste her time on such a person. Lin Jiu found it a little funny. Wasn't he dressed neatly? Why was he so often disliked? And with their sharp eyes, they can tell how much money you have at a glance, which is even more amazing than a scanner. He made up his mind to go shopping for clothes soon. Lin Jiu glanced at the direction the sales lady ran to and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know the man, but the woman was his ex-girlfriend Hanli. Hanli seemed to sense something and looked over here. When she saw that the person opposite her was Lin Jiu, she lowered her head guiltily. The mature man next to her was quite attentive. He felt that Hanli's expression was a little strange. When he saw Lin Jiu standing not far away, he guessed something in his heart and began to smile evilly. The saleswoman stood in front of the two of them, bent over and smiled charmingly. "Hey! Isn't this Mr. Wang Kai? I see you've been to our store several times. Haven't you chosen a style you like yet? There are several new models today. Can I show them to you?" "Oh, you misunderstood." Wang Kai deliberately raised his voice. "I'm here to buy a car with my girlfriend." After saying this, Wang Kai glanced at Lin Jiu proudly, then turned to Hanli and said, "Lily, I think that Beetle Emerald Green limited edition over there is very good. Let's go take a look." The Beetle Emerald Green, priced at 230,000 yuan, is very suitable for a girl to drive. The green body also suits your girlfriend's temperament very well. Prince Wang really has good taste. The beautiful sales leader walked in front and introduced the products. "Oh, of course. Let's go and take a look." Wang Kai put his arm around Hanli's waist and said with pride on his face, "Yeah." Hanli leaned shyly against the man and walked towards Lin Jiu. "Anyway, Lin Jiu and I have broken up, and I don't owe him anything. If he dares to pester me, I will take this opportunity to talk to him face to face and tell him to stop fantasizing." Besides, with her boyfriend Wang Kai here, Lin Jiu probably wouldn't dare to do anything wrong. "What do you think, young Master Wang? I've introduced everything to you. If you want to buy one, you'd better hurry up. This is the last one we have in our store." The beautiful saleswoman couldn't wait to test it out. "Oh, don't worry. Let me see what kind of car this poor guy next to me buys first." As he spoke, Wang Kai folded his arms, turned around and looked at Lin Jiu proudly. Mr. Wang, why did you buy a car to look at him? You know he's not as rich as you without even looking." The beautiful saleswoman seemed to smell gunpowder, and this was a good opportunity for her to flatter the boss again. "Your name is Lin Jiu, right? I heard Lily's friends mentioned you before. I heard that you were a food delivery driver. You're not really going to buy a car, are you? Your house was demolished?" Seeing that Lin Jiu ignored him, Wang Kai coughed a few times in embarrassment, and then said in a tone full of contempt, "I don't care if you're rich or not. Today I'm saying this, no matter what car you buy, I'll buy one that's one level higher than yours. Also, please stay away from Lily in the future and stop having those loser fantasies." When other people in the car shop heard what Wang Kai said, they all looked at him sideways, wondering whose young master this was and how could he be so powerful. On the other hand, the other young man was simply unremarkable. I don't know how he ended up getting involved with a rich kid like Wang Kai. Did he seduce someone else's girlfriend? "You're so good to me, darling." When Hanli heard her boyfriend taking the initiative to resolve her embarrassment, she couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and kiss him. The slight sense of guilt she had felt before had long since disappeared. Hearing Wang Kai insulting him like this, Lin Jiu turned his head and sneered. "Are you crazy? Do I know you? Besides, what does it have to do with you what car I buy? Since you want to play, I'll play big with you. And I've never had any illusions about Hanli. From the moment she broke up with me, we've been strangers ever since." To Hanli and the others, Lin Jiu's toughness seemed like a child showing off. She was very glad from the bottom of her heart that she had left this poor guy. She was busy all day long but didn't make much money. Following him meant she would only suffer. What are you yelling about? Why don't you just buy it? You poor bastard. Wang Kai relied on his wealth and was extremely arrogant and started cursing directly. I will definitely buy it, but don't back down when the time comes. Anyone who backs down is a grandson. Lin Jiuyun was calm and composed, with no ripples in his heart. Fuck you, do you really think you're that great? I want to see if you're qualified. You'll get struck by lightning if you act cool, you know? What happened? Why all the noise? Before he finished speaking, a beautiful woman walked out of the sales office. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw two familiar faces. One was Wang Kai, the second son of the Wang family, and the other was his new roommate Lin Jiu. This beautiful woman was Zhuang Feifei. With just one glance, she understood what had just happened, and she immediately thought of who to help. Oh, it's Sister Zhuang. I didn't know you were here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to cause trouble here even if I had the guts to do so. I've lost my composure. I've lost my composure. Seeing that the person coming was Zhuang Feifei, Wang Kai immediately suppressed his arrogance and became respectful. Although Wang Kai was not afraid of Zhuang Feifei, he did not want to offend this strong woman. Almost 90% of the Auto 4S stores in Jianghai City are run by this woman, and her assets are almost as high as her father's Patek Philippe department store. But then again, this woman's figure and temperament are truly top-notch. He doesn't even know how many times he has fantasized about her. If he can fulfill his wish just once, he would be willing to shorten his life by a year. Lin Jiu was also dumbfounded. He had never expected that his landlord was actually the boss here. He felt a little embarrassed. I heard everything you said just now, Prince Wang, don't you want to make a bet? Go ahead. Zhuang Feifei glanced at Lin Jiu and saw that he didn't look panicked at all. It seemed that he was sure to win this contest. She didn't think that Lin Jiu's financial resources would surpass the Wang family, but it should be enough to deal with a playboy like Wang Kai. Although Wang Kai comes from a wealthy family, he cannot use the family's money indiscriminately. Moreover, as the second son of the family, Zhuang Feifei estimates that his liquid assets are only around 5 million. She just hoped that the new brother who moved in would not let her down. Xiaoshui, you're responsible for introducing the car to that handsome guy. Zhuang Feifei pointed at Lin Jiu and said to a salesgirl beside her. After hearing the boss's order, the salesgirl trotted to Lin Jiu. Hello sir, let me introduce you to cars. Do you have a favorite brand? Well, let me think about it. Although Lin Jiu had never been in contact with luxury cars, he still had an impression of several big brands. Do you have Lamborghini? Sir, please come this way. The salesperson walked in front and led the way, leading everyone to another showroom. This is the Lamborghini showroom. If you like any car, please tell me and I will introduce it to you. Wang Kai was laughing at me all the way. Why are you pretending to be so great if you have no money? Just wait and see how I will crush you and make you unable to hold your head up in front of everyone today. Lin Jiu ignored the mad dog and asked the salesgirl, which one is the most expensive here? Ah. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment and replied with some confusion, you mean the most expensive one? Of course. It's this Lamborghini Veneno, 23 million. A top-tier supercar. The king of performance. The engine boasts a maximum horsepower of 740 horsepower and accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds. This car is our flagship model, and we originally planned to bring it here for a tour. Sir, would you like to reconsider? Damn it, kid, you're being too pretentious. You should know that in our entire Jianghai city, few people can afford this car. If you don't have 25 million to spend on the whole car, don't even think about it. I advise you to have a limit to your pretense. I really can't stand it anymore. 25 million? Lin Jiu said to himself. Yes. 25 million. I don't think you can even come up with 100,000. It's not too late for you to call me grandpa now. Wang Kai hugged Han Li and laughed. Is 25 million a lot? What's so funny about this? Are you crazy? Lin Jiu turned around with a serious look on his face. You know, he is the kind of person who spends more money as he goes along. As long as he is willing, he can achieve a small goal in minutes. Hearing him say this, everyone in the field was stunned. Isn't 25 million a lot? Then what is a lot? Only Zhuang Feifei showed an expectant smile, and she became more and more curious in her heart. This younger brother was quite interesting. Okay, that's it. Lin Jiu took a few glances and was very satisfied. Excuse me, where can I pay? Lin Jiucai realized that he seemed to have said this sentence too much recently, and he found it inexplicably funny. Ah, don't you need to see the car or test drive it? The salesgirl was a little incoherent, obviously stunned by such generosity. No need, what's so good about a car? I'll take a closer look after I buy it. Lin Jiu looked indifferent. By the way, I'll pay in full. The salesgirl brought the machine and the order in a daze. After all the procedures were completed, Lin Jiu took out his bank card and swiped it on the machine in front of everyone. Ding, the payment was successful. Lin Jiu bought the car worth tens of millions without even blinking an eye. He is truly a wealthy man. The salesgirl was dumbfounded. The snobby female salesperson was dumbfounded. Wang Kai and the other guy were dumbfounded. The onlookers around were all dumbfounded. Even Lin Jiu himself was dumbfounded, because his bank card received 230 million. Chapter 004 You are not worthy of calling me grandpa. Fuck, this guy is so awesome. He bought it right away. Before, I just thought he was a joke. I'm not going to see any jokes, but there will be some fun. Let's see how that young Master Wang will handle it, hee hee. People around started talking about it, and for a while Wang Kai became the target of public criticism. Wang Kai still hasn't reacted until now. You know, this is more than 20 million yuan. How can he just buy it? Not to mention whether he can afford it. Even if he can, his father will probably break one of his legs. At this moment, Wang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was flushed. This young man named Lin Jiu was too exaggerated. What kind of strength was this? He had never heard of such a person in Shanghai City. The damn guy was actually tricked by Han Li and her bestie, which made him do such a stupid thing. Doesn't he say he is just a loser who delivers food? Hey, I'm telling you. I bought it, now it's your turn. Lin Jiu didn't know that Wang Kai's mind was working rapidly at this time, so he interrupted him abruptly. By the way, remember to be one level higher than me. If you get $1 more, you win. Wang Kai hugged Han Li, who was still in shock, and said, "Oh right. I just remembered I have something else to take care of, so I'll leave first." He had to back off, as he only had more than 5 million on him, so how could he compare? Let's go, sure. Call me grandpa first, even though I really don't want to acknowledge you as my grandson. Lin Jiu leaned on his Lamborghini and said coldly. Wang Kai glared at Lin Jiu fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're a psychopath. I lose today, remember this." He pulled Han Li away from the 4S store that had embarrassed him. I'm so embarrassed today. After seeing Wang Kai leave, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, from then on, there was a legend about a wealthy man in Shanghai City among their mouths, who beat the second son of the Wang family into a pulp. Zhuang Feifei whispered a few words to the salesgirl, who then skipped away. Zhuang Feifei came to Lin Jiu and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have become the biggest customer of my store. If you have any problems with this car in the future, you can come to the store to ask the sales staff for help. Also, you need to go through the relevant procedures to transfer the car to your name, which will cost 2 million in some time. Sister, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble just now. Money is not a problem, but as you can see, I'm a troublemaker. Why don't you help me handle it all?" Alright. I didn't expect you to be better than Wang Kai. Just think of it as my admiration for you, and I'm doing you a favor. You should know that I've never done this kind of thing for anyone before. You're the first. Thinking of the scene where Wang Kai was humiliated just now, Zhuang Feifei smiled slightly. Then I feel very honored. Lin Jiu had always thought that Zhuang Feifei was the kind of cold and domineering lady, but he didn't expect that she also had such a charming side. Suddenly, some strange impulses surged in his heart. After buying the car, Lin Jiu planned to buy a villa. Although he had a place to live now, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't spend money. I just rented a house today, but it's not my own home after all. I'll go out and have fun, but I can't disturb Zhuang Feifei in the middle of the night, right? To put it in a more long-term perspective, if he ever gets together with someone, he hopes that the place he lives in is big enough and has good soundproofing. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Zhuang Feifei. "Sister, do you know where there are villas for sale in Shanghai City?" "Hey, what's the matter? You want to leave right after moving in? Is your sister not liked?" Zhuang Feifei said unhappily. "How could that be? I just want to have my own house." That way I can do everything more freely. Lin Jiu paused for a moment and whispered, "If you don't mind, can you move in with me?" He didn't know why he said such words. Maybe it was because he was rich and had become arrogant, but it was indeed what was in his heart. Zhuang Feifei was very beautiful, the kind of beauty that touched people's hearts. "Oh, I can think about it." Seeing the evasive look in the man's eyes, Zhuang Feifei became even more curious. This man made her feel unpredictable. "I just don't know what kind of house my brother needs. It's a single-family villa with a quiet environment and good management. Money is not a problem." Zhuang Feifei thought about it for a moment, then smiled mischievously and said, "Then Yujingwan in the suburbs of Jianhai is quite nice. It's nestled in the mountains and beside the water, with convenient transportation. The entire community is managed in a military-style manner, and the security and service are top-notch. In addition to villas, there are also high-end real estate projects, but the villas are quite expensive." "That name sounds good, Royal View Bay, so poetic. Let's go there and take a look." Lin Jiu began to feel a little longing. "Here I come, the first villa in my life. Brother, you just bought a car and now you want to buy a house. Are you planning to get married? And you said your money came from the wind?" Zhuang Feifei turned into a curious baby. "I don't have any, because I just became single again. I thought it would save trouble, so I just bought them all at once. Of course my money didn't come from the wind, but I hope the wind will blow it all away." Lin Jiu smiled awkwardly. What he said was all the truth. This. Zhuang Feifei was speechless. "Take it easy. The villa over there is not something that can be solved with just 10 or 20 million. Sister, you're worrying too much. I've already spent over 20 million yuan, and I wouldn't mind spending a little more to buy a nice house." "What? Sister wants to be my housekeeper?" Lin Jiu felt himself becoming more and more arrogant. Cluck. Zhuang Feifei smiled charmingly and did not criticize Lin Jiu's glib talk, but she did have a little yearning for him. She is a strong woman in the business world and has seen too many men and too many interests, but she is a little confused about Lin Jiu, a man she just met. Besides, Lin Jiu was indeed good-looking, with neat short hair, a handsome appearance, and clear facial lines, which was quite to his liking. Although it seems that he spends money lavishly, he doesn't feel vulgar. If we were really together, it wouldn't be unacceptable, and he might actually be able to help me complete it. If Lin Jiu knew what Zhuang Feifei was thinking at this moment, he would probably be unable to restrain himself and awaken his own little universe. After coming out of the 4S store, Lin Jiu looked at the cheap goods he was wearing and decided to buy some clothes. Anyway, now that he has money, Lin Jiu thinks that he must do and buy everything he has never done or bought before. When you live in this world, you can't treat yourself badly. Lin Jiu's outfit of cheap goods brought him so much ridicule. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and beauty depends on beautiful clothes. No matter how stunning your looks are, you still need good clothes to complement them, right? So he opened the navigation, selected the most famous shopping mall, took a taxi and went straight to his destination. On the way, Lin Jiu kindly reminded the driver that he had just arrived in Jianghai City and was not familiar with the place at all, just in case the driver took advantage of him and didn't take a detour. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Chapter 005, Mindless Spending, Earning 500 Million. After entering the mall, Lin Jiu found a brand store and walked in, asking the owner to recommend some clothes that would suit him. The shop owner saw someone entering the store and quickly put down his phone to greet him. When he looked up and saw Lin Jiu's outfit, he couldn't help but frown, and his tone became a little unfriendly. "Handsome guy, our store only sells branded clothes. We don't allow you to try them on." Hearing the boss's words, Lin Jiu felt unhappy. The boss obviously looked down on him and said that. He asked back, "How can I know if it fits if I don't try it on? I told you not to try. Let's go now. You can't afford to pay for it if you get it dirty." The shop owner looked at Lin Jiu's washed-out t-shirt and waved his hand in annoyance. Lin Jiu looked at the male boss with pigtails in front of him and felt very amused. This guy looks quite decent and is dressed like an artist, but there's something wrong with his eyes. He looks down on others. "I'm curious, how did you know I couldn't afford it?" Lin Jiu asked from the bottom of his heart. "I call you handsome to give you face. Look at you, apart from this face, you are okay. Do all your clothes add up to 200 yuan? I've been selling clothes for so many years, but this place really isn't suitable for you. Get out of here." Hearing the ironic reply from the pigtail, Lin Jiu's anger flared up. He angrily cursed, "Stupid X thing." Seeing Lin Jiu walk out of the store, Xiao Bianzi breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his phone and continued to play Douyin, thinking that if this poor guy continued to be stubborn with him, he really didn't know what to do. Arriving at a men's clothing store across the street, Lin Jiu discovered that the boss was not there, only a well-behaved girl was sorting the goods. When the girl saw Lin Jiu coming in, she put down the work in her hands, walked up to him quickly, and greeted him with a smile. "This store is really nice. It sells both clothes and some high-end items such as watches." Following the girl's patient recommendation, Lin Jiu picked up several pieces of clothing and tried them on. Who would have thought that the sound of the pigtail just now would come over like the buzzing of a fly? "Hey girl, you're still too young after all. Aren't you afraid that he might dirty the clothes in your store with his poor appearance? You'll be in trouble when your boss comes back." Xiao Bianzi put down his phone and said sarcastically. "But our boss told me that those who can come here to buy things are either rich or noble, and told us to provide attentive service. Even if you only buy one item, I will provide you with excellent service." Hearing what Xiao Bianzi said, the girl was also a little angry. Okay. I'm too lazy to tell you so much. When he has tried everything and can't afford it, you can slowly clean it up." Lin Jiu was too lazy to pay attention to the braid and carefully selected the clothes he liked. Finally, he selected more than 10 pieces from the many clothes and said to the shop girl, "Beautiful lady, please pack me one of each color and style according to my size. How much is it in total?" "Okay, the total is." The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before reacting. She said in a trembling voice, "Sir, do you mean to take one of each style and color of these dozen pieces?" "Yeah. I'm usually a homebody and rarely go out, so I decided to buy as much as I can today to save myself the trouble of making another trip later." "What's going on? Is it out of stock?" Yes. Although the shop girl was still a little confused, she finally reacted and quickly took out her calculator to start calculating the price. "Ha. Beauty, I think you are stupid. He wants more than 10 pieces of clothes and pants, and the styles and colors of each piece add up to more than 80 sets. You don't think he can really afford it, do you? Besides, who would buy things like this? He is so young and ignorant." The boy next door named Xiao Bianzi was amused when he saw Lin Jiu buying so many things in one go. The young people nowadays pretend to be cool without even blinking an eye. "Humph, why do you care so much?" The shop girl looked up and cursed at him, then continued to work on the calculator in her hand. After a while, she got the price. Looking at the price calculated in her hand, the shop girl's voice trembled again. "Sir, are you sure? The total is 752,120 yuan. So cheap? How about this, you use my card to pay first, and then you can prepare the clothes for me after the money is transferred." Okay. The shop girl felt her face getting hot and she felt a little dizzy. If she could really sell these, she could get a commission of more than 30,000 yuan. When Xiao Bianzi heard what Lin Jiu said, he almost laughed to tears. He swore that this was the first time in his life that he had seen such a shameless and pretentious person. More than 80 sets of clothes and pants, more than 700,000. Ding dee. After swiping the card, it shows that the transfer is successful. It was not until he heard the sound of successful payment that Xiao Bianzi's ears, which had been standing up high, finally drooped. This time he really miscalculated. His face turned green as if he had eaten a fly, and he slipped back to his shop covered in dust. After the store girl packed up all the things, Lin Jiu was not in a hurry to take them away, because he really couldn't carry so many things by himself. There were 30 or 40 boxes in front of him. Lin Jiu asked a little embarrassedly, "Beauty, can you help me get some? I'll give you money." "Okay. But you don't have to pay me. I can get more than 30,000 yuan from these commissions alone." The shop girl was completely in awe of the rich man in front of her. Not to mention giving her money, she would be happy even if he gave her money herself. "But this is really too much. Can I call a few more sisters for you?" The shop girl looked at the bags on the ground and told the truth. "Thank you very much, beautiful lady. I want to buy some more things later. Remember to invite more people. I'll give each of them 10,000 yuan." Lin Jiu really didn't know how to thank this girl, so he decided to give her something practical. "Okay." The younger sister readily agreed. She was so happy now. She had only been working here for a few days and had encountered such a good thing. She felt like she was about to faint from happiness. The boy with excellent hearing on the opposite side turned even greener in expression after hearing the conversation between the two. He regretted it so much. If I had been a little nicer, maybe this order would have been mine, over 700,000. This would have taken months to complete. Little Pigtail slapped himself hard several times. Next, Linjiao, accompanied by many beauties, walked around the mall and bought everything. Came to a home appliance store. Boss, please give me a set of TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, and everything else. Yes, the best and most expensive ones. I'll send you the address in a few days. Came to a shoe store. Boss, please buy me a set of running shoes, sports shoes, and casual shoes according to my shoe size. Yes, the best and most expensive ones. I'll send you the address in a few days. Finally, we arrived at a high-end women's lingerie store. This style of patterned bra and panties, sizes C to E, I need 10 sets of each. I'll send you the address in a few days. What? You said being my girlfriend is so happy? Sorry, I don't have a girlfriend. But as a good man of the new century, I will prepare it for her in advance. Don't ask me why. It's just that people with money can be so willful. By the way, please give each of these beauties around me 10 more sets. Here, swipe the card. The waitress took the bank card from Linjiao, her face flushed. Linjiao felt relieved after seeing this scene. For a man, the most important thing when he goes out is face. Normally when shopping in a mall, it is the men who pick up things for the women, but it is different when it comes to Linjiao. The few long-legged beauties who were invited with high salaries attracted the attention of everyone in the shopping mall and were very proud. There's no way around it, having money is just like that, it makes you arrogant. Isn't that infuriating? After sending the girls out of Zhuang Feifei's residence, Linjiao couldn't wait to open his mobile banking. He had only spent a total of 2.6 million in the mall today, but he didn't expect that he would get 100 times the money back this time. Return 260 million. Add to the previous 280 million. There is a total of 540 million in Linjiao's card now. Chapter 006, Old Driver Zhuang Feifei. After taking a shower, Linjiao looked at the time and found that it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. I didn't expect that spending money would be so tiring. It's so time-consuming. I was so engrossed in shopping in the supermarket today that I didn't even have time to go to Yujingwan to see the villas. Now that he has nothing to do, Linjiao plans to go to a bar. He has never been to such a place before. Now that he has money and time, he must go and see it. He sent a message to Zhuang Feifei saying that he would be back late, then took a taxi straight to the bar in the city center. Linjiao was shocked when he arrived at the door of the bar. Wow, the bar was full of luxury cars parked outside. If he didn't have the ability to spend double the money, he might never have the chance to spend money in such a place in his life, right? Just as Linjiao was about to step into the bar, he spotted a familiar figure not far away. It turned out to be Chen Wan, whom he had met before in the mobile phone store. At this moment, she was wearing a teddy bear suit and handing out flyers on the roadside. Perhaps because it was too hot, she took off the bear's head and put it aside. Seeing this scene, Linjiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a good girl. He works during the day and distributes flyers at night. In comparison, he is just a vulgar nouveau riche. Linjiao looked at the bright lights and feasting in the bar, but ultimately decided not to go in. Hi. What a coincidence, we meet again. Linjiao walked to her and took the flyer she handed over. You are. Oh. I remember now, you are the rich man who bought me the phone. After saying this, Chenwan seemed to feel that something was wrong. The word Taheo was a word with mixed connotations, and she had said it too quickly. So she lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant, please don't misunderstand. Nothing, I'm just a rich man. Linjiao looked at the woman with a slightly red face, and saw a trace of barely perceptible fatigue hidden under her delicate face. 2 days ago, Linjiao was also a person struggling for a living, and he deeply understood how difficult life was. Are you feeling unwell? Linjiao asked with concern. No, I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a rest. Chenwan sat down beside the flower bed, fanning herself with her hands, and asked curiously, why are you here? I came out to eat. By the way, have you eaten yet? Let's go get something to eat. Linjiao really admires his ability to lie. This is not a good habit and he needs to change it. But Don't say but. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. I must treat you to this meal. I want to thank you for protecting my dignity that day. Lin Jiu waved his hand, took out half of the flyers from her hand, and helped her distribute them. From the last time he bought a mobile phone, Lin Jiu could tell that this was a good girl, so he didn't want to use the domineering CEO approach to get along with her, which would make her uncomfortable. Thank you. Shenwan felt warm in her heart when she saw Lin Jiu's actions. She used to think that Lin Jiu was a rich man who was difficult to get along with, but now it seems that he is quite interesting and knows how to take care of other people's feelings. No need to thank me, you should hurry up and send it too, my stomach is growling. Lin Jiu tried his best to make Shenwan feel less embarrassed, so he complained in a joking tone. Besides, we are friends now, so don't be shy about saying anything you want to say. We. Shenwan stopped being shy and came over skipping. The two of them distributed flyers together. Her personality was actually very genuine and she didn't like the awkward feeling of getting along with others. Lin Jiu handled this delicate matter very well, which made her feel very comfortable, and this made her treat Lin Jiu really as a friend. While they were having dinner, Lin Jiu found out that Chen Wan had been divorced for several years. Her ex-husband was addicted to gambling. Whenever he lost money, he would pawn everything in the house. Now he has no car or house, and even Chen Wan's parents' pension money was swindled out and lost. So now she not only owes a lot of debts, but also has to take care of two elderly people. She dare not slack off every day. You're still so young, there are plenty of opportunities. If it doesn't work out, just be with me. Lin Jiu stuffed a piece of stir-fried meat into his mouth and spoke vaguely. Don't be kidding me, who would want a divorced woman? Shenwan felt much more relaxed after chatting with him, and since she had drunk a lot of beer, she also spoke out all her troubles in one breath. Divorce is nothing. It's just a formality. The most important thing is to treat each other sincerely. Lin Jiu drank a glass of beer and spoke righteously. You're not going to say that to every woman, are you? Shenwan expressed her skepticism. The dinner ended in a happy way. Lin Jiu stopped a taxi and sent Shenwan to her house. He turned down Shenwan's invitation to come in for a drink of water and took a taxi to his residence. This big idiot. Watching the taxi's taillights disappear into the darkness, Shenwan couldn't help but sneer, you flirt and then run away, you big bad guy. It was almost 12 o'clock when Lin Jiu returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the door, he found that the lights were still on. Zhuang Feifei was wearing light and silky pajamas and sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Seeing Lin Jiu coming back empty-handed, she said unhappily, "Good brother, where's my midnight snack?" "What's a late-night snack? Didn't you read the message I sent you? You made me wait for so long, hungry." Zhuang Feifei stood up and walked towards Lin Jiu, asking suspiciously, did he go out to pick up girls? He didn't even have time to check his phone? Women's intuition is terrifyingly accurate. Lin Jiu quickly took out his phone and saw that Zhuang Feifei, the big demon, had actually sent several messages to him. He scratched his head in embarrassment. How about I give you something to eat? Okay. Hearing this, Zhuang Feifei looked Lin Jiu up and down with a half smile on her face, which made Lin Jiu's blood boil. What was going on in this witch's head? Ahem, what I mean is, I'll make noodles for you. Lin Jiu's face flushed and he hurriedly explained. Zhuang Feifei was so close to him that Lin Jiu could even smell the faint fragrance on her body. Any normal man would have some uncontrollable impulse. But this woman is too mysterious, and he has the desire but not the courage to do it. Yeah, I'm just eating noodles. Why are you blushing? Zhuang Feifei was so naturally charming that Lin Jiu's legs went weak. Okay, just sit down. I'll go to the kitchen and make it for you. After saying this, Lin Jiu hurried into the kitchen. He really couldn't stand it if he continued like this. You little brat. You dare to fight me? Watching Lin Jiu's running away, she happily sat back on the sofa and continued to watch Tom and Jerry with relish. After a while, a fragrant smell wafted out from the kitchen, and Lin Jiu came out with 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. Zhuang Feifei felt so hungry that she no longer had the heart to watch cartoons. I quickly went over to take my bowl, sniffed it first, and then wolfed it down. Slow down. Seeing Zhuang Feifei picking up her chopsticks like the wind, Lin Jiu hesitated for a moment and pushed his bowl of noodles over to her. If it's not enough, there's more. The big fairy who I had the impression of being a cool and mature goddess turned out to be a real foodie. How could she make people feel gentle with her when she was eating? Although she looked messy while eating, she was not annoying at all. After all, her face and figure are there. Is it really as what people say on the internet, that goddesses' farts are fragrant? Zhuang Feifei finished both bowls of noodles in no time, then she returned to her usual demeanor and said calmly, "Brother, I'll take care of you from now on." Chapter 007, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. Lin Jiu set up the tent for the whole night and finally made it to dawn. He quickly got up and washed up, then urged Zhuang Feifei to take him to Yujingwan to see the villa. Zhuang Feifei half opened the door and stuck her head out. "My dear brother, you woke me up at 9 o'clock in the morning. You have a very bad conscience." Although the door was only half opened, Lin Jiu, who was standing outside, was stunned. Zhuang Feifei was wearing a black silky pajamas, and her sleepy eyes outlined an alluring picture, with a faint fragrance in the air. Lin Jiu seemed to feel that a certain part of his body was too strong, so he subconsciously turned around and dared not look again, and said pretentiously, "Ahem, they said on TV that getting up early is good for your health. I'm doing this for your own good." "Ha, you're very nice to me." Zhuang Feifei was sharp-eyed and immediately noticed something was wrong with Lin Jiu. She immediately lost all sleepiness and started teasing the man in front of her. Almost an hour later, Zhuang Feifei packed up and took Lin Jiu out. This time, they drove her Mercedes-Benz Maybach S. After getting in the car, the two headed straight for their destination. "Sister, this car really suits your temperament." Lin Jiu became restless the moment he got in the car. He looked around and touched things left and right while sitting in the passenger seat. But it was no wonder, since this was the first time in his life that he rode in a luxury car. "Come on, please don't insult me. My car is only worth about 1 million yuan. It can't compare to your Lamborghini, my dear brother." "I'm glad you don't mind it. How could that be? I only bought that car because I couldn't get over it, and to be honest, my driver's license expired a long time ago. Spending over 20 million just to vent your anger, there are probably few people in the entire Jianhai city who can compare to you, brother." Zhuang Feifei looked forward with a smile on her face. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary man next to her would be so generous and inhumane? During the conversation, the two came to the suburbs outside the city. The scenery here is beautiful and surrounded by mountains and water. People who don't understand feng shui can feel the high-end atmosphere here just by being there. Under Zhuang Feifei's skillful control, after turning one corner after another, the three big words Yujingwan finally appeared in front of them, standing on the top of the high mountain. "Arrive!" Zhuang Feifei slowed down and honked the horn. The security guard on duty at the door saw a car approaching and quickly opened the gate to let it in. The people living here were either rich or powerful, and he couldn't afford to offend any of them. Lin Jiu had already rolled down the window, and like a goose, he stretched his neck out. After parking the car, Lin Jiu followed Zhuang Feifei to the sales hall. Along the way, he couldn't help but sigh, "There are fountains and gardens here, it's really great." Even though Lu Linjiu is a college graduate, he doesn't have much knowledge. He almost said FCK. Zhuang Feifei burst out laughing, "Brother, you look like Granny Lu who went to the Grand View Garden for the third time. Let's go in." As soon as we entered the door, a sales lady led us all the way. Once we sat down, we were served coffee and pastries. "I wonder if you have any apartment you like, sir or madam." The sales lady in professional OL attire knelt on the ground and respectfully handed a floor plan to the two of them with both hands. Professional. Absolutely professional. Lin Jiu looked at the scene with admiration, and didn't notice Zhuang Feifei who was standing next to him with a frown on her face. "Good brother, are you looking at me to choose a room or a concubine?" "Ahem, look at houses, look at houses." Lin Jiu awkwardly withdrew his gaze from the young lady and looked at the information in his hand with a serious expression. After flipping through the floor plans several times, Lin Jiu finally realized that the floor plans in his hand did not have what he needed. They were just mid to high-end commercial houses. He asked, "Sister, do we have any villas here?" "Ah." A hint of excitement flashed across the sales lady's delicate face, then a look of disappointment appeared on her face as she said, "Sir, unfortunately, all our villas are sold out. There are only 10 in total." The man in front of her wanted to buy a villa as soon as he opened his mouth, which showed how terrifying his wealth was. Didn't she also want to sell one to herself? "Oh, I see. That's all we can do. Let's go." Lin Jiu also felt it was a pity. The environment here was really nice, but all the villas were sold out, and he didn't want to live in an ordinary commercial house. Firstly, the place was too small, and secondly, he wouldn't make much money from it even if he bought one. "Sir, please stay. The young lady stood up and said respectfully, "If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to go to the manager's office and ask if there are any properties that are no longer wanted and are now for sale. Is that okay with you?" That's a great feeling. Hearing this, Lin Zhou's heart was filled with hope. If there really was a villa for sale by another owner, he would be willing to buy it even if it was a bit expensive. Not only would he have a place to live, but more importantly, he could make a fortune. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou pulled Zhuang Feifei to sit down again, stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth and said, "Go ahead, thank you for your help. If there's a place available, I don't mind paying a little more." After a while, the sales lady came back jumping and said happily, "Sir, you're in luck. An owner in District A put up a villa for sale last month, but the price might be much higher than the original price." "How much is it in total?" Lin Zhou asked after quickly swallowing a piece of cake. "It's like this. The original price of this villa was 250 million, and the original owner listed it for 280 million. The young lady sounded a little nervous. Normally, when she worked here, she would only handle orders worth 5 to 10 million yuan at most. This was also the first time for her to negotiate prices in units of billions. "Excellent. Very reasonably priced." Zhuang Feifei, who was sitting nearby drinking juice, almost spit out her mouth when she heard this. He became more and more curious about the younger brother next to him. He had been working outside for many years, and he had never heard of any young man playing like this. At least few of them dared to spend money like him. Hearing the price, Lin Zhou felt very satisfied and hurriedly urged, "Can you contact the owner now?" "Sure, wait a moment." The saleswoman took out her phone with trembling hands and carefully entered the numbers on the paper one by one, as if she was not pressing a phone number, but a bank password. "The innocence unique to women. And gentle talent. Leave it to the one who truly loves you. No matter how hard the future is. He will accompany you to complete it." Zhuang Feifei's phone rang nearby, and Lin Zhou subconsciously said politely, "Sister, you're busy with work, go answer the phone." "Here." Before he finished speaking, he felt as if something was wrong. He looked at the big goblin in front of him with some confusion, but he didn't know what was in his mind. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a while. "Okay, I'll do you a favor and sell it to you for 250 million. Zhuang Feifei smiled evilly and took the last sip of coffee. Chapter 008. Prince Wang was so angry that he vomited blood. "Big Goblin, I didn't expect you to be a hidden rich woman." Lin Zhou recovered from his shock and felt that it was only thanks to the system that he had the qualifications to show off today. And the big demon in front of him is the real big boss. Such a woman is too mysterious, but this also ignited Lin Zhou's desire to conquer. People should know how to face difficulties head on, and even if there are no difficulties, they should create them and move on. "But you could just tell me you want to sell the villa. Why are you going through so much trouble?" Lin Zhou was a little puzzled. "How can that be? I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed if I tell you directly. But now you don't have to worry. It seems that my brother is very rich." Zhuang Feifei stood up, whispered something to the sales lady, and drove Lin Zhou to the villa area. Some people envy the peach blossom spring described by Tao Yuanming and yearn for the peaceful and self-sufficient pastoral life, while others admire the free and easy style described by Li Bai. "At dusk, I leave the green mountains, and the mountain moon follows me home." The Yujingwan Villa is the most luxurious property in Jianhai City. The villas here are built among lush green mountains and forests. It has the title of the most expensive garden villa in South China, and it is truly well deserved. Arriving at Zhuang Feifei's villa, Lin Zhou saw that the entire building looked like a garden, with a tall gate, flying eaves, and a green lake in front of the gate. He immediately felt that the courtyard was very deep. "Sister, you really lost money selling this villa to me for 250 million. I'll give it to you at the original price." Along the way, Lin Zhou heard from the big fairy that the villas here were built by the world's top architectural masters. They are full of poetic and picturesque beauty, and create a unique atmosphere of paradise. They are simply something that can only be encountered by chance. 250 million is really not expensive. Lin Zhou would never take advantage of such a bargain. "Why? Is that the money that matters to you, sister?" Zhuang Feifei replied unhappily, putting her hand on the door. After fingerprint recognition, she successfully opened the courtyard door. The floor lamp, green bamboo, grass, and cobblestone path all appeared before the two of them. "I rarely come back here to live. I don't feel safe living in such a big place by myself. And since you happen to need it, there's no reason for me not to do you a favor." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuang Feifei received a text message on her mobile phone, showing that 300 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account. Without even looking at it, she knew that it was something that only her rich and inhumane brother could do. Sister, please don't blame me for not appreciating your kindness. Although I, Lin Jiu, am not well educated, I still know how to repay gratitude. If you are willing to give up, this love you have for me is worth more than just the 250 million. If you refuse again, it will be too formal, and I won't want the villa anymore. Lin Jiu walked and looked around, but said seriously, but I still have to trouble you to help me with the formalities. He. Zhuang Feifei was touched, not by the amount of money, but by the mutual respect shown by Lin Jiu. She said, brother, you can move in directly. I'll ask someone to follow up on the formalities later. But you just rented a house from me for a few days and you moved out again. Do you dislike me as your sister? Lin Jiu was attracted by the scenery and decoration of the villa, and replied without thinking, I don't mind, why don't you move in and live with us? It's more lively when there are more people. Good. Zhuang Feifei seemed very happy, her eyes like a charming fox. The villa has 4 floors in total, 3 above ground and 1 underground. I personally designed some of the interior layouts. Come in and take a look. As you enter the hall, you will see the huge floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. It is not only spacious and bright, but also has very good lighting. You can see every plant and tree in the courtyard from here. It is indeed very poetic. The combination of tea table, bookshelf, desk and lighting complement each other, showing a natural and ancient flavor. Just the first floor alone made Lin Jiu dizzy. Coming to the second floor, the decoration not only maintains the antique style, but also adds many modern elements, such as a gym, game facilities, and there is even a swimming pool on the balcony. The third floor is a resting place. Although there are not many rooms, it feels like each one can be used as a master bedroom. It is decorated very warmly. You can tell without looking that it was designed by a great goblin. Passing by a bedroom door, Lin Jiu casually glanced inside and saw some women's clothes scattered on the bed, including some intimate items. Ha, I left in such a hurry that I didn't clean up properly. Zhuang Feifei also saw the scene in the room. She laughed and closed the door, her face feeling slightly hot. After all, this is something that women cannot show to outsiders. Even someone like her who has been through many battles would feel a little embarrassed. Lin Jiu's face was even redder than Zhuang Feifei's, so he had to cough dryly a few times to ease the embarrassment. Zhuang Feifei took Lin Jiu to look around the villa inside and out, and after finally confirming that he wanted to buy it, she drove him back from Yujingwan. After completing the relevant procedures at the bank, the two separated, and Zhuang Feifei had to go back to her own company. Lin Jiu stood alone at the bank door and took out his mobile phone to check the income from buying a house. Even though he was a man with a net worth of hundreds of millions, he was shocked again. The 250 million yuan price tag had increased tenfold. Lin Jiu now had a total of 2.8 billion yuan in his account, including the remaining funds. He suddenly felt that he didn't know how to spend the money. He couldn't just buy one thing at a time, right? Looks like we need to think of a good way. In a restaurant in the suburbs of Jianghai City, Wang Kai, who had been humiliated by Lin Jiu in the forest store before, was now having dinner with some friends from the underworld. Young Master Wang, my little brother saw the bastard you were looking for when he was picking up girls in Yujingwan just now, said a man with several scars on his face. Oh? I finally found him, damn it. I'll kill him this time. Wang Kai spat on the ground and said harshly, Brother Shirongwa, you have wide eyes and ears. I really didn't misjudge him. Can you help me find a chance to deal with him? Young Master Wang, don't get excited. Guess who she is with? Shirongwa still wanted to give him a reminder. Does it matter who I'm with? I, Wang Kai, can't swallow this. I'll do it all at once. Wang Kai disagreed. Those who offended his Wang family never had a good ending. If this gets out, where will the face of the second son of the Wang family in Jianghai City be? This kid is with Zhuang Feifei. Shirongwa shook his head, that's why the brothers didn't dare to deal with him directly. They called me to explain the situation and ask for your opinion. Wang Kai was so angry when he heard this answer, he trembled all over. Zhuang Feifei again. What's so good about this poor loser? Even Sister Fei, who is well known to everyone in Jianghai City, is on his side? Wang Kai, the woman he had been dreaming of, had never even been close to her. So what right did this guy have? I don't think Mr. Wang Er needs to be too angry. In my opinion, this kid is very likely to be kept by someone. Shi Ronghua smiled and picked up a piece of food. Oh? Come and listen to it, brother. Wang Kai raised his eyebrows and felt that things might not be as absolute as he thought. Second young master, think about it. According to what you said before, this guy is basically a poor loser. How could he possibly buy a car and a house? Shi Ronghua took out a cigarette and lit it. I think most likely the chick is either trying to avoid the actors you hired, or that guy is really good with his hands or in bed. Damn it! Hearing Shi Ronghua's words, Wang Kai was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table and said, "Women are just cheap. They didn't even give me a chance when they found this cheap bastard. Am I, Wang Kai, that bad?" The noise was so loud that the waiter outside opened the door and came in to take a look, but was then hit back with a beer bottle. Second young master, calm down. Shi Ronghua didn't expect Wang Kai to react so strongly. He was about to stand up and say something to comfort him, but he was stunned the next second. Puff! Wang Kai couldn't hold it back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Holy crap! Second young master, are you okay? You've gushed out such a large mouthful of blood. Do you want me to call 120 for you? I'm afraid you're in serious danger. Although Shi Ronghua dodged to the side, the blood that spurted out still stained his clothes red. Fuck you, it's okay. It's just an old habit of mine. It happens when I get excited. Wang Kai wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Brother, you have to help me this time no matter what. If you're a man, break all 3 of his legs. If you're a woman, bring her directly to me. I don't care what you do, just name your price. Can you afford to play with me?" Chapter 009. You are really confused. After Lin Jiu found a place to have lunch, he suddenly remembered that his driver's license had expired a long time ago. He thought about going to the driving school to renew his license first. Otherwise, how can you take your mount out for a ride? After saying that, he immediately took a taxi and drove to Hongyun Driving School, the largest driving school in Zhanghai City. After waiting in a long, dark queue, the crowd finally pushed him to the license application window. "Hello, I want to renew my driver's license. It's expired." Lin Jiu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The greasy middle-aged man in the window, with a big belly, raised his eyes in dissatisfaction and said, "ID." The obese man took the ID from Lin Jiu and lazily entered it on the computer. When he saw the information popping up in the system, his heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but sit up straight. Ha ha! So this guy is the one Brother Shi is looking for? It was really easy to get it. You know, Brother Shi was asking for a lot of money. He said that whoever can find this guy will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan. I just received the news at noon, and now he bumps into it. It really makes me feel happy. He could take that money tonight and go to the clubhouse and rescue a lost woman. Ahem, there's something wrong with your ID. Wait here. The fat man stood up from the chair with difficulty, took the phone and temporarily left the certificate window. Lin Jiu was speechless. There was nothing wrong with his ID card and his driver's license, so where did the problem come from? But there was nothing he could do. He understood that when you live under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. For now, he could only wait. After more than 10 minutes, the fat man finally came back and sat down calmly at the front of the line filled with angry curses. "You, go to the principal's office." He pointed at Lin Jiu and shouted to the group outside the window, "What are you yelling about? If you think it's too slow, come back tomorrow. You're crazy. You have to go to the principal's office to renew your ID." Lin Jiu cursed in his heart, not intending to waste his breath here, and turned to leave the certificate processing hall and go to the office. When he opened the office door, a smell of cigarette smoke hit him in the face, and Lin Jiu couldn't help coughing a few times. Seeing someone coming in, the Mediterranean man sitting in the room adjusted his glasses and hung up the phone. "Are you Lin Jiu?" Domhai leaned back in his boss chair, took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand, and looked at the man who came in with contempt. "Yes, what's wrong with my ID?" Lin Jiu didn't want to waste any more time talking and went straight to the point. "Let me put it this way, you've offended someone you shouldn't have, and that's why you can't get your ID." Mediterranean did not hide the fact that he was the boss of the driving school and could fail anyone he wanted. What's more, this matter concerns Wang Kai, the second son of the Wang family. He cannot be perfunctory. Maybe if he succeeds, he can even be appreciated by the second son. Who did I offend? Lin Jiao was depressed. How could a good young man like him offend others? The Wang family. Mediterranean flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, not only will you be unable to get your documents, you might even have to pay a price. Lin Jiao understood instantly that this was the man he met in the car dealership last time, Han Lia's current boyfriend, Wang Kai, the second son of the Wang family. That's all. He came up to me and lost face. Name your price for my driver's license. Lin Jiao understood the whole story and felt relieved. However, he didn't expect Wang Kai to be so petty. He even thought the matter was over. When Heidi heard Lin Jiao's answer, he almost laughed out loud. As a top leader, would he care about this kid's little money? Put away your tens of millions of dollars. I don't even consider your money. Mediterranean disdain. Oh, what if I buy your driving school? Lin Jiao knew that he couldn't get a driver's license by spending money. Judging from how devoted Tang Hai was to Wang Kai, Lin Jiao knew that he couldn't avoid this matter. Then just buy it. Ha ha ha. You poor loser, do you know what you are talking about? Mediterranean now finally understood what Brother sure said. It turns out that this guy is really a show-off. How can such a pretty boy get such confidence? Do you really think you are invincible just because you are with a rich woman? Brother, can you be more rational? Do you know how much money I invested in this driving school? Heidi looked at Lin Jiao proudly. I told you, just name a price, money is not a problem. Lin Jiao didn't intend to answer him directly. Because Lin Jiao knew that a driving school would only make 300 to 400 million at most, and no more than 500 million at most. This little money is also called money? He wishes it were more expensive. Mediterranean has always been second to none, and he has never been spoken to in such an attitude before. He was furious and angry. I've invested a total of 320 million yuan in this driving school. If you can afford it, I'll sell it to you for 300 million. He wanted to see how serious the illness of this show-off was, as he could act so pretentiously without blinking an eye. That's what you said. Lin Jiao had a blank expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. He took out his cell phone and called Zhuang Feifei. He had no idea how to do something like an acquisition, so he had to ask the big goblin for help. Zhuang Feifei on the other end of the phone was slightly shocked when she heard what Lin Jiao said, but she immediately regained her composure and said, Okay, I'll be right there. Her new roommate shocked her so much that she thought it would be better for her to get used to it as soon as possible. It's only been a few days, and he's already bought a car and a house. Now, for the sake of his driver's license, he's even buying a driving school. Mediterranean didn't know what to say, because he believed that you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. He laughed and shook his head, poured himself a cup of tea, and waited to see how this kid would show off next. 20 minutes later, the silence in the room was broken as the door opened, and Zhuang Feifei walked in with a woman. Mediterranean took a casual look and was about to go up and tease her, but when he saw who it was, he broke out in a cold sweat. Zhuang Feifei, a famous strong woman in Jianghai City, what is she doing here? Could it be that this boy is being kept by her? But what virtue or ability does he have? You have to know that in the entire Jianghai City, Lin Jiao is not even as good as an ant, unless this woman is blind. Before Mediterranean could recover from his shock, Zhuang Feifei spoke. My friend said you want to sell your driving school. I brought my sister from the bank here to help him with the process. Friend? It seems that this guy only knows Zhuang Feifei. Did he ask her to come over and scare him? Heidi retreated to his seat and feigned composure, saying, Yes, he said he wanted to buy my driving school. He was quite boastful. Miss Zhuang, are you here to give this boy some money? Mediterranean had no idea at the moment and was deliberately testing the waters. I don't have that kind of liquid capital, and why should I help him anyway? Zhuang Feifei pointed her white and tender finger at Lin Jiao, her tone cold. If it weren't for the high commission, I wouldn't come to help you. So can you start right away? You can't afford to waste my time. Lin Jiao was now completely impressed by this great demon. His acting skills were no less than those of a professional actor. His performance was completely flawless. Ha ha ha. Miss Zhuang is quick to speak. Let's get started. Mediterranean took the purchase contract documents from Zhuang Feifei, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Even if Zhuang Feifei really knew this guy, she couldn't possibly come up with so much money. What's more, they are not familiar with each other. Women are only after money. Even Zhuang Feifei, the famous woman in Jianhai City, is no better than that. It's better to start quickly and expose this guy's hypocrisy first, and then find an opportunity to hint at this seductive woman. If he could hold a woman like this in his arms, Mediterranean would feel like he would be 20 years younger. Thinking of the Mediterranean, I felt a surge of heat all over my body. I couldn't wait to glance at the document in my hand and sign my name at the end. Who to? Chapter 010. The Big Fairy is really soft. Okay, it's your turn. Zhuang Feifei smiled obscurely, pushed the document in her hand in front of Linjiu, and tapped the signature with a pen. You sign here. Linjiu wrote his name with a big stroke of his pen, but the handwriting was really unbearable to look at. Okay, now that both of you have read the contract and signed it, it's now effective. The bank sister brought by Zhuang Feifei pushed up her black-framed glasses and said in a serious tone. If anyone violates the agreement, such as regretting it, they will be fined 50% of the total transaction amount, which is liquidated damages. Although Mediterranean was feeling agitated, he still understood the terms of the contract clearly. He was quite sure that the boy in front of him could not afford it. This statement in the contract is his most solid guarantee. If this guy breaches the contract, he can still make 150 million yuan for free. Mediterranean firmly believed that this kid couldn't come up with so much money, so he had a reason to ask Zhuang Feifei for it. In this way, I will have the opportunity to do whatever I want to this woman. I'm such a fucking genius. Swipe the card, Brother Lin? Looking at the POS machine that the secretary in black silk stockings handed to Linjiu, Hu Tu urged proudly. Principal Hu, please think carefully. Linjiu glanced at Hu Tu's name on the contract and kindly reminded him. Now that you've breached the contract, you have to pay me 150 million yuan, or your driving school will be ruined. Ha, hurry up and swipe your card. You're still trying to act cool at this point. It'll be useless even if you kneel down when you can't pay later. Hu Tu was so angry that he kept shaking his head. Then he turned his head and teased Zhuang Feifei. Miss Zhuang, if your friend can't pay the money later, and this matter gets out, I'm afraid it will affect your reputation. Even at this time, he didn't forget to provoke this strong woman. If she wavered, wouldn't that be his chance? Ha, you don't have to worry about this. Zhuang Feifei looked at Hu Tu's face and knew what he was thinking. She said jokingly. You should worry more about yourself. As far as I know, the Wang family, the major financial sponsor behind your Hangyun driving school, used a lot of connections to get you appointed as the principal. And now you want to sell the driving school, which is an important source of income for the Wang family, without even asking your former employer. This is not good. Linjiu, who was sitting next to him, had no idea about the whole story. But the only thing he understood was that if he took over this driving school, this man named Hu Tu would probably be in big trouble. The conflict between me and the Wang family is probably going to get bigger and bigger, so I have to think of a solution. After hearing what Zhuang Feifei said, Hu Tu began to feel a little scared. He tried to stay calm, not wanting to be fooled by this couple at the last moment. Want to trick me into breaking the contract? Dream on. Then why don't you swipe the card? Hu Tu felt inexplicably annoyed by the two people's verbal attacks. Hey, I showed you a clear path, but you didn't want to take it. I respect that. Under the gaze of the three people, Linjiu handed the card to the girl in black stockings. Ding ding. When Hu Tu heard the sound of the card machine, he suddenly became nervous and clenched his hands, his palms full of sweat. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap, as if I'll step into the abyss in the next second? And Linjiu did not let him down. With a payment successful, he completely kicked Hu Tu into the abyss. Congratulations, Boss Hu, you made a big deal. Zhuang Feifei's charming smile was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. It's over, it's completely over this time. Hu Tu suddenly realized that the guy in front of him was not bragging, he really had so much liquid funds. But there is no need to trip yourself up just for a driver's license. He really looked down on others. Hu Tu slapped himself twice, took a deep breath, knelt down, and said in a trembling voice. Brother Lin, can you please? Boss Hu, I believe you will achieve greater success in the future. Why bother with the short-term benefits? Linjiu did not intend to return the driving school, nor did he care about the mere 150 million yuan in liquidated damages. Because he just took a sneak peek at the text message coming from his phone. 30 billion was credited to his bank card. The 300 million just spent has increased 100 times. The total balance on the card is 32.5 billion. Only a fool would return the driving school to him and collect that small amount of liquidated damages. Brother, you are a man with dreams, okay? Although Mr. Hu wants to go back on his word, Mr. Lin disagrees, so the contract must continue to be fulfilled. The bank's black silk stockings lady explained. Mr. Lin, according to the contract, this driving school will be transferred to your name in 1 week. Oh. Lin Jiu felt that he was just venting his anger. If he were really asked to manage this driving school, he would be completely incapable of it. Hu Tu, who had been kneeling on the ground, was now completely disheartened. Who could he blame? Forced pretense is the most deadly. Just wait for me, you bastards. If you gang up on me, the Wang family won't let you go. Now he knew that no matter how much he begged Lin Jiu, it was useless, so he simply stood up and slammed the door and walked out. Brother, you are really rich. After Hu Tu left the office, Zhuang Feifei returned to her normal appearance. Well, I'm just trying to vent my anger. To be honest, I really can't be the principal. How about I give you the driving school and you run it? Lin Jiu has made money and now just wants to be a hands-off boss. Zhuang Feifei smiled seductively. Do you want me to be your housekeeper? She was really speechless at this moment towards Lin Jiu. He didn't want the driving school he just bought anymore, and he wanted to give it to her? Where did this naughty little brother come from? The more Zhuang Feifei looked at Lin Jiu, the more she found him cute. I can't stand being controlled, and I'm also a playboy. Sister, if you're willing, I won't refuse anyone. Lin Jiu felt that he was really inflated, very inflated. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine that he would say such words. Chuckle. I have to admit that Zhuang Feifei looks really beautiful when she smiles, like a fox spirit who has practiced for thousands of years. Naturally charming. Lin Jiu, who was standing aside, was stunned. Then if I sign up first, does that mean I'm your first wife? Zhuang Feifei was no longer reserved. Not only could Lin Jiu help her in terms of strength, but she also had an inexplicable fondness for this younger brother. Well. Lin Jiu thought he had heard it wrong. The big goblin actually agreed. Then I have to seize the time now and determine my future position in the family. Lin Jiu cleared his throat awkwardly. But I have 2 conditions. First, to be my woman, you must be willing to spend money, and I mean spend it lavishly. Second, can I call you a goblin? After saying this, Lin Jiu felt a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look directly into Zhuang Feifei's eyes. Even he himself felt that what he had just said was not only exaggerated. It's also a failed case of pretending to be cool. The bank lady with black stockings seemed to have noticed something, so she quickly packed up the documents on the table, pretended she hadn't heard anything, and quietly closed the door and walked out. Zhuang Feifei withdrew her gaze from the closed door. She took a deep breath, and with a smirk on her lips, she slowly approached Lin Jiu. Her black tight-fitting pattern top, tight skirt, and long black wavy hair all reveal maturity and seduction. What are you doing? Lin Jiu panicked. He began to regret that what he had just said was too frivolous. Judging from the look of this big demon, he must be angry, smiling but hiding a knife. Don't talk. Close your eyes. Zhuang Feifei's eyes moved, and finally she stared straight at Lin Jiu. Oh, hit me gently. Lin Jiu gave up struggling and never dared to speak nonsense again. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly, waiting anxiously. After a few seconds, Lin Jiu felt a wave of heat on his face. Then 2 cold and soft things gently pressed against his lips. Chapter 011 Money makes the world go round. Even after separating from Zhuang Feifei at the driving school, Lin Jiu's heart was still pounding. This was the first time a woman had kissed him, and she was this mysterious strong woman. That cool, soft touch, that fragrant heat wave. Lin Jiu didn't dare to think about it anymore, he just felt hot inside. He looked at his phone and found that it was almost dinner time, so he simply found a place to eat first. Now he just wanted to drink a few glasses of cold beer to relieve the heat in his body. Mr. Lin. Not long after he found a shop and sat down, a woman patted Lin Jiu on the shoulder. Lin Jiu looked at the woman in front of him in a daze, and couldn't remember whether he had seen her before. Who are you? If you can't remember it, then you haven't seen it. A beautiful lady asked me to come in and talk to you about driving school. The woman spoke calmly and walked out, adding, by the way, I'll be waiting for you in Tongren Hudong nearby. Oh, I see. Thank you very much. Lin Jisi thought about it and it seemed that it could only be Zhuang Feifei who called him. This big goblin, is there anything she can't say? Why does she have to be so mysterious? But this also suits her personality. Lin Jiu frowned as he looked at the food that had just been served on the table, but he decided to go see Zhuang Feifei first. The food wouldn't run away anyway. Following the woman through many twists and turns, we arrived deep into the alley. She suddenly accelerated, turned around, and ran into a side road. Lin Jiu stopped and saw a few thugs with fierce looks walking out from the place where the woman disappeared. Oh no, it's a trap. He thought to himself that this was not good. Sex is really a sword hanging over one's head. It seems that he cannot easily trust a woman he doesn't know. Only then did he remember what Hutu had said before at the driving school, saying that not only could he not run the driving school, but he would also have to pay a price. Retribution comes so quickly. Don't look at it, you little bastard. This is a dead end. You can't escape. For tattooed men pushed Lin Jiu into a corner, smug looks on their faces. At this time, 2 more people came out from the fork in the road where the woman disappeared. One of them was Shi Ronghua, who was nodding and bowing. The other one is Wang Kai, the second son of the Wang family. You never thought we would meet again so soon. Wang Kai walked up to Lin Jiu and raised his foot to greet him. Wang Kai is too petty. How big a grudge does he have to fight with her as soon as they meet? Lin Jiu thought as he dodged to the side and easily avoided it. Joke. All these years of delivering takeout weren't for nothing. He was in very good health. If he hadn't been at a disadvantage, it would have been no problem for him to beat 2 guys with kidney deficiency like Wang Kai. It's a pity that he doesn't have the right time, place, and people now. This action angered Wang Kai, and the 4 big men rushed forward and pinned Lin Jiu down, making him an immovable target. Wait. Seeing Wang Kai about to explode, Lin Jiu quickly said, "Brothers, no matter how much money this promising young master offers you to get me, I will pay you 100 times. You guys turn around and help me get him." An idea suddenly popped up in Lin Jiu's mind, that is, money can make the world go round. These people are hanging out with Wang Kai simply because they are greedy for his money or power. Lin Jiu admits that he does not have any power. But I have money. If I hadn't taken this gamble, I would really have to lie here today. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Jiu, who was pinned to the ground, saying this, Wang Kai stopped what he was doing and laughed angrily. You bastard, do you really think you're rich just because you're being kept by that woman? Also, the 20 million yuan you spent on the car was also given to you by that stinky woman. I really don't know what she likes about you. After saying that, Wang Kai continued with his actions, holding an iron rod and was about to hit Lin Jiu on the head. This kid must be crippled today. Wait. Shi Ronghua, who was beside Wang Kai, grabbed Wang Kai's hand and asked Lin Jiu, who was lying on the ground, "How much can you give?" He had seen the conversation between Lin Jiu and Wang Kai just now. Thinking of all the previous signs, he now suspected that this kid was really rich. Maybe she was not being kept as she had guessed. Zhuang Feifei shouldn't be so blind. You know, buying a car is understandable, but a villa in Yujingwan costs hundreds of millions. Spend hundreds of millions to buy a villa for a gigolo? He didn't believe that Zhuang Feifei would be so stupid. Moreover, he just learned from Hutu that Hangyun driving school was also acquired by this guy. Brother Shi, what do you mean? Seeing that he was stopped, Wang Kai was very dissatisfied and asked, "It seems that you don't want the 500,000 yuan anymore, brother? And you don't want the work for the second phase of the Baida real estate construction project either?" Wang Kai was really furious at the moment. Why did everything go wrong when it came to this kid? Seeing that there was a chance, Lin Jiu quickly said sincerely, "A mere 500,000 yuan is really an insult to Brother Shi's image. So, I will give Brother Shi 10 million, and today's incident will be treated as if it never happened. More friends mean more paths. What do you think?" Shi Ronghua believed that he had been in the underworld for many years and had seen many financial transactions, big and small. In the past, others only gave tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. This is the first time someone has offered me 10 million. Let him go first. It won't be a loss to give it a try. The worst that can happen is that I will turn against Wang Kai. The real estate projects are actually just protection for the underworld forces. In the eyes of the Wang family, I am at most a handyman. Shi Ronghua asked everyone to let go of Lin Jiu and told him his bank card number. After a while, he received a message from the bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 zeros, that's really 10 million. Shi Ronghua couldn't believe it, rubbed his eyes and counted again. 10 million, it's really 10 million. You can never get this much money even if you work for several lifetimes. Lin Jiu was also looking at his phone, but he hadn't received any text messages from the bank. He guessed that this was not a normal expense, so the system would not refund it. Why are you still standing there? Help brother Lin up. This scene changed so quickly. Lin Jiu couldn't help but sigh, it's good to be rich. Shi Ronghua pushed Wang Kai away and quickly stepped forward to help Lin Jiu up from the ground. He said awkwardly, Brother Lin, I'm sorry. It was Brother Shi who was reckless. From now on, I, Shi Ronghua, and my men are willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Brother Shi, you are too serious. Ignorance is not a crime. Lin Jiu waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. If Brother Shi hadn't been decisive just now, I would have really been lying there. Seeing the huge changes before his eyes, Wang Kai, who was standing alone at the side, was shocked and angry, and cursed, Shi Ronghua. How dare you betray me? Do you know what the consequences will be? Wang Kai felt desperate. A lackey is a lackey. He actually dared to bite his master back. What are the consequences? Shi Ronghua turned around, grabbed Wang Kai by the collar and said angrily. After hanging around with you for a few years, not only have we brothers suffered so much, but the work you assigned to us is no different from doing odd jobs. When didn't we wipe your ass? You did something so evil that even I looked down on you. Do you really think I'm a desperado? Having said that, Shi Ronghua knocked the terrified Wang Kai to the ground and started beating him hard. Seeing this, the four big men rushed up like crazy and started punching and kicking Wang Kai, who was lying on the ground and screaming. Some of them were threatened and imprisoned for helping Wang Kai, while others were cheated on by Wang Kai. So everyone attacked without restraint, just wanting to kill. Puff! In just 1 minute, Wang Kai, who was lying on the ground, had a bruised face and nose. He had never been bullied like this since he was born. At this moment, he felt the blood rushing all over his body, and in a blink of an eye, he spit out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't get the woman he loved, his driving school was bought by him, and his younger brother was bribed by him. Now he had to be bullied by this country bumpkin. Wang Kai was so angry that he forgot the pain for a moment and instinctively took a deep breath. Okay, just teach him a lesson. Lin Jiu saw Wang Kai lying on the ground, covered in dust and almost breathing out, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he quickly asked everyone to stop. Although Shi Ronghua and others did not have enough fun, since Lin Jiu had spoken, they had to listen and let the careless second young master go for the time being. Master Wang, I hope you can take care of yourself in the future and don't come up to me and lose face again. I'm in a difficult situation. Lin Jiu sighed. If it weren't for his wealth, he would have died here today with a lawless man like Wang Kai. Sparing his life was already the biggest concession he could make. He asked Shi Ronghua to take out his cell phone and considerately called an ambulance for the second young master, otherwise he was really afraid that the young master with kidney deficiency would not be able to bear it. After Lin Jiu exchanged contact information with him, Shi Ronghua patted his chest vigorously and said, I'll take care of today's affairs. Brother Lin, you can leave first. Just wait, you will all pay the price. I'm going to find someone to kill you. Wang Kai roared like crazy, his body trembling constantly, and his eyes were so swollen that only a slit was left as he stared fiercely at Lin Jiu's departing back. Lin Jiu paused, turned around and said with a smile, If you want to destroy the Wang family forever, I will wait for you. Chapter 012. His name is Lin Jiu, he is my husband. Lin Jiu finished his dinner in a good mood and returned to Zhuang Feifei's residence, only to find the room empty. At this moment the phone rang. It was the big goblin calling. Brother, I've moved all my stuff here. Don't go back to the apartment. I didn't expect Zhuang Feifei to be so quick. Could it be that she was afraid that I would regret it? Good job, big goblin, you're so quick. Have you eaten yet? Lin Jiu was not surprised. After all, the villa was bought with Zhuang Feifei, and it was a good thing that she liked to live there. It does seem a bit weird to spend hundreds of millions to buy a villa with your girlfriend. I guess only a vulgar nouveau riche like me can do such a thing. Lin Jiu was extremely excited at the thought of being able to live in the big villa tonight. He quickly called the mall and asked them to deliver the furniture and other items he had bought before. I've eaten. I've brought your car back. I'll take you for a test drive when you come back. Okay. I'll be right back. Wash up and wait for me. Zhuang Feifei was furious. Well, you're getting bolder and bolder. You actually dare to tease me. She hung up the phone with a smile, covered her hot cheeks, took out clothes from the closet, and walked to the bathroom. An hour later, Lin Jiu returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhuang Feifei watching TV in the living room on the first floor. The living room was filled with things sent from the mall, including a refrigerator, a television, and a pile of clothes. And dozens of boxes of women's underwear. Lin Jiu said somewhat awkwardly, "I'll sort it out right away." He didn't dare to look up at Zhuang Feifei. Anyone who saw this scene would think he was a pervert. A grown man bought a bunch of women's things, and this man is still a single dog. "I've taken out my favorite underwear, clothes. You can sort out the rest yourself." Zhuang Feifei was the first to break the silence, pressing the remote control in her hand as if nothing had happened. She stared at the Tom and Jerry on TV. Good. At this moment, Lin Jiu wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, but fortunately the big goblin broke the awkward situation in time. After adjusting the electrical appliances and arranging the clothes, Lin Jiu sat down on the sofa next to Zhuang Feifei after everything was tidied up. Sitting next to this big goblin really requires a lot of concentration, especially when she just took a shower. "Something happened after I separated from you today." Lin Jiu told the big demon everything that happened during the day, in order to divert the awkward atmosphere. "Secondly, I really didn't know how to deal with it, so I plan to listen to her advice. It's no surprise that Wang Kai attacked you. He's a lawless person." Zhuang Feifei paused the TV screen and said seriously, "Whatever he can't get, he will destroy, and he will come back to bother you again in the future. Because in his eyes you are a person with no identity and no status. It's not just you. I guess he has wanted to do something to me for a long time. I feel sick when I see the ugly look on his face. Unlike you, my brother, who has the desire but not the courage, huh?" Lin Jiu listened attentively, thinking that this great goblin had some unique insights, and was about to sit up straight to carefully ponder her words. Who would have thought that this experienced driver like her would be able to turn a corner a little too fast? "What size is the underwear you just picked up?" Lin Jiu reacted quickly. Since the car door was welded shut, they could only race together. Who was afraid of who? He pretended to be serious and stared at the soft spot on the goblin's chest with a wicked smile on his face. "It's your unreachable peak anyway." Zhuang Feifei gritted her teeth. She couldn't understand why she couldn't be cold and cool in front of this man. She turned off the TV and said in a serious tone, "Brother, I have a request." Lin Jiu was enjoying the feeling of speeding when the big demon braked suddenly and stabilized the car. Seeing her serious expression, Lin Jiu put away his previous frivolousness and said, "Sister, just tell me whether you're invited or not. I won't refuse as long as I can do it. Then, wait for me." Zhuang Feifei returned to the room, changed her clothes, and took Lin Jiu to his newly bought Lamborghini. They drove out of the Yujingwan villa and headed towards the city center. "I'm going to take you to see someone." "Oh? Who?" Lin Jiu felt that the big fairy had a serious attitude and did not respond to any of her nonsense. Zhuang Feifei gripped the steering wheel, expertly manipulating this performance beast. She said somewhat helplessly, "Meeting someone who was very important to me, yet not important at all." She was not sure whether Lin Jiu could help him, but she wanted to take a gamble, hoping that her younger brother could help her through this difficult time. "In our banker's family, women have always been used as tools for family marriages. And I relied on my own strength to create a career of my own. Now my family has cut off my source of funds and wants me to marry the only son of the Jiang family, because the Jiang family is an important partner of our family. That Jiang family's only son, Jiang Tao, is not a good guy at all. So now you want me to go on a blind date with you." Zhuang Feifei's language is concise, logical, and to the point, and Lin Jiu admires this very much. But he didn't expect that the strong woman known to everyone in Jianghai City, his wife, was ostracized everywhere in the family. Even after achieving such a successful career, she was still looked down upon. "I was forced to marry a man who was proficient in the roulette wheel of a fighting nation." Lin Jiu was the first to disagree. "Don't worry, big goblin, no one can take you away from me." Lin Jiu admitted that although he had just known Zhuang Feifei for a short time, as a strong woman, she did not look down on him. Take the car purchase incident for example. She had no idea of my strength at all, yet she still dared to stand on my side. If I continue to be a coward, will I still be a man? What's more, he still has endless money to spend. He must help the big demon to get rid of this grievance. How can his wife be bullied like this? A woman's beauty is not the first priority. A woman who knows how to support a man is the most attractive. Thank you. Hearing Lin Zhou's reply, Zhuang Feifei was deeply moved and stretched out her right hand to gently touch the back of his hand. She made up her mind that even if Lin Zhou couldn't help her, she would follow this man wholeheartedly. At worst, she would leave the banker and start over. Feeling the warmth on the back of his hand, Lin Zhou instantly felt that his life was worth it. An hour later, Zhuang Feifei parked her car in front of a high-end hotel in the city center. The two took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel, where a cocktail party was being held. It was obviously a scene only seen in the upper class. Fortunately, Lin Zhou was wearing his newly bought clothes, otherwise he would have been detected by the scanner again. As soon as the two walked in, they attracted everyone's attention. Of course, this was all the effect brought by the big goblin. "Isn't this Zhuang Feifei? Why did you bring a pretty boy with you? Tonight is going to be something interesting. If I remember correctly, Jiang Tao, the only son of the Jiang family, is going to confess his love to this woman tonight. This person looks unfamiliar. He must be an actor hired by Zhuang Feifei." Zhuang Feifei walked into the venue holding Lin Zhou's hand, completely ignoring the whispers of the onlookers. Lin Zhou was a little panicked at first. After all, it was his first time experiencing such a situation, but when he saw the calm look on the big goblin's face, he gradually relaxed. He couldn't bring shame to his woman. Lin Zhou released the hand that was held by the big fairy, put his arm around her waist, and faced everyone's gaze confidently and calmly. Zhuang Feifei felt Lin Zhou's movements, smiled slightly, and without any resistance, twisted her waist and leaned gently towards Lin Zhou. When the people around saw the scene, they burst into whispers again, and their eyes kept switching between the two of them and Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, who was standing in the distance, was holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He had been paying attention to the two people since they came in. He clenched his teeth, shook the red wine glass in his hand, drank it all in one gulp, then immediately changed his mood and walked towards Zhuang Feifei with a smile. "Feifei, why are you here so late? Everyone's been waiting for you for a long time. Did something delay you?" Jiang Tao waved to the waiter to bring the red wine and handed it to Zhuang Feifei politely. He glanced at Lin Zhou and asked politely, "Who is this?" Zhuang Feifei handed the wine glass to Lin Zhou, then waved to the waiter for another glass and took a sip. "Oh, his name is Lin Zhou, and he's my husband." After saying this, Zhuang Feifei leaned against Lin Zhou with a slightly drunk look in her eyes, cunning and confused. Chapter 013. Send me your card number. This big demon's acting skills were so amazing that Lin Zhou almost couldn't help laughing. Jiang Tao held Lin Zhou's hand and unconsciously increased his strength after hearing this, but he still maintained a humble smile on his face. "This bitch, relying on her looks, dares to find a man to openly confront me. Does she really think that his Jiang family dare not touch her? Dear, am I pushing you too hard? I'm just afraid of losing you." Jiang Tao withdrew his hand and looked at Lin Zhou, who had a calm face. He said, "Brother Lin, you may not know that Miss Zhuang is the woman of my dreams. Sometimes she is just a bit willful. She asked you to accompany her today. Maybe I was too aggressive before. So, no matter how much money he gives you, I will return it to you tenfold. Don't be so childish as her." Jiang Tao spoke in a kind tone throughout the whole process, and there was no sign of anger on his face. He doesn't believe that there is anyone who is not tempted by money. Everyone around was chatting absent-mindedly, their ears perked up, eavesdropping on the conversation between the three people. Those who were close to him were even more impressed by Jiang Tao's ability to control the situation. His every move and gesture revealed an aristocratic temperament. There were also some women who were dressed exquisitely, and their eyes were almost full of stars when they looked at Jiang Tao. But this kind of star is made of gold coins. Lin Zhou was not stupid. He knew that this birdman was just a smiling tiger. If he did not agree to him today, he might be eaten by him one day. And the phrase repay tenfold, shouldn't that be my own line? Mr. Jiang, I think you misunderstood. She is indeed my girlfriend. Don't call her dear anymore, to avoid misunderstandings. After Lin Zhou finished speaking, the discussion in the room suddenly became louder. Damn, this kid is really ruthless. He actually dares to confront Jiang Tao. I've never seen this person before. Could he be the son of a wealthy family? You all guessed wrong. I heard that he was just a loser delivering food before. Maybe his family got some money after their house was demolished. I don't know how he ended up hooking up with Zhuang Feifei. Everyone was talking about it, and many men on the scene cast jealous glances at Lin Zhou. However, even if they were replaced by Lin Zhou, they would not dare to compete with Jiang Tao for the woman. So at this moment more people sympathized with Lin Jiu, because they all knew the consequences of offending the Jiang family, not to mention that the person they offended was Jiang Tao. Fei Fei, is what he said true? Jiang Tao didn't expect Lin Jiu to give such an answer. He felt embarrassed and looked at Zhuang Fei Fei angrily. This woman is really a pushover. She found a random man from nowhere to pretend to be her husband, and treated herself like a beggar. Who in the entire Jianghai city doesn't know that Jiang Tao is pursuing her? Who knew that this bitch would be so stubborn? If she wasn't a member of the Zhuang family, I would have raped her long ago. As someone who could make the dealer tremble just by stomping her feet, how dare Zhuang Feifei look down on her? Zhuang Feifei, who had been silent the whole time, said lazily, "Of course, otherwise why do you think I came to see you? We don't get along. Feier, stop messing around." An angry shout interrupted the conversation between the three people, and a middle-aged man with a square face walked out from behind Jiang Tao, his expression intimidating without even being angry. "Uncle Zhuang, it's really hard to be the son-in-law of your Zhuang family." Jiang Tao looked at the visitor with an angry face. His purpose of holding a banquet here tonight was to confess his feelings to Zhuang Feifei and let everyone be witnesses. He also specially invited Zhuang Wendong, the second son of the Zhuang family. Jiang Tao suppressed his inner anger and made room for Zhuang Wendong. Zhuang Feifei snorted coldly and didn't care. As soon as she entered the door, she saw her second uncle drinking and chatting happily with Jiang Tao. The person who gave her the most pressure in the entire family was her second uncle. He had put in a lot of effort to become the head of the banker's family. Now she actually said that for the sake of the banker's future, she proposed to marry Jiang Tao in exchange for a solid cooperative relationship. So Zhuang Feifei had no interest in him at all and never listened to him. If it weren't for the fact that her grandfather was in a dilemma for the Zhuang family, she would not have agreed to attend this cocktail party. "Uncle Zhuang, do you have the right to decide who I marry?" Zhuang Feifei disagreed and still leaned on Lin Jiu's shoulder. She just hugged Lin Jiu's hand and pinched it hard. "Where did you come from, you little bastard? Get back here." Zhuang Wendong knew Zhuang Feifei's personality, so he did not respond to her directly. Instead, he attacked Lin Jiu, who was beside her. He wondered where this wild man came from and how he was worthy of setting foot in the Zhuang family. "Hey, you're not young anymore, why are you spouting shit?" Lin Jiu's arm was twisted by the big demon so hard that it hurt. He instantly understood what she meant. Even if she didn't twist him, Lin Jiu couldn't swallow this anger. Who could stand being scolded right away? "Does Feifei and I being in love bother you? I just came over to let you know. If there's nothing else, we'll leave. You guys can enjoy your drink." Lin Jiu knew that Zhuang Feifei didn't like him as her second uncle, and maybe even hated him to death, so he spoke without hesitation. "Stop right there." Seeing the two turning to leave, Zhuang Wendong flew into a rage and shouted, "Zhuang Feifei, are you really going to disregard the future of the Zhuang family for this bastard?" Lin Jiu was immediately displeased when he heard this. Before Zhuang Feifei could react, he started to curse. "Don't talk about morality here. Did my wife use your money or eat your rice? I didn't bother to argue with you because you are her second uncle. I didn't expect you to have such a foul mouth. I feel ashamed when I see you acting like a bootlicker to the Jiang family. Besides, the future of the Zhuang family has nothing to do with the Jiang family. I am enough. If you don't like it, just change your surname to Jiang." Lin Jiu finished his words in one breath, and his heart suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He looked at the big goblin in his arms with some uneasiness, fearing that the words he said excitedly just now might be too rude. Especially the last sentence that asked his second uncle to change his surname to Jiang. Unexpectedly, the big goblin actually looked up secretly and smiled at him playfully. "Great, great. Your banker has really raised a good woman." Jiang Tao, who was standing by, heard Lin Jiu's answer and looked at the woman of his dreams nestled in his arms. He said angrily, "Now that things have come to this, Uncle Zhuang, I am withdrawing all sponsorship from our Jiang family to your Zhuang family." Zhuang Wendong was still stunned, but when he heard what Jiang Tao said, he instantly came to his senses and quickly explained, "Mr. Jiang, it's Zhuang Feifei who is ignorant. I will try to persuade her later." "How can the investment be withdrawn?" "You know, we've already invested the 2 billion into the pharmaceutical factory's assembly line, so it won't generate any benefits anytime soon." Zhuang Wendong was really a little anxious, because the 2 billion invested by the Jiang family all passed through his hands, and he had swallowed up 500 million himself. Although the remaining money can be used for the factory, if this matter is brought to the attention of the banker, he will be in real trouble when he investigates. That's out of my control. Jiang Tao was really about to be mad. As the only son in the family, he had finally tricked his father into investing in a banker, which would make his father feel that he was capable. Secondly, he can also use this investment opportunity to narrow the distance with the banker. Although 2 billion is not a small amount, it is still affordable for the Jiang family. He can not only invest, but also win over Zhuang Feifei, and he can also make the dealer follow his lead. This deal is not a loss no matter how you look at it. I just don't know where this woman found this poor guy to act with her. She really thinks he is a tiger that doesn't show its power. Jiang Tao began to think in his mind that he would find some people to kill this guy. Who would care if an ant died? If I pay back the 2 billion, will my wife be free? Lin Jiu, who was standing aside, finally understood that it was because of such a trivial matter that the big demon was so unhappy. He immediately stood up and said to Jiang Tao with a smile, "Send me your card number." Chapter 014 Official Announcement in the Elevator. Did I hear correctly? This guy really dares to stand up for Zhuang Feifei. I think he's just stalling for time. He's talking about giving me my card number, but who knows if he'll be able to get the money back later. Yeah, for 2 billion, even for Jiang Tao, he still needs his father's approval. Zhuang Feifei heard everyone's discussion. What kind of strength does this stinky little brother have? Although he was not obliged to pay this money for the banker. But Lin Jiu was willing to use money to solve the problem for her without even asking, and Zhuang Feifei felt that she had chosen the right person. Mr. Lin is really spending a fortune on beautiful women. Jiang Tao didn't believe that this man could come up with that much money. Among the people present, only his Jiang family could come up with 2 billion yuan so easily. He disdainfully told Lin Jiu his bank card account number in front of everyone. He didn't believe it anyway. Zhuang Wendong, who was furious just now, was silent at this moment. On the one hand, he hoped that this bastard could come up with the money. In this way, the fact that he had pocketed the Jiang family's money could be easily covered up. On the other hand, if he really took out this money, his second uncle's authority in the family would inevitably be greatly weakened. Okay, stay away from my wife from now on. Lin Jiu took out his mobile phone and operated it briefly, and the money was transferred over in a short while. He hoped that more good things like this, where money would be delivered to his doorstep, would happen. Who would think they have too much money? Jiang Tao was actually too lazy to check his phone because he didn't believe Lin Jiu's nonsense at all. However, in order to fit in with the situation, he still opened his mobile banking and took a look. The next second he stood still, and 2 billion yuan was actually deposited into his bank account. Jiang Tao had thought of some words to threaten the banker, but now he didn't know where to start. He didn't expect that this ordinary man was really that rich. Could it be that Zhuang Feifei had transferred it to him so that he could get rid of himself? However, according to his understanding, Zhuang Feifei simply does not have that much liquid funds. All the stores she opened were suppressed by him and Zhuang Wendong, and it was impossible for her to sell them in such a short time. Today he invited Zhuang Wendong on the surface, but in fact, the two of them had already reached an agreement behind the scenes that Zhuang Wendong must help him get this woman. He will provide financial and relationship assistance to Zhuang Wendong to help him take the top position in the banker's business as soon as possible. I gave you the money, remember what I just said. Lin Jiu was overjoyed when he saw the system return 10 billion. Adding the remaining amount, he now had a total of 40 billion in his card. When Zhuang Wendong saw Jiang Tao's expression, he instantly understood that this kid had actually transferred 2 billion to him. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Oh my god, did this guy really give the money to Jiang Tao? It's 2 billion. This is even more interesting. A wealthy young man suddenly appears out of nowhere and slaps the Jiang family in the face. I'm afraid this kid will have to pay the price in the future. Few people who provoke Jiang Tao end up having a good ending. I heard that last time at the bar, someone looked at Jiang Tao's girlfriend for a second longer, and that night they had their arm cut off. The onlookers around did not expect the final outcome to be like this, and began to discuss it. Lin Jiu held Zhuang Feifei in his arms and left the top floor of the hotel amid everyone's surprised gazes. Jiang Tao watched the two men leave, furious, and secretly calculated in his mind. After entering the elevator, Lin Jiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and took his hands off the big demon's waist. He was really nervous about the situation just now. Fortunately, he was rich, otherwise he would have been so embarrassed. From now on, you are responsible for me. Zhuang Feifei pulled back his loosened hand and asked with a seductive look, Are you afraid? Feeling the rapidly rising atmosphere in the elevator, Lin Jiu felt hot and confused. In addition, the big fairy withdrew his hand and placed it on her waist again. Don't be afraid. Lin Jiu could no longer suppress his inner impulse at this moment. He hugged her in his arms and kissed her quickly and awkwardly. Lin Jiu thought, let me die. If the great demon has done this, why should I pretend to be so noble and unassuming? Zhuang Feifei did not resist him, but greeted him with a smile. Just as they were arguing fiercely, the elevator door opened and the elevator was still on the top floor of the hotel. It turned out that they were too excited just now. After entering the elevator, they only pressed the close door button and did not press the floor button. Jiang Tao in the field was trying to ease the awkward situation, asking everyone not to take what happened just now to heart, and saying that Zhuang Feifei just had some misunderstanding with him. Everyone was about to return to their seats when the elevator door happened to open. Of course, the spring scene in the elevator also rushed towards me, and an ignorant child shouted, Look, Mom, this uncle is giving artificial respiration to my beautiful sister. The child's mother smiled awkwardly and pulled the naughty child who was still eating aside. Soon, the child's crying was heard. Lin Jiu was the first to notice this scene. He was so frightened that he wanted to separate from the big demon. You dare. Zhuang Feifei didn't care about everyone's gaze at all. She held his head and moved her body closer to Lin Jiu and continued fighting. Lin Jiu was impressed by the courage of the big demon, and he was already in a rage, so he didn't care about Jiang Tao and Zhuang Wendong who were about to explode with anger. During the verbal battle, he freed his hand and pressed the down button of the elevator. The cold, noble, and powerful woman in Zhanghai City has really become his woman. Moreover, it was witnessed by so many celebrities. He really died under the peony flowers and would be a romantic ghost. Jiang Tao, who had just been smiling apologetically, could no longer hold back when he saw the couple's disdain for him, and he started cursing. Zhuang Feifei, are you really going to do this? He never dreamed that there would be a day when he would be slapped in the face in public, twice in a row. And it was done by a shameless woman. And the pretty boy she brought with her. The onlookers around were about to return to their seats and continue discussing business matters. After all, their purpose of coming here was more to make excellent connections. They never thought that this night would shock them so much. First, Jiang Tao failed to confess his feelings, or rather, he didn't even have the chance to do so, as he was completely taken advantage of by the mysterious pretty boy brought by Zhuang Feifei. Now they are kissing in the elevator. Once these two pieces of news were released, it would cause a huge sensation throughout Zhanghai City. Mr. Jiang, this. Zhuang Wendong had just managed to calm Jiang Tao's anger and promised that he would teach this rude niece a lesson when he got back. Now that he saw the scene in the elevator, he was really speechless. How could he win the Jiang family's trust? He couldn't do anything to Zhuang Feifei in person, after all, this niece never listened to him. Besides, I feel guilty towards her father, my eldest brother. The two could only watch as the elevator door closed again. The situation, which had previously eased, was now reduced to silence. Everyone present was extremely silent, fearing that any noise they made would offend Jiang Tao, who was already on the verge of going insane. Okay, very good. You stinky bitch, you are so shameless. Don't blame me for being ruthless. When the elevator door closed completely, Jiang Tao could no longer suppress his anger and overturned the table and chairs around him. The red wines that cost tens of thousands of yuan a bottle were all smashed to the ground, staining the smooth floor into wine red. Chapter 015 Recruiting Female Bodyguards, Annual Salary 50 million. When he woke up early the next morning, Lin Jiu planned to do something. He had offended the Zhang family and the second son of the Wang family, and this was no joke. Nothing happened after he and Zhuang Feifei returned to the villa last night. What happened in the elevator was half a performance for the people present at the time, and half was because they really had feelings for each other. But feelings are feelings, and Lin Jiu doesn't want to force each other. After all, doing that kind of thing is more interesting when there is a mutual understanding. Maybe they are still waiting for an opportunity. After the big fairy kissed him goodbye, he reminded him to be careful and it would be better to find some people to protect him. After saying that, she smiled charmingly and went back to her room to sleep, not worrying at all about whether he could handle it. Just do it. Lin Jiu used his mobile phone to post messages on various popular apps to recruit bodyguards. His requirements for applicants were also very simple. Single woman, young, beautiful and capable of fighting, cannot have a boyfriend, and preferably can provide 24-hour personal service. As for the price, it mainly depends on the ability of the applicant, but there is a basic salary, 50 million per year. All heroines are welcome to sign up. The venue is Building 1, Area A, Yujingwan Villa. Finally, Lin Jiu also sent a red envelope of 10,000 yuan in each post, so that people would be more convinced. As soon as the news was released, it caused a huge sensation on the internet and instantly sparked heated discussions among netizens. Strong as a bull 222, holy crap, is this real or fake? They only hire women? I think this is just perverted. Fairy magic wand, what a pity, why do I study music, whoa. Face it with a smile, the boy is still too young, what can those girls with thin arms and short legs do? Don't look at me, I'm 45 years old this year, but I'm an experienced Tai Chi practitioner. Dingzi Chess and Cards Demonstration Room, I have launched a water drop campaign, hoping that everyone can donate to me and wish me to reach the peak of my life after my sex change. There were endless jokesters on the internet. Some were envious and jealous, some were beating their chests and stamping their feet, but most girls remained silent and ran to put on makeup. Some of them are well aware of the dangers of society, especially the poster's words, 24-hour personal service. It has to be said that the recruitment information is extremely attractive. The red envelopes under each post were swept away by everyone, and the popularity of all posts also increased rapidly. The dissemination effect is really at the speed of light. The effect of the post was even more astonishing. After only one morning, many people gathered outside Lin Jiu's villa. This immediately attracted the attention of the security guards and owners of Yujingwan. They looked at the densely packed girls inside. It turns out that the salesperson really didn't lie to us. There will be a lot of girls if we buy a villa. This scene is comparable to the Kingdom of Women. Lin Jiu had just returned from the company after sending Zhuang Feifei off. He was shocked when he saw the scene outside his villa, thinking that the power of the internet was too great. He didn't say much nonsense and said to everyone, I know you all want to be successful in your application, but I'm looking for bodyguards with real skills. Do you know what a bodyguard does? It's a very dangerous profession. He looked helplessly at the girls in front of him who dazzled him, and was speechless in his heart, because most of them were dressed exquisitely. How could they look like they were here to apply for a job? It seems that they only understand the first two words of the word personal bodyguard. How about this, as long as you can beat the security captain, I will give you priority. Lin Jiu pulled the security captain out from the crowd and asked him to act as his touchstone. If there really was a woman who could defeat him, she would basically be considered a rare heroine. Brother Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you, but it would be bad if I hurt any girl. The security captain was pulled beside Lin Jiu. Looking at the countless girls, he was extremely nervous. You have to know that he has been in the special forces for many years. Even if a few big men came, he would not take them seriously, let alone these little girls in front of him. Don't worry, I need your help because I know your strength. While Lin Jiu was comforting the uneasy captain beside him, he solemnly told the girls, as long as you can hit him with a punch in a fight, I will consider hiring you. But I want to make it clear in advance that the security captain can also take action. So girls who don't want to get hurt or want to take advantage of the situation should go back early. After hearing Lin Jiu's words, many girls in the field understood that they were really only recruiting bodyguards, not vases like them. Really? How can we girls beat men? It's too strict. Alas, it seems that I won't get the 50 million. My good skills in close contact will be wasted. Forget it, this guy is so boring that he actually recruited us women to help him fight. At this point, most of the girls in the field left immediately, and some stayed behind. Firstly, they wanted to see who would be the winner. Secondly, in such a high-end place like Yujingwan, if they didn't stroll around and take a few photos before leaving, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Let me. As soon as the words fell, a well-proportioned woman walked out from the small crowd. She was wearing a sports suit and trotted into the field. This scene attracted a lot of people's attention. Those who stayed at the scene were glad that they did not leave. Some of them even thought that if this woman won later, they would go up and get to know her, and maybe they could even become sisters and best friends. Isn't it better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone? But most girls just want to watch the fun. Even if they don't have the ability to fight, it doesn't affect their admiration. Beauty, fists, and feet have no eyes, are you sure? Lin Jiu watched the woman getting heated up in the middle of the field, and immediately knew that this person was probably also a martial artist, so he said in a friendly manner, as long as you can hit the security captain with a punch, I will give you priority. Even if you lose in the end, I will still give you a 100,000 yuan reward. Well, I've thought it through. I want to fight this one. The woman swung her hips and twisted her muscles. She had been learning Sanda for more than a year. This was an opportunity for her. Even if she lost in the end, wouldn't she still have 100,000 yuan? The 100,000 yuan is enough to pay for my father's surgery. Besides, I may not lose. Who knows, maybe the security captain is not that strong. I really admire your courage. Lin Jiu's words really came from the heart. A woman dared to come out and fight with the security captain. Even if she was not doing it for the 50 million, she was a well-deserved hero for her courage. This feels like asking yourself to fight Tyson. Is it possible? I guess I would be so scared that my legs would go weak and I wouldn't be able to move. Captain, you also try your best. Remember to stop when you're done. I'll pay you 100,000 yuan in fees later. Lin Jiu asked both parties to wear the protective gear that had been prepared long ago. After the two sides bumped fists with each other, the competition officially began. Come on, let's make it quick. It seemed that the woman was not going to drag her feet. She protected her face with her hands, swung her shoulders left and right, and moved forward. The closer she was, the greater her chance of hitting him. She didn't want to drag it out too long because she didn't think her physical strength was better than the security captain on the opposite side. After quickly approaching, she twisted her hips and waist at the same time, and threw a left jab, but only halfway through, the right half of her body began to pull back. It turned out that the left jab was just a feint. What she was going to throw was a straight punch, and this straight punch was aimed at the security captain's face. It's interesting, but it's a pity. After the security captain was hit by the feint of the left jab, he first took a few steps back and then dodged to the side. Finally, looking at the straight punch coming from the woman, he bent his waist and dodged it easily. The moment he dodged the woman's straight punch, the security captain reacted quickly and hit the woman's stomach hard with a side hook. Of course, he had already restrained most of his strength at this time. Even so, the woman fell to the ground holding her stomach. Okay. Stop it. Lin Jiu had been staring at the two people in the field. The moment he saw the woman being hit, he shouted to stop, and the security captain quickly took off his gloves and went over to help the woman who fell to the ground. Everyone thought there was going to be a good show, but who would have thought it would end so quickly with just one encounter? But after just this one encounter, I'm afraid no one among them could do it. They are girls, fighting is not something they should do. Excuse me, do you still want this bottle? A clear and melodious voice rang out among the girls gathered around. They turned around and saw that it was a girl in plain clothes. She had black hair draped over her shoulders and looked to be in her early 20s. Her skin was fair and rosy, but her expression was delicate but not coquettish. At this moment, she was holding a snakeskin sack filled with mineral water bottles. He has a pretty distinctive look, but what a pity, he's actually a rag collector. Oh, we don't want it, you can take it. Several girls quickly threw the bottles in their hands to the ground and turned away. There was nothing to see here any longer. It was really unlucky that they ran into a rag picker. What is even more infuriating is that these women think that this rag collector seems to be more beautiful and more like a fairy than them. Isn't it infuriating? Chapter 016. My name is Lin Wan, and my annual salary is 100 million. After Lin Jiu paid the commission to the two, he glanced at the crowd on the field and found that the crowd had almost all left as soon as the game ended. He was just about to ask the security captain to go back, and just as he was about to speak, a woman in simple clothes came over. The woman was dressed in ordinary clothes and was holding a snakeskin bag in her hand, but Lin Jiu could sense an unusual temperament from her clean face. It actually gives people a feeling of being an otherworldly master. Hello, boss. Before Lin Jiu could react, the woman holding the bag spoke first. I'm here to apply for the bodyguard position. After saying this, the woman put her pocket on the ground. Lin Jiu looked through the opening of his pocket and saw that it was filled with mineral water bottles that he had collected from somewhere. Boxing and Sanda are too easy for me, so the boss doesn't need to waste his time. Because once I strike, it's easy to hurt someone. The woman tied her hair into a ponytail, took out an elastic band from her pocket, and then tied her shiny black hair into a ponytail. Then she threw a series of smooth punches and splits, and finally did a short run-up and a 5-kick sequence in mid-air. His figure was as light as a swallow, but every move he made seemed to pierce the air, making a whirring sound. Boss, I'm done warming up. How would you like to assess me? This woman is a master, an absolute master. Seeing the woman's performance, Lin Jiu, who had been silent all this time, felt the feeling in his heart become stronger and stronger. Captain, what do you think is a better way? Lin Jiu couldn't make up his mind. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and he was a complete layman when it came to martial arts fighting. Brother Lin, I think the competition is over. I can't beat this woman. The security captain smiled awkwardly. He had seen everything the woman did during her warm-up exercises. I have been in the special forces for several years and have experienced many battles and trainings, big and small. But he could tell at a glance that this woman's strength was definitely above his own. If my fighting skills are practical, then the fighting skills and body shape displayed by the woman in front of me just now, it can definitely be considered a killing skill. No way. Lin Jiu was surprised to hear the security captain's reply. The skills that this woman just demonstrated were indeed impressive, but they weren't enough to make the security captain give up directly. However, Lin Jiu still chose to believe the captain's words. After all, the other party's strength was there. Since the captain said it was no use, there was no need for him to worry about it anymore. But in this case, he didn't know how to assess this woman. After thinking it over, Lin Jiu said, "Girl, to be honest, I've recently offended some dangerous people. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, why not show them to me? Although I really want to hire you, you also know that I need to be responsible for you. Because after following me, you may face many dangerous situations, and you may even lose your life." Lin Jiu learned from the big demon last night that Wang Kai and Jiang Tao were indeed not good people. They have committed many murders in Jianhai City, but they were all suppressed by the powerful strength of their family and are still at large. In this world, being rich and powerful is the king, and the life and death of ordinary people are just like those of ants. Okay, boss, do you have any playing cards? After listening to what Lin Jiu had just said, the woman remained calm and composed, without showing any hesitation or panic at all. Instead, he asked Lin Jiu for playing cards. It is indeed hidden. Lin Jiu naturally didn't have any playing cards. Who would carry such things with them? This woman's request was really strange. Just like her, Lin Jiu couldn't figure her out, which made him even more interested. Fortunately, the security captain also heard the woman's request. He waved to the few people in the crowd and borrowed a deck of cards from a team member who ran out. His little brothers are used to getting together when they have nothing to do, playing landlord, poker and so on. The security captain was also very curious. He always felt that this calm woman had a deeper background, and he also wanted to see it. Could this be the feeling of mutual respect between masters? Here are the cards you wanted. Lin Jiu handed the playing cards to the woman. She took her time to open the cards, picked up 2 of them at random, held them in her hand, turned around and smiled. "Boss, watch carefully. This move is called Flying Star Chasing the Moon." The woman rubbed the palm of her hand holding the cards slightly, her eyes fixed on a green plant growing against the wall 10 meters away. Then she raised her arm slightly, and in a flash, she threw out the 2 cards in her hand at the same time. The speed of her movements left Lin Jiu dumbfounded. Even when she waved her arms, it seemed to trigger an afterimage. So fast. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu and the security captain couldn't help but shout out in unison. As far as their eyes were concerned, the 2 of them didn't catch the trajectory of the flying poker cards at all. Shit, where are the cards? Lin Jiu was the first to react. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the woman in front of him. Since he was standing behind the woman, he didn't know who she was aiming at. "Boss, please follow me." The woman pulled Lin Jiu's arm and walked towards the direction where the cards fell. Damn, this is too proactive. If there weren't other people watching, Lin Jiu would have been unable to resist the urge to touch this woman's hand. And why do I enjoy calling myself the boss so much? As expected, the more he faced a mysterious woman, the more easily he became fascinated by her. Just when Lin Jiu was thinking about slacking off, he was taken to a corner by the woman. She pointed to a certain spot in the corner and said, "Boss, the cards are here." Lin Jiu looked in the direction she pointed, and his heart skipped a beat. At the foot of the wall, there was a plant as thick as a thumb lying alone, and it was cut off by the poker card that the woman had just thrown out. Because the cut on the entire plant is very smooth, it looks like it was cut in half with a sharp knife. Oh my goodness. Lin Jiu raised his eyes and took a deep breath when he saw 2 playing cards embedded in the wall. You know, this wall is made of reinforced concrete. How evil is this existence? Lin Jiu and the security captain who came over to join in the fun couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This is not the end. When Lin Jiu got closer, he found that, out of the two playing cards, only one was inserted into the wall. The other card is directly inserted into the body of the first card, and the cut is still very smooth, making people feel that the two cards were originally grown together. If the card inserted into the wall represents speed and power, then the second card that is inserted into the body of the card represents precise control. Lin Jiu finally understood why she called this move chasing stars and catching the moon. So terrifying. Very good. You passed the test. From now on, you are my personal bodyguard. Lin Jiu was delighted. With this woman's technical skills, no matter how many desperate men he sent in the future, they would probably not be enough to fill her teeth. I feel like I have found a treasure. It seems that an annual salary of 50 million is too little, it's simply bullying a girl. Thank you, boss. In fact, the move she just used has completely surpassed all fighting skills in the real world. To put it simply, it requires the use of qi, which is the essence and vitality that martial artists value. The woman wiped the sweat from her face tiredly and took the initiative to say, "My name is Lin Wan, and my annual salary is 100 million. Chapter 17, Calling him boss is too troublesome, just call him husband. Hello, Sister Lin, my name is Lin Jiu. I didn't expect that this mysterious woman also has the surname Lin. It seems that she really has some connection with me." Lin Jiu admired her confidence very much, and the price he asked for was 100 million, which was very reasonable. He announced that today's recruitment was a complete success, then thanked everyone and persuaded them to leave. How could my sister, with her skills, be reduced to picking up bottles? Lin Jiu invited the woman into the villa and asked curiously. With your ability, you should be able to find a good job easily. Lin Wan sat upright beside Lin Jiu, looking at the magnificent interior of the house, and replied shyly. Boss, you're right. I applied for a security job before, but I nearly killed a bad guy during one incident, so I was fired. With Lin Wan's abilities, it's really a waste of talent to work as a security guard. People like her are born to do big things. I see, then sister, you've chosen the right person this time. With me, you can do whatever you want without worrying about the consequences. Lin Jiu felt that this woman must be a destiny arranged by God, although she still looked very mysterious at the moment. But who doesn't have secrets in this world? So he didn't intend to dig into the matter. When it was time to know, others would naturally let him know. Can you cook? Lin Jiu didn't know if his brain was going crazy when he suddenly said this. Yes, boss. Lin Wan stood up and suddenly bowed awkwardly and politely to Lin Jiu. Wanner can do the laundry, mop the floor, make the bed, and fold the quilt. I'm grateful to the boss for giving me the opportunity. Damn, why is this girl so obedient? It's really hard to stop. It feels like having a maid sister who obeys your every word. Speaking of maids, Lin Jiu instantly felt a hint of evil taste in his heart. I'm tired today and my neck is sore. After saying this, Lin Jiu leaned back on the sofa and twisted his neck pretending to be in pain. Oh. Seeing Lin Jiu's actions, Lin Wan, who was standing aside, immediately walked behind him. Then a pair of delicate hands were placed on his shoulders, massaging Lin Jiu to relax him. Lin Jiu wondered if this girl was still inexperienced in the world. She just listened to him without even thinking about it. She was so naive and mysterious. It's really attractive. Wanner is so good. I'll transfer your salary to you first. Lin Jiu took out his cell phone and asked Wanner to tell him her bank card number. He then transferred 100 million yuan to her, enjoyed a massage, and then took her to choose a room. Her room was chosen to be next to Lin Jiu, which, in Lin Wan's words, was convenient for protection. In this way, the room where Lin Jiu lived was surrounded by two top-notch women. On one side is the well-known business genius in Jianhai City, and on the other side is her sister Wanner, who has extraordinary strength. The big demon is in charge of the interior, and Wanner is in charge of the exterior. One is a civil general, the other is a military general. They will live as happily as gods in the future. Come on, the boss will take you shopping. After a busy day, Lin Jiu finally felt relieved. After Wanner shyly chose her underwear, Lin Jiu took her hand and wanted to take her to the mall to buy some clothes. Of course, I also bought some food on the way so that I could celebrate properly in the evening. Boss, let me drive. It was not until he got on the Lamborghini that Lin Jiu discovered that Wanner's driving skills were even better than the big fairies, or in other words, she drove even more wildly than the big fairy. She controls the speed and manipulation of the machine as freely as if she were playing a game. It is really unbelievable that such an unfathomable woman would actually pick up bottles. The car stopped at the busiest square in the city center. Lin Jiugain calculated on his watch that it would take 40 minutes to get here from Yujingwan in the suburbs. Warner only took 20 minutes. Boss, please. After the car stopped, Lin Wan got out immediately, ran to Lin Jiu who was sitting in the passenger seat, and considerately opened the door for him. Lin Jiu was very excited. It was the first time in his life that he sat in such an expensive car, and it was also the first time that a woman opened the car door for him. The key is that both the car and the person belonged to him. Originally, the square in the city center was one of the most prosperous places in Jianhai City. Now that Warner parked her car here, it attracted the attention of passers-by around. When they saw a pretty and capable woman running out from the driver's seat, a low-pitched discussion broke out. Holy crap, isn't this the Lamborghini Veneno? I've only seen it online. I heard that if you don't have over 25 million to buy this car, don't even think about it. Look, the driver is actually a woman. Sigh, she's so young and can drive a luxury car. How enviable. Humph, I think you're blind. Didn't you see her run to open the passenger door? She's basically being kept by someone, okay? Lin Jiu of course saw the group of people Joe was discussing. After getting off the car, he deliberately straightened his clothes and said to Lin Wan. Warner, hold my arm like you would your boyfriend. Yes, boss. Lin Wan closed the car door, hugged Lin Jiu's arm with a happy look on her face, and the two of them walked towards the mall together. This sister really gave him enough face. Lin Jiu pretended to be calm on the outside, but he was actually already distracted. It seemed that he would have to train Warner more in the future and try to make her fall in love with him as soon as possible. It would be so face-saving to take this out in the future. Isn't it just a few bucks? Why are you showing off? He must be spending his father's money. Rich second generations are all such spendthrifts. Women are still too young. When they get tired of playing with you and kick you away, they won't even have tears to cry. That's right. In the end, they still have to find someone like us to take over. Let's see who has the last laugh. The men around who were just watching the show couldn't help but feel heartbroken when they saw the scene, and they only regretted that the prodigal son was not themselves. After entering the mall, Lin Jiu Yuan thought it would be more troublesome for women to buy things. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan brought him to a Cheongsam shop, asked the clerk to measure her body quickly, and then used her own money to order more than a dozen sets. Boss, do you think it's okay for me to dress like this? She bought a Cheongsam that fit her in the store and put it on, then ran to Lin Jiu to ask for his opinion. You know what, Lin Jiu looked him up and down and was really stunned. Originally, Lin Wan just looked unattractive, but after changing into the embroidered Cheongsam, she seemed like a different person. Her figure, wrapped in a red brocade robe, was slender and curvy, and her graceful posture revealed an unusual charm. As she walked, she showed a lively and agile posture. Warner, I have some wine, waiting to hear your story anytime. Lin Jiu became more determined. The Lin Wan in front of him was not only a mysterious woman with great martial arts skills, but also a woman with a story. Because he had never seen a woman look so stunning in a Cheongsam. It seems as if the Cheongsam was made to set off her from the side. Well, this is a long story. I'll tell the boss slowly when I have the chance. Lin Wan blushed slightly as she lowered her head. She hadn't expected her boss to see through her. Suddenly, her master's earnest teachings echoed in her mind. As people in the world, we must learn to be low-key, easygoing and follow the will of heaven. Lin Jiu nodded in satisfaction and said seriously. It's too much trouble to keep calling me boss. Just call me husband. Hearing Lin Jiu's words, Lin Wan's face turned even redder. Thinking of the master's teachings in her mind just now, she said softly. Okay, husband. Chapter 018 1 verses 12, you are surrounded. After coming out of the mall, Lin Jiu was once again hugged by Lin Wan in front of everyone. The two of them got into the car intimately and headed straight to the vegetable market. At the same time, a van parked not far from them also started its car and merged into the crowded traffic with the roar of the Lamborghini. The driver of the van was a man wearing glasses and with messy hair, who looked extremely wretched, and the person sitting in the passenger seat was the leader of this gang. Wang Kai with a bruised face. You're still not going to die this time? You actually dared to take a woman to buy clothes. Damn it, a gigolo is a gigolo. He had already arranged spies outside Yujingwan where Lin Jiu lived, watching Lin Zhou's every move. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to take action directly in the villa, but the security measures in Yujingwan are very strict, and strangers who are not owners will not be allowed in. So he had been waiting with this group of desperate criminals for several days, but they had no idea how to start. Today, when he got the chance, Wang Kai swore that he would make Lin Zhou pay for his stupidity. The group of people he called this time were all ruthless men employed by his elder brother Wang Mingming. Take the bespectacled driver for example. He was a man who would kill people without blinking an eye. He is present in almost all power struggles, big and small, in Zhanghai City. He is a professional in the black zone. He can be regarded as a bully in Zhanghai City. He is a man who lives on the edge of a knife and is absolutely loyal to the Wang family. The younger brothers under Four Eyes are all more ruthless than each other. Probably because they have done so many bad things, each of them seems to be a little mentally twisted. Second Master Wang, I think the woman who followed that boy just now is pretty good. She looks so damn pure. Four Eyes held the steering wheel with one hand, a small cigarette between his lips, staring at the Lamborghini in front of him, and said with a lewd smile, "If we catch them later, we must let you guys have a good time. Since you're interested, Jingzi, go for it." Wang Kai's mind was full of thoughts at this moment about how to torture Lin Zhou, the son of a bitch. As for this beautiful woman, he didn't care much about her. Although she was good looking, she was too young and he was not interested in her. If she lets Jingzai satisfy her, wouldn't it be easier for her to do things for him in the future? In comparison, he preferred to watch Lin Zhou kneeling down at his crotch and begging for mercy. That was so cool. At this time, Lin Zhou, who was sitting in the Lamborghini, suddenly sneezed. He guessed it was because Warner was driving too fast. Could it be that he caught a cold? I am still so young, why is my health not good? I must buy some seafood to replenish my energy later. He wiped his nose and closed the fully open car windows, and the car instantly became quiet. Honey, we're being followed. Lin Wan glanced at the rearview mirror with disdain and said to Lin Zhou calmly, "Their van has been following us since we left the villa today." What? Being followed? Lin Zhou was shocked and immediately turned around to look at the rear windshield. There really was a van following him. As soon as they turned a corner, the van behind them also turned. As they sped up, the van behind them immediately stepped on the gas and caught up, as if they were afraid of losing them. Fortunately, my sister Warner is here today, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. This world is too unsafe. Don't be afraid, hubby. They are just some small fry. After hearing Warner's words, Lin Zhou felt relieved. Thinking of the strength she showed in the villa, the group of people behind her were really not enough for her to deal with. Can a bunch of street thugs be compared with a caring bodyguard with a net worth of 100 million? When they arrived at the vegetable market, Lin Zhou was still as calm as ever, dragging Warner around to shop around, buying lobsters and sea cucumbers, not caring at all about being followed. After everything was bought, Warner carried 2 large full bags and took Lin Zhou to a remote alley. The old city is like this, full of twists and turns, but that's where the atmosphere of life comes from. In fact, Warner probably asked Lin Zhou to cooperate with her and lead the people who were following them to this place, because there was no camera here. As soon as the 2 men reached the middle of the alley, they were blocked from the front and back. It seemed that the other party had done this kind of thing many times, and they could immediately go around in front of them to block them. There were 2 gangs of people, about 12 in total, each holding either an iron rod or a shiny knife. "Husband, just stand here and don't move around." Warner whispered instructions to Lin Zhou, then handed him the 2 bags full of food. Lin Zhou held a bag in one hand and obediently leaned against the wall. He knew that the crisis was approaching, and he had no time to think. Why did Warner's words sound so familiar? He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Come together. Lin Wan took out a rubber band from somewhere, tied her hair into a ponytail, and stood there with her waist straight. The red cheongsam is particularly eye-catching, forming a sharp contrast with the dilapidated alley. Cool and elegant. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, be gentle. If you cripple her, it will be a huge loss. At the command of the leader Jingzai, the younger brother who was blocking the 2 of them rushed towards Lin Wan with a knife. Several people laughed evilly, wondering what kind of beautiful scenery would be inside if they cut open the woman's clothes. The next moment, an ice-cold knife quickly approached Lin Wan's face, as if it was going to cut a hole in her face in the next second. The knife light was already reflected in her eyes. Court death. Lin Wan dodged easily by turning sideways. She clenched her right fist and struck the first person who rushed towards her with lightning speed. The man groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant, and fell limply to the ground. Without stopping, she stomped her feet hard on the ground, and in just a breath, she rushed to the front of the gangster. Before those thugs could see how their brother fell, they were startled by the woman who appeared in front of them. Damn it, when did this woman come here? The speed is too fast. Left hook, right hook, side kick, knee. These thugs had weapons in their hands, but before they could even chop down, most of them fell to the ground in pain just as they were about to raise their hands. Some of them were seriously injured, with visible dents on their bodies. The only thing they remembered was the faint body fragrance that came to their faces as the woman moved. Fuck. Linjiao, who was standing aside and watching the fight, didn't know when the 2 bags of food in his hands fell to the ground. He looked at everything happening in front of him in disbelief. It was really unbelievable. He only saw Warner moving non-stop. Every time she moved, someone had to fall down. Even the moves she used were extremely simple and violent. And it seems that this group of people are not ordinary thugs. They almost all attack in a swarm and want to take people's lives. If they hadn't done so many evil things, who would not care about human lives? But for Warner, dealing with them is as easy as drinking a cup of milk tea. No wonder she once said that it was easy for her to hurt people when she attacked. This is just a simple fighting technique. What if the killer weapon is used? This woman is ridiculously powerful. Chapter 19, What else can a man ask for? Wang Kai, why are you so stubborn? Do you really have to put your face close to me so I can step on it? Then I'll grant your wish and teach you a lesson. Linjiao walked to Wang Kai, raised his size 42 big foot, and stepped on Wang Kai, who had a pig-like face. He rubbed him so hard that the man on the ground screamed in pain. You. Wang Kai was about to explode with anger. He really couldn't accept this. He had clearly come here to seek revenge on this idiot. Unexpectedly, I was lying on the ground and being humiliated. The dozen or so people I brought were all knocked down in an instant, and they were all gangsters from Jianghai City. It's so funny, even worse than the kids in kindergarten. Who is this kid Linjiao? I haven't seen him for a few days and now there's such a master around me. He looked through his swollen eyes and saw a beautiful woman with a cold temperament. Sister Warner, let's go home and cook. I'll also take you to meet my first wife. Warner nodded obediently, ran to him, picked up the ingredients on the ground, and snuggled up to the man gently. Linjiao whistled and walked towards the alley with Warner in his arms. The brothers lying on the ground crawled to the sides when they saw the woman's cold eyes. This woman is even scarier than a killing machine. The moment they fought just now, everyone could feel the pressure emanating from the woman. Under that kind of pressure, they felt that their moves were full of loopholes, and their lives seemed to be in the hands of the other party. As long as the other party wants, they can be killed at any time. Fortunately, this woman showed mercy. After returning to Yujingwan Villa, Linjiao glanced at the time and estimated that the big demon was about to get off work. So he hurriedly urged Lin Wan to prepare dinner. They had to have a good meal to show off today. I also wanted to see how good my little wife Warner's cooking skills are. Let me help you pick the vegetables. Warner smiled and nodded, then she skillfully tied on an apron, picked up the kitchen knife, and started chopping the meat. Linjiao was picking and washing vegetables with a smile on his face, watching Warner busy in the kitchen and listening to the sizzling sound of hot oil in the pot. He felt that he was the happiest man in the world. After some tinkering, the kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of food. Warner brought a table of hot and delicious food. At this time, the sound of a car was heard outside the door. When Zhuang Feifei opened the door, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. She sniffed, her eyes falling on Lin Wan, who was wearing an apron. Oh, it's only been a day since we last met, and you've managed to trick such a beautiful girl into coming back. Lin Jiaozhe walked over to the big fairy, helped her put her bag away, and said with an awkward smile. Isn't this someone recruited from the martial arts conference? Her name is Lin Wan, and her skills are simply too outrageous. Fortunately, she came today, otherwise I'm afraid you would never see your husband again. Lin Wan brought the last of the fish soup to the table, untied her apron, wiped her hands and said, Hello, Sister Feifei, you can just call me Warner. From now on, you will be the elder and I will be the younger. Warner will do her utmost to ensure the safety of her and her husband. Zhuang Feifei rolled her eyes at Lin Jiao beside her and said with a sullen smile, You're really something. You even let Sister Warner call you husband. Then she pulled Lin Wan to sit down, and deliberately let Lin Jiao sit alone aside to prevent him from interrupting her and Warner's best friend conversation. Looking at Wanner's stubbornness, Zhuang Feifei could only shake her head and sigh helplessly. Anyway, Sister Wanner really pleases me. As long as you don't mind me, we'll be family from now on. Lin Jiao was sitting alone and very hungry. He quickly asked them to stop their commercial flattery, served the food to the two of them, and started eating by himself. Although I didn't do anything today, I was very hungry. It's delicious. Lin Jiao and Zhuang Feifei put a piece of food into their mouths and praised it almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan's appetite is bigger than the two of them combined. He kept stuffing food into his mouth and just nodded in agreement from time to time. Zhuang Feifei opened a bottle of red wine and poured it for the two of them. As they drank, they learned from Lin Jiao what had happened today. Only when she heard that Sister Wanner had finally knocked down more than a dozen people did her brows relax. Wang Kai is simply insane. He was simply aiming for Lin Jiao's life. When my little wife and I finally left, the people on the ground started shaking like sieves when they saw her. It seemed they were really scared. Lin Jiao spoke excitedly, as if he was the one who made the move. At this moment, Zhuang Feifei was full of admiration for Lin Wan. At the same time, he also believed more in Lin Jiao's vision. It seems that this stinky little brother is not just a rich man on the surface, his mind and vision are definitely not simple. Now that we have Sister Wanner, our safety will be guaranteed from now on. Just go ahead and do it, sister. If anything goes wrong, I'll be there to help you. Zhuang Feifei looked at Lin Jiao again and said in a deep voice, Brother, now that things have come to this, I think troubles will ensue in the future. What are your plans? Lin Wan, who was eating too hard, echoed incoherently, I listened to my husband and Sister Feifei. After a few glasses of red wine, Lin Jiao felt warm in his heart. As a man, it was really great to be strongly supported and taken seriously by his wife. What more could I ask for? I have to let these scum know that I, Lin Jiao, am not a pushover. So I plan to take the initiative and start with Wang Kai's Wang family. I want to make this family get out of Jianghai City forever. As for Jiang Tao, I'm still unclear on his methods and intentions, so I'll send someone to keep an eye on him first. After saying this, Lin Jiao took out his cell phone and called Shirongwa, asking him to send more brothers to keep an eye on Jiang Tao and infiltrate his inner circle, and report immediately if there is any action that is detrimental to him. As for Wang Kai, Lin Jiao asked Shirongwa to send someone else to keep an eye on his whereabouts, and after figuring out his whereabouts, wait for his orders at any time. I want to let the Wang family know what it means to lose a child. Zhuang Feifei nodded, and she completely approved of Lin Jiao this time. Because in this world, money and power are everything. If you are bullied by others today and you are soft-hearted and don't fight back, then tomorrow others will dare to bully you and insult you. So many times you have to be ruthless. Just like herself, she thought that by leaving the banker and starting her own business, she could get rid of the constraints of her family. Although she was capable of making money, she was eventually suppressed and controlled because money does not represent power. What is even more hateful is that the person who suppressed him was his second uncle Zhuang Wendong, shamelessly colluding with an outsider like Jiang Tao. In order to gain more money and power, a person can even sell out his relatives. Therefore, escape is not the best solution. Those who are weak will eventually not escape the fate of being slaughtered. Hubby, I'm lucky to have you. Zhuang Feifei's eyes were red as she leaned gently against Lin Jiao's chest. She would follow this man for the rest of her life. Chapter 020, Inspecting Ping in Driving School, I can spend money again. Another difficult night passed. Lin Jiao tossed and turned all night long. When he thought of the two beautiful women living in the rooms on either side of him, he didn't get any rest at all. What should I do next? This will make you feel depressed. Looks like we need to quickly capture the big goblin first. When he went downstairs to the living room, Zhuang Feifei was on the phone. Lin Wanza served nutritious soy milk, smiled and asked the two to sit down, and asked everyone to try her exclusive secret recipe of dalangbao. The three of them had a lively breakfast, and then Zhuang Feifei spoke first. By the way, honey, all the paperwork for the driving school you bought earlier has been completed, and we can open for business today. I've already had those Wang family members in the driving school cleared out, and I'm just waiting for you to cut the ribbon. Lin Jiao suddenly realized that if the big goblin hadn't told him, he would have almost forgotten about buying the driving school. It seems that noble people are really forgetful. Is it okay not to go? You know I don't like to show up in public. Lin Jiao was a little hesitant. He has never liked to be in the spotlight since he was a child, but now his status is different, and he finds it difficult to adapt to this aspect. Zhuang Feifei rejected his proposal outright, on the grounds that as the new boss of the driving school, it would be best for her to go and take a look on site, even if it was just to flatter them. This is a question of leadership. What's more important is to step forward and take charge of the work yourself, so that those who secretly want to deal with you will think twice. So it can be regarded as a display of strength and deterrence. So Lin Wan drove Zhuang Feifei's Rolls-Royce, and the three of them went straight to the driving school. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was very lively. This driving school with an area of more than 58,000 square meters is the only one in Shanghai City. When the three people's car arrived at the gate of the driving school, the atmosphere suddenly became lively, with loud drums and firecrackers. Leaders of all sizes in the driving school attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. They all wanted to catch a glimpse of the wealthy boss Lin Jiu, and even the municipal party secretary came to the scene in person. I guess the big goblin has extraordinary connections. Led by the vice president, Lin Jiu and the other two walked straight to the podium and took their seats. Zhuang Feifei, who was beside him, whispered in Lin Jiu's ear, telling him not to be shy and to say whatever he wanted to say. "You're the boss here." Lin Jiu patted the microphone awkwardly. "Ahem. Thank you all for coming to our driving school's ribbon-cutting ceremony. As the saying goes, improper driving can bring tears to your loved ones. I hereby officially announce that this driving school will be renamed Ping'an Driving School from now on. At the same time, to thank the city leaders and the people of Shanghai City for their care for our driving school, I would like to announce another piece of good news. That's the car our driving school will use for training. We'll use luxury cars worth over 1 million yuan, and all of them are provided by Feifei Car Dealership. And the tuition fees remain the same, or even lower than those of our peers. All damage to the car during the driving lessons will be borne by the driving school. Everyone is welcome to apply for the test at Ping'an Driving School." Everyone who heard the news and the reporters at the scene burst into cheers, and the flashlights at the scene suddenly flashed. Holy crap! This new CEO is so rich, he's totally inhumane. In comparison, the previous boss was incredibly stingy. 9 out of 10 training vehicles were broken. That's right. I accidentally knocked over a wall before, and I had to pay for it myself. The insurance I bought was completely useless. The people in the audience began to talk at once, but most of them were complaining about their dissatisfaction with the previous driving school. Lin Jiu also quickly became popular on the media network because of his ribbon-cutting speech. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone again, Lin Jiu could finally start cutting the ribbon. He just wanted to leave this lively scene as soon as possible. Staying here and being stared at by so many pairs of eyes made him feel uncomfortable all over. There is no reason. I'm such a rich man, but I still have social anxiety. Zhuang Feifei was even more speechless after hearing what Lin Jiu said. Who was this stinky little brother? If they all use luxury cars worth 1 million, then the total number of training cars in the entire driving school would probably be more than 200. Another few 100 million thrown away. She also advertised her own car dealership. After Lin Jiu's promotion, it might really help her invisibly and increase her popularity in Shanghai City. Dear wife, your husband will always support your career. Lin Jiu left the podium under everyone's attention and, accompanied by Zhuang Feifei and the other daughter and the vice principal, inspected every department of the driving school. The grass here is all yellow and dead. Replace it. This area is too empty. It would be a waste to leave it as is. Build a fountain and a new office building, turn it into a famous tourist attraction, and open it to the public. That. The vice principal beside him nodded and bowed as he accompanied him, frantically writing down what Lin Jiu said in a small notebook, sweating profusely. He swore that he had never seen such a rich boss. If all the suggestions he just put forward were implemented, it would probably cost more than 1 billion yuan. This doesn't even include the money for luxury cars. Lin Jiu was also very tired, so he took the water handed to him by Zhuang Feifei and drank it in one gulp. My dear wives, do you think there are any flaws? He really didn't know what to do. There was too much money and he couldn't spend it all. I finally got an opportunity, so I have to spend it to my heart's content. But now he really is at his wit's end. It seems that I need to pay more attention to the issue of spending money in the future, and have a longer-term vision and a bigger picture. That's enough. If you keep doing it your way, this won't even look like a driving school anymore. Is this a driving school? It's basically a tourist town. Aha! Lin Wan, who was standing by, had no idea what was going on. When she heard Sister Feifei speak, she could only nod in response. Actually, she just wanted the boss to build another amusement park. Zhuang Feifei was once again stunned by Lin Zhou's arrogance. She used to think that this man might just be the son of a big family. Now it seems that no family in the entire Jianghai city can match Lin Zhou's strength. With his strength, he can set up a family by himself, right? All right then. After hearing what Lin Zhou said, the vice principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time in all these years that he had written so many words on paper with a pen. I don't know if it's because my hands are shaking because I haven't held a pen for a long time. He was still trembling at Lin Zhou's ruthless generosity. Fortunately, this guy finally stopped. Then go ahead and get busy. The driving school will be in your full charge for the time being. If you have any problems in the future, just call my wife directly. Vice Principal, okay. At this moment, Lin Zhou's phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was Shi Ronghua calling. Hey, boss, there's movement from Wang Kai's side. Chapter 21, Warrior? Just a low-level worshipper. Half an hour later, Shi Ronghua drove a big jinbei and stopped at the entrance of the driving school. After Lin Zhou said goodbye to the big demon, he asked Lin Wan to follow him into the car. Seeing Lin Zhou bringing a woman into the car, Shi Ronghua paused, but didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the last time he saw Lin Zhou, this woman was not with this man. In just a few days, there was a cold and elegant beauty by Boss Lin's side. Boss, have a cigarette. Shi Ronghua took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Lin Zhou. He tapped the box with his fingers and a cigarette popped out and handed it to Lin Zhou. I don't smoke, thank you. What's the situation with Wang Kai? Lin Zhou opened the car window to let the air circulate. His grandmother's car was full of smoke, but he could still stand it. If the smoke gets on my concubine Wanner, it would be more trouble than it's worth. I have a younger brother who manages an underground casino. He just saw Wang Kai enter the office with his own eyes. To be precise, Wang Kai was brought in by someone. Shi Ronghua opened his cell phone and took a photo for Lin Zhou to confirm. Who is this man wearing glasses walking in front of Wang Kai? Shi Ronghua didn't even look at the screen. His name is Wang Mingming. He's Wang Kai's older brother, and the eldest son of the Wang family. He'll probably be the head of the family in the future. This Wang is clearly a smiling but treacherous man with complicated connections. I heard he's related to the Jiang family, one of the 3 largest families in Jianghai City. Although Shi Ronghua had little contact with Wang Kai, he still had a general understanding of the big and small people in the Wang family. People like Wang Mingming generally don't show up easily. They only hide in the dark and do big business that is not allowed to be seen in the light. This time, because of Wang Kai's incident, even Wang Mingming had to take action himself. It seems that the eldest brother wants to avenge his younger brother. And most of Wang Kai's hatred was caused by Lin Zhou. Oh? The Jiang family? Jiang Tao and his group? Lin Zhou frowned. He didn't expect that these so-called families were all connected behind the scenes. As long as there was a conflict of interest, it would be reasonable for them to cooperate occasionally. After all, the direction of the entire Jianghai city will be influenced by the relationship between these 3 major families. Boss Lin, take another look at this photo. Shi Ronghua slid his phone and the album jumped to another photo. When Lin Zhou saw the woman in the photo, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, you actually dare to threaten me with a woman. The woman in the photo is Chen Wan, whom Lin Zhou had met before in a mobile phone store. Her hands were tied, her mouth was sealed with tape, and her face looked like it had been scratched by a sharp weapon. Although the wound had healed, obvious bloodstains were still visible. At this moment, a man was holding her by her hair. These people are worse than pigs and dogs. I don't know where they got the surveillance video of Lin Zhou and Chen Wan having dinner, and they treated her as a good friend of Lin Zhou. Or maybe think of her as Lin Zhou's girlfriend. Use this as a hostage. Then what's their purpose in coming to this casino? If they want to threaten me, they should go to a more secluded place. It should be easier to deal with them. Could it be? Shi Ronghua nodded and threw the cigarette butt out of the window. Yes, they are here to find help. For the eldest son of a big family like Wang Mingming to come forward, the matter must be very complicated. According to information provided by my younger brother, the real umbrella for this casino is a man in his 40s named Chai Yi. When Shi Ronghua was still hanging out with Wang Kai, he would often bring his younger brothers to this casino for entertainment. Once, one of his subordinates had a conflict and started fighting with someone in the casino, and both sides ended up fighting. Finally, a man named Chai arrived and stopped his men from smashing and looting. When Master Chai starts fighting, more than 10 of my men can't even get close to him. He doesn't look like an ordinary martial artist at all. I later learned from others that this Mr. Chai's identity is very mysterious. He seems to be an elder hired by a large family with a high salary. He is also said to be a martial artist. Boss Lin, what do you think we should do about this? While the two men were thinking silently, Lin Wan, who had been silent beside them, said, "Don't worry, husband. This is just a low-level offering." Oh? Could it be that Wanner knows this person? Lin Wan smiled sweetly at him, but looked out the window somewhat listlessly. Besides the daily necessities of life, there are many things in this world that ordinary people don't know about. Beyond social rules and laws, there is a wider world. Warriors, martial kings, martial honored ones, martial saints. Each one of them transcends common sense. Due to various opportunities and good fortunes, they have obtained the qualifications to practice beyond the mundane world. This widens the gap between them and ordinary people. The master is right, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since the decline of her master's sect, Lin Wan has been forced to enter normal social life. She thought she could live like an ordinary person, but unexpectedly she encountered obstacles everywhere. The society is dangerous and people's hearts are dirty. Since she couldn't escape fate in the end, she would rather work under Lin Jiao. At least I have good food, warm clothes, and Sister Feifei is by my side. Since my little wife Wanner has spoken, I feel relieved. Lin Jiao didn't say anything more. He made a phone call and asked Shi Rongwa to drive the car to Zhuang Feifei's car dealership and bought a Rolls-Royce directly for Shi Rongwa. Boss Lin, how can I afford this? I didn't even dare spend the 10 million last time. Shi Rongwa sat in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce and was excited as he touched the high-end car interior. Just follow me from now on and I will take you to fly. Lin Jiao calmly took Wanner's hand. He is so confident when he has money. What 3 major families? What a crap Wang Kai and Jiang Tao. In the face of his wealth and his wives, he is no match for them. If you declare war on me, I will make you lie on the ground. Hearing Lin Jiao's words, Shi Rongwa nodded vigorously. He swore to only follow his elder brother Lin Jiao in this life. The 3 drove straight to the underground casino. When they arrived near the destination, Shi Rongwa's car was still circling on the road. It seems that this underground casino is really hidden, and you will miss the entrance if you don't look carefully. Finally, the car stopped at a tea house. When the 3 of them walked into the basement, Lin Jiao suddenly discovered that there was a different world inside. The stairs were cramped and narrow at the beginning, but now they are spacious. This basement is about the size of 2 basketball courts and is decorated in the style of a nightclub or bar. The only difference is that apart from the bar, the venue is filled with various card tables and card sets, and even fruit machines. There were both men and women, and everyone was having a great time under the bright lights. Seeing that the person coming was Shi Rongwa, the journey was smooth. Some people even greeted Shi Rongwa, but the looks in these people's eyes were filled with disbelief and gloating. Shi Rongwa also knew that since he had offended Wang Kai, he should not appear in this place again. Not to mention that Wang Kai and others are now in the innermost office. So in the eyes of the spies in the casino, Shi Rongwa and the other 2 are now half dead. Brother Shi, you can ask someone to clear the area now. Chapter 022 Exploding Pig Head. After hearing Lin Jiao's order, Shi Rongwa made a phone call and immediately a group of younger brothers rushed down. More than 20 younger brothers quickly drove all the men and women out of the basement, including the casino's spies and staff. Because Lin Jiao knew that there would definitely be someone in this group who would tip off the man named Mr. Chai. This is exactly the effect he wants. Since you are here to cause trouble, don't be so sneaky. Wang Mingming and others in the room far away had no idea what was happening outside the door. After all, there was a thick iron door between them, which had excellent sound insulation. Tell me, what is your relationship with that Lin guy? As soon as Wang Mingming and others entered Mr. Chai's office, Wang Kai grabbed Chen Wan's hair, pulled it hard, and finally threw her to the ground. I didn't expect this bitch to be so chaste. We fought all night without saying a word. What's so good about this bastard named Lin? He can attract so many beauties to his side, and they all seem loyal to him. Even if you beat me to death, I still don't know anything about Lin Jiao. Chen Wan, lying on the ground, was almost hysterical. She had cried all her tears dry, but she didn't say a word about Linjiao. He didn't even mention the fact that he had bought a mobile phone from her. She didn't know if it was worth doing this for a man she had just met. What a loyal dog you are, bitch. Wang Kai was so angry that he kicked Chen Wan a few more times before he stopped the violence. He was panting all over, and his injuries were actually no less serious than those of Chen Wan lying on the ground. But he couldn't catch Linjiao, so he simply took out all his hatred on everyone related to that man. Stop fighting. If you kill the bait, what will I use as leverage? Ever since Wang Kai was beaten by Linjiao for the second time, his elder brother Wang Mingming also noticed something was wrong. Wang Mingming has always looked down on his useless younger brother because Wang Kai is idle and lazy all day long and causes trouble for him from time to time. Fortunately, he could easily help Wang Kai deal with it. But he found that this time seemed a little different. Although this useless brother had offended many people, it had never been like this. He was beaten beyond recognition by the other party and looked like a pig's head. It's like neither a human nor a ghost. And he was humiliated twice in a row. As a result, Wang Kai now looks a little nervous, and his mind is always thinking about how to get revenge. I no longer have any interest in such things as debauchery, wine, women, and romance. He was acting crazy all day long like a split personality, mumbling non-stop, and the same thing kept coming out over and over again. Fuck Linjiao, I want you to die, die. Although Wang Mingming himself does not like his younger brother Wang Kai, this does not mean that anyone can ride on the Wang family's head and shit on them. So yesterday he asked someone through his connections to retrieve the video footage from a few days ago. After Wang Kai learned that there was a woman related to Linjiao, he immediately went to capture Chen Wan. I almost beat this woman to death. You better behave yourself. If Master Chai sees you later, won't you be laughed at? Wang Mingming looked at Wang Kai angrily. He's such a reckless man, he's always causing trouble for the Wang family. If Wang Mingming hadn't heard him say that the other party had a very powerful bodyguard, he wouldn't have brought him to see Mr. Chai. Mr. Chai is now a servant of the Wang family. A few years ago, when his grandfather was out on business, he met Mr. Chai by chance. At that time, this man in his 40s was arrested and imprisoned for several years because of his cruel and ruthless killing methods. Finally, he faced the ultimate legal sanction, the death penalty. The old man believed that he was very good at judging people and knew that the other party was a warrior. Saving this person would help the Wang family. So he used some tricks and easily rescued Mr. Chai. The man was a very ruthless person, but also a very particular person. When he thought he was going to die soon, he was rescued by Mr. Wang. Mr. Chai made a vow to protect the Wang family for 3 years. The servants around the old man were much stronger than Mr. Chai, so in the end the man was assigned to Wang Mingming. On the one hand, it was to let Mr. Chai protect his eldest son and prevent him from being threatened by his enemies. On the other hand, once the family has a powerful warrior in charge, many difficult things will become very easy to do. Those who disobey the Wang family and oppose the Wang family, then just kill him. Therefore, because of Mr. Chai's intervention, Wang Mingming has been doing very well in the past few years in charge of the family business. Everyone in the circle has to respectfully call him Brother Chang. Therefore, Wang Mingming's hands are also stained with a lot of blood debts. Why hasn't Master Chai come yet? Does he not take our Wang family seriously? The 3-year agreement hasn't expired yet. Wang Kai looked at Chen Wan, who was dying on the ground, and felt inexplicably irritated. He couldn't kill her, and there was no point in fighting her. This stinky woman didn't even make a sound. I ended up in this bird casino and had to wait for so long. Does Mr. Chai understand the difference between master and servant? He also had to endure his elder brother's contempt here in vain, as if he was the plague god that Wang Mingming wanted to avoid. Wang Kai himself was also very unhappy with his elder brother. Since he was a child, he had been suppressed by Wang Mingming in everything. It has been even more outrageous in recent years. The old man has given most of the family's resources and connections to Wang Mingming. His identity as the second son of Wang Kai seems to be meaningless in the family. Since he had no money to spend, he could only go to Wang Mingming for it. Wang Mingming treated the money like a beggar, only giving him 4 or 5 million each time. It's not even enough for Wang Kai to spend in half a month. So he kept causing trouble and making trouble. The purpose is to increase pressure on the eldest brother and create some trouble for the Wang family. This way he can make more money from it. No matter what happens, Wang Mingming will take responsibility for him. Over time, Wang Kai himself didn't want to take care of the family business or have any interpersonal relationships. Now he just wants to live a carefree life every day. He would be even happier if he could be cool and give Wang Mingming a headache at the same time. Since you are so capable and like to take charge, and the old man trusts you so much, I want to see if you have the ability to do it. Ding dong. The electronic doorbell rang, and Wang Kai immediately moved closer to the monitor to check. I found out that the person who came was not Mr. Chai, who was in his 40s. Instead, it was the younger brother who betrayed him, Shi Ronghua. At this moment, the other party was greeting with a playful smile on the screen, looking full of provocation. Fuck you, you dare to come and die, fine, fine. Lin Jiao and Wanner were hiding in the blind spot of the surveillance camera. When Wang Kai approached the door and was about to open it, Wanner slowly opened her eyes and said casually, "Get out of the way." Shi Ronghua reacted quickly and jumped to the side immediately. Bang! A sharp and piercing sound of metal twisting resounded in the basement, and the heavy and solid iron door was kicked away by Lin Wan. It hit Wang Kai, who was about to open the door, and Wang Kai immediately flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Wang Kai's chest was severely deformed due to the strong impact of the iron door. The entire pig's head was smashed to pieces. At this moment, he was leaning against the wall with blood all over his face, and there was no sign of life at all. Like a puddle of mud. It seemed that he passed away very peacefully. Oh my god. This kid is too cheap. Lin Jiao then slowly appeared. He put his arm around Wanner's shoulder and swaggered into the office. Chapter 023, If you are not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Are you Lin Jiao? Seeing what was happening in front of him, and looking at Wang Kai lying motionless on the ground, Wang Mingming was filled with fear. He never expected that Lin Jiao would come to him on his own initiative. To be precise, he should be looking for Wang Kai. Wang Mingming was just an innocent victim. He originally thought that Wang Kai's previous statement that Lin Jiao's thugs could beat more than a dozen people was exaggerated. What kind of decent bodyguards can an ordinary upstart hire? Now, when Wang Mingming saw the heavy iron door being kicked away by the woman in front of him, he was extremely shocked and almost peed his pants. Could it be that this woman is also a warrior? Otherwise, what ordinary woman could kick down a steel door weighing tons? Wang Kai really got himself into big trouble. What is even more terrifying is that Wang Mingming's worshipper, Mr. Chai, has not arrived yet, and now he only has an ordinary bodyguard by his side. It goes without saying that he is definitely no match for this woman. My brother is dead now, do you want to kill me too? Aren't you afraid of getting into big trouble by offending the Wang family? Seeing that Lin Jiao was smiling and not saying anything, Wang Mingming forced himself to suppress the complicated emotions in his heart, pretended to be calm and sat down on the sofa. His expression became very solemn. Hearing Wang Mingming's words, Lin Jiao smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. It was just an accident. Besides, you saw it too. It was Taimen who started it. It has nothing to do with us. You can only blame your brother for being unlucky. He shouldn't have opened the door himself. He should have let his men do it. I came here just to say hello to young Master Wang. Lin Jiao pulled a stool and sat down, while Shi Ronghua cleverly went to guard outside the door. Wanner came to Lin Jiao with an innocent look on her face and said softly, "Hubby, this woman just fainted. I can heal her injuries." Then she stood quietly beside Lin Jiao, as if Wang Kai's death was really just an accident. It's really terrifying. Shi Ronghua, who was standing outside the door at this moment, was also very shocked, and even more so, he was afraid. He didn't expect that the woman Lin Jiao brought was so skilled. He easily ended Wang Kai's life with just one kick, and he looked indifferent. Being a real person, one doesn't talk much. Fortunately, I didn't attack Lin Jiao at that time, otherwise my fate would be even worse than Wang Kai's now. The reason they were afraid was that after this incident, they really had a mortal feud with the Wang family. Not to mention that the guy named Mr. Chai hasn't shown up yet, but he's probably on the way. I wonder who is more powerful, Master Chai or Boss Lin's concubine? You don't have to kill them all, do you? Where had Wang Mingming ever been treated with such contempt and threats? What accident? What hello? Is this what people say? But at this moment he didn't dare to say anything more. He was like an ant and the other party could easily crush him to death at any time. This useless brother is dead. Anyway, Wang Kai has long been out of favor with the old man and the clan members in the family. Everyone knows his character and he can do nothing but eat, drink and have fun. The most important thing now is how to get out of this safely. Kill them all? Hearing Wang Mingming's words, Lin Jiao laughed angrily. He pointed at Chen Wan lying on the ground and asked, "Is this the work of your Wang family? I've only met this woman a few times, and you've already captured and tortured her. Are you trying to use this to blackmail me?" Lin Jiu walked up to Wang Mingming, raised his hand and slapped him hard. His slap landed directly on Wang Mingming's ear, and blood immediately appeared. The next second, a bright red palm print appeared on Wang Mingming's face. "You, fuck." Wang Mingming was dizzy after being slapped by Lin Jiu. He wanted to curse but didn't dare to open his mouth. He could only grit his teeth and remain silent. "Your brother has been pestering me since the day I started buying a car. You insult my dignity and try to take my life every time you attack me. Don't you know about this?" Lin Jiu admitted that he used to be a good and honest person. But what was the final result? What he got in return was being bullied. Even though he has become rich now, there are still many blind scum who challenge his bottom line. In the past, Lin Jiu didn't dare to fight back because he was afraid that he would not be able to bear the consequences. Now he not only has to fight back, but also mentally stamp his opponent so that he will be afraid when he sees him. It's the father's fault if the son is not well educated. You, as the brother, are not a good person either. While Mr. Chai hasn't arrived yet, Lin Jiu decided to cut off one of Wang Mingming's arms first, so that the Wang family will remember this lesson. Lin Jiu winked at Wanner, who immediately understood and began to rummage through the bags on the ground. Then he pulled out a machete from one of the luggage bags and walked straight towards Wang Mingming. "Look, who in their right mind would keep a bunch of murder and robbery tools in their office? What the hell are you doing? Wang Kai is already dead." Seeing the woman walking towards him with a machete, Wang Mingming could no longer sit still. His body went limp and he slid to the ground, moving backwards while trembling. This Lin Jiu is simply crazy. He is a celebrity from one of the three major families in Zhanhai City. He is the pillar of the Wang family. His future was limitless, but he didn't expect that he would fail here today because of Wang Kai's mess. "Come on. Look at that Nima." Wang Mingming shouted at the bodyguard beside him, but the man was so scared that he knelt down in front of Lin Jiu and clasped his hands together, as if surrendering. "Master Wang, I just need your arm. It will be quick." Lin Jiu knew that if he didn't become more ruthless in the future, he would have more and more enemies and become stronger and stronger. After all, a big tree attracts the wind. Besides, the issue of the big demon has not been resolved yet, so let us start with Wang Mingming today. If you want to become ruthless, start now. Help! Watching the woman swinging the machete towards his head, Wang Mingming was so scared that his tears and snot couldn't stop flowing, and his crotch was completely soaked. He could only kneel on the ground and raise his hands in despair to block. Suddenly he felt his right arm was empty and there was a chill in his heart. The next second, hot blood gushed out. Crack! As Wanner finished her movements, Wang Mingming's right forearm rolled in the air and finally fell softly to the ground, rolling elastically for several times. Wang Mingming looked at his lonely arm on the ground, his pupils contracted in fear, and his whole body couldn't help but twitch. "Stop! How dare you, you scoundrels, be so presumptuous?" Before he could finish his words, a man in his 40s or 50s appeared at the office door. He moved so fast that even Shi Ranghua, who had been guarding outside the door, couldn't react. This person is none other than the Wang family's retainer, Wang Mingming's bodyguard, Mr. Chai. But he was still a step too late and failed to save Wang Mingming. Mr. Chai looked at everything happening in front of him with surprise. Strangeness. With his strength as a mid-stage warrior, he thought he could easily save Wang Mingming from the short distance between the hall and the office. "I didn't expect that I would misjudge the battle situation." Mr. Chai raised his head and saw the woman holding a knife at a glance. The other person was also looking at him with a smile at this moment. Chapter 024, Offering Sacrifices to a Worthless Warrior, All It Takes is a Leaf. Mr. Chai retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Jiu, who was still sitting in the middle of the field. Lin Jiu felt the murderous look in the man's eyes, and his heart tightened for no reason, as if the other party would attack him in the next second. However, when Lin Jiu saw Wanner standing beside him, she was very calm, and the tension in his heart was quickly suppressed. "If you want to do something to me, ask my little wife first if she agrees." Listening to Wang Mingming's shrill screams in the room, Master Chai said, "You shouldn't have attacked young Master Wang. Stay here." When he saw the woman fighting before, Mr. Chai was very sure that the woman was not a warrior. Because when the woman attacked Wang Mingming, he couldn't feel any of the aura fluctuations that a cultivator should have. He's probably just an ordinary person with some impressive skills. Give me your life. After saying this, Master Chai suddenly moved his body, his right hand formed into an eagle claw, and quickly grabbed Lin Zhou's head. The moment he moved his body, Lin Wan also moved. She gently raised her hand and picked a slender young leaf from the potted plant beside her. Wanner stretched out her hand holding the leaf, and the green leaf seemed to feel the command of its master, and shot towards Mr. Chai with a whoosh. I'm going to chase the stars and the moon. When Lin Zhou saw Wanner's actions, he instantly recalled that she had used this trick when she came to the villa for a job interview. At that time, I was so scared that I and the security captain were stunned. The leaves flew quickly in the air, even leaving a green afterimage. Like a flying knife so fast that it blurs. What? Mr. Chai didn't expect that the moment he started, the woman opposite him moved faster than him. No. Not faster than him. Instead, the woman had already predicted his intention and blocked his movement in advance, preventing him from approaching Lin Zhou quickly. Moreover, Mr. Chai observed that the leaves were not thrown out from the woman's hands. It flew out by itself. Telekinesis. Because the thin leaf was flying at an extremely fast speed, Mr. Chai had no time to dodge and was directly cut on his face. He could only stop abruptly, feeling a burning pain on his face. You are King Wu? Mr. Chai was extremely shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that the woman invited by the other party was actually a martial king. And it seems that he is at the peak of the martial king realm. I was really blind. You have to know that the difference between a warrior and a martial king is not just a simple level, but the innate talent and the cultivation of countless resources. And various opportunities and luck. He himself is now in his 40s and has just entered the middle stage of warrior. But the woman opposite looked to be in her 20s. You don't need to know this. If you want to kill my husband, then I will kill you. Hearing the woman's words, Chai broke out in a cold sweat. As a warrior, he knew very well how big the gap in strength was between him and the other party. I didn't expect that there is always someone better than you. Today I met a tough guy. Master Chai, why don't you do it? Seeing what was happening in the room, Wang Mingming, who had been lying on the ground, could no longer bear the anger in his heart and shouted loudly. You have made progress in cultivation over the past few years. The Wang family and I have played a significant role in your development. I, Wang Mingming, have ever refused any of the various miraculous elixirs and rare treasures you need for your cultivation. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Help me kill them. Wang Mingming covered his bleeding right arm and looked at everyone in the room with red eyes, as if at this moment, everyone here had become his enemy. Master Wang, it's not that I don't want to kill, but I just can't do it. The opponent's strength is much higher than mine. We are not even on the same level. Don't look at how ruthless Mr. Chai was when he was working for the Wang family. People are often like this. Faced with absolute strength, their mental defenses will be broken in an instant. After all, there are always people better than you. In Mr. Chai's opinion, it is completely meaningless to try to hit a rock with an egg. Why don't we ask Mr. Wang to come out? After all, the mysterious man next to Mr. Wang is much stronger than him and should be able to deal with the woman in front of him. Seeing Wang Mingming lying on the ground and almost going crazy, Mr. Chai could only say this in despair. You cowardly coward. My king has been so kind to you these past few years. Wang Mingming wanted to die at this moment. He thought that what he had been relying on was an indestructible mountain. Unexpectedly, he is a fence-sitter. If the old man had known that this situation would happen today, he should not have rescued this man. Lin Zhou watched the conversation between the two people silently. He then took out his cell phone and couldn't help but chuckled. What's your grandfather's phone number? The reason why Lin Zhou did this was because he did not forget what he had said. From the day the Wang family became enemies with me. He wants Wang to disappear from Zhanghai City forever. Seeing Lin Zhou's actions, Wang Mingming couldn't help but feel relieved. Since the other party was willing to let him go temporarily, they had to seize this opportunity. Who knows if this kid will suddenly turn against me? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As soon as Wang Mingming returned to the Wang family, he immediately asked his grandfather to send someone to kill Lin Zhou. As for Mr. Chai, there is no meaning in his living in this world. Young Master Wang, a real man can bend and stretch. Mr. Chai urged him from the side, but he had no idea what Wang Mingming was thinking at the moment. He just wanted to get away quickly, otherwise Wang Mingming would provoke the other party again. He himself has no way out but death. If Mr. Chai knew what Wang Mingming was thinking at the moment, that woman probably wouldn't have to do anything. He killed Wang Mingming on the spot. Wang Mingming was gasping for breath with a pale face, gritting his teeth, and told Lin Jiu the old man's cell phone number word by word. Lin Jiu nodded in satisfaction, turned on the hands-free mode in front of everyone, and dialed the number Wang Mingming reported. After a while, an old man's voice came from the phone. "Who are you? Why do you have my number?" Hearing the voice coming from the microphone, Lin Jiu stood up and walked to Wang Mingming, first kicked him hard, and then put the phone in front of him. "Dad! I'm Wang Mingming, come and save me. I'm in the basement of the Dragon and Phoenix tea house. My hand was cut off." Wang Mingming could no longer contain his inner excitement. Listening to the angry voice of his grandfather on the phone, he felt as if he had grasped the last straw. After a crazy outburst, Wang Mingming burst into tears. As long as Dad knew his current situation, he would be saved. "You old man, please speak with some respect. Young Master Wang just broke his arm, it's not serious. Wang Kai died, but it was an accident. I can let Wang Mingming go, but on one condition." Lin Jiu kept talking to himself, not caring how harshly the old man cursed on the phone. Finally, he said coldly, "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, the Wang family will disappear from Zhanghai City forever. Otherwise, I'll come to his house and take his head off." Chapter 025 Wu Zun's little wife offers a kiss. After Lin Jiu asked Shi Ronghua to drive them back to Yujingwan, Wan'er picked up the unconscious Chen Wan and went into her room. He looked at the woman lying on the bed covered in wounds with some concern. "Really don't need to go to the hospital?" "Don't worry, husband. Going to the hospital for her injury will only delay treatment." After saying that, Wan'er pushed Lin Jiu out the door and asked him to wait quietly. Lin Jiu came to the living room and said a few words to Shi Ronghua, asking him to send someone to continue to monitor the actions of the Jiang and Wang families, and report to him immediately if there is any movement. After listening to Lin Jiu's instructions, Shi Ronghua nodded heavily, then drove away from Yujing Bay. Along the way, Shi Ronghua was very sure that he had followed the right person. Boss Lin was not only good to him, but also gave him money in luxury cars. Now that Boss Lin treats him as his confidant, it is still the best way out for him in his life. Even the women around Lin Jiu are extremely powerful. He silently swore that he would follow Lin Jiu till death in this life. "Hey, big goblin, did you miss me?" Lin Jiu called Zhuang Feifei, and the goblin's worried scolding came from the other end of the line. "You stinky little brother, you only know to call me now. How did it go? Are you okay?" Hearing the big demon's anger, Lin Jiu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, and then he told Zhuang Feifei everything that happened today. He also told the big demon about his concerns about the mysterious worshipper beside Mr. Wang. Lin Jiu wanted to hear Zhuang Feifei's opinion. After all, she has been in this circle for so many years, and her vision and ideas are incomparable to Lin Jiu. After hearing the whole story, Zhuang Feifei said to Lin Jiu in a very appreciative tone, "You did the right thing. People like them who have lost all conscience have already killed countless people. And they won't call the police. The situation now is beyond the resolution of the police. So, the Wang family will definitely seek revenge on us so that we can quietly resolve this matter privately." Zhuang Feifei paused for a moment, then continued after a moment's thought, "Oh right. 3 days from now is Mr. Wang's 70th birthday. We can go there in person and check it out then." Well, my wife's analysis is correct. After hearing the words of the big goblin, Lin Jiu nodded affirmatively. As the two of them felt like newlyweds after a short separation, they drove to meet each other before they were willing to hang up the phone. Lin Jiu, sitting on the sofa, fell into deep thought as he looked at the more than 40 billion yuan in deposits on his mobile phone. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have no time to spend money for several days. A lot of bad things have happened since he bought the car and the house. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu suddenly recalled what Wang Mingming said to Mr. Chai when they were in Mr. Chai's office before. It seems like Wang Mingming mentioned some cultivation resources, some magic pill. Could it be that the level of those who practice cultivation is not fixed? You can continue to improve your strength level by cultivating various resources and elixirs. I don't know if I can practice. Lin Jiu lay on the sofa and murmured to himself, wishing he could join the ranks of cultivators, so that Wan'er wouldn't have to be by his side all the time. You can also take control of your own safety. Hubby, Miss Chen is awake. When Lin Jiu was still immersed in the world of whether he could practice, Lin Wan upstairs pushed open the door. I saw that she was sweating profusely at this moment, and her face was obviously paler than before. Warner, what's wrong with you? Lin Jiu rushed upstairs and looked at the weak Warner with a worried look on his face. He didn't expect that Warner almost exhausted herself in order to save Chen Wan. I'm fine, it just took me too long to transfer the chi from my body to Miss Chen's. She was injured more seriously than I thought, but now she is fine and gradually waking up. Lin Jiu took a wet towel and wiped the sweat off Warner's face with concern. My little wife Warner is truly an all-round woman. By the way, I heard Wang Mingming say before that you cultivators can improve your strength through things like pills? Hearing Lin Jiu's words, Warner smiled and nodded. She took the towel from Lin Jiu's hand and said, "That's true, but those ordinary spiritual herbs and pills are no longer able to help me improve my strength. These elixirs are rare and ridiculously expensive. The money I earned from working and collecting bottles before couldn't even afford to buy one." Warner was telling the truth to Lin Jiu. She had been gifted since she was young. After being adopted by her master, and with her acquired efforts, she cultivated to her current level of strength. The martial art she practiced was called the secret of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Because this martial art was quite special, it required comprehensive training in strength, speed, and physique. The most important thing is the mental foundation of the 5 elements formula. As the practitioner's strength increases, he or she will be able to gradually control the power of the 5 elements. From then on, I truly embarked on the path of cultivation. I see. What level is Warner now? After hearing Warner's words, Lin Jiu immediately became interested. It turned out that his little wife's pursuit of stars and chasing the moon was already driving the power of the 5 elements. No wonder Mr. Chai was so scared. The level between the two people is simply an insurmountable gap. It turns out that not every practitioner can achieve the ability to control objects through the air. Most practitioners can only stay at the broad level of speed and strength. It's more than enough to beat a group of ordinary people. I am now at the early stage of martial honor. Warner looked at Lin Jiu with a smile, and seeing his admiring look, she seemed to see through the man's thoughts. She tilted her head and gently leaned on Lin Jiu's shoulder. "Husband, stop thinking about it. You are not suitable for cultivation." Hearing Warner's words, Lin Jiu felt a sense of loss. Unexpectedly, his dream of becoming a martial arts master was shattered on the spot. But don't be discouraged, husband. Warner can teach you some self-defense skills. You should have no problem dealing with ordinary hooligans. We can start with physical training. First, you get up at 5 a.m. and run 20 kilometers. Learn fighting techniques in the afternoon. Let me be whipped for half an hour in the evening to strengthen my muscles. When Lin Jiu heard this devilish training method, he coughed awkwardly and shook his head. Forget it, this is too scary. I'll let Warner protect me from now on. How can this be called a training plan? It's simply inhuman torture. I protest. Then my husband should buy me some more elixirs and herbs so that I can help Warner improve her strength as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Jiu shaking his head like a rattle, Warner, who was nestled in his arms, couldn't help laughing. Yeah. This must be possible. Lin Jiu has everything except money. Money is meant to be spent, let alone spent on your wife. As long as Warner becomes stronger, his own safety will be better guaranteed. Seeing Wu Zun's charming little wife in his arms, Lin Jiu's heart couldn't help but beat fast. He pulled Warner in front of him, hugged her tightly with both hands, and looked carefully at the little beauty in front of him. Beautiful, so beautiful. Feeling the strength in Lin Jiu's hand and his rapid breathing, Warner lowered her eyebrows and eyes, her face suddenly turned red and hot, and she didn't dare to look the man in the eye. Thank you, husband. Warner gently tiptoed, trembling as she placed her tenderness silently on Lin Jiu's lips. Chapter 026 3 Women, 1 Drama. Lin Jiu, I didn't say anything. Let me go. When Chen Wan woke up, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. It was no longer a cold underground cell, but was filled with the unique fragrance of a young girl. She lay weakly on the bed, with Lin Jiu standing in front of her with a worried look on his face. Next to Lin Jiu stood a young and beautiful woman, her bright eyes looking at him. It's okay, it's okay. You are safe now, but your body is still very weak and you need to rest for a while. Seeing Chen Wan wake up, Lin Jiu looked at the scars all over her body with complicated eyes. I feel very uncomfortable. I had only met this woman a few times, but I didn't expect to be dragged into this situation because of this. As a result, Chen Wan suffered several tortures for him for no apparent reason. He almost lost his precious life. Yes, Miss Chen, just rest and recuperate in my room. My husband and I will take good care of you. When Wanner saw the guilt in Lin Jiu's eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. What Chen Wan encountered is really not something an ordinary woman can bear. Wanner immediately understood Lin Jiu's thoughts. She reached out and gently stroked Chen Wan's forehead, saying softly, "As for the scars on Miss Chen's face, Wanner promises that they will disappear without leaving any scars." "Thank you very much." Chen Wan, who was lying on the bed, coughed a few times and thanked the two of them weakly. Then she asked with some concern, "What happened to the bad guys who arrested me?" When a woman suffers such a severe trauma, she will not only suffer physical harm, but also great psychological trauma. Thinking of how she was abused by Wang Kai, Chen Wan couldn't help but shudder again. She was not as powerful as Lin Jiu, but was taken hostage because of Lin Jiu's matter. She didn't want this to happen again. She really couldn't bear it. "Don't worry, Chen Wan. I've already had Wanner kill the person who bullied you and attacked you. And I will go and settle accounts with the remaining few people in a few days. Not only to avenge you, but also for myself." Lin Jiu poured a glass of water and handed it to Chen Wan. Wanner beside her immediately helped her sit up. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jiu said, "Don't work at the mobile phone store anymore. Why don't you come work for me? I just opened a new driving school, and it doesn't even have a leader yet." Lin Jiu thought of his newly opened driving school, which didn't have a formal principal yet. Although the shares and other things were given to the big fairy, a strong woman like her would not have so much energy to manage it. Besides, you can't let your wife go to the driving school every day, right? Although this driving school is completely dispensable to Lin Jiu, it is also the first step in the development of his business empire. He didn't want to hand over the driving school to people he didn't trust. Otherwise, sooner or later it will be brought down from within. After experiencing today's events, Lin Jiu felt that Chen Wan was a good candidate. "You don't have to worry. I did this because I felt really guilty about you. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go out to work alone. Secondly, I also want to find a helper I can trust to help me manage the driving school." Seeing Chen Wan's hesitation and the look of wanting to refuse, Wanner beside her also spoke up, "I also think Miss Chen is a very suitable candidate. Besides, you come to the driving school to work and get paid for your own labor, so you don't have too much mental burden." Hearing what his little wife Wanner said, Lin Jiu hummed a few times and nodded continuously. It turns out that women understand women better. What should I do? Both my wives are so understanding. Chen Wan was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't expect that this incident would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. After experiencing this incident, Chen Wan actually didn't dare to continue living alone. She didn't know who would come and take her away next time. Then I locked myself in a dark, cold room. It would be better to follow Lin Jiu from now on so that someone can take care of you in the future. Ever since she separated from Lin Jiu last time, Chen Wan has been thinking about this man. Although he's a bit of a playboy, he still seems like a very good man. Chen Wan was mumbling something to herself. Wanner, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh secretly when she saw this. "Yes, my husband is very good. You will know it later, Miss Chen." "Well, I'll try my best not to disappoint you." Chen Wan happily nodded in agreement. Given her current situation and appearance, Lin Jiu could still treat her like this, and she felt very satisfied. "Okay, then it's a deal." Lin Jiu happily asked Wanner to prepare dinner, while he helped Chen Wan into the wheelchair and pushed her to sit in the living room. "You can't stay in your room all day. Even if you're not sick, you'll get sick lying down." Chen Wan nodded shyly. She looked at the layout and furnishings of the villa and was extremely shocked. Lin Jiu really didn't lie to himself. He is really a nouveau riche. After Lin Jiu pushed Chen Wan around the living room, he took her to the courtyard outside. Just as the evening breeze blew gently, the flowers and plants in the yard swayed gently, bringing a touch of coolness to the hot summer nights. When Zhuang Feifei opened the door and saw the scene before her, she felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Then she scolded him with a bad smile, "You stinky brother. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you trick Miss Chen into marrying you?" Zhuang Feifei came to Chen Wan with a smile on her face, stretched out her hand and said softly, "Zhuang Feifei, Miss Chen, please take good care of me in the future." "Ah. Hello?" The sudden scene almost scared Chen Wan silly. This Lin Jiu was too exaggerated. There is another person cooking in the room. Another person coming in from outside this door? It's just that this woman looks more mature and charming, a completely different type from Wanner. At first glance, she looks like the strong woman on TV. Ahem, let me introduce you. This is the big fairy, my wife. Lin Jiao tried to smooth things over awkwardly and coaxed the two into the house. He put Chen Wan on the dining table and ran to the kitchen to help Wanner. Really, he didn't know whether to explain it or not. I think I did go a bit too far. How about I call you Xiaowan from now on? You look about the same age as Wanner. Zhuang Feifei felt very sad when she saw the woman in front of her with scars all over her body. Lin Jiao had already told her about Chen Wan's affairs before, but the girl was completely unaware of it and was inexplicably involved in this incident. It can be considered an unexpected disaster. Zhuang Feifei also felt very guilty at this moment. Well, I'll listen to Sister Feifei. Chen Wan was completely attracted by the appearance of the woman in front of her. This woman made her feel unable to stop. And she seemed to have seen Zhuang Feifei on TV before. I didn't expect that she looks better in person than on TV. Dinner is ready. Chapter 027 Mr. Wang's Mysterious Offering. Compared with the happy dinner party of Lin Jiao's family, a completely different scene was present in the Wang family at this moment. Old Master Wang sat in the center of the elegant living room with a serious expression on his face. Looking at Wang Mingming lying unconscious on the hospital bed. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He has been working hard in Shanghai City for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen someone dare to go against him. The other party first killed Wang Kai's useless youngest son. He also injured his eldest son Wang Mingming so badly. If Wang Mingming had not been brought back by Mr. Chai for treatment in time, he would probably have died from excessive blood loss. How could Mr. Wang bear this anger? Are you saying that the woman next to him is more powerful than you? Although Mr. Wang was angry, he was still able to remain calm about what was happening. He had been in Shanghai City for so many years, but it was only by chance that he learned that there were cultivators in this world who were beyond ordinary people. After spending so much money and energy, he only managed to hire 2 practitioners to protect the Wang family. I didn't expect that this little bastard who suddenly appeared out of nowhere would be accompanied by such a powerful woman. The key is that the other party is still arguing with me. It seems that the Wang family has run into a tough opponent this time. Yes, when I was fighting with that woman, I noticed her movements. Mr. Chai still breaks out in cold sweats when he thinks of the fight with Lin Wan. The other party just picked a leaf casually and posed such a great threat to him. If that woman had attacked his heart or forehead with all her might, Mr. Chai felt that he would not have been able to dodge it. Master Chai said with shame, I think the other party should have reached the realm of Martial King. After hearing Mr. Chai's analysis, Mr. Wang, who had been relatively calm, couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. His own personal attendant was only of the strength of King Wu. An unknown young woman is actually King Wu? Are cultivators so worthless these days? Are you sure? Just as Mr. Chai was trying his best to explain, a man walked out from behind the screen behind Mr. Wang. The man looked to be about 50 years old. He came to Mr. Wang's side, stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Mr. Chai, who was kneeling on the ground. His eyes were vicissitudes and cold. Every gesture and movement exudes the arrogance that only a strong person can have. Yes, she can control objects through the air. Mr. Chai lowered his head nervously, not daring to look at the man in front of him any longer, as if he did so, he would be offending the man. He can only recount the entire process of his fight with Lin Wan, not missing a single word. I see. The man frowned at first, but after listening to Mr. Chai's narration, he couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. He turned around and said to Mr. Wang, Old man, I speculate that this woman is indeed a martial king, but her strength is definitely inferior to mine. He must have just entered the early stages of the martial king realm not long ago, and his foundation is not yet stable. The man was very sure of his judgment. At such a close distance, the other party was unable to kill Mr. Chai. That only means one thing. This woman is not familiar with telekinesis, otherwise she wouldn't have made such a serious mistake. Okay. In that case, I will completely rely on Mr. Sherbin. After hearing Sherbin's words, Mr. Wang's heart finally settled down. When he heard Master Chai say that the other party was a cultivator, he was indeed a little hesitant. Afraid of offending the other party. You should know that each of these so-called practitioners is an elusive hermit master. Any one of them can easily control a force. As long as Sherbin beside him nods, there shouldn't be any big problem. What's so scary about an unknown junior for the Wang family? Old master, you are too serious. I will heal the young master first and help him wake up as soon as possible. Sherbin walked straight to Wang Mingming's bed, put his hands on both sides of Wang Mingming's head, and adjusted his breathing. Then bursts of white gas were seen coming out from his palms. Then Sherbin's palms kept moving on Wang Mingming's body, infusing the true energy in his body into Wang Mingming's body bit by bit. Help Wang Mingming open up his blood vessels and repair his organs. Mr. Shi is truly an expert. Old Mr. Wang could no longer sit still. He anxiously came to Wang Mingming's bedside and watched the magical scene before him. This was also the first time he saw Sherbin do this. In the past, Sherbin was only sent out to kill people. Grandpa Wang never expected that a cultivator could actually save people? As long as one enters the realm of Martial King, a unique true chi will naturally form in the practitioner's body. Expressing it externally can be used in combat, while restraining it internally can be used to regulate your energy. These little tricks are useless to me. Please forgive me for laughing, old man. Seeing the admiring and surprised looks on Mr. Wang and Mr. Chai's eyes, Sherbin couldn't help but feel a little proud. How about it? The 20 million yuan a year is not wasted, haha. It is a lifetime honor for me and the Wang family to meet Mr. Shi. Old Master Wang stroked his beard with satisfaction. After Sherbin finished all this, he asked Master Chai to take Wang Mingming back to his room to rest. I am old now, and I am no longer able to do many things. Old Master Wang asked him to sit down, then he took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Sherbin. It is a real estate contract document. Written in large letters on it were Hainyun Driving School. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? Bin looked at Mr. Wang meaningfully. Old Master Wang took a sip of tea, a gleam in his eyes, and sighed. This driving school was originally one of my Wang family's assets. But a while ago, a brat named Lin Zhou forced me to buy it through coercion and inducement. I can only blame that disappointing principal Hu Tu. After hearing this, Sherbin actually knew what Mr. Wang meant. Lin Zhou was the one who killed Wang Kai and injured Wang Mingming. Hu Tu was the former principal of Hainyun Driving School. He disappeared after selling the driving school. Later, he was caught and killed by Sherbin. Mr. Wang, your driving school is useless to me. I don't look like someone who can manage a company. Besides, your driving school is already in someone else's hands. Even if I take it back, I can't sell it. Sherbin drank a sip of tea as if he understood something, then shook his head in confusion. Ha, you little brat, you only know how to tease me. Old Master Wang smiled with wrinkles on his face, then he raised his hand and showed 5 fingers to Sherbin. Look at you, old man. Aren't you being distant with me, Sherbin? Seeing Mr. Wang's expression, Sherbin also smiled and picked up the teapot, quickly refilling Mr. Wang's tea, and confidently patted his chest and said, We are all family, how can I stand by and watch someone die? I will help you avenge the 2 young masters. Chapter 028 This is an auction, you are really disrespectful. The atmosphere on Lin Zhou's side is much more relaxed than that of the Wang family. According to the news from Shironghua, the Wang family has not yet made any move to disappear. Lin Zhou can also relax these days and spend some time with his 2 wives. Let's go. Let me see what good stuff we have. Wanner drove Zhuang Feifei's car, and the 3 of them drove towards a suburb outside Zhanghai City. I heard from the big goblin that a grand auction will be held somewhere in the suburbs of Zhanghai City today. The auction was led by a man with a mysterious background. It is held several times every year, and the people who come are all celebrities and nobles. Among them are many powerful families from other provinces. The exhibition will not only auction antiques, calligraphy and paintings, but also valuable property rights that celebrities like to collect. There are also various rare items that are obtained from unknown channels. For example, spiritual herbs, weapons, and some rare industrial metal materials. So Lin Zhou planned to take the 2 girls out for a walk, so that he could broaden his horizons. The most important thing is that you might come across some opportunities. Or find something for Wanner that can help her practice. When the 3 of them arrived at the venue, various luxury cars were already parked outside, and there were also many people outside watching the fun and taking pictures. Wow, it's a Rolls-Royce. Don't worry, sister. Don't you see that handsome guy is accompanied by 2 beautiful women? The appearance of Lin Zhou and others immediately caused quite a commotion in the scene. The young girls around began to whisper to each other. The appearance of Zhuang Feifei and Lin Wan instantly attracted those successful men. When they looked at Lin Zhou, they could not hide their jealousy. This boy is really lucky. I really can't stand watching this. If I had known earlier, I would have asked my dad to spend more money and buy myself a nice car. Lin Jiu looked at the scene calmly, holding the hands of his two wives. That's what a successful man is. Lin Jiu was very proud in his heart and didn't care about the looks from others at all. It felt like I was a big star and the red carpet was under my feet. When she arrived at the door, Zhuang Feifei took out her wallet and pulled out a card with a black background and gold edges. When the security guard saw what was in Zhuang Feifei's hand, he immediately bowed 90 degrees to her. "This way, please." The security guard responded to the woman in front of him with a trembling voice. The security guard then directed Lin Jiu and the other two to a separate entrance where there was no one queuing. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu couldn't help but feel confused. But when he saw the security guard's attitude towards the big goblin, he immediately understood. Isn't this the legendary VIP entrance? Lin Jiu didn't expect that he would be so rich and could benefit from the help of the big demon. How rich must the first wife have been in the past? This security guard has worked at auctions for many years and has worked at many auctions, big and small. Generally, people with a net worth of less than 10 million will present a green card. Those with a net worth of 50 million to 100 million will present a gold card. The wealth mentioned here refers to the liquid funds that can be accessed at any time. The black gold card that Zhuang Feifei presented is a very rare type of card. To get a black gold card at the auction, one must have a net worth of over 10 billion. I heard that there are cards that are more advanced than the black gold card. But he has been working as a security guard for so many years and has never encountered such a situation. Oh my god! Black gold card? The other people who were walking towards the auction venue were shocked to see Lin Jiu and the other two being led to an entrance separately. The man glanced at the gold card in his hand and suddenly felt that it was not so attractive. I was saying, this brat must be kept by someone. Another man standing next to him watched the scene in front of him with gritted teeth. I didn't expect that he and his brother, both worth tens of millions, would still be cut in line by others? Who can you go to for justice on this matter? After the three entered the venue, they were taken to a separate room by the staff inside. Sitting here is like sitting on the second floor of a movie theater. You can clearly see the host on the stage and everything happening in the venue. The view is very broad. Hubby, this is the private room for the auction. No one will overhear our conversation here. Zhuang Feifei introduced the auction process to Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu then realized that this kind of auction usually only has a few small fish and shrimps at the beginning. That is, the kind of calligraphy and paintings by famous artists that everyone is most familiar with. Towards the middle of the auction process, things that are relatively rare in this world will begin to appear. For example, the materials needed for a certain technology. At the end of the auction, there will be some rare items that are rarely seen by ordinary people in society. These are the elixirs and herbs that Wanner mentioned. There might even be a real person auction. Zhuang Feifei said this meaningfully and turned her attention back to the auction venue. Soon the venue was filled with people from all corners of the world and from all walks of life. As the host spoke, the auction officially began. What does a live auction mean? Looking at the valuable calligraphy and paintings brought up at the auction, Lin Jiu couldn't muster any interest at all. He himself was not a refined man. Lin Jiu was still more curious about the real person auction that the big demon mentioned. Seeing Lin Jiu transform into a curious baby, Zhuang Feifei burst out laughing. That's the kind my husband likes best. Lin Jiu was confused by the big goblin's words. What's your favorite one? Seeing Lin Jiu's puzzled look, Wanner couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She's a top-notch maid, a stunning beauty from abroad. Would you like to buy one? Zhuang Feifei could no longer hold back her laughter. She pinched the flesh on Wanner's hand, and the two women laughed out loud. Lin Jiu. Seeing his two wives laughing so hard, Lin Jiu's face turned black. Am I such a man in your mind? Ahem, I don't need those things. You are all I need. Lin Jiu also joined the battle between the two women and made a lot of moves. Then he took advantage of both women. Zhuang Feifei and Wanner were touched all over by the pervert Lin Jiu. Their faces turned red and hot and they could no longer smile. Ha ha. See if you dare to tease me again in the future. The fight between the three continued for several minutes until the two women begged for mercy, and Lin Jiu reluctantly let them go. Fuck, you guys upstairs, keep your voices down. Who the hell is this? Is it so great to be rich? After Lin Jiu's fight, voices of protest were heard downstairs in their private room. They were the two brothers who were queuing outside just now and had a net worth of over 10 million. Although the sound insulation in the private room is good, it is only suitable for conversations. The young men sitting downstairs were almost going crazy at this moment. They didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a dirty thing in public. It's really disgraceful. Chapter 029, Xinghe Private Manor, taken. The next item to be auctioned is a piece of real estate. As soon as the host finished speaking, the display cabinet on the auction table rotated up and down, and several paper materials appeared in the transparent glass cabinet. This is the title deed for a private estate located in the eastern suburbs of Jianhai City. Xinghe Manor covers a total area of 260 acres. Since the owner of the manor has passed away, his children have entrusted the auction to bid on it. The starting price is 2 billion. After hearing the host's words, the people participating in the auction couldn't help but exclaim. Those who can come here to participate in this auction are either rich or noble. Or maybe he is the head of a big family. Many of them had heard of the Galaxy Manor. I heard that the owner of this manor was an outstanding scientist and was once a pioneer in the field of science and technology. He has won the world's highest scientific advancement research awards many times. His personal abilities are even comparable to those of Nobel Prize winners. This Xinghe villa was given to this old gentleman by the country as a reward. Unexpectedly, the old man passed away and was forgotten, leaving only such a rich legacy to his descendants. Oh, there's such a big manor. After hearing the host's introduction, Lin Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a great opportunity to make money. And you can also get such a spacious and beautiful private estate. Although he now lives in a big villa with his two wives, men always want everything they own to be bigger. You don't want to buy this Galaxy Manor, do you? Seeing Lin Zhou's moved expression, Zhuang Feifei couldn't hold back her expression. What kind of strength does this stinky little brother have? Are all men so insatiable? Honey, can we live in here? Lin Wang, who was standing by, didn't think as much as Zhuang Feifei. When she saw the introduction video of Galaxy Manor being shown at the auction, a look of longing immediately appeared on her face. She doesn't like living in the city because she thinks it's too noisy. She still yearns for the natural environment more. Certainly. Lin Zhou answered the two women with a smile, then he picked up a remote control in the room. Enter the amount of 2 billion above. The moment Lin Zhou finished entering the information, a string of digital amounts appeared on the display screen above their private room. The guest in the private room in Area A on the second floor bid 2 billion. The host originally thought that no one would bid for such a place, after all, it was too remote. Secondly, it is too expensive. Who among those sitting here doesn't have a small villa? 2 billion at a time. 2 billion twice. Everyone in the venue was also very surprised. They didn't expect that someone would actually bid. You have to know that this is 2 billion. Who can easily come up with so much money? When everyone thought the deal was about to be completed, the lights outside another private room came on. 2.2 billion, this guest from Area B on the second floor bids 2.2 billion. Anyone else have any bids? 2.2 billion for the first time. The host was very excited when he saw this scene, because the heir of the manor had directly set the price at 2 billion when he commissioned the auction. He originally thought that no one would want a product like this. I didn't expect that there are two suckers fighting for it now. Really stupid people with lots of money. After hearing what the host said, Lin Zhou, who was lying in the arms of the big demon, was speechless. He didn't expect that someone would dare to argue with him. But he suddenly changed his mind and thought, this is an auction. The meaning of an auction is that the final transaction price is determined by the buyer himself. In other words, if Lin Zhou was willing, he could spend double, triple, or even more money. Just buy this thing. Because the system will randomly double the amount of money he finally spends and return it to him. This money is really endless, so annoying. Big Goblin, come and help me press it. Lin Zhou handed the remote control in his hand to Zhuang Feifei, and he continued to lie in the arms of the big fairy and enjoy himself. That's not good, how much does it cost? When Zhuang Feifei saw the man in her arms stretch out 10 fingers, her heart was pounding. 10 billion? Even a strong woman like Zhuang Feifei, who has been in the underworld for many years, found it difficult to breathe after seeing Lin Zhou's statement. Then I'll press it. Don't regret it later. Zhuang Feifei looked at Lin Zhou and found that there was no expression of pain or regret for wasting money on his face. On the contrary, he looked excited. What made her blush even more was that Linjiao was actually doing something naughty in her arms. Snort! I pressed it. Zhuan Feifei had to admit that this was the most money she had ever spent in her life. I really found a good husband. It's becoming more and more unruly. 5 billion. Oh my god. The guest in the A area private room bid 5 billion. 5 billion once. 5 billion twice. Seeing Lin Zhou's bid, the host almost went crazy. Although he seemed very excited, he was still professional. After he finished reading it for the second time, he paused deliberately. He wanted to see who else needed to bid. After all, those who could sit here were not ordinary people. At this moment, not only the host was going crazy, but everyone sitting in the venue was shocked after hearing Lin Zhou's offer. They all turned their heads to look at the private room on the second floor where Lin Zhou was. It's a pity that there is a layer of privacy glass between the private room and the crowd. The crowd outside could not see what was happening in the private room, let alone see what Lin Zhou looked like. I guess this is the auction's privacy protection for distinguished guests. 5 billion for the third time, deal. The host tapped the table lightly with his hammer, and Lin Zhou instantly took ownership of Xinghe Villa. Congratulations, distinguished guest in Area A. Your belongings will be delivered to you personally by our staff shortly. After the host said this, he continued to auction the next item. But he still couldn't calm down. I guess there won't be many products that can be sold for more than 5 billion yuan in the future, right? Who on earth is that person over there? How dare they steal my things? At this moment, a displeased voice rang out from the private room in Area B. Xiaoqing was a little amused. It's only been a few years since we last met, and such a remarkable figure has appeared in Jianghai City? His purpose of coming to the auction this time was to go to Xinghe Villa. Because he knew that this Xinghe Villa was not as simple as it seemed. Within the vast area of the manor, there are several valleys that have never been visited by anyone. Xiaoqing had already inquired about it and found that there was a valley that emitted a strong spiritual energy. It is very suitable for practitioners like him who have just entered the realm of martial honor. You should know that once a practitioner enters the ranks of martial master, it is equivalent to opening up the meridians throughout the body. Mobilize the spiritual energy of this world. By practicing in these places, you can introduce spiritual energy into your body and circulate it, which can not only strengthen your body but also replenish your vital energy. It also has the effect of strengthening muscles, bones and blood vessels. What a pity! This could have been avoided. Xiaoqing stood up with some boredom, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the private room. Chapter 030 The Master invited by the Zheng family. Lin Zhou never thought that he was being targeted by others. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the transfer reminder sent by mobile banking text message. This time, the big demon bid 5 billion for the Galaxy Manor. The system directly multiplied his money by 10 times and returned 50 billion. Adding the remaining money in Lin Zhou's card, his assets have now reached 90 billion yuan. Alas, it seems that buying cars and houses all the time is not the right thing to do. Lin Zhou thought about it and decided to change the way he spent his money in the future. Who would live in so many houses for no reason? Now that I am so rich, I have to make some contribution to society. Now up for auction is a mysterious metal gift from outer space. The host began to introduce this unidentified object to everyone at the auction. This is an object that weighs more than 1 ton and looks extremely shiny on the surface, just like a stone in the river. Polished to a very smooth finish. This thing that looks like stone is actually a metal that has never appeared before. It has extremely high tolerance to extremes of heat and cold. Its material structure is very complex and should be able to be used to develop high-strength scientific research materials. The starting price is 50 million. The host looked at the people at the scene and found that almost no one was interested in this broken stone. Even the host himself was speechless. He didn't expect that such a product would appear at such a high-end auction. But this is probably one of the reasons why auctions are so popular. Because you can buy things here that you can't buy in your daily life. Honey, this stone is nice. Ever since she bought the Galaxy Manor, Lin Wan has lost all interest in it. The items presented in the middle of the auction were all of little use to her. Although some spiritual herbs and other items appeared during this period, in her opinion they were all insignificant herbs. It can be used as a pill to strengthen the body. But the appearance of this stone made Wanner's eyes light up. My dear wife, what's so special about this big rock? When Lin Zhou heard Wanner's words, he withdrew his thoughts and looked at the field, and found that it was just a smooth stone. There are plenty of these stones in the river in his hometown. If you want to accomplish your task, you must first sharpen your tools. Warner could tell at a glance that this stone was not simple, because she could vaguely feel an inexplicable pressure from this strange metal stone. She felt that the metal could hurt her. So Warner and Lin Zhou analyzed the matter carefully. You mean, this thing can be made into a weapon? In this case, this is the blind spot of Lin Zhou and Zhuang Feifei's knowledge. But after listening to Warner's analysis, the two felt that it did make sense. Since Warner asked for it, Lin Zhou felt that there was no harm in buying it. If it's really useless, just put it in the manor as a guardian stone. The guest in the private room in Area A on the second floor has offered 1 billion. When the host was about to replace the next product, he didn't expect the customer on the second floor to make another move. Wow! Seeing Lin Zhou's offer, everyone present was shocked. Because in their opinion, no matter how you look at it, this thing is just an ordinary stone. There are actually people who are so idle as to spend money to buy such a piece of junk. It seems the standard of this auction has dropped. They dared to take any goods. In the end, the stone was taken by Lin Zhou without any suspense, and he didn't have to carry it home by himself anyway. Just ask the auctioneers to deliver it directly to Xinghe Manor. After this little episode, Lin Zhou now has a full 100 billion in his card. In the end, Lin Zhou still didn't see the real-life auction that the big demon had mentioned. Originally, he wanted to feast his eyes and see what kind of stuff there was. I didn't expect to be tricked by the big demon. The auction ended just like that. Lin Zhou received 100 billion yuan from the card, a galaxy villa, and a strange stone. As soon as the three of them returned to Yujingwan, Lin Zhou saw Shi Ronghua, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Hello, sister-in-law and sister-in-law. Seeing Lin Zhou and the other two park the car, Shi Ronghua immediately ran up to help them open the door. Well, thank you for your hard work. Zhuang Feifei smiled and nodded. Several people entered the living room together. Lin Zhou asked him to sit down and asked him if he had something to ask him. Well, Zhang Tao is making some moves. Hearing Shi Ronghua speak, Zhuang Feifei became interested first. She asked, "Oh? What is he going to do?" Shi Ronghua glanced at Lin Zhou. He didn't expect that Zhuang Feifei would be the first to take over his words. Just say it, we're all family from now on, no need to be so formal. Shi Ronghua nodded, and began to tell Lin Zhou all the news he had received in the past few days. This guy named Zhang, I don't know where he found a master during this period. Shi Ronghua's subordinates discovered that Zhang Tao had been frequently entering and leaving a villa on the outskirts of Jianhai City during this period. Later I learned that he was accompanying someone on the inspection. As for what they are investigating, I still don't understand it. The only thing they figured out was that the man Zhang Tao was accompanying was not an ordinary person. He should be a practitioner. Because Shi Ronghua's younger brother was discovered while tracking, they were almost wiped out. The opponent's skills were very impressive, and the ruthlessness he used in the fight was not like that of an ordinary person. The other party even deliberately let one of his subordinates go and let that person come back to tip off. You mean Xinghe Villa? Hearing Shi Ronghua's words, Lin Zhou became surprised. He just got the property rights of Xinghe Villa today. There is no reason for Zhang Tao to know about it immediately. He probably doesn't know. Warner took out some ice cream from the refrigerator and gave one to everyone. She ate while pouting. Today at the auction, there was a cultivator sitting in the private room next to us. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Warner smiled and said, "Don't worry, the other party's strength is lower than mine, and they didn't notice me at all." Is he the one who tried to rob Xinghe Villa with me? Lin Zhou then remembered that something like this had indeed happened at the auction today. I didn't expect that this person was invited by the Zhang family. This cultivator probably only wants Xinghe Villa and isn't coming directly for us. If they knew it was you, my husband, who bought the villa, they would probably come and kill us. Warner finished the ice cream in her hand in a short while. She put the stick in her mouth and bit it, continuing to analyze. There must be some unspeakable secret in this villa. Zhang Tao and he have been appearing frequently near the villa recently. They must have gone there to conduct an investigation in advance. I guess the money this cultivator used to come to the auction was also provided by Zhang Tao. Warner felt that her analysis was correct. Otherwise, which cultivator could come up with billions at once? Lin Zhou finally understood. Zhang Tao agreed to spend money to help the cultivator buy the manor, on the condition that this person would work for his Zhang family. It's a bit similar to the situation of Mr. Chai from the Wang family before. As for what unspeakable secrets exist in this galaxy manor, there is no way of knowing. Lin Jiu couldn't wait to move in and find out what was going on. What on earth could make a cultivator willing to sell his body for money? But no matter what, Zhang Tao's line. Finally, I ran into Lin Jiu. Chapter 031 Tank Shooting. We're out. The next day, Lin Jiu got up early and took Wanner out directly. Before leaving, he asked the big goblin to deal with the matters of Xinghe Villa and try to move in within the next 2 days. After all, the villa is incredibly large, and things like servants and security must be in place. Lin Jiu felt that he had a lot to do now. First, Zhang Tao started to take action, and the other party's target was unexpectedly related to the villa he had just bought. The second is the Wang family. Although it seems that they have not made any moves to disappear at the moment, I think they will not listen to me and disappear in Jianhai City. So Lin Jiu felt that he could not just sit there and wait for death, but had to take the initiative to do something. It happened that Lin Jiu heard Wanner say last night that although her master's sect had declined, some of her former sisters were still staying in Jianhai City. Lin Jiu planned to let Wanner contact her fellow disciples. Since they all come to work at the villa, the salary will naturally not be low. Moreover, the strength of the concubine sisters is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. Lin Jiu was naturally relieved to let them come and defend the villa. The weakest among them are warriors. With this kind of configuration, who would dare to cause trouble at Xinghe Villa? Okay, we'll be there soon. Wanner hung up the phone and drove the tourist bus that Lin Jiu had just bought straight to the first sister's house. If the big families knew that a bus was used to pick up practitioners, they would probably be shocked. In fact, the reason why Wanner agreed to what Lin Jiu proposed was not only because of the price he offered. What's more important is that Lin Jiu promised her to help her rebuild the sect. Doing this not only allows me to reunite with my sisters, but also serves as a continuation of my master's legacy. Wanner began to feel that she liked Lin Jiu more and more. Handsome, rich, and so considerate. Originally, Lin Jiu didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to invite some people to come and look after the villa. The people under Shi Rongwo were numerous enough, but they were all rough men, and there was too much of a mixed bag. It was impossible for Lin Jiu to invite them to the villa. But the villa is so big that it would be impossible to manage it without enough manpower. When Lin Jiu heard Wanner say that she had dozens of fellow disciples, he immediately thought of recruiting them all. The best way is for Wanner to take the lead and contact them under the pretext of rebuilding the sect. This way all concerns can be taken care of. Sister Wanner, I've missed you so much after not seeing you for a few years. The bus stopped at a village in the city. After Wanner opened the door, a woman in plain clothes came up. The moment she stepped onto the bus, Lin Jiu felt the entire bus begin to sink. Holy crap! I didn't expect him to be a heavyweight. Watching the woman walk onto the bus with great fanfare, Lin Jiu swallowed and greeted her. Hello. My name is Lin Jiu. The woman glanced at Lin Jiu, and the smile on her face suddenly became even wider. Ignoring her junior sister Wanner, the woman quickly came to sit next to Lin Jiu and said, Hello handsome, my name is Zhu Yuding. Wanner looked at Lin Jiu's surprised expression. She started the car and said with a smile, Sister Tingting, then I won't see you. You are still such a fangirl. Zhu Yuding ignored Wanner. She put her luggage on the ground and stared at Lin Jiu and continued to ask. Are you Sister Wanner's husband? I heard you bought a villa. You are very rich. Is there anything delicious there? Lin Jiu felt overwhelmed by the woman's constant questioning. He said with a slight embarrassment, I didn't expect you to guess everything. Lin Jiu looked at the woman in front of him who was giving him a wicked smile, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Isn't it said that people who practice martial arts are all very strong? Why is Zhu Yuding not within this range? Lin Jiu was very clear about the strength of his concubine Wanner. With the physique of the woman in front of me, how can she fight with others? Hubby, don't underestimate Sister Tingting. She's only at the peak of martial arts. Wanner saw Lin Jiu's surprised expression in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but say, practitioners aren't necessarily all explosively powerful. There are also people who specialize in cultivating speed and other areas. Sister Tingting specializes in training techniques that increase the ability to withstand blows. Wanner patiently explained to Lin Jiu everything about cultivation. Only then did Lin Jiu realize that practitioners could actually focus on an area they were good at to make exclusive improvements. He looked at the flesh on Zhu Yuding's body again and couldn't help but feel curious. I wonder if this woman can withstand his punches as big as sandbags. As if seeing through Lin Zhou's thoughts, Zhu Yuting reached out and patted Lin Zhou's shoulder. Suddenly, Lin Zhou's body tilted, and the woman said, "Handsome guy, come and punch me a few times, let me see how you feel." Hearing Zhu Yuting's words, Lin Zhou widened his eyes in disbelief. Are there still people who have such demands these days? But the other person is a woman, isn't it a bit inappropriate to do this? Come on, I'll take responsibility if I get hurt. After saying this, Zhu Yuting took the initiative to stretch her face in front of Lin Zhou. Damn, this is really too much. If I don't take action now, will I still be a man? Well, here I come. Consider this as a pre-employment assessment. Lin Zhou didn't expect that the first time he took the initiative in his life, the target would be a woman. And it was the other party who asked me to fight. Push harder. Zhu Yuting supported her chin with both hands, leaned against the back of the chair, and looked at Lin Zhou with a smile on his face. Break the mountains and rivers with all your might. Lin Zhou stood up, raised his right fist, and arched his feet behind him. This is a powerful blow. Men have to fight. Crack. As Lin Zhou's fist hit Zhu Yuting's face hard, a subtle crisp sound was heard in the car. Lin Zhou first saw that his wrist was deformed when his fist hit Zhu Yuting's face. Then he heard a crisp sound of bone breaking. In the end, he didn't remember how he ended up lying on the ground. Lin Zhou covered his broken right hand and lay on the ground screaming. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Zhu Yuting smiled and helped Lin Zhou up, then she took out a small green bottle from her bag. He took some white powder from it and evenly applied it on Lin Zhou's fracture. TSK, look at this delicate and tender girl. Sister Wanner really knows how to pick. After saying that, Zhu Yuting grabbed Lin Zhou's wrist and pressed it lightly. There was another clicking sound, and Lin Zhou, who was sweating all over from the pain just now, felt a gentle breath coming from his wrist. His hands suddenly stopped hurting. Not only can I withstand a beating, I also know how to maintain my health. Chapter 032, there is a car full of practitioners. Are you afraid? After a whole morning of hard work, Lin Zhou and his team finally picked up all the people. All 20 seats on the tour bus were now fully occupied. These girls are Lin Wan's fellow sisters. Their dress and appearance looked no different from those of ordinary people. But among them, the lowest level is mid-stage warrior, and the number of warrior kings has reached 10. Let's have dinner outside tonight. In the afternoon, Lin Zhou received a call from the big fairy, saying that she had made all arrangements at the manor. Zhuang Feifei has had all the things moved to the manor, so just bring the people there. You can check in tonight. The big goblin is really awesome. Lin Zhou looked at the time and asked Wanner to pull the car over because they were already far away from Jianhai City. The distance from the city center to the manor is estimated to be more than 80 kilometers. And this is the last food stall outside the city. Boss, what would you like to eat? Seeing a bus stop, the food stall owner who had been idle and had nothing to do immediately stood up and greeted Lin Zhou. The boss glanced at the many young ladies getting off the car, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. We have a lot of people, just do what you want, buddy. Lin Zhou was too lazy to look at the menu handed over by the food stall owner. In such a remote place, it was good enough to have a meal. I don't have too high expectations for food, as long as it tastes good and fills me up. The food stall owner nodded, turned around and went back to the store to start preparing things. On the way, he turned back and looked at the girls. After parking the car, Wanner glanced at the 7 or 8 waiters who were busy in the food stall, and sat down next to Lin Zhou with a smile. It looks like this meal will be a lively one. Handsome boy, let me help you check if the ingredients are fresh. Seeing Lin Wan's look, Zhu Yuting, who was busy taking pictures with everyone, put her phone in her pocket. I took a few sisters and walked towards the store. When Lin Zhou was thinking about how he would develop in the future, he suddenly heard Zhu Yuting say this to him. She was immediately confused. It's just a meal, there's no need to be so serious, right? There are no such things as being so particular about food stalls. Honey, it looks like we have to cook dinner ourselves tonight. Wanner tapped her fingers on the table out of boredom. She looked at Zhu Yuting and the others, only to see that they were negotiating with the boss in the store. What's the problem? Lin Zhou followed Wanner's gaze and didn't find anything special, so he had to ask. My husband is so stupid. Wanner pointed at Zhu Yuting and the others and asked, do you remember what their strengths are? Lin Zhou immediately took out the previously registered list and turned back to look at Zhu Yuting and others. Only then did he realize that Zhu Yuting and others who entered the store were all warriors. There's actually a food stall in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't my husband find it strange? After hearing Wanner's words, Lin Jiu finally came to his senses. Yes. How much money can a food stall make by opening it in a place like this? There is not much traffic nearby, and there are no tourist attractions. Even truck drivers rarely use this road. Lin Jiu took another look at the layout of the food stall and the tables, chairs and benches, and found that they were all new. There must be something wrong with this boss. This boss is at the level of a martial king, so he doesn't look down on warriors like Sister Tingting. They're going to suffer later. Lin Jiu followed Wanner and stood up. She came to where the boss had just sat and took out vegetables from a bamboo basket nearby. Then pour it into the hot pot, and the scene suddenly becomes oily and greasy. Wanner stirred the wok skillfully, and the vegetables in the pot looked even greener as she stir-fried them. After hearing Wanner's explanation, Lin Jiu finally understood that cultivators can only sense the existence of people who are weaker than themselves. If practitioners of the same realm conceal their aura, they will not be able to sense each other's strength. You will think that the other person is just an ordinary person. You have to wait until the action to know who you are facing. Just like Wanner's fellow sisters sitting outside, they all have the strength of King Wu. It's just that they all hid their realm. So the food stall owner couldn't sense it at all. Not to mention that there are people like Wanner who are at the level of martial honor. Sister Wanner's cooking skills are amazing. Several girls gathered around, and everyone looked at Wanner and the new boss with laughter. I didn't expect that this boss was so powerful. He met his enemy as soon as he got off the car. If it weren't for Sister Wanner speaking up, we sisters would have gone in and knocked that guy down long ago. I also want to try out the newly developed moves. Sister Wanner, add more chile. Seeing the girls chattering, Lin Jiu felt helpless and didn't know whether to come over to help. It seems that among this group of people, only my little wife Wanner is an all-round player. Not only is he good at fighting, he is also an expert at cooking. Bang! Just when Lin Jiu didn't know what to do, a sound of something breaking came from the store. Lin Jiu and the others turned around and saw that the shop owner, who had been so amiable just now, was now furious. He shouted, "I wanted to let you live a little longer, but you are asking for death." The owner of this shop is none other than Shi Bin, a member of the Wang family and the servant of Mr. Wang. He received news that Lin Jiu bought Xinghe Villa at an auction, so he waited here a day in advance. He planned to kill this guy right here. After all, he had already stayed in the early stage of martial king for many years, and his foundation had long been stable. The other party is just a woman who has just entered the early stage of martial king, even if she finds a few more warriors to help. It's just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Why are you so angry? I just told you to put less salt in the grilled fish. Eating too much salt is not good for girls' health. Zhu Yuting pretended to look at Shi Bin innocently, as if all her criticisms of his cooking skills were meant to be good advice. Do you really think you're a piece of shit? Shi Bin couldn't bear it any longer. A strong aura suddenly burst out from his body, and his figure became a little blurry in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Zhu Yuting. Just one punch and you old sow will die. Originally, he planned to get some special sleeping pills for Lin Jiu and others. I thought I could enjoy myself first after the poison took effect on them one by one. But this fat woman kept giving him orders. This made him feel restless and anxious, so how could he have the energy to act? It's not your fault that you don't know that I am King Wu. But you have always taken me lightly, which is not right. When the 7 or 8 men around Shi Bin saw the scene, they also took out daggers from their pockets. He stabbed viciously at the women who came in with Zhu Yuting. These people are also warriors. It seems that the Wang family has spent a lot of money to avenge their 2 sons this time. Who are you calling a sow? Zhu Yuting, who has always had a mild temper, instantly became furious after hearing Shi Bin's words. The man's fist with bulging veins grew bigger and bigger in her pupils. The fist was getting closer and closer, and there was even a sound of breaking wind. Zhu Yuting saw the right moment and stomped her right foot backwards hard. He suddenly opened his big mouth and bit towards Shi Bin's fist. Chapter 033, Dark and Windy Night of Murder. When the women outside the venue saw this scene, there was no worry on their faces. Only Lin Jiu looked surprised. He never expected that Zhu Yuting, who looked plain-looking, could be so powerful when she got angry. Following Zhu Yuting's angry roar, a circle of light yellow light emanated faintly around her body. Unbreakable golden bell. At this moment, Zhu Yuding roared angrily, then opened her big mouth and bit the man's fist viciously. Seeing the fat woman opposite him react like this, Sherbin was slightly shocked. But it was simply a pipe dream for a mere warrior to dream of taking his punch with his body. Act recklessly. Sherbin was obviously faster. He instantly rushed in front of Zhu Yuding and punched her with powerful force. A bright red light emanated from his fist at this moment, and an unstoppable momentum erupted. The next second, Sherbin's fist hit Zhu Yuding in the face. Boom! The moment the fist touched the woman's face, a loud roar suddenly sounded in the store. When the other people who were fighting nearby heard the deafening sound, they stopped and covered their ears. This sound is different from the feeling of an object being destroyed. It ends when it makes the sound. This roar was actually the sound that still echoed in the field after the violent explosion. It was as if the bells and tripods in the temple were being hit hard by the little monk. The sound was long and lingering. This is? Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Sherbin was shocked. He jumped back suddenly. His attack did not have the effect he had imagined. Sherbin's punch felt more like hitting extremely hard metal. On the other hand, Zhu Yuding just leaned back a few steps and immediately stood firm. How is that possible? You are only at the level of a warrior. Sherbin looked at the row of teeth marks on his right hand and had a bad feeling in his heart. This woman is so hard that she actually dares to use her mouth to receive the fist? It's not like he had never killed other warriors before, but no one had ever been like this fat woman, who took a punch from him and was not seriously hurt. You have to know that he is at the level of martial king, and he is not good at dealing with practitioners who are weaker than him. It can basically be killed in seconds. What's more, I just used my full strength to attack. I didn't expect that I didn't even knock out the other person's teeth. Zhu Yuding rubbed her face, which was a little deformed by the hammer. As she rubbed it, the deformed and sunken parts of her face actually began to react quickly. It's like a sponge that expands quickly after you squeeze out the water. Uncle, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Zhu Yuding looked at Sherbin in front of her seriously, and she rarely put away her previous playful smile. In fact, she was not sure in her heart just now, but she knew the wonders of practicing this defensive technique. That is, as long as the opponent's strength is not much different from yours, even if you are seriously injured by the opponent, you will not die on the spot. As long as her heart keeps beating, her body's defense mechanisms will continue to function. Unless the other party can directly penetrate her heart. Or blow her head off. It's a pity that the man opposite doesn't have this strength. Sister Warner really didn't lie to me. This is really a good opportunity to practice. Before Sherbin could come to his senses, Zhu Yuding took the initiative to attack. She suddenly opened her arms and dragged her heavy body towards Sherbin, who was not far away. This is no ordinary girl, she's a tank. Lin Jiao, who was outside the house, was a little dumbfounded and didn't notice that Warner was inviting him to eat. Before she knew it, Warner had already prepared more than 10 dishes. At this moment, everyone was sitting around the dinner table, discussing enthusiastically. I don't think it's fun to just stand there and get beaten up. No wonder Sister Tingting is so plump, it turns out she doesn't even need to move when practicing this technique. What's the name of this move Tingting is using now? I've never seen it before. I'm going to feast my eyes today. A group of female warriors put up their stools and started eating and chatting while holding their bowls. Although Lin Jiao was pulled to sit down by Warner, he had no intention of eating at the moment. He was fully immersed in the battle between Sherbin and Zhu Yuding. This was the first time he saw practitioners fighting each other. Wrong. This should be the first time to see practitioners of equal strength fighting each other. Warner's previous performance didn't count, she simply crushed others. It's still better to be evenly matched. This person thinks that he can ignore warriors just because he is at the early stage of the martial king. I didn't expect that the technique Sister Tingting practices is specifically designed to restrain explosive power like his. Although he is at the martial king level, his vision is that of a frog in a well. Seeing that Lin Jiao was so engrossed in watching, Warner didn't even want to eat. She didn't find it funny, so she patiently analyzed the battle situation inside with Lin Jiao. And my sisters are really something, just joining in the fun. It seems that everyone hasn't been out and about for too long, so it's inevitable that some of them are itching to go out and do something. It's over. When Warner saw the man being hugged tightly by Zhu Yuding, she turned around silently and started eating. Lin Jiao originally thought that the next battle would be even more intense, but he didn't expect his little wife Warner to suddenly say this. Could it be that the food stall owner surrendered after being hugged like that? He is a martial king, so he has to struggle no matter what. Then continue fighting for another 300 rounds. Stop it. Sherbin originally thought that the woman rushing towards him would not pose any threat to him. So he simply didn't hide, thinking that when the other party got closer, he would aim at her heart and hit her with all his strength. I don't believe you're that tough? Unexpectedly, the fat woman suddenly fell down when she was halfway through her run. The whole person fell heavily on Sherbin. Sherbin's fist unexpectedly missed the target. I surrender, don't kill me. Sherbin's neck was now tightly held by the fat woman, like a heavy chain hanging around his neck. His body was about to be crushed by the other party. After less than a minute, Sherbin felt his face turn green and breathing became difficult. He immediately ordered the warriors around him to stop. Seeing their boss lose inexplicably, these warrior brothers no longer had any desire to continue fighting. They all put away the daggers in their hands and quickly flashed out of the store. They just come here to make money, but don't want to risk their lives. Don't go, play with the sisters for a while. That's right, it's a good time to stretch your muscles right after eating. It helps with digestion. The female warrior queens who had just been watching the show with their bowls in their hands suddenly became interested when they saw the other side's minions running away like headless flies. They rushed forward in a swarm and surrounded the 7 or 8 warriors in an instant. They glanced at the quiet wilderness around them, a playful look in their eyes. Chapter 034, A man's knees are made of gold? Sorry, insufficient balance. Such a strong aura. Among the 7 or 8 guys who were surrounded, a man said with a trembling voice. Originally, they thought that the women sitting outside were just powerless people. I didn't expect that they were all King Wu? If they had known this job was so dangerous, they would never have ended up dying here with Sherbin just for a few million. Please spare us. The legs of these 7 or 8 grown men suddenly went weak and they began to kneel on the ground begging for mercy. Although it is said that a man's knees are worth gold, it is time to cash out. How boring. Looking at the people begging for mercy on the ground, a female warrior queen stood up and her figure instantly approached one of them. Then she slapped the man on the chest. The warrior didn't even have time to react before a mouthful of blood spurted out and he fell limply to the ground. He ascended to heaven directly on the spot. The remaining people who were still kneeling felt their legs become even weaker when they saw the woman take action. You can't run away. I can't beat him. You can only lower your head and wait for death. It turns out that the difference in strength is the difference between you being a fish at the mercy of others or a knife that kills the fish. Who sent you? Lin Jiao and Wanner walked up to these warriors. He really wanted to know where these people who came to kill him tonight came from. Is it necessary to mobilize such a large force? I'm pretending to be a businessman here. How much do they look down on me? It's all his fault. We only came here after receiving his money. It's really none of our business. Yes. It was all Sherbin's idea. He said he wanted to kill you. When these warriors heard Lin Jiao's question, they immediately pointed their fingers at Sherbin, who was still being held down in the store by Zhu Yuding. Lin Jiao thought about it, but still couldn't figure out how he had offended Sherbin. Hey! Our boss wants to know who sent Sherbin. The female warrior king who had just taken action seemed a little angry. She had originally thought that she could go on a killing spree tonight. I didn't expect to run into a bunch of soft persimmons. They knelt down before the fight even started. There wasn't even any process of swearing at each other. She simply kicked the man in the stomach to express her inner dissatisfaction. Sister Lulu, let them finish what they are saying. Wanner, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but laugh when she saw the hot-tempered Sister Lulu take action. Among this group of sisters, Sister Lulu is the strongest and has reached the peak level of martial king. Second only to Wanner, who possesses the strength of a martial lord. Of course, she also has the hottest temper. They would fight if they disagreed with each other. It can't be stopped. Puff. The warrior who was speaking was kicked by the woman who had just attacked him before he could continue to beg for mercy. Suddenly, another mouthful of blood spurted out on the field. Fortunately, Lulu held back, otherwise another person would have been killed. Seeing their companions being slaughtered one after another, the remaining warriors began to kowtow frantically. It seemed that as long as they kowtowed hard, they could save their lives. Sherbin was sent by the old man of the Wang family. Yes. He received a lot of money from Mr. Wang and helped him get rid of many people over the years. Sherbin also said that if we do this tonight, not only will we get paid, but we can also humiliate the woman next to Mr. Lin after we're done. What the fuck are you talking about? The warriors who had been kneeling began to frantically report the information they knew. He wanted to do this in exchange for the other party not killing him. I didn't expect that some idiot would suddenly say something like this. And insulted Mr. Lin's woman? You idiot, don't you consider the occasion when speaking? It's hard to survive now. Oh, you're talking about me. Warner slowly walked out from the crowd. She pointed at herself and looked at the person who had just spoken with a cold expression. The scene suddenly became silent, and even ordinary people like Linjiu felt a sense of despair. He had never seen Warner so angry. It was completely different from his previous playful look. Linjiu felt that the person standing in front of him at this moment was no longer the sweet and salty Warner. More like an irresistible female warrior. Seeing the woman standing up and speaking, giving them a murderous look, these warriors could no longer hold back. One of them immediately stood up and shouted, "Brothers, run!" The other warriors saw someone take the lead and stand up, and they also stood up and prepared to escape. Because when they walked out of Warner, they felt a sense of desperate pressure. This kind of pressure even exceeded that of other female warrior queens present. If they continue to stay here, death will be waiting for them. Just give it a try and see if you can escape. It doesn't matter even if I lose my arms and legs. Yes, that's interesting. The female warrior Queen Lulu, who was originally full of anger, saw that these people finally woke up and decided to fight them to the death. She couldn't help but get excited. She hadn't had the chance to take action in a long time, and she had almost forgotten the feeling of controlling other people's life and death. Seeing the warriors fleeing in different directions, she immediately flashed and appeared in front of a warrior. This person ran quite fast, and he ran such a long distance in just a few seconds. Ah! The warrior had just crossed the road in the cover of night and was about to enter the woods when he unexpectedly saw a beautiful face suddenly appear in front of him. At this moment she was looking at him with a smile. He couldn't help but be startled. The other party didn't make any sound at all. It suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. Even a martial king like Sherbin might not be able to do this. They really stirred up a hornet's nest tonight. Let's play for a bit. How about letting you make the first move? Lulu looked at the frightened man in front of her. She fiddled with her wrists a few times, stretched her muscles, and looked at the warrior pleadingly. Compared to working day after day to earn money, she still prefers the feeling of hunting prey. Well, you can do whatever you want. Warner gave a few instructions to the sisters who had chased out, then turned around and looked at the person who had just said that. Unlike Lulu, she doesn't like to tease her prey. For those who dare to offend her, she usually chooses to kill them instantly. You are not the king of war? The warrior who had just said the wrong thing now had his feet off the ground and was floating in the air. He felt as if something was strangling his neck. The bones were almost crushed bit by bit. Don't want. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the woman in front of him, only to see her stretch out her right hand in the air and make a fist-clenching gesture. As the woman's fist tightened more and more, the warrior who was lifted into the air felt more and more suffocated. Go to hell. As soon as Warner finished speaking, her fists clenched together tightly. The warrior's neck twisted and he fell from mid-air, losing his life. Chapter 035 Wu Zun's deterrence versus Sherbin's unwillingness to fight. Seeing this scene, Linjiu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It turns out that Warner's concubine is so powerful. Is this the terrifying power of Wu Zun? Fortunately, Warner is his concubine, otherwise, with Linjiu's previous behavior of teasing her, he would probably have died 100 times. You are Sherbin, right? It seems that the Wang family really won't listen to advice at all. Linjiu and Warner came into the store and looked at Sherbin who was being crushed to death. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I didn't expect that the Wang family, a mere family, could take root in Jianghai City for so many years and become so prosperous just by relying on a king of war. From this perspective, the so-called big families in Jianghai City are a bit too low class. You have to know that Linjiu himself has a car full of female warriors. It seems that I can set up a family for fun in the future. Handsome Lin, Sister Warner, you are here. Seeing the two people walk into the house, Zhu Yuding released her hands that had been strangling Sherbin's neck. She stood up, dusted herself off, and looked at the man on the ground, almost rolling his eyes. I'm afraid that if I continue to suppress him, this person will probably be on his way to death. Zhu Yuding was still able to figure out things like keeping someone alive for questioning. Ahem. As soon as Zhu Yuding left his body, Sherbin immediately felt much more comfortable. After being pressed down by the old sow for so long, he felt that his internal organs were about to be squeezed and deformed. Sherbin propped himself up with some difficulty and looked at Lin Jiao and the other person who came into the room. Although he had been suppressed, he saw clearly what had just happened outside. If his inexplicable defeat to Zhu Yuding was just bad luck, then it may be a foregone conclusion that I will die here tonight. He began to regret his underestimation of the enemy. These women are not ordinary people at all. Except for the female warriors who just came in with this fat woman. The rest of the women sitting outside have actually reached the realm of King Wu. Because when his subordinates were fleeing everywhere, Sherbin felt a series of terrifying auras erupting outside the house. It's even more lively than the Chinese New Year. In the end, he even felt a surge of strength that surpassed the martial king realm. I think it's the woman who just came in. You are Wu Zun. Sherbin felt so miserable. Didn't Tea Master Chai say that she was just a woman in the early stage of martial king? This damn Wang family really screwed him over. Husband, what are you going to do? Wanner ignored Sherbin's question. She had returned to her previous state and leaned against Lin Jiao with a smile. She doesn't even take low-level people like Sherbin seriously. The scene of killing Sherbin's younger brother outside just now was also done by Wanner on purpose for Sherbin to see. In fact, it was just to scare Sherbin in the room so that he would be more obedient. Seeing that the woman ignored him, Sherbin's face turned pale. He was really afraid that the other party would take advantage of his inattention and kill him. Fortunately, this terrifying woman has no such intention now. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Mr. Wang's nonsense from the beginning. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything. Seeing that such a powerful woman was willing to seek Lin Jiao's opinion, Sherbin seemed to have made up his mind. He fell to his knees in front of Lin Jiao with a thud and kept begging. Sherbin now is just like his subordinates. How can he look like a king of war? That depends on whether you want to die or live. Lin Jiao looked at Sherbin carefully and saw that this man was bloated due to the abuse caused by Zhu Yuding. At this moment, he was lying on the ground with a swollen face and begging for mercy. He was already an old man, but he was still crying and snotting. It was really disgusting to watch him. Lin Jiao saw a look of despair in Sherbin's eyes. It seems that he was stunned by the scene tonight. I want to live. Please. When Sherbin heard Lin Jiao speak, his tense nerves couldn't help but relax. As long as the other party is willing to make a request, he will agree unconditionally. Save your own life first. I won't make it difficult for you. How about helping me kill Wang Mingming from the Wang family? Lin Jiao nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he really couldn't let the Wang family go this time. Before the 3 days were up, the Wang family was already thinking of finding someone to kill him. He is so evil. Then I, Lin Jiao, will kill another of your sons and see who will take care of you, old Master Wang, in the future. At the same time, it also sends a warning to other forces that are targeting him. Don't let anyone cause you trouble. After hearing Lin Jiao's words, Sherbin, who had been keeping his head down, finally felt relieved. He originally thought that Lin Jiao would let this woman ruin his cultivation. Then Sherbin will be no different from a useless person from now on. At the very least, I'd have to break one of my arms or legs or something. I didn't expect it was such a simple request. I promise you, I can do this tonight. Sherbin banged his head hard on the ground, his forehead bleeding, but he showed no intention of stopping. Seeing the man looking so cowardly and agreeing so readily, Wanner couldn't help but snort coldly. If you dare to lie to my husband, you know what will happen to you. Wanner knew that Lin Jiao wanted to use Sherbin to get rid of Wang, which would save them a lot of trouble. As for what she said, it was not because she was afraid that Sherbin would lie to her, because she had long seen clearly that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength has always been paramount. But Sherbin is a coward. In order to save his life, he will definitely do as Lin Jiao tells him. This sentence was just a shot of confidence for Sherbin. If the other party does not do as he is told, then death is the only way waiting for him. How dare I deceive Master Wu Zun? When Sherbin heard the woman's words, his body trembled suddenly, and he felt so bitter in his heart that he couldn't express it. He really had no intention of deceiving Lin Jiao and the others. Anyway, he had no favors to show for the Wang family. The relationship between them is one of mutual interests. Just killing an insignificant young master can save his own life. Sherbin could still figure out the math in his mind. Well, you can go now. Lin Jiao was too lazy to let Sherbin stay here any longer, as it really ruined his good mood tonight. After asking him to clean the floor, he instructed Sherbin to deal with the mess made by his men and then let him go. Thank you. Sherbin staggered out of the door, looking back repeatedly, fearing that the other party would go back on his word and attack him from behind. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiao just took some ingredients out of the kitchen, put the meat on the grill and started grilling. The woman next to Lin Jiao didn't even look at him again. Only then did Sherbin turn around and continue to run away with relief. He had just run halfway and was about to use his body to speed up and leave this horrible place. Just by chance, they ran into the female warriors who came back from all directions. Seeing this scene, Sherbin was frightened again. He quickly stopped running and began to kneel down to beg for mercy. I didn't run away. It was Mr. Lin who let me out. Chapter 036 Night Attack on the Valley. Fortunately, the female warriors who rushed back did not make things difficult for Sherbin. They almost did not stop and just passed by him. Even Lulu, who always had a bad temper, just glanced at Sherbin for a moment longer, and then she continued to move forward. Because she had already smelled the fragrance of the food, Lulu, whose stomach was growling with hunger, had no intention of attacking the man in front of her who was trembling with fear. Not to mention paying attention to him. Seeing that he was being ignored by everyone, Sherbin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Wang, don't blame me, Sherbin, for being ruthless this time. Sherbin said a few words, and then his figure quickly disappeared into the night. After Lin Jiao and his group had eaten and drunk their fill, Warner drove the bus and took everyone to Xinghe Manor. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any trouble along the way. When the bus turned the last mountain road, the tip of the iceberg of Xinghe Manor appeared before everyone. An ancient castle with a strong Western magical atmosphere stands quietly in the middle of the spacious and quiet manor. Seen from a distance, the castle is brightly lit, as if waiting for the return of its owner. The castle is surrounded by vast gardens, and the fountains burst into colorful water splashes under the reflection of colorful lights. The bus stopped at the gate of Xinghe Manor, and a charming figure hurried towards this side. The person who came was the great demon Zhuang Feifei. Stinky brother. Why didn't you answer my call? I thought something happened to you guys. Zhuang Feifei threw herself into Lin Jiao's arms with a worried look on her face. She had just received news that the Wang family had already started taking action in advance. He was so scared that he quickly called Lin Jiao, but he called several times but was told that the call could not be connected. She thought that something had happened to Lin Jiao and the others, or that they had encountered someone that even Sister Warner couldn't deal with. Hello, Sister Feifei. She's so beautiful. She looks just like those stars in TV dramas. That's right, she still has such a hot body. When the girls who got off the car saw the scene, they couldn't help but start chattering. They greeted Zhuang Feifei enthusiastically. When they were in the car before, Sister Warner told them about the current situation. Lin Jiao can not only offer them high salaries, but also help them rebuild their school. There are several hills in this galaxy manor, which is perfect for building a sect. Doing so is not only worthy of the teacher's kindness, but also a kind of revival of the teacher's school. Warner's sisters all know that she is now not only Lin Jiao's personal bodyguard. Now it has even developed to the level of a concubine. This was something they had never expected. After all, Sister Warner was the youngest among them, yet the strongest one. Now, as they looked at the endless Xinghe Manor before them, they finally understood Sister Warner's good intentions. Come in quickly. This time, thanks to the new sisters who came to my rescue, otherwise I would have been worried to death. Zhuang Feifei greeted the group of girls politely and led them to the manor enthusiastically. The people following behind stared at Zhuang Feifei's back and began to discuss in low voices. It seems that the charming woman in front of me is Lin Jiao's first wife that Warner mentioned. The girls' eyes kept scanning Zhuang Feifei and junior sister Warner. After seeing the fullness on the big goblin's chest, they instantly revealed meaningful smiles. It is indeed reasonable for Sister Warner to be the younger one. Big Goblin, thank you for your hard work today. Following Zhuang Feifei into the Xinghe Manor, Lin Jiao was extremely excited. I didn't expect that in just one day, the Big Goblin could decorate the manor so stylishly. Even among the crowd that had just greeted him outside the door, he saw the security captain who had been at Yujingwan before. As he walked along, Lin Jiu discovered that there were professional security personnel patrolling around the outskirts of the manor. Yes. It's really hard work. I want to eat the noodles you made tonight. Zhuang Feifei whispered into Lin Jiu's ear and the car speed immediately increased. I want to eat too. I want one too. Yeah, I wasn't full just now. Lin Jiu was thinking about how to teach this old driver, the big demon, a lesson. She always drives with him. Isn't she afraid that he will eat her? Unexpectedly, the young ladies around me immediately followed suit. Lin Jiu and Zhuang Feifei were both stunned when they saw this scene. Can you hear such a quiet voice? Will there be any privacy from now on? Only Wanner on the side covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Feifei was really something. She actually dared to whisper in front of a group of practitioners. What's more, she was surrounded by a group of gossipy women. It's hard not to eavesdrop. This is the kitchen, come on. Before he could properly tour his newly purchased manor, Lin Jiu was led by Zhuang Feifei to the huge kitchen. The group of women threw Lin Jiu into the kitchen and followed Zhuang Feifei in groups to visit the manor. Even Wanner could only helplessly make a face at Lin Jiu, but she dared not disobey Sister Feifei's words. Who made Sister Feifei the elder and she the younger? Looking at the kitchen in front of him that was as big as a basketball court, Lin Jiu's hands couldn't help but tremble as he tied his apron. Cooking in a kitchen like this would be exhausting, wouldn't it? No, we have to hire a few more top chefs in the future. Lin Jiu picked up the knife in his hand and chopped the tomatoes on the chopping board viciously. While everyone was strolling around, Wanner suggested that Zhuang Feifei take them to see the valleys behind. After all, the man who had competed with Lin Jiu for the manor at the auction before has been frequently appearing near the manor recently. It seems that there must be something attractive inside. Now that the manor has been bought by Lin Jiu, if that person dares to trespass again, Wanner doesn't mind making him suffer a little. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm also very curious about what the person hired by the Jiang family is looking for in our manor. Zhuang Feifei nodded. She had actually wanted to go and find out about it for a long time, but the manor was a bit far away. In addition to this galaxy manor, apart from the living area where the castle is located, there are many other places that no one has actually set foot in. Because the area of Galaxy Manor is really too large. As a weak woman, she dared not wander around. But now that Sister Wanner is back, there is naturally no problem. Shall we drive? Zhuang Feifei stretched out her hand and pointed at the outlines in the darkness, indicating that they were the valleys. If there's an ambush, it would be more dangerous to take a car. Sister Lulu, please go back with the rest of the sisters to guard the place. The female warrior Queen Lulu nodded, and she led the rest of the people back to their residence in the castle. Wanner gently moved around Zhuang Feifei's chest, and then lifted her onto her back. After making a gesture to several sisters who were at the Martial King level, the group quickly ran towards those mysterious valleys. Chapter 037 The Secret of the Valley, The Shy Goblin. Wanner and her group moved very quickly. It took them less than 10 minutes to reach the valley that seemed very far away. Everyone stopped at the entrance of the valley. A female warrior queen took a deep breath and said, Sister Wanner, your husband has really found a great treasure. Because everyone could feel the rich spiritual energy emanating from this valley. I see. Wanner put down Zhuang Feifei, who had been on her back, and then the girls walked into the depths of the valley. Looking at the environment at the entrance to the valley, Wanner couldn't help but become more and more curious, since she could feel such rich spiritual energy outside the valley. Then there must be more unknown secrets in it. It seems that the cultivators invited by the Jiang family also came for the spiritual energy in the valley. No wonder that person was willing to work for the Jiang family, because a place with rich spiritual energy like this is of great help to practitioners in improving their strength. In fact, there are only two ways for practitioners to improve their strength. When you first get started or begin the path of cultivation, you should first learn the corresponding mental methods from your master or disciples according to your own physical condition. Once you have laid a solid foundation for your mental skills, you can start to improve your strength step by step. The first way to improve your strength is to fight continuously to consolidate your own cultivation. Over time, you will gradually achieve the effect of improving your realm. But the chances of improvement by doing this are very small. Unless every time a cultivator fights, he is fighting against someone of equal strength. Or maybe it's someone whose cultivation is higher than yours. Treat every battle as a life and death battle. Push yourself to the limit to the maximum extent and gain enlightenment from the tremendous pressure. Only by doing this can you have a great chance of improving your own realm. However, this level of life and death battle is difficult for most practitioners to accept. Because no one wants to provoke an enemy that is stronger than himself. Not to mention whether you can defeat the opponent. If you are not careful, you may even lose your own life. If you lose your life, what's the point of improving your strength? Therefore, many practitioners prefer the second way to improve their strength. That is to find a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very abundant, and practice in that environment. By practicing the exercises, one can absorb the spirit of heaven and earth into one's body and circulate it, thereby achieving a stable and safe improvement in cultivation. For example, this valley in the Galaxy Manor in front of everyone. I don't know how many practitioners are flocking to this holy place for cultivation. By practicing in such a place, Warner felt that even her martial arts realm might be improved again. Sister Warner, do we need to go in again? Zhuang Feifei saw the group of little girls around her, all of whom had excited expressions on their faces, and she looked a little confused. She didn't know what had happened, but it seemed there was no danger at the moment. After all, she is just an ordinary person and cannot feel the connection between the cultivator's body and nature. At most, Zhuang Feifei felt that the air here was fresher than outside. Well, Sister Feifei, don't be afraid. There are no outsiders here. Because just now when they entered the valley, Warner no longer hid her strength. She exuded all of her martial arts master's cultivation level. It covered just under half of the valley, but no enemies were found. Warner took Zhuang Feifei's hand, and the group continued to walk deeper into the valley. The evening breeze blew gently into the mountain stream, and the moonlight now avoided the obstruction of dark clouds, illuminating the darkness deep in the valley a little more. At this moment, everyone could see the whole picture of the deep valley. What a beautiful view! With the pouring of moonlight, Zhuang Feifei was finally no longer in the dark. Seeing the scenery in front of them, even the group of girls around her were attracted. I saw the moonlight falling on the stream on the mountain, and the faint chirping of insects accompanied by the sound of gurgling water. It was as if you could hear the heartbeating of the entire valley. I didn't expect this place to be so extraordinary. The large pool under the waterfall is now rippling under the impact of the waterfall. Seeing this scene, Warner couldn't help but praise it. She hadn't seen such a beautiful scene for a long time since she and her sisters left the sect. Not to mention the countless vegetation growing lushly around the pool. With just one glance, she discovered several high-level spiritual herbs. It would be very good to use it to make pills and improve your cultivation strength. It turns out that this place is not only rich in spiritual energy, but also breeds many rare herbs. Fortunately, they came to explore early tonight, otherwise so many treasures would have fallen into the hands of outsiders. This stinky little brother is really lucky. Zhuang Feifei couldn't understand the flowers and plants in Warner and the others' hands, so she went to a beach near the pond and squatted down. There are rows of green clam shells, which are edible shellfish, standing quietly here. These clam shells reflect waves of tender green light under the rippling water, as if waiting for someone to pick them up. These clam shells are very large. Just by looking at the outside, you can guess how delicious the meat inside is. Not to mention the nutrients it contains. It is so simple that men will become strong and tall after eating it, and women will become radiant after eating it. If Lin Jiu were to eat this, I don't know what he would become. Zhuang Feifei picked up a clam shell and held it in her palm, squatting by the beach and staring blankly. A blush flashed across her pretty face. Fortunately, the night served as a cover, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing if others saw it. Pooh. Zhuang Feifei shook her head quickly, and then she realized that she had just started to think too much. Why is this happening? Could it be that I really fell in love with that stinky little brother? Sister Feifei, what are you daydreaming about? Warner asked her sisters to collect everything that needed to be collected, and she came to Zhuang Feifei and squatted down. Seeing the clamshell in her hand, Warner couldn't help but smile, so Sister Feifei is having aphrodisiac thoughts. Zhuang Feifei was startled by Warner's words and immediately threw the clam shell in her hand back into the water. Sister Warner is really thoughtful. No, sister, I'm just joking. These are all high-quality ingredients, we can't waste them. Take some more and ask my husband to make soup for everyone. Warner looked at Zhuang Feifei with a smile, then she took out a roll of bags from her crossbody bag. This was a habit she developed from picking up bottles, and she would carry these things with her wherever she went. Well, then take some back. Zhuang Feifei blushed a little, and she started to pick up the clamshells with Warner. Before she knew it, she had filled Warner's 5 big bags. It looks like I can finally have a full meal tonight. Chapter 038, Naughty Brother, you have to finish the soup too. Where did you get this? Lin Jiu looked at the big bags in the hands of the big goblin and Wanner with suspicion, and saw that they were full of shells. We were supposed to be exploring the valley, but it makes it seem like we're going to purchase supplies. He had just cooked several large bowls of noodles and made another large bowl of braising liquid for the cold noodles. Since Lulu and his group came back early, they are enjoying their meal now. Hubby, Sister Feifei, let me take care of these. Wanner diligently picked up the bag on the table and walked into the kitchen, and immediately started boiling water. My little wife Wanner is really considerate. Lin Jiu looked at Wanner with gratitude, who had already started busying herself in the kitchen. He felt very satisfied. I couldn't help but admire my own vision. Fortunately, I hired Wanner. Otherwise, what a huge loss it would be. An hour later, the rich aroma of seafood filled the huge restaurant. The eyes of the crowd, who were still not satisfied, were now shining. When they smelled the fragrance, their stomachs, which had just been full for a short time, began to rumble again. They haven't tasted Sister Wanner's cooking for a long time. You have to know that junior Sister Wanner's craftsmanship used to support the entire sect. Even the master who was about to pass away lived a few more years after eating it. Wanner filled everyone's bowl with clam shells and poured half a bowl of fresh soup into it. Only then did she sit down and eat with everyone. Stinky brother, you should eat more and finish the soup. Zhuang Feifei was a little absent-minded about the praises around her. She stared at the food in Lin Jiu's bowl seriously. It was as if this bowl of soup contained some magical energy. It's so delicious. Lin Jiu quickly cleared all the clam shells in the bowl and then burped loudly. Hearing what the big goblin said, he couldn't help but nod his head. It was rare that Wanner's cooking skills were so good. Such a nutritious soup must not be wasted. He picked up the bowl of clam soup and drank it all in one gulp. This thing actually has the sweet smell of fruit? Seeing Lin Jiu clean up all the clam shells, Zhuang Feifei's face turned red. What did you find when you went to the valley tonight? Lin Jiu became increasingly curious about the valleys in Xinghe Manor. Wanner and the big goblin had just arrived at the manor when they ran into the mountains without stopping. They must have discovered some incredible secret. There must be more to it than just these clam shells. These valleys are very large. Wanner began to tell everyone what they had just encountered in the valley. After hearing Wanner and the other girls' descriptions, Lin Jiu didn't react much. Because ever since Wanner said that he was not suitable for cultivation, he has not been so interested in cultivation. Therefore, I was not too surprised by these valleys full of spiritual energy. All I heard was that the valley was huge and the scenery was beautiful. It would be nice to live there and spend your retirement. On the contrary, the girls who were unable to go in with them just now started cheering excitedly when they heard Wanner's news. Let's all move to the valley from now on. Yes, it's such a nice place, I don't want to leave for a moment. Boss Lin, can you build a few dormitories inside? Among them are warriors and people at the level of Martial King. If this valley is really as Wanner described. So for them, it is no different from winning tens of millions in lottery. Unexpectedly, they encountered this opportunity as soon as they took the job recommended by Wanner. Well, that's a good suggestion. Hearing what the girls said, Lin Jiu's expression began to become excited. Why did you save so much money? Isn't it just a day to spend money? For him, spending money is equal to making money. Lin Jiu suddenly slammed the table and stood up, putting his hands on the table and began an impassioned speech. I promised you before that I would rebuild the sect for you in Xinghe Manor. Now it's time to fulfill my promise and thank you all for coming to work for me. I also want to thank everyone for taking care of Wanner for so many years. Sister Wanner is my concubine. From now on, you are all my sisters, Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu became more and more excited as he spoke, and for some reason he began to feel hot and unbearable all over. He just felt that his head was suddenly a little dizzy at this moment, and his speech became a little lisp. It feels like I drank too much before. Seeing Lin Jiu's reaction, Zhuang Feifei's face began to turn redder and redder. She looked at Wanner shyly, who winked at her. She even made a yeah gesture to her. Stinky brother, I see everyone is tired, let's all go to bed early. Zhuang Feifei touched Lin Jiu tentatively and found that he was starting to get a little drunk. This Sister Wanner actually put so much red wine in the soup. Feeling the support of the big fairy, Lin Jiu began to stick to her and subconsciously hugged Zhuang Feifei tightly. Yes, everyone should go to bed early. Looking at the big fairy so close to him, Lin Jiu could feel the fragrance emanating from her body. That beautiful face and hot red lips were only a dozen centimeters away from me. As if waiting for his request at any time. Lin Jiu followed the big demon to the room on the second floor, and his heart began to beat inexplicably. It was like returning to the scene when he first met the goblin. He had a vague feeling that he was going to do something big tonight. Something I have always wanted to do. Bah! Zhuang Feifei shyly helped Lin Jiu back to the room and gently closed the door. In the silent and endless darkness, the two began to kiss passionately. Ahem! Warner coughed awkwardly a few times, signaling everyone who was about to jump out of the second floor door to stop immediately. These sisters really give her a lot of worry. She has been stuck in the sect for so many years, and after coming out, she doesn't even know how to find a boyfriend or anything. Are you still thinking of eavesdropping now? Do you want to have a good sleep after listening to this? Warner opened the other bags she brought back and saw that they were filled with exotic and beautiful flowers. This is exactly what I picked in the valley just now. Sister Lulu, what kind of elixir can be made from these? Seeing the bag full of precious spiritual herbs, the female martial queen Lulu sorted them into categories and put them in order on the table. This one is called 5-star grass. It can be used to refine blood clotting pills, which are miraculously effective in stopping bleeding from wounds. This flower is called moonfall fragrance. It can be used to refine cold fragrance pills, which can be used to regulate disordered breath. This one. Everyone around listened carefully to Liolio's introduction, because she used to be one of the senior sisters in the sect who was responsible for alchemy. Many of them have eaten the pills made by Lulu, and the quality is indeed very good. There has never been any poisoning incident. No one here knows as much about magical herbs and elixirs as Lulu. Is this one very powerful? In front of spiritual herbs, the powerful Warner is just a layman. She can only roughly distinguish which flowers and herbs can be used to make pills. Seeing Lulu's hesitation, everyone thought that some extremely rare spiritual herb had appeared. Lulu pointed at a red flower in front of her and said with some shame, "This one is called Luyang flower. It can be refined into aphrodisiac pills." She raised her hand and pointed at Lin Jiu and Zhuang Feifei's room, and said softly, "It's suitable for their current situation." Chapter 039 Husband, it's time to get up. Hubby, it's time to get up. After a night of intense fighting, Lin Jiu and Zhuang Feifei actually got up early the next day. Looking at the woman lying beside him with a sweet breath, Lin Jiu gently kissed her on the face. Then the two of them stood up, and Zhuang Feifei helped Lin Jiu tidy up his clothes. After they finished their breakfast, Zhuang Feifei went out accompanied by 2 female warrior queens. Although Lin Jiu fought with the big demon for 300 rounds last night, he did not forget what he said at the dinner table last night. So today he asked the big goblin to go out and find a construction team, and immediately started to build the valleys in the galaxy manner. He wanted to build a magnificent sect for Warner and her fellow sisters, so that they could start their cultivation again in Xinghe Manor. Lin Jiu himself also had things to do today, because today was the last day of the 3-day deadline he gave to the Wang family. He had to go to the Wang family and see if Sherbin had fulfilled the oath he made that night. Go and kill Wang Mingming, the eldest son of the Wang family. Honey, this is for you. Warner, who was in the driver's seat, took out a box from her small bag and handed it to Lin Jiu. What is this? Lin Jiu opened the box and found that it was full of round gray-brown pills. It looks just like Wu Ji by Fengwan. He looked at Warner with some confusion. This is a pill made from the spiritual herbs we picked from the valley last night. Sister Lulu spent the entire night refining them last night. These pills are all of the same kind, called aphrodisiac pills, and their effects are. Before Warner could finish her words, Lin Jiu hurriedly interrupted her. Lin Jiu is an adult, so of course he knows what the so-called aphrodisiac pill that Warner mentioned is. Didn't he expect that the female martial arts queen Lulu could actually tinker with these things? You know, these are all good things. Lin Jiuxiang suppressed his inner emotions and showed a calm expression. In fact, his heart was already in turmoil at this moment. Warner, that little girl, went to the valley last night just to get these? He suddenly recalled the bowl of clamshell soup last night, which was also cooked by Warner herself for everyone. Why are you and the big goblin eating so much that you feel dizzy? Thinking of this, Lin Jiu seemed to understand something, and his face couldn't help but twitch a few times. It turned out that Warner was behind all this, just to give him a divine assist. Lin Jiu didn't know how to praise the little wife in front of him. Boss Lin, you're leaving so early. The Lamborghini that Lin Jiao and his companion were driving stopped at the gate. A neatly dressed and well-proportioned man came up and greeted Lin Jiao in the car with a smile on his face. This person was the former security captain of the Yujingwan Villa district. When Lin Jiao and the others came back last night, the security captain happened to be patrolling around the manor with his men. So the two of them didn't meet last night. It turns out to be the security captain. Lin Jiao looked at the man in front of him and felt a sense of familiarity. He immediately got out of the car and started chatting with him. Only then did he realize that the security captain's name was Mo Chang. In the past, he not only served as a soldier, but also served as the captain of a special forces unit. He is the kind of person who has actually been to the battlefield and held real weapons. Brother Chang, are you interested in helping me train a private special forces team? After learning about the experience of security captain Mo Chang, Lin Jiao suddenly came up with the idea of setting up a private team. From now on, I will serve Xinghe Manor full-time. Oh? Brother Lin really has this plan? Hearing Lin Jiao's words, Mo Chang's calloused hands subconsciously clenched a little. Of course he longed to return to the battlefield again. Fight with the enemy and fight for the glory that belongs to a true man. This is the fighting instinct he developed as a special forces soldier. His current life is too dull for him. Since Brother Lin has spoken, I don't need to bother you with the training and manpower. It's just that I can't afford things like hot weapons. Captain Chang sighed lightly and told Lin Jiao his views on forming a team. Although in today's world, there are indeed many wealthy people and bigwigs who have their own armies. But without exception, those people are all well known and famous. Their assets and power are not comparable to those of ordinary wealthy people. You should know that establishing a professional special forces team is not only an assessment of the strength of the team members. It is also a test of the financial strength of the boss behind the scenes. Because guns and weapons are not cheap, and they are also huge consumables. Brother Chang, you don't have to worry about the weapons and funding. I promise to let you use the most expensive and advanced weapons. Lin Jiao could hear the helplessness in Mo Chang's words. But fortunately, Lin Jiao has endless money, so as long as it can be solved with money, it is not a problem. At the same time, Lin Jiao also saw the passion of a soldier in Mo Chang's eyes. It is a yearning for a life full of bullets and guns. Lin Jiao paused and continued, does Brother Chang have any connections? Hearing Lin Jiao's words, Mo Chang smiled brightly, just use some ordinary weapons and equipment at the beginning. These things can be bought at domestic weapons exhibitions. As for those better and more advanced weapons, it won't be too late to inquire about channels to purchase them after our team has been successfully integrated. Lin Jiao listened very carefully, and finally he asked Warner for her opinion. Unexpectedly, Warner's reply to Lin Jiao was beyond his expectations. I thought that as a cultivator, my little wife Warner would be very disdainful of things like hot weapons. After all, killing and robbing are easy things for them to do. Unexpectedly, Warner agreed with his point of view with both hands. For practitioners below the rank of martial honor, their survival rate against firearms is only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. A network of interwoven firepower covers the cold gun of the sniper in the distance. As long as weapons and personnel tactics are used properly, it is not impossible to kill a warrior, even a cultivator at the peak of the martial king level. Lin Jiao looked at Warner again and found that this little girl was indeed a very smart person. Know when to advance and when to retreat, and be aware of the risks. She can always analyze and look at problems calmly, rather than being overconfident. Yes. Sister-in-law is absolutely right. After hearing Warner's analysis, Mo Chang, who was standing by, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Mo Chang already knew that Warner was a cultivator when he was in Yujing Bay. But he still sincerely admired the woman in front of him. Not only was she powerful, but she also knew how to keep a low profile. Then it's settled. Lin Jiao patted Captain Chang on the shoulder, said goodbye to him, and drove towards the center of Jianghai City with Warner. If this special forces team can really be successfully formed. So for Lin Jiao, it is like having another line of defense. Lin Jiao is now very relieved about the safety of Xinghe Manor. Because from today on, every time the Great Fairy goes out, there will be 2 Martial King bodyguards following her at all times. She calls it the best group of girlfriends ever. Chapter 040 Lao Lin, I want an Iron Man suit. As for the safety of Xinghe Manor, Lin Jiao doesn't have to worry about it anymore. There are now 8 martial kings and 10 warriors in the family. Even if the Bull Demon King comes, he will probably have to plow 2 acres of land before leaving. After Lin Jiao and his companions arrived at the center of Jianhai City, they did not rush to go directly to Wang's house. Instead, he took Wanner to the Science and Technology Museum because Lin Jiao planned to visit there. The more important thing is to see if we can find more information about the stone bought from the auction. As for the Wang family's affairs, we can deal with them in the evening. Because the big goblin had said before that today was the 70th birthday celebration of Mr. Wang from the Wang family. I believe that there will be many celebrities from all walks of life in Jianhai City coming to support him, and then he will do it in front of everyone. Kill the prestige of his Wang family. Hello, Mississippi. You are not allowed to bring food into the museum. A staff member stopped Lin Jiao and the other person with a smile. She pointed at the food in Wanner's hand and then at the sign at the door. Oh. Wanner just said oh obediently and quickly stuffed all the octopus balls in her hand into her mouth. Unfortunately, her mouth was too small and the last one couldn't be stuffed in. She pinched the meatball with her hand and put it into Lin Jiao's mouth. Sir, your wife is so lovely, please come in. After seeing the two finish their food, the staff put them into the museum. This little wife Wanner and the big demon are indeed not of the same style. Lin held Wanner's hand and walked around the exhibition hall, stopping from time to time. While searching for cultural relics related to the stone, he recalled the scene of Wanner eating just now in his mind. It's really pure and cute. It was also the first time that Wanner was addressed as madam by someone. When she saw Lin Jiao holding her hand tightly, her face suddenly became a little hot. This feels pretty good. Director Chen, we really only need to extract a tiny bit of it. As they passed a corner, two voices with a hint of quarrel were heard. Immediately afterwards, two people walked quickly past Lin Jiao and the others. Walking behind was an old man with gray hair. He had a big smile on his face and was trying to speed up his pace to catch up with the man in front. Lao Lin, I've told you so many times, no. The middle-aged man in glasses in front of him didn't turn around either. He said angrily, this is a national special cultural relic. No one can touch it without the documents from above. Lin Jiao and the other person stopped and listened to the conversation between the two. It seemed that the man wearing glasses walking in front should be the curator here. Lin Jiao knew from their conversation that this old man with gray hair should be a scientific researcher. After seeing the curator quickly disappear from the old man's sight, Lin Jiao immediately stepped forward and asked, Old man, what did you say you wanted to extract? Looking at the museum director's disappearing back, Lao Lin could only sigh helplessly. Only then did he realize that there was someone standing next to him. Alas, little brother, I'm afraid you won't understand even if I tell you. Having said that, the old man in front of him still started chatting with Lin Jiao. Maybe it's because I haven't talked to anyone for a long time? Old man, you say. Lin Jiao found a stool for Lao Lin to sit down, and from him Lin learned that Lao Lin was actually a scientific researcher. And he is a top-notch talent with high academic level. The purpose of his coming here this time was to find a meteorite that fell outside the suburbs of Jianhai City a few years ago. Lao Lin's team plans to extract some samples from it and take them back to see if they can be applied to a new invention. I was the one who discovered the meteorite. Old Lin recalled the past, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and said, I was just halfway through the experiment when the local authorities came and took away my meteorite. Then it was kept in this Science and Technology Museum and never put on display. After hearing old Lin's description, Lin Jiao realized that the old man in front of him also had a stone that was very similar to himself. They all have weird shapes and feel slippery. The only thing they have in common is that they are all very strong and seem to contain some kind of high-strength structural component. You could even say it's a metal stone. I understand. You're looking for a high-strength material that can be used in nanotechnology. Hearing Lao Lin's words, Lin Jiao became excited. Isn't this just effortless? The stone bought at the last auction is still placed outside the gate of the castle. I didn't expect that this so-called mountain stabilizing stone would be so useful. What other nanomaterials can be made? I have a piece that weighs more than a ton. Lin Jiao told Lao Lin about his experience of buying this stone. Lao Lin was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped after hearing it. What? Brother Lin, are you kidding me, an old man? You have to know that the meteorite he picked up at that time was only the size of a palm. Even such a small amount of stuff is already extremely precious, let alone one that weighs more than a ton. Lao Lin's eyes began to become even more fanatical than Lin Jiao's. Seeing Lin Jiao nod in the affirmative, old Lin could no longer conceal his excitement. He shook Lin Zhou's hand and said, "As long as we can successfully extract high-strength materials from the meteorite, then Brother Lin, whatever you say, this old man will agree to it. Let's go now. I can't wait to start researching right now." As a person who has made many outstanding contributions in the field of practical science and technology, Lao Lin has great enthusiasm for research and invention. Although Lao Lin is retired now, he is still leading students from many well-known universities in research projects. They are mentors to the future elite talents of these countries. At the same time, Lao Lin also works closely with many cutting-edge laboratories at home and abroad. He even invested all the money he earned in his lifetime into the world of science. As long as the equipment was useful and within his acceptable range, Lao Lin bought all of it home. Because of this, his wife often complains to him that he is a retired person but still tinkering with these machines all day long. He has almost run out of money for his retirement. "Uncle Lin, please don't get excited. I am willing to fully sponsor all future research you and your team conduct. But you have to promise me one thing." Seeing the old man in front of him blushing, Lin Zhou began to worry about him, fearing that he might have a sudden heart attack or high blood pressure. Old Lin is really an inventor. After hearing Lin Zhou's words, old Lin didn't think too much. He patted his chest and agreed readily. In fact, the issue of money is not important to a scientific researcher. If you really can't make it, just apply for some subsidies. Of course, it would be best if someone could sponsor the entire process. Seeing that old Lin agreed so readily, Lin Zhou also put forward his own request to the other party. "If the research is successful, I need you to help me make an Iron Man suit. There are also some high-strength daggers and other weapons." Chapter 041. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. That's no problem. As long as the extraction is successful, everything will be fine. Old Lin looked at Lin Zhou in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party would ask him such a question. Although things like iron armor only exist in movies, that is only what most ordinary people know. In fact, many technologies have already been realized in reality. The same thing, as long as Lin Zhou is willing to provide me with financial and material assistance. Then Lao Lin can make him a set of Iron Man suits. That's no problem, I will definitely support you with all my strength. Hearing that old Lin agreed so readily, Lin Zhou felt embarrassed to let him continue waiting like this. Lin Zhou picked up the phone and told Captain Mo Chang, then asked Lao Lin and their team to go to Xingha Manor to take the stones away. Watching old Lin leave with excitement on his face, Lin Zhou looked at the time and found that it was getting late. Now that the metal and stone matter has been successfully resolved, the next step is to go to the Wang family to celebrate Mr. Wang's birthday. The Wang family's mansion is located in a private villa area in the center of Jianhai City. This place is much larger than Yujingwan where Lin Zhou lived before. After Lin Zhou and Wanner got out of the Lamborghini, they looked at the villa area in front of them and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. How wealthy does one have to be to live here? Fortunately, Lin Zhou has his own system for spending money, otherwise he would not have lived for another 100 years. I guess I can't even afford a house here. Because the owners here all have their own piece of land, each building is separated by the river that surrounds the city. From a distance, it looks like a series of small islands connected together. The Wang family is worthy of having opened so many chain stores in Baida shopping mall. He is so damn rich. However, these things that can be bought with money are nothing to Lin Zhou. Compared with his Galaxy Manor, this place is like lifting tofu with a hemp rope. Don't mention it. At this moment, at the entrance of the building, there are many private luxury cars coming in and out, probably all coming to attend the Wang family's banquet. We're at the door. Lin Zhou dialed Sherbin's number, and soon a black Mercedes drove out. The Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Lin Zhou and the others, and Wanner helped Lin Zhou open the car door. Woo! Lord Wu, Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Zhou and the other person get into the car, Sherbin's hands holding the steering wheel couldn't help but sweat slightly. Just sitting in the car, he could feel the intimidation of the woman behind him. He recalled the scene of the woman fighting that night. Sherbin was surprised to see that this woman was able to lift the killer he hired into the air through the air. Then he broke the man's neck. Have you thought it through? Wanner's tone was very cold, and she looked at Sherbin with indifference. It was as if the person sitting in front of her was just a lamb to be slaughtered and was not worthy of her attention at all. My Lord Wuzun, I have made all the arrangements. Seeing that the two people in the back seat didn't say anything, Sherbin quickly rolled up the car window and pulled Lin Zhou and the other two towards the Wang family's area. Finally, he followed Lin Zhou's arrangements and found a secluded place to park the car. You go ahead and we'll go in later. Because Lin Zhou didn't intend to let others see him staying with someone like Bin. He was not worried about what tricks Bin would play. It's not that I'm afraid of being looked down upon by others. Lin Zhou just didn't want to alert the enemy too early. Who knows who will come to celebrate Mr. Wang's birthday today? Also, if you expose yourself in advance, then this party would probably lose a lot of fun. Lin Zhou. Lin Wan. Lin Zhou glanced at the two invitations given by Bin and directly wrote his and Wanner's names at the end. As time passed, the number of guests rushing to the palace began to decrease. He and Wanner observed from a distance for a long time but did not find anything unusual. Lin Zhou was worried about running into someone from the Jiang family here. Because the Jiang family, one of the three major families in Shanghai City, is very likely to attend such an occasion. Generally speaking, in a big family like this, the struggles may seem fierce on the surface. However, due to the entanglement of interests, there will still be times for communication and meeting in private. More importantly, Lin Zhou thought of the new expert that the Jiang family had hired. My little wife Wanner said that the man was at the early stage of martial honor. But he is not comparable to a martial king like Bin. Let's go, husband. Even if that person from the Jiang family comes, there's no need to worry at all. Wanner saw Lin Zhou's worry, so she took Lin Zhou's hand and told him to relax. The person invited by the Jiang family was just a nobody in her eyes. It can't cause any waves. Brother Wang, long time no see. Hey, Mr. Li seems to be living a happy life recently, his face is rosy. Of course, thanks to you for introducing me to that. Entering the hall used by the Wang family to entertain guests, I saw that the huge living room was now filled with tables. Everyone was walking around the table, taking the opportunity to make connections. It was extremely lively for a while. Lin Zhou was pulled by Wanner, and the two sat down in a relatively quiet corner. Seeing so many people coming to support the Wang family, a smile appeared on Lin Zhou's face. Okay, the more people the better. The more people there are, the more embarrassed the Wang family will be. Ah, husband. Wanner held a piece of abalone in her hand and put it close to Lin Zhou's mouth. Interrupted Lin Zhou, who was immersed in his own world. After Lin Zhou came to his senses, he smiled and ate what she handed him in one bite. Wow, this tastes really good. Lin Zhou then remembered that the matter of hiring a chef for their Galaxy Manor seemed to have not been finalized yet. The big demon is delaying the implementation. Could it be that he wants Lin Zhou to cook for him personally in the future? That's too much. Lin Zhou glanced at Wanner beside him and found that she was indeed not an ordinary person. At this moment, she was holding a leg of lamb in one hand and a soda in the other, eating it in big gulps. In such an occasion, he could still eat the delicacies in front of him so calmly. The strength and psychological quality are both amazing. Not long after, Wanner had already cleared out most of the food on the table. Hello everyone, welcome to my Wang family. A slightly old voice sounded in the living room, and the crowd that had been noisy just now immediately quieted down. The person who came was the head of the Wang family, Mr. Wang. He smiled and asked everyone to sit down. After some polite exchanges, Mr. Wang coughed a few times. As I grow older, more and more people dare to bully my Wang family. Among them, there is a person named Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou sat in the corner, looking at Mr. Wang on the stage with a sneer on his face. This old guy is really bold. What do you mean I deliberately went against the Wang family? It's obviously your Wang family that has been against me all along, right? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, your Wang family can turn anything white into something black. If anyone can help me kill this evil beast, I would like to make friends with him. I think everyone should know the benefits of being friends with the Wang family. Looking at the disgusting face of Mr. Wang on the stage, Lin Zhou finally understood what it meant that if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked as well. Kill me? Don't you see if there's a fire in your backyard? Chapter 42, Symmetrical Wang Mingming. What? Someone actually dares to provoke the Wang family? That's just courting death. I heard that Mr. Wang's bodyguard is a very powerful person. Of course, otherwise how could a normal bodyguard earn tens of millions a year? After hearing what Mr. Wang said, the guests at the banquet began to whisper. They actually all know that the Wang family has developed to this point today. But it doesn't just rely on those so-called picked at shopping malls. There must be many shady things behind the scenes. Because this kind of thing is no longer uncommon among these big families. My father is right. From now on, Lin Jiao and our Wang family have an irreconcilable blood feud. An angry voice rang out in the banquet hall, and a man was pushed out in a wheelchair. This person is Wang Mingming, the eldest son of the Wang family. His face was filled with indignation. At this moment, his empty right sleeve was swaying gently as the wheelchair moved forward. It was as if he was showing everyone the humiliation suffered by his Wang family. The person pushing the wheelchair behind Wang Mingming was none other than Mr. Chai, the warrior who had fought with Wanner before. Minger, my poor child. Seeing the person being pushed out in the wheelchair, Mr. Wang's mood suddenly changed, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with sadness. Dad will definitely avenge you. I believe everyone has seen what you have done for the Wang family. Old Master Wang wiped away the tears from his face. He quietly looked around at the guests and found that most of them were like him at the moment. There was an expression of disbelief on their faces, and some people even shouted. Which bastard hurt Prince Wang like this? Is there any justice left? That's right. Seeing Wang Mingming's empty right hand, most people in the field couldn't bear to look at it. Very good. Old Master Wang felt disdainful in his heart. It seemed that no one would oppose his Wang family's next revenge plan this time. In fact, he also wanted to take this opportunity to give a warning to those who wanted to make fun of the Wang family. Let them know the consequences of going against the Wang family. Fuck. It's such a shame that these two father and son don't do crosstalk. After Lin Jiao and Wanner had their fill of food and drink, they sat at the table and listened to the old bastard's eloquent speech. After hearing what the two people on the stage said, Wanner shook her head. How can this be a 70th birthday celebration? It was basically a separate criticism meeting for Lin Jiao, and they kept smearing Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao's jaw almost dropped when he heard this. If he let these two people continue talking, Lin Jiao wanted to give them a rocket. Mr. Shi, you are here. Fortunately, at this time, Sherbin appeared in the banquet hall and walked straight towards the stage. He seemed to be turning a deaf ear to Mr. Wang's greeting. After Sherbin came to the stage, he snatched the microphone from Mr. Wang's hand. This scene scared Mr. Chai, who was standing behind Wang Mingming. He suddenly felt as if something bad was about to happen. This guy looks very fierce. Look at his eyes, they're different from those of ordinary people. They seem to reveal a murderous intent. He's just a bodyguard, yet he dared to do this to the old man. He's so bold. When the people in the audience saw how Mr. Wang treated this man, they all understood instantly. It seems that this person is Mr. Wang's personal bodyguard. I think he showed up this time to support the Wang family. He just snatched the microphone from his old customer. Isn't this a bit too disrespectful to the Wang family? But they were only half right. Because Sherbin's next move was beyond everyone's expectations. Bang! He just raised his hand and slapped Wang Mingming hard in the face. Wang Mingming was directly thrown out of the wheelchair to the center of the stage. Wang Mingming suddenly felt stars in his eyes and his whole head began to buzz. What are you doing? Old man Wang originally thought that Sherbin's appearance was to cooperate with his actions just now. Give everyone here a warning. I didn't expect this to happen. Old Mr. Wang hurriedly helped Wang Mingming, who had fallen to the ground, back into the wheelchair. He didn't want everyone to know that there was nothing wrong with his son's legs. He had deliberately arranged this in order to gain the sympathy of the guests attending the banquet. Because many of these people come from prominent backgrounds. If we can take this opportunity to show them the Wang family's methods, it will only be of great benefit to the Wang family in the future. But he didn't expect that Sherbin would suddenly do this to him. What is this person doing? Isn't he the Wang family's bodyguard? Why would he attack young Master Wang? Sherbin ignored the strange looks from everyone. He glanced at Lin Jiao and the other man who had been sitting in the corner, then he looked at the Wang family father and son with a gloomy face and said harshly, Mr. Wang, I advise your Wang family to disappear from Jianhai City immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me, Sherbin, for turning against you. It's not that he didn't dare to kill the Wang family, but he was openly betraying his old customers in front of so many people. If this matter gets out, Sherbin will lose all his face in the future. So he was secretly giving the Wang family a chance. At the same time, it also gives him a chance. If the father and son of the Wang family do not agree today, then he will have no choice but to take action. Otherwise, I might be among the dead. Lord Wu Zun is not someone a mere Wu King like him can afford to offend. Are you crazy? How dare you attack me? We paid you to help the Wang family clear the obstacles. After all, you are just a dog. Without the Wang family, how could you live so freely? Wang Mingming looked at Shi Bin in horror. He really couldn't believe it. This mysterious man that my father hired would actually treat me so harshly, and in front of so many people. Looking at Shi Bin, who was looking down at him, Wang Mingming's heart suddenly began to tremble. The fear of having his right hand cut off by that woman before now quietly enveloped his heart. Shi Bin, do you know the consequences of doing this? Old Master Wang was the first to wake up, and then he remembered what Shi Bin had just said to them. Let them disappear from Zhanghai City forever? Isn't this the information Shi Bin told me after he came back from outside 3 days ago? He also said he was going out to deal with Lin Jiu. Unexpectedly, he rebelled after returning. As a result of? After hearing Wang Mingming's words, Shi Bin's originally somewhat worried mentality was instantly broken. Wang is obviously just an ordinary person. How dare he say such things to him just because he has some money? How dare he say that Shi Bin is just a dog of the Wang family? This is the consequence of your Wang family. Shi Bin suddenly raised his right hand, grabbed the air, and sucked a sharp blade from a nearby dining table. He swung the knife in front of him, and Wang Mingming's left arm fell off instantly. Just like his right hand that was cut off last time, Wang Mingming's left hand fell to the ground and rolled several times before it stopped. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and Wang Mingming's entire face began to distort. When the guests in the room saw this scene, their faces turned pale. He is indeed a bodyguard with an annual salary of tens of millions. He is ruthless when he starts fighting. Chapter 043 Mr. Wang is crazy. Wang Mingming would never have imagined that one day he would become what he is today. His 2 arms were chopped off one after another in a short period of time. Looking at the arm lying alone in the center of the stage, Wang Mingming could no longer control his emotions. The whole person fell to the ground and his body began to twitch violently. He was completely plunged into extreme fear. I'll say it again, the Wang family will disappear from Zhanghai City forever. Otherwise, the next person lying on the ground will be you. Shi Bin pointed his knife at the frightened Mr. Wang. He looked at the silent guests and continued. Mr. Lin is not what Mr. Wang said. If anyone here dares to provoke Mr. Lin in the future, don't blame me, Shi Bin, for being ruthless. The reason why Shi Bin did this was not because he didn't dare to kill Wang Mingming. Killing is a piece of cake for him. It would be better to cut off Wang Mingming's other arm and let him live in pain forever. Whenever the Wang family thought of this incident, they couldn't help but feel fear. Because many times living in despair is better than dying happily. A more torturous mentality. By doing this, Shi Bin was also trying to show goodwill to Lin Jiu, hoping that Mr. Lin would show leniency. Let Master Wu Zun give me a chance to live. I told you, these 2 sons of the Wang family will get into big trouble sooner or later. Knowing that the other party could easily kill him, he actually dared to say in public that he was just a dog by his side. I really don't know what's going on in young Master Wang's head. In my opinion, these 3 members of the Wang family are all of the same character. The scene on the stage made most of the people in the audience panic. But there are still some people who hate the Wang family deep down in their hearts. Seeing such a dramatic scene happening at this moment, these people were extremely happy. So what if both arms are broken? What about the Wang family, one of the 3 major families? Now I am still like a monkey, being treated as a joke by them. Everyone is only curious about one thing now. So who is this Lin Jiu? How terrifying must this person's power be to dare to openly challenge the Wang family? Master Wang, do you like the gift I gave you? Lin Jiu's voice came slowly. He stood up and walked straight to the front of the stage. He raised his eyes and looked at the Wang father and son on the stage. Seeing Lin Yuren coming out, Mr. Wang gritted his teeth in anger and stared at the grinning man in front of him. He is Lin Jiu. You are so audacious. You actually dared to walk into this trap. Old Master Wang had already lost his composure and started to greet Lin Jiu's relatives. He really miscalculated. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to show up so openly. He also instigated Shi Bin to cut off his eldest son's arm. Hey, you 3 Wang family members, you really are cut from the same cloth. Lin Jiu looked up at Mr. Wang, whose face was filled with anger, and began to shake his head in anger. When Wang Kai scolded him, Lin Jiu thought he had encountered a mad dog. Later, when Wang Mingming captured Chen Wan to threaten him, Lin Jiu knew that these 2 brothers were not good people. Now that I'm here with Mr. Wang, I didn't expect that he still has this arrogant attitude. This family never examines their own mistakes and relies on their wealth and power to disregard the dignity of others. To say that they are looking down on others is a bit of a compliment to the Wang family. Now it seems that the brains of the Wang family are all used to hold shit. Do you think my Wang family has no trump cards? Mr. Wang slowly stood up, took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, please invite the Zhang family to the banquet hall. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wang threw the phone to the ground. This time, he would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. In fact, for his 70th birthday, he not only invited famous nobles from all over Zhanghai City. He even extended an invitation to the Zhang family, the #1 family in Zhanghai City. I originally planned to discuss the future development of Zhanghai City with the Zhang family. See if cooperation between the two companies can create greater benefits. But unexpectedly, Mr. Wang got a piece of news. It turned out that Zhang Tao, the son of the Zhang family, had long harbored hatred towards this man named Lin Zhou. Moreover, Zhang Tao brought a very powerful character with him this time. God bless our Wang family. Since the Zhang family is here, your son can die. Hearing what Mr. Wang said, Lin Zhou couldn't help but sigh. He gave Sherbin a wink, and the other party reacted instantly and flashed to Wang Mingming's side. Hearing Lin Zhou's order, Sherbin felt as if he had received a gift from Lord Wu Zun. Don't even mention how fast they acted. Killing an unimportant person can save your own life. There is no need to choose at all. Dad, help! Although Wang Mingming had been lying on the ground twitching, his eyes had been fixed on Lin Zhou since he appeared. Hearing what Lin Zhou said, Wang Mingming widened his eyes in horror. Immediately afterwards, Wang Mingming saw Sherbin appear in front of him in an instant. The knife that had just cut off his left hand gently scratched his neck the next second. It's like comforting myself. Before he could even finish his cry for help, he saw a stream of bright red liquid spurting out from before his eyes. Until his vision was dyed red. Tomorrow! Tomorrow! Old Master Wang recovered from his rage instantly, and only then did he notice Sherbin, who had been kneeling, suddenly appeared behind Wang Mingming again. It all happened in a flash. Then Mr. Wang saw a scene that he would never forget. Wang Mingming lay in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Presumptuous! A cold voice came from outside the banquet hall door, and everyone subconsciously looked outside. Suddenly I felt a flash before my eyes. There was also a faint scent of perfume at the tip of my nose. Then a man with long dyed yellow hair appeared in the center of the stage. He stood casually, with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he said, "Alas, I'm still a step too late." The man casually tossed his long hair back and looked at Sherbin with a playful smile on his face. "Master Wang, what do you want me to do?" The long-haired man didn't turn around, but just kept fiddling with his flowing yellow hair. "Kill. I want them all dead." Old Master Wang had already knelt on the ground and cried loudly. He pointed at Lin Zhou and Wan'er. Then he pointed at Sherbin. Finally, Mr. Wang seemed to be on the verge of collapse. He cried and laughed at the same time, pointing at everyone in the field and shouting, "Except me, everyone here must die." Chapter 044. Who do you think you are, if you dare to touch my husband? After hearing what Mr. Wang said, the people in the audience, whether they supported the Wang family or just came to watch the fun, they all started running towards the door at the same time. This old man Wang must be crazy. He actually wanted to kill them all. If they don't run away now, this so-called 70th birthday will become a death anniversary for everyone. Haha, why are you running? I, Xiao Chang, won't kill you. Looking at the crowd dispersing, the long-haired man on the stage had a teasing expression on his face. He looked down at Lin Zhou and the other man in the audience, thinking that these two people were really bold. I didn't run with others. Do you really think that Sherbin can protect them? The person on the stage was the cultivator who had competed with Lin Zhou for the Galaxy Manor at the auction. This time he and Zhang Tao came to Wang's house to celebrate Mr. Wang's birthday. Secondly, the Zhang and Wang families discussed future cooperation in private. Let's see how Zhanghai City develops in the future and see if there is more room for profit for the two families. I didn't expect that Mr. Wang's enemy would dare to show up openly at his birthday party. What is even more coincidental is that this person is actually the enemy of Zhang Tao from the Zhang family. Xiao Qing sighed softly and looked at Lin Zhou with pitiful eyes, as if the man standing opposite him was already dead. It's a pity you guys aren't. Xiao Qing showed a playful look and decided to help these two families today. After all, he had accepted 2 billion yuan from the Jiang family, so why didn't he help out? It seems a bit unreasonable. You yellow-haired guy, what are you looking at? Lin Jiao suddenly said this, shocking everyone present. When Sherbin and Mr. Chai heard his words, cold sweat began to appear on their foreheads. Old Master Wang was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. The other party is a martial arts master. Are you really not afraid of death? Puff. A crisp and sweet laugh was heard, and Warner beside her couldn't help but burst out laughing. This husband is really a bit timid. He was so scared just because he said something provocative to the other party. I told him not to worry, because the other party was only at the early stage of martial honor. How dare he not trust his wife? Snort! My little wife Warner. After saying this, Lin Jiao saw Shao Qing's face on the stage suddenly darken. He immediately hid beside Warner. He knew that invisible pretense was the most deadly. Although Lin Jiao knew that Warner asked him to do this in order to increase his masculinity. I have already given myself enough appearance. But it was all Lin Jiao's own fault. He seemed to lack confidence the moment he opened his mouth. Very good. Very good. Shao Qing didn't waste any words. He just waved his finger and the sharp knife in Sherbin's hand flew out suddenly. Stabbed towards Lin Jiao's eyes below the stage. He wanted to let Lin Jiao know that there was a price to pay for showing off in front of a woman. Mr. Lin, be careful. Sherbin was shocked when he saw the knife in his hand being pulled away in an instant. You know, I was holding the handle of the knife tightly all the time. How can it just fly away? Sherbin just felt that the handle of the knife in his hand began to spin rapidly. As if driven by strong external forces, it suddenly broke free from his own palm. This man is actually a martial master. Generally speaking, people who can reach the king of martial arts realm can start to drive some smaller objects. For example, stones, knives, leaves, etc. Once one's cultivation reaches the martial honor realm, one can not only drive larger objects through the air. It can even begin to drive intelligent objects. No longer limited to lifeless dead things. Just like the last time Warner caught someone from a distance. The true energy of a martial arts master can completely seal the breath of a living person who is at a lower level than himself. No matter how hard the other party struggles, it will be of no avail. Sherbin only hated himself for not having the ability, otherwise he would definitely go up and rescue him. If I could gain the appreciation of Lord Wu Zun because of this matter, then it is almost certain that Sherbin will not be killed. Helplessly, he could only watch the flying knife fly towards Lin Jiao. A little frog in the market. Watching the flying knife he was driving getting closer and closer to Lin Jiao, Shao Qing smiled contemptuously. This is the price of showing off. Okay. Die. Die. Old Master Wang, who had been furious, now opened his eyes wide, although he could not see any trace of the flying knife. But he knew that Shao Qing had taken action. So Mr. Wang stared at Lin Jiao in the audience. He wished that the bastard Lin Jiao would ascend to heaven right on the spot in the next second. Now everyone in the field looked at Lin Jiao, but Lin Jiao himself had no reaction to what happened. He was even still thinking about what he had just said. Is the tone not strong enough? Otherwise, how can the other party praise himself? It was not until Warner stood in front of him that Lin Jiao realized that his current situation was extremely dangerous. Buzz! A shrill noise rang out in the banquet hall, and Warner stared coldly at the knife that was suspended in mid-air. The two auras of defense and offense competed with each other in mid-air. At this moment, there were bursts of harsh friction sounds. Her mid-stage martial honor strength fully erupted at this moment. Who the hell do you think you are, if you dare to touch my husband? Warner's frosty face really scared Shao Qing, who was still feeling proud. He didn't expect that the knife he was controlling would be instantly stopped by the woman in front of him at the last moment. She didn't even make a move, just stood there quietly. Just relying on his own powerful true energy, he was able to suppress the flying knife that he was trying to control. I didn't expect you to be a martial arts master, that's really rare. When Shao Qing saw that this woman was even crazier than himself, he felt nervous for the first time. Because at the moment when this woman suppressed the knife, Shao Qing felt the true energy emanating from her body. It's particularly rich, even a little too rich. It seems to contain the supreme and pure power of the 5 elements. Shao Qing himself had just entered the martial master realm for over half a year. Even if the true energy in his body was completely stabilized, he would probably not be a match for the woman in front of him. What should I do? Xiao Qing's mind was working rapidly. The more he analyzed the battle situation, the more nervous he became. For a moment, he even wanted to retreat. No wonder the enemies of the Jiang and Wang families dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that they were protected by a powerful person. This Lin Jiao is not simple. Mr. Xiao, do it. Old Master Wang, who had finally grasped a glimmer of hope, couldn't help but become angry again. Just a little bit more. Lin Jiao was almost killed on the spot. The fight was going well, why did it suddenly stop? You perverted she-male, can't you walk when you see a woman? He even took the initiative to chat with the other party. What a fucking loser. Could it be that his Wang family is really going to perish here today? Chapter 45: The Fall of the Wang Family. If you don't dare to do it, then stay away from Xingha Manor in the future. Wanner suddenly retracted the aura around her, and the knife that had been suspended in the air was shattered in an instant. Hearing the woman's words, Xiao Chang on the stage turned pale. I didn't expect that it was this Lin Jiao who bought the Xingha Manor at the auction. No wonder he has such a powerful woman protecting him. It turned out that the other party also knew the secret of Xingha Manor. Go back and tell Jiang Tao to behave himself, otherwise he'll end up like the Wang family. Lin Jiao saw that the purpose of this trip had been achieved, and the other party did not seem to dare to take action. There is no point in them staying here any longer. The two turned around and were about to leave, but unexpectedly Sherbin spoke at this time. Mr. Lin, can you take me out with you? Seeing that Lin Jiao and the other two were about to leave, Shi Yan hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. If he continued to stay in the Wang family, this man named Xiao Chang would definitely kill him. After all, it was he who killed Wang Mingming in front of everyone. Old Master Wang will definitely not let him go, and the person invited by the Jiang family this time is also a figure at the martial honor level. If I stay here, I will die. Sorry, my house is full. Our grievances are now settled. Lin Jiao left these words and slowly walked out of the banquet hall with Wanner. This is not a shelter, not everyone can live here. Besides, Sherbin was originally sent by the Wang family to kill him, so Lin Jiao had no reason to show leniency to his enemy. Wanner didn't kill Sherbin simply because she saw that he kept his promise. Besides, he has no shortage of experts around him, and there are more than a dozen martial arts kings at home. Why should I take you in, Sherbin? Master Wang, I'm the one who's been possessed by the devil. Seeing Lin Jiao and the other man disappear, Sherbin began to beg Mr. Wang. He didn't expect that Lin Jiao would not play by the rules. He had clearly tried to please him many times, but he didn't win even a little sympathy from Lin Jiao. If he had known this would be the result, Sherbin would only regret not leaving Zhanghai City. The farther away you hide, the better. Maybe you can save your life. As for Lin Jiao, he didn't take people like Sherbin seriously at all. The other person's life or death has nothing to do with you. So he couldn't hear the screams that Sherbin made in the banquet hall at all. Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry for the loss. After seeing Lin Jiao and the other two walk away, Jiang Tao, who had been hiding in the dark, finally dared to appear in the banquet hall. I didn't expect that after just a while of not seeing him, that bastard Lin Jiao actually changed his wife again? Didn't you compete with me for Zhuang Feifei before? Seeing how Mr. Wang's 70th birthday ended, Jiang Tao felt a sense of regret in his heart. If he had known that Lin Jiao would grow up to be what he is now, he should have attacked Lin Jiao directly that night. Just strangle him in the cradle. It seems a little late now. Even the mysterious master that he had invited by chance this time. He actually only exchanged one move with the other woman and then didn't dare to attack again. Brother Xiao, what exactly is that woman's strength? Jiang Tao looked at Mr. Wang, who was in great sorrow and despair, and didn't know what to say. He could only turn his gaze to Xiao Chang, who was standing on the stage in deep thought. Xiao Chang looked at him seriously, then sighed and said, I was wondering how you could possibly provoke someone like Lin Jiao. Xiao Qing's face had already returned to its previous cynical expression. He tangled his hair with his fingers. That woman's strength surpasses mine. I'm afraid she has already reached the middle stage of martial honor. Jiang Tao and Mr. Wang couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. I didn't expect that this bastard Lin Jiao would dare to go against their two families. It turns out that there is such a chance in destiny. You must know that Xiao Qing in front of you is already considered the most powerful cultivator in Zhanghai City. The woman next to Lin Jiao is actually more powerful than him? Mr. Jiang, my Wang family is willing to follow your Jiang family forever. I only ask you to help me kill Lin Jiao. At this moment, Mr. Wang was sitting on the stage with tears in his eyes, hugging Wang Mingming, who had already passed away. He kept bowing to Jiang Tao. He is now at the end of his rope. In just a few days, his Wang family has been destroyed by Lin Jiu. Old Master Wang could only place his hopes on Jiang Tao. Even if it means losing all the Wang family's property. He wants to cut that bastard Lin Jiu into pieces. Mr. Wang, even if you don't tell me, I, Jiang Tao, will do the same. Jiang Tao looked sternly at Mr. Wang, who had aged 10 years in an instant. But he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Unexpectedly, because of Lin Jiu's disturbance, the Jiang family actually got a big advantage. Originally, I came here today to discuss future cooperation with the Wang family. Who could have imagined that the Wang family is now in a situation where the elderly are sending their young ones away? Mr. Wang is also willing to fully support the Jiang family. It seems that Jiang Tao's visit to Mr. Wang's 70th birthday was not in vain. Xiao Qing, please call someone. We, the Jiang family, will take our share of old Master Wang's revenge. With the addition of the Wang family, Jiang Tao's funds became much more abundant. Anyway, he already has Xiao Qing by his side now, so if he wants to add more manpower, wouldn't it be better to use the Wang family's money? Of course Xiao Qing knew what Jiang Tao meant. He glanced at Mr. Wang, who looked as if his heart was as dead as water. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Wang family seems to be very rich, so use their money to fulfill yourself. This time, Xiao Qing not only wants to get rid of Lin Jiu, but also wants to take back the other party's Xinghe Manor. The Wang family's abundant cash flow is the best stepping stone for Xiao Qing. Ah choo! Ah choo! Lin Jiu, who was sitting in the Lamborghini, suddenly sneezed twice. In this hot summer, is there anyone thinking of me? After Lin Jiu and Wanner left the Wang family, they did not rush back to Xinghe Manor. Coincidentally, he was still in the city, so Lin Jiu planned to take a trip to Lao Lin's laboratory. Let's see if they figure out anything after they pull the big rock back. By the way, let us take a look at what equipment in the laboratory of Lao Lin and his group of scientists is outdated or broken. Lin Jiu couldn't wait to help them all replace them with new ones. Brother Lin, please come in. As soon as their car stopped at a scientific research institution in the city, Lao Lin hurried forward and took Lin Jiu's hand. He couldn't wait to introduce his scientific research results to Lin Jiu. Seeing Lao Lin's excitement, Lin Jiu withdrew his hand awkwardly. These people who are engaged in scientific inventions have no regard for etiquette. Two grown men holding hands in broad daylight. How disgraceful. Ahem. Old Lin, your college building is too shabby. How about building a new one? Lin Jiu looked at the old-style building of the Scientific Research Institution, and his eyes lit up. This is the right place. Chapter 046. Here are 10 billion, spend it first. Hearing Lin Jiu's words, old Lin could only cough awkwardly, indicating to Lin Jiu that this was not the point. For those who do scientific research, having a house that can shelter them from wind and rain is enough. So old Lin hurriedly led Lin Jiu and the other two into the research institute. Look, little brother Lin, this is the interior of our scientific research institute. Seeing the dazzling array of machines of all sizes, Lin Jiu felt overwhelmed. Because he couldn't even name a single machine. Lin Jiu thought to himself that he must be the person with the lowest IQ in this building. Lao Lin led them to a sealed gate. After the red light of the sensor on the door flashed, the iron gate opened automatically. Hello, Professor Lin. Professor Lin, who are they? As soon as he entered the door, several scientific researchers inside greeted Lao Lin enthusiastically. They are all students from top universities in Jianhai City, and that's why they come here to work. Of course, it's not because the wages here are high. Because here they have access to many research equipment that are not available in the college. Many of the research equipment here are currently only used in foreign laboratories. It can be said to be quite advanced. Moreover, they were all students brought up by Lao Lin, and their enthusiasm for scientific research was no less than Lao Lin's. These equipments were also purchased by Lao Lin through his frugal life over the years, and of course there were also a lot of local financial subsidies. Therefore, Lao Lin's organization can currently be considered a private enterprise. On the one hand, it can provide talents to the country. On the other hand, it can also drive the development of Jianhai City's science and technology industry. It still receives great attention from the leaders of Jianhai City. This is Mr. Lin. He provided our research subject this time. Old Lin solemnly introduced Lin Jiu to the students in the laboratory. When they heard what Lao Lin said, the students all looked slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the man in front of me was the provider of that strange meteorite. It turns out to be Mr. Lin. Thank you so much. I heard that you will donate research funds to our institution free of charge. Is this true? After learning that Lin Jiu was their sponsor, the students hurriedly pulled Lin Jiu and the other two to sit down, serving tea and pouring water. I was afraid of neglecting the financial sponsor in front of me. Thanks. Regardless of whether or not your research is successful, I, Lin Jiu, will continue to provide free sponsorship to your organization. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Jiu's mood couldn't help but improve a lot. Sure enough, there are still many normal people in this world. I think the scum like the Jiang and Wang families are only a minority. Look at those college students, they know how to entertain guests. Lin Jiu had said before that he would contribute more to society with this money in the future. Isn't this the best opportunity right now? We have successfully extracted components from that stone that can be used in nanotechnology research. Lao Lin asked one of the students to turn on the screen projection and explain their research results to Lin Jiu. Now we can synthesize it stably and make it into whatever shape we want. Looking at the scientific research and technological achievements displayed on the screen, Lin Jiu didn't understand 90% of them. Even Wanner beside her felt like falling asleep. It was not until the appearance of the iron armor on the last screen that Lin Jiu could not help but stand up. Can it really be so fitting? Lin Jiu looked at Lao Lin excitedly. He didn't expect that it was only a short day. Has Lao Lin's team already succeeded in their research? This is too outrageous. He really wanted to put on the iron armor that was customized for him. In this way, Lin Jiu will no longer be an ant that can be slaughtered at will. In fact, we have already been working on this topic for a long time. We are just missing the last step. But without Brother Lin's help, we might never be able to do it in this lifetime. After saying this, Lao Lin couldn't help but burst into tears. The students standing by also began to feel sad when they saw this scene. Since they first entered university, they have been led by Lao Lin. Along the way, it was Lao Lin who made them appreciate the charm of science. It was also Lao Lin who helped them realize their dreams and created one research result after another. Ever since Lao Lin discovered the meteorite a few years ago, their entire team has been in great excitement. After studying and analyzing day and night, we were just one step away from success. The most crucial meteorite was taken away by the locals. The reason was particularly unacceptable to them, saying that their research direction was completely meaningless. Don't waste this precious alien object. Don't be sad, from now on you can devote yourself to your career. If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. I will support you unconditionally. Any amount is fine. If there are any special materials you need to find in the future, you can just let me go. I, Lin Baozhu, will definitely help you get them back. Lin Jiu was the first to break the silence in the room. He didn't like this touching scene very much. He believes that people should be more positive in life. Just like Lao Lin, if he hadn't insisted on going to the Science and Technology Museum to cause trouble for the director, then Lao Lin would not have met Lin Jiu. He would not even get Lin Jiu's mysterious meteorite. Not to mention the long-term cooperative relationship in the future. So, as long as a person keeps persisting, nothing can defeat him. After saying that, Lin Jiu asked Wanner to take out a bank card and handed it directly to old Lin. Mr. Lin, what is this? When old Lin saw the card that Lin Jiu handed over, he didn't react for a moment. Instead, the students around him burst into cheers. They have much more knowledge in this area than Lao Lin, the research fanatic. You can tell at a glance that this is a bank card with unlimited withdrawals. This Mr. Lin is indeed not simple. Here are 10 billion. Spend it first. If it's not enough, tell me later. The password is 6 zeros. Spending money is not a problem for Lin Jiu at all. What he is afraid of is having no place to spend it. He hopes that this money can help Lao Lin and his team complete the scientific research project as soon as possible. The most important thing is to complete the current project as soon as possible. Because Lin Jiu really couldn't wait any longer, he wanted to get his beloved Iron Man suit right away. What? 10 billion, I have to count how many zeros there are. Don't count, it's enough to last us a while anyway. The students all stepped forward, snatched the bank card from Lao Lin's hand, held it in front of them and started taking photos. This is probably the most money they have ever received in their lives. The students' actions just happened to ease Lao Lin's embarrassment. After thinking for a moment, Lao Lin said, "Little brother Lin, old Lin, won't say anything else. I promise that within a month at most, you'll be able to get the world's first Iron Man suit." Looking at the young Lin Jiu in front of him, old Lin still couldn't believe it. This man actually took out 10 billion. Even Iron Man is not as rich as him, right? Chapter 047, Go into the Valley Again, Barbecue and Camp. The system directly returned 10 times the 10 billion given to Lao Lin. There is a total of 190 billion in Lin Jiu's card now. Seeing the string of numbers on his phone, Lin Jiu couldn't help but feel a little worried. How was he going to spend it? After the two came out of Lao Lin's research institute, Lin Jiu was thinking about one thing. Although the Wang family's affairs have been resolved, the Zhang family has become his bigger trouble at the moment. However, Lin Jiu was not worried about what kind of trouble Zhang Tao could cause. After all, he had his concubine Wanner by his side. Not to mention the dozens of practitioners at home. As long as the guy named Zhang dares to come, he will be in big trouble. So Lin Jiu was considering whether he should take a good rest for a while. Take everyone to have a good time and relax. Because ever since he started living a rich life, he has to face these annoying things all day long. Either you kill me or I kill you. Is this the trouble of rich people? It seems that many times, having too much knowledge is not a good thing. Anyway, the current construction of Galaxy Manor will not be completed so quickly. Lao Lin promised that the iron armor would take at least a month to make. "Wanner, my dear wife, is there any place you want to go for fun?" Lin Jiu told Wanner his thoughts and wanted to hear Wanner's opinion. After all, Wanner is now the strongest person around him. In many things, Lin Jiu felt that he did not see as comprehensively as she did. Don't go too far away. The Wang family has now been swallowed up by the Zhang family, so we cannot underestimate the enemy. As Wanner spoke, she started the Lamborghini and took Lin Jiu away from the research institute. Although the cultivator Shaoqing did not pose any major threat to him. But Wanner believes that strength is not the key to a person's success or failure. It also depends on the other party's connections. Since the long-haired man was able to reach the realm of martial master, he was definitely not the only one. During the growth of a cultivator, he will certainly meet other people of equal strength. Just like Wanner herself, although she seems to be quite capable, she also has a master after all. There are also a bunch of fellow sisters. Wanner's analysis is indeed very comprehensive. Hearing her words, Lin Jiu couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he almost made a fatal mistake. If I take everyone out at this time, my home might be robbed. His grandmother. It seems that we should first deal with the affairs within the manor. Quickly let the construction team speed up the progress and help Wanner and the others rebuild the sect as quickly as possible. Actually, it would be nice for us to just vacation in Galaxy Manor. Wanner doesn't really care, because she is basically always by Lin Jiu's side. On the contrary, if you ask her senior sisters to do so, they will run away right now. I guess they are reluctant. In their eyes, that spiritual valley is much better than the colorful world outside. It would be better to stay in there and improve your realm. Alright then. Let's go barbecue and camp in the valley. Lin Jiu immediately called Zhuang Feifei and told her the next arrangements. What he didn't expect was that the big goblin had already taken care of the chef's matter. Whether it is Chinese food or Western food, a barbecue stall or a food stall. These female chefs we hired were able to do it easily. Finally, I don't have to cook by myself anymore. Lin Jiu's cooking skills are only good enough to make noodles. By the time Lin Jiu and Wanner returned to Xingha Manor, it was almost dusk. The girls had been waiting for a long time by the fountain outside the castle. Let's go, we're leaving tonight. Hearing Lin Jiu's order, the girls' enthusiasm instantly reached its peak. They quickly moved the ingredients prepared by the chef onto the big bus. For these girls, barbecue camping is fun. But what attracted them most was the opportunity to practice in the valley for a period of time. The job that junior sister Wanner recommended to them is really great. How did things go today? On the bus, Zhuang Feifei hugged Lin Jiu's hand and looked at the man in front of her with tenderness. She felt that this stinky little brother was getting more and more handsome. When she first met Lin Jiu, Zhuang Feifei thought Lin Jiu was just an ordinary person. Later, when I saw him making a bet with Wang Kai, I thought he was just a rich second-generation young man. Until the night when Lin Jiu accompanied her to the Zhang family banquet. He waved his hand and threw out 2 billion. Lin Jiu slapped Zhang Tao hard in the face in front of everyone. Rescue her from the dire straits. Let her break away from the control of her family and regain her freedom. All these made Zhuang Feifei very glad that she had made the right bet. From now on, I will only marry Lin Jiao. Not to mention what happened in the room last night. Wang Mingming was killed by Shi Bin, and Mr. Wang later took refuge with the Jiang family. That's probably the situation. As long as Wanner is here, nothing will happen. Lin Jiao saw that the big demon was very close to him, and its entire face was almost reaching him. He couldn't help but recall what happened last night. This made Lin Jiaohao's blood boil. Don't worry, Sister Feifei, they're not all here to play. Wanner pointed to the people in the car to Zhuang Feifei. Among these people, Zhu Yuding is the strongest in the field of warriors. He has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and now all he needs is a good environment for training. You will be able to break through to the realm of King of Martial Arts soon. And in the realm of King of Martial Arts, Sister Lulu is the strongest. His strength is almost the most comprehensive among them. Lulu has also reached the peak of Martial King and will be able to successfully break through to the Martial Lord realm. Then it's like having one more Wanner. Sister Wanner is really thoughtful. It was the first time that Zhuang Feifei heard such detailed information about practitioners. Only now did she realize that this naughty little brother had to face so many dangers every day. If Wanner hadn't been by his side all the time, Lin Jiao would have probably been in trouble long ago. While the two women were talking, Lin Jiao kept staring at the scenery outside the window. Along the way, there was no sign of a construction team carrying materials. This made him a little curious. Could it be that the project is too big and even the big devil couldn't negotiate it? Seeing Lin Jiao looking around, Zhuang Feifei had guessed his thoughts and teased. Don't look at it, I just asked a helicopter to pull me in. We hired 500 workers in total, and each one was paid 10,000 yuan a day. Is my husband feeling bad? Hearing the big goblin's reply, Lin Jiao's eyes lit up. Sure. This big demon became more and more sensible and finally learned to abide by the rules he said in the beginning. If you are my wife, you must spend money lavishly. Feeling distressed? That doesn't exist. Chapter 048 A Moment of Peace in the Valley. As for the camping location, Lin Jiao followed Zhuang Feifei's advice and chose the spot next to the big waterfall they visited last time. Light a bonfire and set up a tent. The empty and silent valley suddenly became lively. This time, Lin Jiao also invited security team leader Mo Chang to come camping together. Otherwise, with only women around him, he would lack masculinity. Of course, Lin Jiao also specially invited Chen Wan, who had been kidnapped before. Since Pinyin driving school had just opened, she has been helping out there, studying hard to become the principal. So since the last time they parted at Yujingwan, Lin Jiao and her hadn't seen each other for a while. She looks almost the same now as when we first met. The wounds on his face caused by Wang Kai's abuse had long since disappeared. Wanner asked Lulu to treat Chen every day, and now the two women have become good friends who can talk about anything. Captain Chang, what do you think of that girl? Lin Jiao pointed at Chen, who was sitting not far away, and saw that she was also looking over here from time to time. This time, Lin Jiao had another purpose in inviting security captain Mo Chang to come. I just want to match him up with Chen. Because just now in the car, Lin Jiao saw Mo Chang secretly looking at Chen. After being discovered by the other party, he shyly lowered his head and pretended nothing had happened. This kid is already grown up and still hasn't gotten married. Brother Lin, isn't Chen you? After hearing Lin Jiao's words, Mo Chang's originally somewhat lost expression instantly turned from gloomy to bright. He knew that the woman around Mr. Lin was not only powerful. Their looks are all amazing. Mr. Lin is a tall, rich, and handsome man. So he never dared to have any fantasies about the women around his boss. But when he saw Chen tonight, he couldn't take his eyes off her. After hearing Lin Jiao tell the other party about his life experience, Mo Chang felt very uncomfortable. It would be great if he could protect such a good girl. What are you thinking about? Of course not my girlfriend. Lin Jiao hurriedly told Mo Chang the previous situation again in detail. Lin Jiao did say some irresponsible words at the time, but fortunately nothing happened between the two of them. Later he met Wanner and established a relationship with the big fairy. Only then did I realize that Chen was not in my heart at all. Therefore, Lin Jiao no longer has any feelings for Chen. More of guilt. Then can she come out? Seeing Mo Chang's difficulty in speaking, Lin Jiao naturally knew what he was referring to. He patted Mo Chang's shoulder and said cheerfully, She's a smart woman who knows what she wants. Lin Jiu was right, although he and Chen Wan had not known each other for long. But he could see that the other party was not a casual person. When it comes to love, Chen Wan probably has higher aspirations than himself. So she definitely doesn't want to and can't accept Lin Jiu's current love life. This is called fate but no destiny. So that's how it is. Thank you so much, Brother Lin, for reminding me. After Lin Jiu's heartfelt words, Mo Chang felt relieved. He would never do such a thing as stealing someone's love. Since Mr. Lin said so, he can boldly pursue the woman he likes. Come on, I'm rooting for you. The reason why Lin Jiu could tell him so much was actually because he took a liking to Mo Chang. He also asked Warner to inquire about it, and found out that the security captain was a very good person. Helpful and loving. Anyway, he has everything a man should be like. So I just gave them a helping hand. Lin Jiu pulled him to sit around the campfire and played the handkerchief game with the girls. Girls just like to play these childish things. When Lin Jiu came behind Chen Wan with a handkerchief, he immediately whispered to her what he thought of security captain Mo Chang. This made Chen Wan blush for a while. Then her eyes fell on the man sitting across from her. At this moment, Mo Chang was also staring at her with a simple smile on his face. This made Chen Wan burst out laughing. Seeing that Chen Wan seemed to have begun to accept it, Lin Jiu smiled and ran back to his seat. I wish you happiness. Fresh roast lamb is out of the oven. With the chef's shout, the girls were no longer in the mood to play games. They immediately moved to the oven and started to feast on the food. This scene scared the young chef. These foodies are so scary. Honey, this is for you. Hubby, take a bite of mine too. Warner and the big goblin smiled at each other, and at the same time handed the lamb skewers in their hands to Lin Jiu's mouth. Lin Jiu didn't dare to offend anyone and started eating, taking bites left and right. It would be nice to have some more beer. Beauty, food, and wine. Wouldn't this life be perfect? Bang. There was a crisp sound of opening a bottle, followed by a refreshing malt aroma. As if they had seen through Lin Jiu's thoughts long ago, Warner and Zhuang Feifei took out beer from somewhere. The two of them opened the beer bottle caps almost at the same time. I can only drink one bottle. Seeing the enthusiasm of the two women, Lin Jiu found it a little funny. As expected of his first and second wives, their movements were surprisingly consistent. Everyone started drinking wine, eating barbecue, and enjoying themselves in the pool. Enjoy this rare moment of tranquility. A gentle breeze was blowing into the valley, adding a bit of coolness to the hot summer night. Wang Defa. This kid is too arrogant. These girls are great, I love them. I'm tired of playing in the US, so it's a good time to change my taste. In the woods 2 kilometers away, a man with short golden hair was staring at what was happening in the valley through a telescope. When he saw that Lin Jiu was surrounded by women, he couldn't help but curse a few words. A high-precision sniper rifle lay quietly beside him. Not far behind him, there were more than a dozen foreign mercenaries. At this moment, they were waiting for his order so that they could immediately surround the valley where Lin Jiu was under the cover of night. Matthew, you have to remember that Zhuang Feifei cannot be killed. You can do whatever you want with the others. A cold voice came from the phone in the golden-haired man's hand. If Lin Jiu was present, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was Jiang Tao's voice. Since the Wang family came to him, Jiang Tao has not only been valued more by the family. There was a lot more money, and this mercenary team was contacted by his bodyguard Xiao Cheng. But it cost a lot of money. It's just to be able to kill that bastard Lin Jiu tonight. Chapter 049. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? Buzz. The frequency of the phone's vibration interrupted Mo Cheng's conversation with his sweetheart. After he took out his phone and answered it, his expression began to become a little serious. Brother Lin, we are being targeted. Then he told Lin Jiu, who was immersed in a joyful atmosphere, the news he had heard. This scared Lin Jiu. I didn't expect Jiang Tao to be so quick. He sent people to kill me overnight. Even the many warriors and kings around him did not notice anything unusual. It seems that the person who came this time is not an ordinary person. Oh? Approximately where is it? After hearing the news, Warner immediately arranged for everyone to go into the valley. The other party is hiding at such a long distance, they must be a team of well-trained killers. And there is a high probability that there are snipers among the people coming this time. Ambush from a distance, observe the situation, and then kill with one strike. It would be very dangerous if Lin Jiu continued to stay in the wide area with them. Because the other person is just an ordinary person and the distance is too far. So even Wanner herself was unable to discover it at the first time. It seems that the killer this time came well prepared and has rich experience. Fortunately, Mo Chang was experienced enough and had already deployed spies near the manor. Wanner couldn't help but look up to him a little. It's right behind us at 5 o'clock. Mo Chang was not nervous either. He followed everyone into the valley and explained the situation briefly along the way. After Lin Jiu told him that he wanted to form a private team, Mo Chang immediately contacted his former comrades. There are 10 people in total. These people are his brothers who have shared life and death with him, and Mo Chang can completely trust their combat skills. Although they don't have hot weapons at the moment, they can do intelligence reconnaissance. But it's still easy to catch. The reason why Mo Chang dared to accept Lin Jiu's invitation to enter the valley for a visit. In fact, he had secretly sent people to monitor the situation around Xinghe Manor 24 hours a day. I didn't expect that he would actually catch the person. Sister Lulu, come with me. When Lin Jiu and his group entered the entrance of the valley, Wanner suddenly paused. Then she turned and stared at the dark woods in the distance. His eyes were deep and murderous. The female warrior Queen Lulu nodded, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in a flash. They flashed in the dark valley and rushed away quickly into the distance. Since you are here, you must leave something behind. Wang Defa, he's been discovered. Everyone, prepare to meet the enemy. Matthew just leisurely lit a cigarette when he looked at the valley again. Suddenly, I found that Lin Jiu and his group were walking towards the valley. At first he didn't take it too seriously. I thought the other party just went to another place to have fun. Anyway, as long as you stay around there, you will die sooner or later. When Matthew saw a woman staring at him and smiling through the telescope, his scalp instantly went numb. How could he still discover himself from such a long distance? Didn't Ti Xiaoqing say that 2 kilometers is a safe distance? At this distance, even a cultivator at the martial honor level would not be able to detect the enemy. Besides, Matthew and his group of younger brothers are not cultivators at all. There was no aura of a cultivator on his body. They didn't even release their murderous intent, because all of them were just trying to toy with each other. Oh shit. What the hell is going on? Seeing the two women disappear from the telescope's field of view in an instant, Matthew was so anxious that he began to sweat all over. He quickly set up his sniper rifle and began searching in the jungle. It's true that he is a mercenary killer, but his specialty is killing the enemy from a distance, instead of close combat with the opponent. Even in hand-to-hand combat, it is impossible to fight against a cultivator. And there are 2 practitioners? Besides, didn't Ti Xiaoqing tell him that he was only at the martial honor level? If you can shoot from a distance, your chances are pretty good. Oh my god, it's a nigger. The distance of 2 kilometers is just a few tens of seconds for Wanner and Lulu. Lulu stopped behind a mercenary at this moment and couldn't help but exclaim. When she said this, the person lying on the ground was immediately frightened. In this quiet forest, apart from their team, there was only dead silence. Brother Hay thought he saw a ghost, and his hand holding the gun couldn't help but tremble. Before he could give a signal, Lulu broke his neck in mid-air. Then he fell down the mountain with his whole body tilted. Zizizi. Matthew's face changed instantly when he heard the noise coming from the headphones. He knew that something had happened to one of his men. I didn't expect that the 2 women would come and kill me in such a short time. He immediately threw away the sniper rifle and picked up the submachine gun beside him. With his other hand, he pulled out a dagger from his waist in a defensive position. This time he really got out of his mind. If he had known earlier, he would have shot and killed Lin Jiu first. There's no need to be like it is now, or it's too late to run. Zizizi. Zizizi. The noises in the headphones kept coming, making Matthew feel uneasy. He simply threw away his headphones to avoid feeling anxious while listening to the music. Matthew then remembered that there was a man next to Lin Jiu just now. His body shape looks very different from that of ordinary men. He walks and sits in a very straight posture. Looks like a soldier. Could it be that he discovered himself? It's already this late, and you still have the mind to think about other things. A cold voice came from the darkness, scaring Matthew so much that he turned around. He immediately pulled the trigger and a volley of bullets poured out. The huge noise echoed in the valley, sounding particularly harsh. The fire from the muzzle illuminated the darkness and also made Matthew's face pale. Nothing was hit. Come out if you dare. A magazine was used up in a few seconds, and Matthew skillfully took out a new magazine from his waist and loaded it. Then he slowly moved backwards, with a big tree right behind him. He was extremely scared. This was the first time he had fought with a cultivator at such a close distance. I only heard the voice but didn't see the person. There's no way to fight. I'm out, and then what? A gust of wind rushed past, and Warner's figure suddenly appeared in the field. She looked at the man in front of her with indifference and said in a cold tone, "Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you?" Seeing the woman suddenly appear in front of him, Matthew turned around with the gun in hand. This has become the muscle memory he has formed over many years of fighting. Soon. At least that's what he thought. Go see God. Matthew yelled and pulled the trigger instantly. Only then did he realize that he couldn't press the trigger anymore. My fingers felt like they were being pulled by a huge force. Pulling it aside desperately. The next second, Matthew's index finger holding the trigger broke with a click. Then came the other 4 fingers, all with the same fate. To describe it as being torn apart is quite appropriate. Chapter 050 Shocking Discovery Inside the Valley. Even though Matthew had fought on the battlefield for many years, he had killed many people. But faced with the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He had always been a partner with Xiao Cheng before, and they had done this kind of collusion a lot abroad. But their opponents at that time were still normal people. They are nothing more than more powerful mercenaries. Even if he encountered a cultivator that he couldn't deal with, Xiao Cheng would personally step in to resolve the situation. This time he was careless and didn't even think about why Xiao Cheng didn't come with them. Now he knew why. This kid Xiao Cheng betrayed me, so I used him to test the gun. Xiao Cheng and the Jiang family sent me here. Matthew's face was completely pale and cold sweat was pouring out. He didn't want to die here, he still had a lot of money left to spend. That's not what I'm asking. Seeing that Matthew could no longer hold the gun, Warner loosened her grip. As soon as she loosened her grip, Matthew fell to the ground in pain and began to wail. This Xiao Cheng is really afraid of death. He didn't dare to come over, but instead sent mercenaries to assassinate him. Fortunately, my husband was lucky this time and met Mo Chang, the caring security captain. Otherwise, something might really happen tonight. Sister Warner, why are you talking so much nonsense to him? At this time, Lulu had already dealt with the other mercenaries and appeared on the scene. As soon as she finished speaking, she mentioned Matthew who was rolling on the ground. She angrily lifted him into the air and then threw him hard. Fuck. Fuck. Matthew didn't expect this woman to be so unreasonable. As soon as he appeared, he went straight to kill people. He didn't even have time to see what the other person looked like. I felt dizzy for a while, and then my whole body began to fall to the bottom of the valley. Matthew's voice became smaller and smaller until finally there was no echo at all. Peace returned to the woods in the valley. When Warner and Lulu returned to the valley, Lin Jiao and the others were planning to explore deep into the valley. After all, it is such a good opportunity and there are plenty of people. Besides, it is our own territory, so we must investigate it thoroughly. Sister Warner, Sister Shalu, are you okay? Seeing the 2 people coming back, Zhuang Feifei immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. When the gunshots were heard just now, we could hear them very clearly on this side of the valley. She even blamed her stinky little brother Lin Jiao for not being worried at all. Now that she saw Warner and the other person returning safely, she finally believed what Lin Jiao said. Sister Warner would not take action unless she was absolutely sure. Even if she encounters a strong enemy, Warner can protect herself. So Lin Jiao told her not to worry. For the first time, Zhuang Feifei began to believe that practitioners were so invincible. He can actually fight against more than a dozen people alone. It really opened her eyes. Honey, what should we do with these? Warner smiled and shook her head, indicating that Zhuang Feifei didn't need to worry. Looking at the guns thrown on the ground by Warner and the other person, Lin Jiao had no idea what was going on. I interrupted Mo Chang who was flirting with me not far away and asked him to come over and take a look. Well, these weapons are pretty good. They can be used by our team temporarily. Mo Chang picked up the guns on the ground one by one, and explained the situation to Lin Jiao after confirming that they were correct. These guns were imported from abroad and are of pretty good quality. So he deduced that the mercenaries who came this time should be of high rank. At least it's at the anti-armor level. Especially this sniper rifle, it is better than any Mo Chang has seen in the army before. I don't really understand this either. Lao Mo, you take care of the arrangements. After the previous encounter, Lin Zhou's relationship with Mo Chang has now reached a new level. He just called the other person Lao Mo. Because Lao Mo just saved his life. So Lin Zhou gave him a bank card and asked Lao Mo to build the team of his dreams. After packing up these things, Lin and his group walked towards the depths of the valley. The night Wanner and the others came before, they only stayed outside the valley. I have never been to the valley. So this time they brought all the equipment, such as searchlights, and planned to explore thoroughly. As everyone walked deeper and deeper, they gradually saw the environment inside the valley. The direction of the entire valley is actually going further down. If the entrance to the valley is the cave that Lin Zhou and the others just entered. So now they are several hundred meters deep below the valley. It turned out to be a wide cave with several stone platforms standing in the middle. The stone platform is surrounded by a pool of clear water, which is as calm as a mirror at this moment. The rocks around the cave looked strange, as if they had been corroded by something. It presents a completely different appearance from the neat and smooth stone platform in the middle. This stone platform looks very strange. Zhuang Feifei followed the main group closely, even though she was a businesswoman in Jianhai City. However, this kind of exploration of the unknown was also the first time in her life. At this moment, she saw two stone platforms exposed on the water surface in the center of the venue and couldn't help but ask questions. I think so too. Wanner also stared at the two stone platforms, always feeling that something was strange. I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where it is for a moment. Seeing that everyone looked confused, Lin Zhou began to walk around the pool a few times. Then he picked up a larger stone on the ground and threw it in. From the outside, it looks like this should be a very deep pool. But it's really strange that these two stone platforms can float on it. Only Mo Chang on the side remains silent. He stared at the two stone platforms. Under the illumination of the searchlight, the surfaces of the two stone platforms showed a faint silver light scattering. It's like it was painted with some dye. He closed his eyes and began to try hard to recall where he had seen this thing. Suddenly his eyes opened sharply and he said, "Brother Lin, I don't think these two things are stones." Wanner seemed to recall something, and she also spoke. "Brother Mo is right. I wonder if everyone noticed where we came in." Just now, Lin Zhou and Wanner were walking in the front. Under the illumination of the searchlight, they found that the road inside the valley was not only wide but also wide. Moreover, there are deep scratches on the stone walls on both sides of the road. It was like something was driving into it from the middle. Wanner didn't sense any dangerous aura along the way. But such deep scratches could not have appeared out of thin air inside the valley. It seems that it must have been caused by the stone platform in the pool. Could this be the UFO that crashed a few years ago? Mo Chang was suddenly startled and remembered a piece of news in Jianhai City a few years ago. It is said that somewhere in the suburbs, some citizens saw a huge luminous object falling into the valley. Then when the man led people into the mountains to search, he found nothing. So this piece of news was regarded as entertainment news. Now it seems that it is most likely the thing in the pond. After hearing Lao Mo and Wanner's analysis, Lin Zhou remembered something. Previously at the auction, the host seemed to have mentioned the previous owner of this Galaxy Manor. Looks like a scientist? It seems that he is a scientist who is even more awesome than Lao Lin from the Research Institute? Chapter 051 Green Iron Man. By the time Mo Chang came out of the pool, 10 minutes had passed. The first thing he did when he came up was Lin Zhou nervously approached him and asked him questions. And Lao Mo's answer is yes. The thing underwater is a flying vehicle that has never existed on Earth. Even Lao Mo had never seen this thing when he was in the army. The thing underwater is an oval object, silver gray in color. Lao Mo's tone was calm, as if the 10 minutes he had just spent in the water were no trouble at all to him. For a normal person to be able to stay underwater for more than 10 minutes is already considered very powerful. Is there anything in there? Hearing Lin Zhou's words, Lao Mo naturally knew what he was referring to. Zhuang Feifei and Wanner couldn't help but become curious when they heard what Lin Zhou said. This kind of thing was not only unprecedented for them. I think this will be a shocking discovery for everyone on this earth. Practitioners are already a very rare existence in this world. Not to mention aliens, such a thing is simply unthinkable. But what they saw before their eyes now made them unable to help but believe it. Lao Mo shook his head and said, the cockpit cover has been opened. It's empty inside. Lin Jiao nodded. It seemed that the two stone platforms exposed on the water surface were the wings of the aircraft. Due to years of exposure to the outside, it has been continuously eroded by wind and sand. It gradually took shape into the present appearance of the stone platform. As for how to deal with this thing, they are complete outsiders. It seems that we can only ask Lao Lin from the Research Institute to investigate. Let's go out. This is not a place where we can stay for long. An unidentified object fell deep in the valley, not to mention whether there are aliens or not. This aircraft alone is incredible enough. Lin Jiao was worried about whether there might be radiation or something in here. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao hurriedly asked everyone to go out. After all, there was nothing else here except this pond. There is no other way to go forward. Are you okay? On the way back, Shenwan came to Lao Mo and looked at him with some worry. After all, the man had just been underwater for more than 10 minutes. If something happens, Lao Mo will definitely be the first person to react. I'm fine. Look, I'm full of energy. Seeing Shenwan's concern for him, Lao Mo felt sweet in his heart. This was the first time in his life that a woman cared about him so much. He was even more determined to work hard for Lin Jiao and earn enough money in the future. He immediately took the woman in front of him home to marry her. Time flies, and almost a month has passed. During this period, Lin Jiao and his friends lived in this valley every day. It can be said to be free and easy. But what gives him the most headache every day is the roar of the helicopter rotating in flight. During this period, Warner and his senior sisters would go to the nearby mountains to practice every day. Everyone's realm has been greatly improved. All the girls with warrior strength have reached the peak of warrior status. The female martial king Lulu even broke through directly to the early stage of martial arts master. He became the second person with the cultivation level of martial master beside Lin Jiao. This is also the reason why Lin Jiao chose to live in the valley for such a long time. The first thing is to raise soldiers. If everyone's strength is improved, the overall security of Xingha Manor will be greater. Secondly, it was to wait for the sect to be completed and fulfill his promise to Warner. During this period, Lin Jiao tried not to go out. Because he didn't want his senior sister's cultivation progress to be delayed. At this moment, everyone stood at the foot of the magnificent mountain, looking up at the completed sect in front of them. This is a luxurious palace that cost 5 billion to build. There are more than 7,000 steps alone. The distance from the foot of the mountain to the palace on the top of the mountain is an astonishing 1 kilometer. The bricks and stones paved on the stairs are all large stone slabs full of ancient patterns. As you walk, the shadows of the trees on both sides sway, and the air is filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Thank you, husband. Although Warner could see the progress of the sect's construction every day, it looked completely different compared to the palace that had been completed. She kissed Lin Jiao on the face, and a blush appeared on her face. Warner didn't expect that Lin Jiao would actually fulfill his promise in such a short time. Such a grand sect was built for her and her fellow sisters. This invisibly improved Warner's image in the hearts of her fellow sisters. You are my wife, why are you being polite? Just as Lin Jiao was about to go upstairs with everyone, he heard the sound of a car horn behind him. He looked back and found that it was Lao Lin. He had gotten off the car with several of his students and was walking towards him quickly. Mr. Lin, wait. By the time Lao Lin ran over, he was already gasping for breath. Lin Jiao told him not to be anxious, to drink some water and talk slowly. Lao Lin didn't care about that. He breathed heavily and asked the students carrying large boxes to put down their things. He quickly opened the boxes and took out a thin set of clothes. Could this be? Seeing Lao Lin's actions, Lin Jiao's heart was shocked. He seemed to be able to vaguely guess what Lao Lin was holding in his hand. Yes, this is what Brother Lin wants. Try it on quickly. After hearing what Lao Lin said, Lin Jiao couldn't wait to take off his clothes and pants. All he had left on was a pair of shorts. Lin Jiao's strong and clear body lines were immediately revealed. He cooperated with Lao Lin and put on the thin clothes. Ah, you're really a hooligan, junior sister Warner, you don't care about it. Seeing Lin Jiao suddenly take off all his clothes, the girls around him were shocked. Even the big goblin beside Lin Jiao couldn't help but hold his forehead. This guy is really thick-skinned. How dare he do such a thing in front of so many girls? You thought you were on vacation at the beach. The girls shyly turned their heads away and covered their eyes. But he kept mumbling something like it's so big. How amazing. The moment Lin Jiu put on the clothes, he felt that the clothes, which were originally loose, began to shrink instantly. Until the final tightness perfectly fits his body shape. Press here and try. After seeing Lin Jiu putting it on, old Lin couldn't help but nodded. It seems that the DNA he extracted from Lin Jiu previously achieved the desired effect. This iron armor uses biometric technology. Only when Lin Jiu puts it on can its function be activated and it will automatically begin to fit the owner's body shape. Here? Lin Jiu pressed the button on his chest with the Lin icon. The next second his body shape began to change rapidly. Lin Jiu was seen being rapidly covered by a layer of liquid-like substance. Knees, gloves, breastplate, helmet. Wherever the solution passed, a hard armor was immediately formed. The overall thickness of the armor is only about 1 centimeter. From the perspective of Zhuang Feifei and the others, it looked like there was an extra layer of skin. There is no feeling of bulk at all. Until the end, Lin Jiu was already standing in the iron armor. Am I handsome? Ha ha ha. Lin Jiu in the armor couldn't help but proudly show off his new toy to everyone. This is the iron armor he has always dreamed of. Honey, you like green, right? Warner burst out laughing, and then everyone started laughing. Lin Jiu took out the camera of his mobile phone and turned on it, intending to take a selfie of himself. The next second, he saw his own appearance in the camera and his face twitched. Lao Lin, I'm going to beat you to death. Chapter 052 Cultivator vs. Iron Man? Seeing Lin Jiu's reaction, old Lin coughed a few times in embarrassment. It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to make Lin Jiu's iron armor green. But at that time, this was the only color of paint available in the laboratory. This is aviation-grade paint. But compared to this battlesuit, it is not a good thing. Fortunately, after testing the flight for a while, Lin Jiu had forgotten his previous unpleasantness. At this moment, Lin Jiu was completely immersed in the aftertaste of soaring in the sky. He really didn't expect that the battlesuit Lao Lin made for him would be so authentic. Just like what he saw in the movies. The flying altitude is definitely enough, and even the quality of the suit itself is very good. He just tried it in the sky, and the human-computer interaction pop-up interface was displayed. The speed of this iron armor can reach an astonishing 2,700 kilometers per hour. The flying distance can reach more than 700 meters per second, which is more than twice the speed of sound. The maximum flight altitude has reached a terrifying 26,000 meters. Even though Lin Jiu was just a novice, he was able to fully adapt after flying for a while. He didn't feel any discomfort in his body at all. This is entirely due to the strength of the Iron Man suit and the super-intelligent human-machine system equipped with it. Oh my god, Sister Warner's husband is so handsome. I want one too. The girls on the ground were shocked to see that Lin Jiu, an ordinary person, could fly freely in the sky when he put on his clothes. They couldn't help but envy. Even Warner, the strongest among them, couldn't do it. After Lin Jiu fell back to the ground, the female martial arts master Lulu couldn't help but step forward and take a closer look at the armor. Then she asked a question that made everyone's eyes light up. Lulu touched the armor and said, "It's indeed a good thing, but I wonder if it can withstand our attacks?" Hearing Lulu's words, Lin Jiu exclaimed in surprise, as if he remembered something. He turned around and looked at Lao Lin. Lin Jiu also wanted to know what the outcome would be. Not to mention that this suit is very expensive. The fact that it is the only Iron Man suit in the world makes it extremely precious. Not to mention the scientific and technological achievements contained therein, which cannot be achieved in a day or two. It took Lao Lin and his team so many years of hard work. He didn't want the first day the suit came out to be the day it was retired. Lin Jiu didn't want to break his new toy because of a momentary impulse. The material used to create this suit is exactly the meteorite that Brother Lin provided us. After our research, we found that this stone is not an ordinary metal, but a rarer material called vibranium. This high-strength material is extremely difficult to destroy and reshape. So our team went through years of technical exploration and finally created this one. At this point, Lao Lin took out a laptop, typed a string of numbers on the keyboard, and said seriously, "Based on experimental data, this iron suit can withstand the power of a conventional missile explosion. In other words, the strength of the entire suit should be able to withstand a weight of 50 tons. After hearing Lao Lin's answer, not only Lulu and his group of practitioners looked surprised. Even Warner began to show an envious look on her face. After Lin Jiu puts on this iron battlesuit, he can fly in the sky at super high speed. How could this armor, which is only a centimeter thick, withstand such great pressure? This alone is enough to make Warner envious of this iron armor. As the strongest person in the crowd, Warner, who is in the middle stage of martial honor, understands very well what the 50-ton weight represents. A larger off-road vehicle weighs a little more than 2 tons. Warner can wrap the car up by releasing her own true energy, and then, with all her strength, she can gradually crush the car. But this is the limit of her strength. Even someone as strong as Warner would find it very difficult to do it. If Warner were to do it alone, she wouldn't be able to even move Lin Zhou's ultra nanotechnology battlesuit. Even if all the Martial Kings present attacked together, they probably wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Lin Zhou, right? Warner, my dear wife, would you like to try it together? After getting Lao Lin's consent, Lin Zhou immediately couldn't wait to call on everyone to fire at him. He also specifically told them not to be too gentle with women, but to pity this man who was full of green. I'll go first. As soon as Lin Zhou finished speaking, the warlike Lulu dodged and appeared in front of him in an instant. Then she raised her legs and whipped Lin Zhou's stomach hard. This part appears very weak in the overall appearance of the battlesuit. It's like wearing only a thin layer of gauze. Bang! Only a dull thud was heard, and Lulu's powerful sweep had already hit Lin Zhou's abdomen. But the sound only lasted for less than half a second. It disappeared immediately. Lin Zhou in the armor just saw the danger prompted by the system in front of him. Before he could react, he felt a powerful force hitting his abdomen. This martial lord's strength is too terrifying. If this kick hits an ordinary person, it would probably make a hole. But the next second Lin Zhou was stunned by Lulu's seemingly powerful kick. I didn't feel anything at all. It doesn't hurt at all. But after all, he was a martial arts master, and Lulu's kick still made Lin Zhou retreat several steps. No way, so perverted? Seeing that the Iron Man in front of him was actually fine, Lulu put his hands in front of him. A powerful aura bursts out from his body, and his full force is unleashed. From a distance of several meters, she lifted Lin Zhou into the air, then twisted his wrist. A pair of invisible big hands tightly grasped Lin Zhou's neck and squeezed hard. She didn't believe that she couldn't do any damage. Everyone come and ravage me. Lin Zhou, who was lifted into the air, was also very excited at this moment. I didn't expect that old Lin was so reliable and created such a great thing for him. Even a cultivator of Lulu's level is helpless against this iron armor. Then can I walk sideways when I go out in the future? Seeing that Liolio's attack had little effect, Warner followed the rest of the people and joined the battle. More than 20 people surrounded Lin Zhou in the middle of the field and released firepower to their heart's content. Warner also used all her strength to release her true energy and grabbed Lin Zhou's feet. The others picked up their weapons and attacked Lin Zhou. For a while, the scene was noisy and chaotic. Oh my god, these girls are horrible. Lao Lin and his group had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that their legs went weak and they sat down on the ground. Could it be that these people have all become immortals? Cultivator versus Iron Man? At this moment, Lao Lin's scientific values that he had accumulated over the years collapsed. Chapter 053, Invest 100 billion first. Half an hour later, everyone finally decided to stop. It's not that they are tired of fighting, but that they have lost their patience. Warner and Liolio's remote squeezing had no effect at all. The two even repeatedly threw Lin Zhou down from the air, but they only scratched the paint on the surface of the iron armor. Not to mention the close combat from other warriors, which was just a tickle to Lin Zhou. During their half-hour attack, they were actually helpless against the iron armor on Lin Zhou. Even Mo Chang couldn't help but take action in the end. He simply picked up the confiscated sniper rifle, aimed it at Lin Zhou's head and shot him. It actually has no effect. The bullets were shattered the moment they hit the armor. This stinky brother is really tough. Seeing that everyone was beating Lin Zhou but couldn't break that thin layer of armor, Zhuang Feifei couldn't help but marvel. With this iron armor, Lin Zhou will basically not be in any danger when traveling in the future. The Zhang family no longer poses any threat to Lin Zhou. According to the current situation, I am afraid that there is no one in the whole of China who can cause harm to him. Even if someone can do it, they can destroy Lin Zhou's armor. But can the opponent catch up with Lin Zhou's speed? If he can't beat him, can Lin Zhou still run away? This is an iron suit that is faster than the speed of sound. Lin Zhou couldn't be so stupid as to stand there and let others hit him like he was doing now. Okay, that's all for today's experiment. Seeing that the girls were finally willing to stop, Linjo finally got up from the ground with difficulty. He patted the weeds off his body, but the shock in his heart had never diminished. The strength of these senior sisters is really terrifying. Just now when I was in the armor, the reaction they caused almost made Linjo vomit. His whole body was like a ball, being tossed over and over by the crowd. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. This suit was able to withstand their concentrated fire. However, the energy of this battlesuit has been decreasing, and it is now almost reaching its energy limit. Brother Lin, the energy source of this suit is a small nuclear reactor. When Lao Lin saw everyone stop, he immediately stepped forward to explain to Linjo. Then old Lin asked Linjo to open the lid on his chest and took out a small glowing crystal from it. This small crystal is round in shape and its light is very dim at this moment. It seems that the energy is almost used up and it needs to be replaced. So is this thing easy to do? Linjo and his companions looked at this magical small nuclear reactor and were full of admiration for the scientist Lao Lin. I didn't expect that such a powerful iron armor suit only required this much energy. And it's very easy to replace, just as simple as removing the battery. The UFO pulled out of the cave earlier contained an energy source that surpasses Earth's technology. After Lao Lin received Linjo's call that night, he immediately rushed to the cave the next day. After bringing the UFO back to the institute, their team began to study it. It was discovered that the surface structure of this object was made of the same metal as the stone. The most important thing is the energy source contained in the aircraft, which is the key. His team still needs some time to conduct research before they can fully understand this new energy structure. For now, we can only use existing nuclear reactors. Fortunately, Lao Lin still has more than 10 new nuclear reactors, thanks to Linjo's financial resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible to easily produce so many of something so expensive. Linjo nodded and took the box of reactors from Lao Lin. Even if he didn't know the technical elements involved, Linjo could at least figure out one thing. That's why this thing is not easy to deal with. Even if he had a lot of money, he could only produce a dozen or so of these things in a short period of time. As for your suit, it's only the first generation. New ones will be delivered in the future. Old Lin gave Linjo some instructions and asked him to go to the research institute once a month to maintain his suit. Otherwise, if you do this every day, even the hardest things will slowly break. After saying this, Lao Lin opened the other boxes he had brought. When the box was opened, Warner and the girls all widened their eyes. This is the weapon I promised to make for you. Lao Lin took out the daggers from the box one by one, a total of 20 sets of daggers. After getting Warner's tacit approval, the girls began to choose their favorite looks. These daggers vary in size and have slightly different shapes. Not only are there single and double daggers, but the color difference is also huge. Warner picked up a single dagger she liked and said to Lao Lin respectfully, "Mr. Lin, is this dagger made of the same material as the iron armor?" Looking at the scarlet light reflected from the dagger, Warner showed a rare smile of joy on her face. Well, if this iron suit is a shield, then these daggers are like sharp spears. Old Lin pointed at the battle suit on Linjo and gave a very affirmative answer. Then Lao Lin raised the most important point, although these daggers can destroy things as strong as iron armor. But they cannot hurt Linjo because these daggers are the same as Linjo's iron armor. All use biometric technology. To put it simply, all of this equipment can only be used to kill enemies. Don't attack each other. After sending Lao Lin away, Linjo replaced the iron suit with a new nuclear reactor, and only then was he willing to restore the suit to its normal appearance. He has already begun to look forward to the new battle suit in the future. Lao Lin said that it will be equipped with an attack system. Let's go, it's time for us to leave the mountain. The group returned to the castle of Xingha Manor and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Linjo began to arrange the next itinerary. Although Linjo has been spending money recently, he now has 250 billion in his card. We have to do something big, otherwise why save so much money? The Jiang family is involved in many businesses, ranging from real estate to pharmaceutical companies. From small businesses like retail to franchising, the Jiang family is involved. Zhuang Feifei explained the current situation of the Jiang family to Linjo to see where Linjo planned to start. After all, the Jiang family is the largest family in Zhanghai City. They have developed for so many years, and it is very difficult to launch a comprehensive attack on them at the first time. Let's start with real estate. It's time to stop this harmful property market. Invest 100 billion first and see if the Jiang family can handle it. When Lin Jiu was still delivering takeout, he knew the plight of ordinary people best. An ordinary person may have to work hard all his life to be able to buy a house of his own. And this is on the premise of a loan. By the time people had paid off their loans, half of their bodies were already buried in the loss. Where is the time to enjoy life? All your hard-earned money is controlled by capitalists, and they will not make a single cent less from you. I have already calculated it all for you. The current real estate market is even crazier, and they have even teamed up with banks to launch something called relay loans. Passed down from generation to generation, the loan remains even after the owner leaves. This is bullshit. Sanctions. You must be severely punished by me, Lin Jiu. Chapter 054 500 yuan per square meter. I am here to do charity. Early this morning, Zhuang Feifei received a call from the city leader, asking her to attend an event organized by the city. The person who called her was the secretary who came to congratulate Lin Jiu when his Pinyin driving school opened. Zhuang Feifei told Lin Jiu what happened on the phone and asked him if he wanted to join the event. When Lin Jiu heard the big goblin say that this was a business event, he originally didn't plan to show up. But when he learned that it was related to a real estate project development, he immediately became interested. Can ordinary people also participate in investment? Because according to Lin Jiu's previous experience, local governments released these so-called projects. Although it is under the guise of bidding, the candidates have basically been decided in private. No matter who develops this piece of land, it has already been bought out by a powerful group. Anyway, the local government only provides projects and land, so of course the more capable the people are, the happier they are. First of all, it can not only drive local economic development. It can also give the leaders face and is a real political achievement project. Of course not, but my husband can register it under my name. Wouldn't it belong to the company then? After hearing the words of the big goblin, Lin Jiu was a little slow to react and continued. Then your car dealership isn't considered a construction company, so is that okay? Zhuang Feifei shook her head and smiled, then pulled Lin Jiu over, hugged his neck and said proudly. Do you really think that I, your wife, only have a car dealership? Lin Jiu suddenly realized that the reason why this big goblin was able to become a businesswoman in Jianghai City was because of this. It's not just relying on her 90% of the car dealerships on the market now. When they first left their family, they also got involved in all walks of life. So Zhuang Feifei had already established an ordinary construction company a long time ago. It was just that I wasn't making any money at the time, so I just kept it going. Now that things had come to this, Lin Jiu immediately called Warner, and the three of them drove to the city. Lin Jiu originally planned to take the big demon with him, but the big demon said that it was not appropriate for him to be too ostentatious now. Although Lin Jiu is now protected by an iron armor, basically no one can hurt him. But this kind of high-tech thing is like a trump card. It is best not to reveal it in advance unless it is absolutely necessary. This is to avoid being targeted by others too early and entering a period of decline early. Welcome everyone to the investment promotion conference hosted by our Jianhai City. Our project this time is the creation of the Jinlong Commercial Circle. By the time the three of them arrived at the local venue, it was already noon. The venue for the conference is located in a park in the south of Jianghai City. At this time, the place was already surrounded by reporters and the public. Seeing Zhuang Feifei arrive, the secretary on the stage nodded to Lin Jiu and his group. Lin Jiu and the other two found a seat in the front row of the stage and sat down. Not long after sitting down, Lin Jiu discovered that the big demon was staring at the people in the first row. That man was Zhuang Feifei's second uncle, Zhuang Wendong. After Zhuang Wendong saw Zhuang Feifei and Lin Jiu arrive at the venue, he kept watching the actions of the three of them. He didn't expect that this good-for-nothing girl would dare to appear in public. Could it be that Jiang Tao from the Jiang family hasn't put pressure on Lin Jiu yet? Snort! Zhuang Wendong glanced at Lin Jiu with cold eyes several times, then turned his head away and stopped looking at them. Your second uncle has a really hot temper. Lin Jiu sat on a stool and took out the milk tea he had prepared in advance and shared it with the two women. Then the three of them drank leisurely. Zhuang Wendong is already an old man, but he is not afraid of getting high blood pressure. Lin Jiu was too lazy to argue with him. I didn't expect my second uncle to be here too. It seems the Zhang family has given him quite a bit of benefits this time. Zhuang Feifei took a deep sip of her milk tea and looked at Zhuang Wendong's back meaningfully. The reason why the Zhang family didn't come this time was not because they didn't want to fight for the money. It's because they have already taken too many orders, and if they win the bid again this time, it's a bit hard to understand. When you eat fish, you always leave some soup for others, right? So Zhuang Feifei was very sure that Zhuang Wendong would come to participate in this event this time. It must have been privately approved by the Zhang family. This traitor. Because the old man of the Zhuang family has long stopped caring about the family business. So in recent years, it has basically been handed over to Zhuang Wendong to manage. But Zhuang Feifei knew very well in her heart that her grandfather would never participate in such a project. After all, a portion of the money earned has to be used to honor these leaders. So this is a thankless task. Not only are houses expensive, they are also difficult to sell. Profits can only be maximized by doing such immoral things as cutting corners and withholding wages. Not only can you not make money, but you can also easily lose the reputation of the people. Therefore, these groups sitting in the audience are basically people with connections and are basically unscrupulous businessmen. Zhuang Feifei's visit this time was just to show her support and repay a favor. Well, the Li Group's proposal is very good, but the group seems to be lacking in experience. Xianxing Group's qualifications are good, but the capital investment seems too low. A leader wearing gold-rimmed glasses is reading out the bid of a contracting group on the stage. Everything he said sounded very official. But anyone with a discerning eye would know what was going on. Isn't this clearly excluding those groups that are not of much benefit to them? This man is Hu Ziming, the head of the Ministry of Urban Construction and the deputy mayor of Jianhai City. Seeing that Lin Zhou and Wan'er looked confused, Zhuang Feifei patiently explained to them what was happening on the stage. At the same time, her fingers were moving rapidly on the computer keyboard. How's it going over there? Lin Zhou nodded and urged the big goblin to quickly prepare the bid. Because he really couldn't stand listening to these bastards anymore. What does it mean to benefit the people? More than 30,000 yuan per square meter is considered an affordable price? It seems that these people are treating the common people as leeks to be harvested. Deputy Mayor Hu Ziming proposed two solutions today. The first is to be led by local governments and invested and built by powerful groups to create the Jinlong commercial life circle. But this plan obviously has two disadvantages. Investors need to invest a lot of money to win the bid. And the house price needs to be very high. Because local governments will take away a large amount of profits, investors have very little profit margin. But at least I can still make money. The only people who suffer are the common people. The housing prices are so high anyway. Whether you buy it or not is up to you. If you don't buy it, it will probably become a problem for your child to go to school in the future. Various living benefits are not guaranteed. Because only the business circle has the most complete community system. The second option is for a powerful group or investor to directly purchase the land of the entire Jinlong commercial circle. You can sell the completed building for whatever price you want. But the amount of money this plan would cost is astronomical. Local governments actually hope that someone will do this because that way they can maximize their profits. Isn't it easy to develop the economy? Just sell the land. So it is basically impossible for anyone to do such a loss-making business. The information is ready, husband, take a look. Just when Lin Zhou was about to get furious, Zhuang Feifei's voice brought him back from his thoughts. Lin Zhou carefully looked at the bid document that the big demon had just made, and nodded with satisfaction after confirming that it was correct. Lin Zhou asked Zhuang Feifei to start working on this bid document when they were on their way here. Lin Zhou asked her to fill in all the requirements truthfully. At that time, Zhuang Feifei's eyes almost fell out after hearing Lin Zhou's thoughts. She had never seen anyone do business like Lin Zhou. Or maybe it would be more appropriate to say that it is charity. But Lin Zhou didn't care, because this was what he wanted to do. What does it mean to benefit the people? 500 yuan per square meter is worthy of benefiting the people. Go quickly and let your second uncle and the Zhang family see your husband's strength. Zhuang Feifei picked up the bid and walked towards Hu Ziming with a smile. When she passed by Zhuang Wendong, she completely ignored the look he gave her. That look of surprise and anger mixed together. Chapter 055. Is this girl crazy? Just because you took out 2 billion, you really think you're a big shot? Watching Zhuang Feifei walking towards the center of the field, Zhuang Wendong couldn't help but sneer in his heart. No one knew where this little rascal Lin Zhou came from. He got mixed up with his niece for no apparent reason, and he's always pretending no matter where he goes. Did he really think that an unknown guy like him could influence an occasion like today? Zhuang Wendong crossed his hands over his chest, looking like he was watching the fun. Ms. Zhuang, are you serious about this bid? The secretary who had come to congratulate Ping in driving school before now took the bid document from Zhuang Feifei. He originally thought that Zhuang Feifei came this time to give face to the city leaders. Unexpectedly, this woman also plans to participate in the Golden Dragon Business Circle project. The man glanced at the bid in his hand and began to look a little embarrassed. Judging from the business plan, the amount of investment funds given by Zhuang Feifei is similar to that of other groups. It does not meet the deputy mayor's requirements at all. If I do this, I will hand it in. The final result will definitely be being rejected by the leader. But if I don't submit it for her, it would be a bit unreasonable. After all, the woman in front of him is no ordinary person in Jianhai City, although the Zhuang family is not a big family. But Mr. Zhuang is a person who has made contributions to Jianhai City, and even the mayor has to give him some face. There's another bid here. If the leader isn't satisfied, open it. Seeing that the secretary was in a dilemma, Zhuang Feifei handed him another document. The man nodded, then he sat back in his seat and placed the materials in front of Hu Ziming. Then he began to lower his head nervously, as if he had done something stupid. I was afraid of angering Hu Ziming, who was beside me. Bang! Just as the secretary was daydreaming, a crisp sound of slapping the table was heard. Hu Ziming was standing up at this moment, preparing to read out the next bid. When he read out the price per square meter of the house, his face immediately turned ashen. 500 per square meter? Miss Zhuang, are you kidding us? He closed his eyes and looked meaningfully at Zhuang Feifei, who was sitting in the audience. We almost chased them away. They were just here to cause trouble. However, due to the banker's favor, Hu Ziming couldn't say anything too harsh. With a price of 500 per square meter, is there any profit to be made in the city? I'm afraid this piece of land will be given away for nothing. This secretary is really something, he just submits all kinds of bids randomly. What? Did I hear correctly? What's the background of Feifei Real Estate? Why haven't I heard of it before? Look at the man next to her. After hearing the plan proposed by Hu Ziming, the reporters and audience at the scene immediately erupted into a heated discussion. Ever since I started working in society, I couldn't even imagine a house costing 500 yuan per square meter. Everyone is wondering where this Zhuang Feifei comes from. How dare you quote such a price? Aren't you afraid of losing money? However, there were still many people in the crowd who knew the inside story. After someone saw the man sitting next to Zhuang Feifei, I recognized it immediately. Isn't this man the one who appeared at the Jiang family party before? I think his name is Lin Zhou. It turns out that night wasn't just a casual affair, they were really together. If Jiang Tao knew about this, I wonder how many bottles of red wine he would smash. Everyone looked carefully for a while and found that it was not only Zhuang Feifei who was holding Lin Zhou's hand. The woman sitting on the other side of Lin Zhou also hugged his shoulders at this moment, acting very intimately. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp, he was indeed a rich man. Uncle Zhuang, what do you think? The audience and reporters were discussing the matter lively, and Hu Ziming could even hear voices supporting Zhuang Feifei. Seeing that Zhuang Feifei ignored him, Hu Ziming's anger grew even stronger. If he hadn't seen Zhuang Wendong there, he would have wanted to throw the bid documents to the ground immediately. Originally, he arranged this activity for the Jiang family. Zhuang Wendong is the representative sent by the Zhuang family, who won the project in the name of the Zhuang family, then secretly handed over to the Jiang family. In this way, all three parties can gain huge benefits. I didn't expect that Zhuang Feifei, this stinky bitch, would be so shameless. Ran up to me to sabotage me. Ha, it's my fault for not disciplining my children properly, which has caused my boss to worry. Zhuang Wendong stood up and apologized to Hu Ziming, looking very sad. It was as if he was just a child who didn't know any better and ran out to make some trouble. It is Zhuang Wendong who knows how to do this face-saving project better. Since there are no qualified bids, I think it's okay to announce the answer, right? Zhuang Wendong was indeed experienced and used the excuse of apologizing to the deputy mayor. Diverted everyone's attention. He took the opportunity to brush aside Lin Zhou's bid. It was originally a predetermined matter, yet it was made so complicated. Just end it quickly. Deputy Mayor, there's another one below. The secretary, who had been blushing and refusing to utter a word, spoke to Hu Ziming at the last moment. This one also belongs to Zhuang Feifei. After saying these two sentences, the secretary kept his mouth shut and dared not speak again. He could only help Zhuang Feifei up to this point. Stop being funny. Hu Ziming was furious when he heard the man's words. He pulled out the bid document at the bottom and pretended to throw it on the ground. He just wants to achieve more political achievements and make more money. Why is it so difficult? You'll regret it if you throw it away. Lin Jiu saw Hu Ziming's anxious look and heard Zhuang Feifei's explanation just now. He finally realized that this so-called activity was just a formality. Since these are all things that can be decided internally. So why can't it be me? Lin Jiu continued to speak slowly. Since we are attracting investment, there must be profits. I understand that. The most important thing is to seek benefits for the people. Deputy Mayor Hu, could it be that you haven't thought of this? After hearing Lin Jiu's words, Hu Ziming felt like he was being framed by the other party. Watching the increasingly heated discussions in the audience, he could only hold back his anger. Zhuang Feifei's second bid was opened. Since you still want to continue to come out and make people laugh, then I'll play with you guys for a while longer. However, the content this time made Hu Ziming's eyes light up. Ms. Zhuang, are you planning to buy the land in the Jinlong district in full? This price is not cheap. At least 60 billion. After seeing the contents of this bid, Hu Ziming put away his impulsive look. Anyway, what he wants is money and political achievements. Although this activity was predetermined, it was because only the Jiang family could offer such high discounts. If Zhuang Feifei can really offer a price, then naturally let her do it. Hu Ziming picked up the water glass and took a few sips, waiting for the woman's answer. Since Vice Mayor Hu has spoken, I, Zhuang Feifei, will offer 100 billion. As for the development projects around the Jinlong commercial and living district, leave it to us from now on. After hearing Zhuang Feifei's reply, Hu Ziming just drank a mouthful of water and started coughing violently. Zhuang Wendong couldn't help but stagger. He fell straight off his seat. Is this girl crazy? Chapter 056 I'll be your ATM. 100 billion? And it's all covered from now on. As far as I know, Zhuang Feifei doesn't have that much money at all. Even if all the banker's assets were added together, they wouldn't be able to come up with 100 billion, right? After hearing Zhuang Feifei's words, not only the leaders on the stage were stunned. Even the reporters and audience sitting in the audience started a heated discussion. Among them was someone who had appeared at the Jiang family's cocktail party that night, although they were not a big family. But he is also one of the few wealthy people and entrepreneurs in Zhanghai City. It seems the Zhuang Feifei's man is not simple. This is no longer a question of using 2 billion to slap Jiang Tao in the face. With Lin Jiu's financial resources, he can probably walk around Zhanghai City with ease. This time they directly spent 100 billion yuan. Where will the Jiang family put their face? Unlike the leaders and entrepreneurs, ordinary people heard the news. They all took out their mobile phones to record the entire process, fearing that deputy mayor who would openly manipulate it. This is something that is done to benefit the people. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for us to accept the construction project from another group. After Zhuang Feifei announced the price, the cheers from the crowd reached a peak. Support Feifei Real Estate to take over the Jinlong commercial district in Zhanghai City. Yes. All indicators of Feifei Real Estate meet the standards. If Feifei Real Estate isn't the winning bidder, then you, as a leader, are blind. The more the discussion progressed, the more momentum among the people from all walks of life who attended the meeting began to move towards impeaching Hu Ziming. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Hu Ziming couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If Zhuang Feifei can really obtain the development rights of Jinlong commercial district with full payment, this is the most desirable outcome for both Hu Ziming himself and the city. This way he not only has a higher profit margin, it also saves you a lot of trouble and brings you tangible political achievements. Why not? Hu Ziming is now worried about how to refuse the Jiang family. The group of people in the audience pushed him for no apparent reason, which was exactly what he wanted. Hu Ziming changed his angry expression, cleared his throat and stood up and said, I also believe that the public has sharp eyes. The original intention of developing the Jinlong commercial district was to give the people a better life. Since Feifei Real Estate meets all the requirements, I declare that Feifei Real Estate has obtained the final development rights. After saying these words, Hu Ziming hurriedly walked off the stage. He didn't even give Zhuang Wendong a chance to come forward and explain. Who made you big families fail to live up to expectations? Now that the price they offer is even higher, only a fool would continue to cooperate with you. Zhuang Feifei, what do you mean? Seeing Hu Ziming leave the scene without looking back, Zhuang Wendong could only look helpless. He came in front of Lin Jiu, pointed at Zhuang Feifei and said angrily, "You belong to the banker, do you want to compete with the banker for business? What are you thinking?" Zhuang Wendong looked at Zhuang Feifei with a dark face, and was so angry that he almost started scolding her. Ever since his niece started hanging out with Lin Jiu, it seemed as if he was against Zhuang Wendong in every way. Time and again, they cut off his financial resources and destroyed his cooperation with the Jiang family. This time, the Jiang family finally got him to take action to compete for the development rights of the Jinlong commercial district. It can be considered as an opportunity for Zhuang Wendong to show his meritorious service. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Feifei ruined it again. "Your mouth still stinks, you old fool. Of course my wife belongs to the Zhuang family, so are you, Zhuang Wendong? Ask yourself. I think your character is not worthy of being the second in command of the banker. If you can't, get out. Let my wife do it." Lin Jiu was too lazy to reason with such people. He pulled Zhuang Feifei in honor and left the scene. Ever since the last time he met Zhuang Wendong at the Jiang family cocktail party, Lin Jiu had no good impression of this man. Such an obvious betrayal was actually described in such a refreshing and self-righteous way by him. He is simply a person with a diseased brain. It seems that I have to ask the big goblin to take me back to the dealer as soon as possible. Lin Jiu wanted to meet the master of the banker in person to see how he managed the family. My husband is right. Uncle, if you continue like this, the banker will be ruined by you sooner or later. You'll have to take care of yourself. Seeing Lin Jiu supporting her again, Zhuang Feifei felt warm in her heart. After all, she is from the Zhuang family, and Zhuang Wendong is her second uncle. Although she wanted to say something unpleasant, she couldn't. Fortunately, Lin Jiu is different from her. When he encounters something unpleasant, he will communicate directly on the microphone. This really saves a lot of detours. Okay, you've really grown wings. I thought that once I met a man, I could become so arrogant. If the banker is gone in the future, I wonder what you will have to explain to the old man. Seeing Lin Jiu and his group turn around and leave, Zhuang Wendong could no longer bear the anger in his heart. He shouted loudly at their backs. Zhuang Wendong never expected that this time he would be able to win the project. It ended in such an unexpected way. Lin Jiu, you really deserve to die. After returning to Galaxy Manor, Lin Jiu couldn't wait to transform into Iron Man again. Wanner went straight to the sect and practiced with her senior sisters. Taking advantage of the free time now, Lin Jiu felt that he should familiarize himself with the operation. It's like a launch pad. Turn around instantly, wait. These are the skills he must master at present. Otherwise, if you really get into a fight with someone one day, you might fall from the sky due to a wrong operation. Isn't that a failure in pretending to be cool? Honey, do we really have so much money? Seeing Lin Jiu's actions, Zhuang Feifei hurried forward to hold him, looking at Lin Jiu with a smirk on her face. This naughty little brother has really made her unpredictable since the first day. First, he bought her Yujingwan villa, and then helped her give Jiang Tao 2 billion. Later, because I was angry with someone, I bought a driving school. It's even more exaggerated now. Throwing 100 billion yuan into city construction is still a loss-making business. Could it be that his family owns a banknote printing factory? Come up, I'll tell you in secret. After Lin Jiudong completed the transformation, he directly put his arm around the big demon's waist. He took her and flew quickly into the air. Oh my god, husband, please go slower, I can't stand it. Seeing her feet getting farther and farther away from the ground, Zhuang Feifei subconsciously hugged Lin Jiu's body tightly. She was afraid that she would slip and fall from such a high place. The cold air brushed across her face, and before she knew it, she was 2,000 meters above the ground. Lin Jiu's figure stopped in the air at this moment. He looked at the blue earth beneath his feet and felt very comfortable. Looking at Zhuang Feifei, who was holding him tightly from the front, Lin Jiu put his nose close to her cheek and sniffed gently, then said, I'll be your ATM, and you'll be mine. Chapter 057. The young lady is here, everyone get out of the way. You are really a waste. In the Jiang family's reception room, after hearing Zhuang Wendong's words, Jiang Tao could no longer bear the anger in his heart. They are all from the same family, so why is Zhuang Wendong's second uncle such a failure? In the past, Jiang Tao had hoped that he could help him win over Zhuang Feifei. Not to mention that the result was contrary to my expectations. At least that kid Lin Jiu gave me 2 billion. If the project in the Jinlong commercial district of Jianghai City is not won today, the loss to his Jiang family will not be as simple as 2 billion. This is a newly developed area in Jianghai City, and its future development can be said to have unlimited prospects. Then I'd like to ask Brother Zhang Tao to take care of Mr. Zhuang's party tonight. Seeing Zhang Tao's unhappy look, Zhuang Wendong also looked helpless. It's not that he doesn't want to take care of his niece, it's that he simply doesn't have the ability to do so. The most important thing right now is the party hosted by Mr. Zhuang tonight. This time, the banker held this banquet and invited celebrities from all walks of life in Jianghai City to attend. The ultimate goal is to select the next successor to the banker. Zhuang Wendong has been busy in the Zhuang family for so many years. Even if he has no credit, he has worked hard. So he attaches great importance to tonight's party. At this moment, he could only shamelessly let Jiang Tao come out and support him. He believed that as long as the dealers saw that he could win over the Jiang family, then the next successor to the banker must be Zhuang Wendong. Of course I have to go, otherwise you really won't have any chance at all. Jiang Tao replied to Zhuang Wendong angrily, but the anger in his heart had not diminished at all. It seems that for now he can only go to the dealer. Although the banker is not a top-tier family, his private network of contacts is indeed very extensive. As long as he can help Zhuang Wendong take the top spot in the banker's organization this time, there will naturally be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. As long as Zhuang Wendong can take charge of the overall situation at the banker's house, it is only a matter of time before Zhuang Feifei becomes Jiang Tao's possession. Go back and get ready. I'll have Xiaoqing accompany me there later. Jiang Tao waved his hand and told Zhuang Wendong to leave quickly, so that he won't be annoyed. My dear granddaughter, you must come back to have dinner with Grandpa tonight. When Lin Jiao and the big fairy were flying in the air, her phone suddenly rang. Hearing an old voice from the other side, Lin Jiao immediately controlled the armor and flew into the sect. He looked at the goblin in surprise, asking if anything had happened. Zhuang Feifei calmed down her flushed face and said softly to the other end of the phone, "Okay, Grandpa, I've been out for a long time. I miss you so much. By the way, I happen to be bringing someone back to see you tonight." After Zhuang Feifei finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone paused for a few seconds, then said with a smile, "My dear granddaughter, you have finally grown up. Grandpa will be waiting for you." After Zhuang Feifei hung up the phone, she and Lin Jiao strolled in the sect's ancient courtyard. The air above the valley was very fresh. The two of them came to the end of the courtyard and looked down. The gap under your feet is the source of the waterfall. At this moment, a huge stream of water is pouring down the valley, and the rising water vapor is reflecting the sunlight, forming a dazzling rainbow. "Hubby, can you accompany me back to the banker's house tonight?" Zhuang Feifei seemed to be preoccupied with something, staring intently at the scenery in front of her. It has been more than 3 years since she left the banker's job. During these 3 years, she has never gone back once. It wasn't that she had a quarrel with her grandfather, but the entire family wanted her to marry Jiang Tao. This is to ensure the future development of the banker, otherwise it will be swallowed up by the Jiang family sooner or later. Although Grandpa always let her do what she wanted, he never asked her to marry into the Jiang family. But from that moment on, Zhuang Feifei no longer wanted to stay in the Zhuang family. Although she was adopted by her grandfather and brought back to the Zhuang family since she was a child, the blood flowing in her body is not the Zhuang family's blood. But Zhuang Feifei felt the love her grandfather had shown her over the years deep in her bones. "My grandfather's righteousness has long been flowing in my heart." Selling her marriage in exchange for the future development of the Zhuang family is something that Zhuang Feifei can't do. Even Grandpa can't do it. "Don't worry, your husband will never let you down." After hearing the big goblin's experience, Lin Jiao felt for the first time that he had gotten to know the woman in front of him again. Put aside the previous labels of mysterious strong women, Zhuang Feifei is also a woman who dares to defend her dignity. Lin Jiao admired this very much. He dared to abandon the family's resources and venture out into the world on his own. There is a bit of a chivalrous element in it. Lin Jiao felt that he simply couldn't love this kind of woman enough. "Call Sister Wanner and the others along, I'm afraid my second uncle will be restless tonight." Seeing Lin Jiao's concern for her, Zhuang Feifei admitted that she had really married the right person. Then she expressed her concerns and asked Lin Jiao to be careful. After all, Zhuang Wendong has long been in collusion with the Jiang family. So at tonight's banquet, people from the Jiang family will definitely come to support him. Who knows what might happen then? I am now the toughest man in the world, so why should I be afraid of the Zhang family? Lin Jiu pulled the big ferry down the mountain with a wicked smile on his face, and asked her to call Wanner on the way. Tell them there's a big dinner tonight. Zhang family? Xiao Chang? Now everyone in front of me is my younger brother. After a while, when her own special team is established, Wanner won't even have to take action in many things. Lao Mo and his men can kill those who have bad intentions towards them. As night fell, the tour bus carrying Lin Jiu and his group stopped outside the banker's gate on time. The Zhuang family courtyard is located in the southern part of Jianghai city center, separated from the city center by the main river of Jianghai city. At this moment, 2 big red lanterns were hung outside the Zhuang family's courtyard. The lights in front of the door were staggered, and the lights shone into the river in front of the courtyard, presenting a leisurely scene. The people who live here are basically older people, and they just want to find some peace and quiet. In Lin Jiu's opinion, the people living here are all rich old men and women. After retirement, they all gather here to enjoy their old age. Seeing the bus parked right in front of the courtyard gate, the old security guard on duty was about to step forward to persuade it to stop. Move the bus to another place quickly so as not to block the important guests coming and going. The old security guard just arrived and was about to speak with a smile, but he didn't expect him to look up. The first person I saw getting off the bus was Zhuang Feifei. This made the words he had prepared stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. After he calmed down, more than 20 people got off the car one after another. This scene simply made him dumbfounded. In the end, he could only turn around and excitedly shout towards the yard. The young lady is back. The eldest lady is back. Chapter 058, The Zhuang family's grandfather and grandson meet. What's everyone yelling about? Oh. It turns out that Miss Zhuang is back. Could it be that he couldn't make it out there anymore, so he decided to go back to the banker? A middle-aged woman who was a little fat came out after hearing the bustling noise coming from outside the door. The fat woman's heavily made-up face showed an unhappy look when she saw Zhuang Feifei and her group. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words, and he seemed to dislike Zhuang Feifei's arrival. Zhuang Yang, I'm back this time to attend Grandpa's dinner party. Please move aside. I saw that the woman in front of me was still the same as before, and she disliked me so much. Zhuang Feifei didn't waste any more time talking to her and pulled Lin Jiu towards the yard. Zhuang Yang's original name was Zhang Dan, and she was Zhuang Wendong's wife. Among all the people in the Zhuang family, she has the worst temper except for her husband Zhuang Wendong. Relying on the fact that her husband Zhuang Wendong is the second in command, she acts arrogantly all day long. No one dares to take him seriously. Even when Mr. Zhuang was speaking, she would sometimes talk back to him. However, the old lady was experienced after all, so she was too lazy to argue with her. So as to avoid damaging the relationship. Stop. Ouch. Seeing that Zhuang Feifei dared to ignore her, Zhang Dan turned around and wanted to grab her and give her a good scolding. Unexpectedly, just as Zhang Dan was about to reach out her hand, someone kicked her in the butt. Although the force was not great, Zhang Dan's physical fitness was poor to begin with. After being hit, she fell flat on her face. This caused the guests to burst into laughter. I thought to myself that this woman was really angry. She dared to embarrass the eldest daughter of the banker in public. Next time I won't kick your ass. When passing by Zhang Dan, Wanner whispered something to her with obvious intimidation in her tone. A fat woman dares to set her sights on Sister Zhuang. I'm really tired of living. By the time Zhang Dan raised her flower-like face, Lin Jiu and his group had already arrived in the main courtyard. Only Zhang Dan was left lying on the ground, rubbing his face and cursing. Alright, you damn bastard, you dared to attack me as soon as you come back. You actually brought back so many little bastards. If I catch you, I'll kill you. She didn't even have time to see clearly who kicked her from behind. At this moment, looking at the huge crowd pouring in, she covered her face in anger and ran away. This kind of ugliness was the first time for Zhang Dan. As soon as he entered the main courtyard, Lin Jiu was shocked by the scene in front of him. I didn't expect the main courtyard to be so luxurious. It feels like it is almost as big as half a football field. The ground is paved with ancient blue bricks, and the shape of the entire courtyard is like an ancient library. A wide main road is left in the middle of the yard, extending all the way to the courtyard at the end. The walls on both sides of the main courtyard are planted with emerald green bamboos, which make rustling sounds when blown by the evening breeze. It feels like a family of scholars. Lin Jiu couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that Mr. Zhuang was a man of substance. Compared with other big families, the level has been greatly improved. Grandfather. Zhuang Feifei let go of Lin Zhou's hand and stopped by the main table. Wanner and her senior sisters, after seeing what was happening in front of them, tactfully sat down at an empty table nearby. Zhuang Feifei's eyes were red at this moment, and she knelt down at the feet of the old man with a thud. Grandpa, it's my fault. I haven't come back to see you for so long. Zhuang Feifei knelt at the old man's knees. She raised her head slightly and looked at the white-haired old man in front of her. She remembered that when she had just run away from home, her grandfather was still in good spirits. Why does he look so much worse now? The few black hairs on his head have now all turned silver white. Zhuang Feifei could no longer suppress her worry and burst into tears. She has lost so much in these 3 years. My wonderful granddaughter. It's Grandpa's fault that you've suffered so much. Grandpa should have handed over the family business to you then. It's just that you were still young at the time, and the other members of the family. Lin Zhou looked at the two people in front of him crying together, and couldn't help feeling moved. Ever since my life turned upside down, I've been busy with various things. He hasn't been back to his hometown for a long time and doesn't know how his parents are doing now. I have to find time to go back and stay for a while. Grandpa, Fei is not suffering. Zhuang Feifei wiped the tears from her face, stood up, took Lin Zhou's hand, and smiled at Mr. Zhuang. Grandpa, his name is Lin Zhou, and he has been taking care of me all this time. Zhuang Feifei pulled Lin Zhou to sit at the main table and slowly began to tell Mr. Zhuang about what had happened to her recently. It was not until Zhuang Feifei finished her story that Mr. Zhuang nodded in satisfaction. When he looked at Lin Zhou at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a lot of goodwill towards him. It seems that this young man is not only rich, but also very loyal. A young man actually took down the entire Wang family. Looking across the entire Jianhai city, I'm afraid no one can do this. Not to mention that this young man is now fighting with the Jiang family. Mr. Wang couldn't guess where it came from. You are a good man, young man. Seeing you two being so affectionate, I feel relieved. Old Master Zhuang stroked his beard with satisfaction. He finally no longer looked so worried. He seemed to see the future of the banker. After Zhuang Feifei took over, the Zhuang family has a bright future. Mr. Zhuang, I offer you a toast. Lin Zhou didn't say any more polite words. He was the first to raise his glass and drink it in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and said, no matter how big the difficulties the banker encounters in the future, Feifei and I will be able to walk on flat ground. Well. Seeing the performance of this young man Lin Zhou, and his good granddaughter constantly knocking him, Old Master Zhuang was very happy and looked around. When he found that Zhuang Wendong had not arrived yet, he took a deep breath and seemed to have made up his mind. Mr. Zhuang stood up, holding his wine glass, and looked around at everyone attending the banquet with a firm look in his eyes. He cleared his throat and said with full energy, "Tonight is a rare grand event for my banker in the past 3 years. I am very happy. The cooperation proposed by all the friends here is welcome, as long as the conditions are reasonable. I, Zhuang Ming, can promise you everything." Everyone saw Zhuang Ming and his granddaughter looking sad and thought there would be no progress tonight. I thought it would just be a formality, with some polite words and then it would be over. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhuang would suddenly become as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and say a few shocking words. The guests in the audience couldn't help but burst into warm applause. The vast majority of them came here tonight for the purpose of business cooperation. The purpose is to chat more with Mr. Zhuang and promote business cooperation. Now everyone could hear that there was arrogance and scrutiny in Zhuang Ming's tone. It was as if he was not an old man in his twilight years. But it was the calm and powerful Zhuang Ming when he was young. What exactly happened? Who is the young man next to Zhuang Ming? Chapter 059. You are really a coward. I, Zhuang Ming, would like to take this opportunity to announce an important decision to everyone. Zhuang Ming glanced meaningfully at the guests below the stage. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he said solemnly, "From today on, the power of my Zhuang family will be handed over to my granddaughter Zhuang Feifei." Zhuang Ming was originally considering whether to announce this news tonight. After all, it concerns the future of the Zhuang family. It just so happened that the granddaughter brought back Lin Zhou. From the conversation just now, Mr. Zhuang learned that Lin Zhou was no ordinary person. With his own financial resources alone, I'm afraid no one in Jianhai City can match him. Moreover, this is when Lin Zhou has no debt. He is a true tycoon. That's why Zhuang Ming dared to announce this decision to everyone without hesitation, even though everyone originally thought that Zhuang Wendong was the best candidate. Dad! What are you doing? Just as the guests in the audience turned their eyes to Zhuang Feifei, an anxious roar came from outside the door. How can Feifei be capable of managing the entire banker? The person who spoke was Zhuang Wendong. At this moment, he strode towards the main table, and everyone began to turn their eyes to him. In fact, more eyes were looking at the two people who followed Zhuang Wendong in. The two people following behind Zhuang Wendong were Jiang Tao from the Jiang family. The other one was Xiao Chang, who had met Lin Jiu before. Zhuang Wendong ignored the gazes of the people around him and went straight to Zhuang Ming. Seeing Lin Jiu and the other two sitting beside him, he said with some difficulty, "Dad, don't be easily fooled by outsiders." After saying this, Zhuang Wendong's eyes stayed on Lin Jiu. Everyone could see that the person he was referring to was Lin Jiu. I didn't expect that Zhuang Feifei hadn't come back to stay at the Zhuang family for 3 years. This time he even dared to bring Lin Jiu with him. It was obvious that he wanted to compete with me for the throne. Fortunately, he came back at the right time. If he had been a second later, all his efforts over the years would have been wasted. Could it be that Zhuang Wendong is not as good as Zhuang Feifei, who was picked up? Not to mention Lin Jiu, who put on an innocent look in front of him. Zhuang Wendong was so angry just looking at this. Why was this brat everywhere? Bang! A clear voice was heard, and Zhuang Ming stood up with a face full of anger. He pointed at Zhuang Wendong's nose and said angrily, "Wendong, tell me again who is an outsider." Zhuang Ming was in a very good mood tonight, not only because his granddaughter was back, and he also brought such a good son-in-law to the banker. No matter how you look at it, this is a perfect marriage for the banker. It's a voluntary marriage between man and woman, and it's not a family marriage. Lin Jiu's own power did not have any impact on the banker's business. It's basically a good thing that I got for free. This youngest son actually dared to accuse him in public and even dared to say that his good granddaughter was an outsider. So many years have passed, but Zhuang Wendong still doesn't consider Feifei as a family member. I'm afraid that everyone in the bank is still like this. How could Zhuang Ming not be angry? Hey, why is Mr. Zhuang so angry? Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Tao took the lead in speaking to break the deadlock. He clasped his fists and bowed to Zhuang Ming, then took a piece of information from Xiao Qing's hand and handed it to Zhuang Ming. It turns out to be the eldest son of the Jiang family. I was a little bit out of control just now. Zhuang Ming is worthy of being the head of the family. When he saw Jiang Tao appear, he immediately put away his previous emotions. He calmly took the information Jiang Tao handed over, flipped through a few pages and closed it. It seemed as if the things inside had no appeal to him at all. Seeing Zhuang Ming's actions, Jiang Tao narrowed his eyes. He looked at Zhuang Wendong with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Dad, you see, it took me a lot of effort to invite Mr. Jiang to cooperate with the banker. You won't take another closer look? Zhuang Wendong didn't expect that the old man never had any objection to his decisions. How come attitudes changed so quickly today? This is the Jiang family. Is there no appeal at all in cooperating with the largest family in Zhonghai City? At this moment, he began to feel inexplicably worried. Zhuang Wendong felt that something big was going to happen tonight. Wendong, although you have always been prejudiced against Feifei. But I've seen all the hard work you've put into the banker over the years. Only. Hearing the old man's words, Zhuang Wendong's heart skipped a beat. Why would he say this to himself? What will he say next? Well, it's just that you are not suitable to manage the banker, even though you are my biological son. Zhuang Ming's fingers kept tapping on the table, as if he was also worried about something. He glanced at Zhuang Feifei and Lin Jiu, who were sitting next to him, and slowly said, "Let go, Feifei is a more suitable candidate." Zhuang Ming didn't say these words on a whim. It's not because of meeting Lin Jiu tonight. That's because Zhuang Ming actually knew a long time ago that his youngest son Zhuang Wendong had been a person with evil intentions since a long time ago. When Zhuang Ming brought Zhuang Feifei home, he originally intended to give her to his eldest son, Zhuang Wenqin, and his wife to raise. When Zhuang Feifei was 2 years old, Zhuang Wenqin and his wife died of inexplicable food poisoning. After Zhuang Ming's private investigation, he found out that the youngest son Zhuang Wendong was the murderer of Zhuang Feifei's adoptive parents. A man who was afraid that his position of power would be taken away in the future, so he killed his own eldest brother with his own hands. Fratricide. There is no way Zhuang Ming would reuse him. The reason why Zhuang Ming could tolerate him for so many years was because he was old at the time and could not handle the family business alone. That's why many things were handed over to Zhuang Wendong. Over time, Zhuang Wendong developed an illusion. He thought he was the future successor of the banker. There is more to Zhuang Ming than just this incident. In recent years, Zhuang Wendong has even dared to blatantly collude with people from other families to help himself get to power. Just like what is happening right before our eyes. Zhuang Ming is indeed old, but he is not blind. Dad, are you crazy? Or maybe this vixen has bewitched you. Before Zhuang Wendong, who was full of excitement, could finish his words, Zhuang Ming slapped him hard in the face. He covered his chest and said angrily, "Don't be ungrateful." The dramatic scene happening before their eyes stunned all the guests attending the banquet. They all knew that something big was going to happen when the eldest daughter of the banker came back tonight. I didn't expect it to be such a big melon. At this moment, everyone was discussing in low voices, speculating about who would be the future leader of the banker. You really are a wimp. Seeing Zhuang Wendong suffer another setback, Zhang Tao beside him couldn't help but shake his head. Over the years, he has given Zhuang Wendong many opportunities to cooperate, both openly and secretly. The purpose is to help him establish an image in the old man's mind as soon as possible. Lay a solid foundation for taking charge of the banker in the future. This idiot actually dared to insult Zhuang Feifei in public in front of the old man and so many people. He is really a person with questionable IQ. Chapter 60. I think you want to die. It looked like Zhuang Wendong had no chance tonight. Zhang Tao immediately put away the humble look he had when he first entered the room. He changed his tone and said to Zhuang Wendong, "Uncle Zhuang, my Zhang family is withdrawing all previous cooperation with your Zhuang family." Over the past few years, Zhang Tao has been providing Zhuang Wendong with many opportunities for cooperation. From the hotel industry to the pharmaceutical factory, all these investments are to pave the way for Zhuang Wendong. Let him take the position of the banker's boss as soon as possible. However, judging from the current situation, Zhuang Wendong will probably no longer have a foothold in the Zhuang family in the future. Mr. Jiang, I have invested all the money in the project. Furthermore, these projects are continuing to improve, and we will be able to share profits soon. If you withdraw your investment now, won't I be burdened with debt? After hearing Zhang Tao's words, Zhuang Wendong felt a little panicked. During all these years at the bankers, he actually didn't gain the old man's complete trust. Therefore, in many family businesses, he has no access to the truly key connections. Not to mention being able to manage any of them. All the resources he has now are obtained with the help of Zhang Tao. If Zhang Tao gave up now, Zhuang Wendong would be in debt. Even if he reincarnates for more than 10 lifetimes, he probably won't be able to pay off his debt. Don't tell me so much. I have invested no less than 5 billion in you over the years. I'm doing this because you've helped the Zhang family wholeheartedly. Just give me 4 billion. Zhang Tao waved his hand, his face clearly showing impatience. He didn't want to listen to Zhuang Wendong's nagging anymore. You're no longer a core member of the dealer, what's the point of saying so much? Isn't the money he invested real money? Zhang Tao is a shrewd businessman and he knows how to cut losses in time. Zhang Tao. Zhuang Wendong's face turned pale after hearing what he said. He was really blind and regretted that he chose to cooperate with Zhang Tao. The Zhang family used the tactic of removing the fuel from under the cauldron very decisively. In other words, Zhuang Wendong himself became Yang Bailao, contributing both money and effort. But in the end, the Zhang family said this. You are a bastard who changes your mind according to the situation. If you hadn't been so humble and servile to me back then. If you insist on me introducing this vixen to you, will I agree to cooperate with you? When Zhuang Wendong said this, Zhuang Ming's face became extremely ugly. This traitorous guy is now finally willing to boldly admit the real purpose of letting his granddaughter marry? He said that the marriage with the Zhang family was for the benefit of the Zhuang family, but it was actually just for his own benefit. Killing his brothers, separating Zhuang Feifei, and colluding with the Zhang family to gain power. This youngest son is beyond help. Listen to me, Mr. Zhuang. He's talking like a human being. Seeing Zhuang Wendong roaring like a beast, Zhang Tao didn't feel angry at all. He looked at Zhuang Ming meaningfully, pretending to be embarrassed and said, Anyway, you dealers have to settle this account with me today. Otherwise I won't be able to explain myself when I return to the Zhang family. Your son is a coward, old man, you are not going to pretend to be confused. Looking at Zhuang Ming gritting his teeth, Jiang Tao felt extremely happy. He looked at Zhuang Feifei with a smug look on his face. He was now the Zhuang family's biggest creditor. It can be said that whether the banker still has a future now depends entirely on Jiang Tao's words. You, Zhuang Feifei, chose to leave me, and this is what happened to you. This is the fate of your entire banker. Jiang Tao knew that although the Zhuang family had a good reputation in Jianghai City, it was just a small and unknown family after all. It is almost impossible to ask them to come up with 4 billion at once. Even if they can barely scrape together the money, the dealer can just declare bankruptcy. Grandpa, let me pay for this. Seeing Lin Jiu smiling at her, Zhuang Feifei understood and stood up. She looked at Jiang Tao and Zhuang Wendong coldly and took out a bank card from her bag. She handed the bank card to Zhuang Ming and said, Grandpa, I have a request. Seeing his granddaughter step forward, Zhuang Ming's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This is 4 billion. Not 4 million, not 40 million. This little girl has possessed such courage after only not seeing her for a few years. She really looks like Zhuang Ming back then. From now on, Uncle Zhuang's family will never interfere in the family's internal affairs. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the family. When Zhuang Feifei said this, she looked at Zhuang Wendong, as if waiting for his answer. Grandpa has no objection. Zhuang Ming agreed readily. He originally wanted to hand over the family to this granddaughter to manage. Now Zhuang Feifei can take the initiative to stand up and help the banker solve the crisis. She could also use this opportunity to establish her authority. Speak. Are you dumb? After waiting for a long time and still not hearing Zhuang Wendong's reply, Zhuang Ming turned around and looked at him with dissatisfaction. I really don't know what this youngest son is thinking. Is power really that important? If Feifei knew that he was the murderer of her father, she would definitely be expelled from the family. I'm afraid I'll fight him to the death on the spot. Uncle Zhuang is ambitious. Why don't you just pay it back yourself? When you pay off your debt, you can return to the banker. Zhuang Feifei spoke to him without any emotion. She put away her bank card and was about to sit back at the table. She wanted to see how long her second uncle's bones could remain tough. Anyway, she is not the one who owes the money now, so why should she be so anxious? I promise you. Seeing that the situation had no solution, Zhuang Wendong could only sigh helplessly. If he doesn't agree, he will be expelled from the family immediately. He also owes a huge debt of 4 billion, which will make it impossible for him to recover. Actually, we don't have to be so upset. There's another way. Seeing Zhuang Feifei's actions, Jiang Tao felt an inexplicable fire in his heart. You dared to kiss Lin Jiu in public in the elevator. Then I, Jiang Tao, will dare to tease you in public. Jiang Tao said jokingly. Miss Zhuang, come and stay with me for a year, and we'll be even. Seeing the scenes happening one after another, all the guests present tonight had already stopped talking. They didn't even dare to breathe deeply now. I'm just worried that I'll miss the big news tonight. Jiang Tao was really ruthless. He lost face at the confession party on the rooftop of the hotel last time. Are you going to get it back tonight? This is simply insulting the dealer in front of them. It is worthy of being the largest family in Jianghai City. When Jiang Tao finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. He turned his gaze to Lin Jiu, wanting to see the brat's reaction. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiu didn't show any change in emotion and was still drinking tea with a smile. It was as if Lin Jiu had not heard his insult to Zhuang Feifei just now. Bang! The next second, Jiang Tao first felt his neck twisted, and then a burning pain came from his face. He only felt that his eyes went dark, and he was knocked to the ground by this force. Wanner suddenly hit Jiang Tao with a big blow, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices. Even Xiao Chang, who had been standing next to him, had not yet reacted. I think you want to die. Wanner looked down at Jiang Tao lying on the ground, as if she was looking at an ant. Chapter 061, Pig-Headed Jiang Tao and the Fat Brainless Woman. The strongest group of girlfriends took action, and the power was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Jiang Tao being beaten like a dog by Wanner, Lin Jiu could no longer hold back the smile on his face. Even many of the guests in the audience had the same expressions as Lin Jiu, and some even laughed out loud. The eldest son of Jianghai City was actually beaten by a woman. His face was swollen like a pig's head, which looked even funnier against the backdrop of blood. I was just saying some harsh words, but I didn't expect that retribution would come immediately. Xiao Chang, you don't have any fucking reaction at all? Jiang Tao finally came back to his senses from his shock at this moment, and he realized the master he had invited. When the woman made her move, he didn't react at all. Aren't you a fucking cultivator at the martial honor level? Xiao Cheng actually noticed the other party's actions early on, but he really had no intention of rushing up to stop him. It's not that Xiao Cheng doesn't want to, but he doesn't dare. Because just as they followed Zhuang Wendong into the inner courtyard, Xiao Cheng saw from afar the woman who had appeared at the Wang family last time. Not to mention that this woman is stronger than himself. What scared Xiao Cheng the most was that he also noticed the person sitting at the table next to him. They are all cultivators. Apart from the aura of those warriors, they posed no threat to him. But the remaining dozen or so women had all reached the realm of martial king. How can he fight like this? He, Xiao Cheng, fought against 21 people alone? The woman in the middle stage of martial honor across from him was enough to give him a hard time. Xiao Cheng is not stupid. If he chooses to fight with the other party at this time, he will only die. This girl is going too far. Xiao Cheng had a gloomy face. He walked up and helped Jiang Tao, who was lying on the ground in shock. After thinking for a few seconds, he spoke again. What happened just now was a complete misunderstanding. As long as you, the banker, can pay back the money, of course we won't come and cause trouble. Xiao Cheng pinched Jiang Tao hard, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, it is very likely that neither of them will be able to leave the Zhuang family compound tonight. After hearing Xiao Cheng's words, Jiang Tao immediately understood that it seemed that the other party had more than one master. Although he himself could not see the mystery, he could only keep silent and say no more. Just consider it as a loss suffered in silence. Linjiu, this bastard, is really a jinx. Nothing good will happen where he is. Then get out of here quickly. I've already transferred the money to you. If you dare to bother the dealer again, that's not how it's going to end. Seeing her sister Wanner standing up for her, Zhuang Feifei's confidence increased greatly. It was the first time that he had ever said such a harsh word, and he said it to Jiang Tao. Anyway, it has come to this point, and she feels that there is no need to reason with this scumbag anymore. Fighting violence with violence is the best solution. You. Before Jiang Tao could even utter the word mom, Xiao Cheng immediately covered his mouth with her hand. Jiang Tao is indeed smarter than Zhuang Wendong, but not by much. Where did the injury on your face come from? Did you forget about it immediately? Because just when Jiang Tao opened his mouth to speak, Xiao Cheng felt the terrifying aura emanating from that woman again. He really wanted to just leave Jiang Tao here. Xiao Cheng doesn't want to die here in vain. It was not until Jiang Tao and the other man left the Zhuang family that Zhuang Feifei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really nervous just now. After all, this was the first time in her life that she was able to take the initiative to defend her dignity. It is no longer an option to escape like before. This caused me to leave my hometown and become humble. You haven't thanked Feifei yet? Seeing that the whole matter was resolved satisfactorily, Mr. Zhuang felt relieved. Only then did he remember that Zhuang Wendong's issue had not been resolved. Even Zhuang Wendong was no longer willing to do so after seeing the old man's attitude towards him. He could only lower his head and apologize to Zhuang Feifei in a falsely pious manner. Apologize to a vixen. Anyway, a real man can bend and stretch, and I won't have to pay back the money in the future. Husband, are you crazy? You're groveling like a vixen. Just as Zhuang Feifei was thinking about how to reject him, a woman's voice came from the room behind her. When the guests heard this, they all looked surprised and quickly stretched their heads to look in the direction of the voice. Jiang Tao was beaten badly just now and had to flee in panic. How dare anyone say such a thing? And from the tone of voice, it seems that the person speaking is one of the dealer's own people. The person who came was Zhuang Ernyang, whom I met when I entered the door earlier. Zhuang Wendong's first wife Zhang Dan. She was kicked by someone and became dirty. I simply ran back to my room and dressed up again, and only then did I have time to come over. What are you looking at? Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, she immediately started to pose coquettishly and twisted her slim waist. She walked and cursed, "These stinky men have good taste." Zhang Dan wanted to come over and catch that person to find out who was so mean as to attack him from behind. Unexpectedly, when she walked in front of Zhuang Wendong, she saw her husband looking at her with a dark face. This vixen just kicked me. Husband, kick her out. And these country bumpkins she brought with her, drive them all away. Zhang Dan pointed at Zhuang Feifei in frustration, like a giant baby acting like a spoiled child. Anyway, no matter who kicked her, it was caused by the people brought by this vixen. Seeing this scene, the guests in the audience felt nauseous. I almost vomited what I had just eaten. This ugly woman not only looks disgusting, but her behavior is also similar to Zhuang Wendong's. It really proves the old saying that people from the same family tend to be similar. Shut the fuck up. Do you want to kill me? Seeing that his wife dared to point her finger at Zhuang Feifei in public, Zhuang Wendong was so angry that he almost wanted to vomit blood. This woman is usually arrogant and does things regardless of the occasion. Now the old man dares to say such things in front of so many people. The situation was very urgent, and Zhuang Feifei was about to speak. Zhuang Wendong rushed forward and kicked his wife. He kicked Zhang Dan to the ground and said heartbreakingly, "If you ever say that to Feifei again, get out of the house." Zhang Dan was completely dumbfounded at this moment, and she looked at Zhuang Wendong with horror. I don't understand why the man who has always tolerated me would hit me today? Zhang Dan then turned around and looked at the smiling Zhuang Feifei. As if she understood something, her anger suddenly flared up. Great! You're actually having an affair with this vixen? Zhang Dan dragged his fat body and struggled to get up from the ground again. She grabbed Zhuang Wendong's hands tightly and shook them. It seemed like she was waiting for him to tell her an answer. This woman is such an idiot. I can't stand it anymore. They're still married, but after living together for so many years, there's no tacit understanding at all. I guess all his IQ has turned into fat on his body. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but marvel at it. What the hell is this family? Chapter 062, Ambush on the Road. Hearing Zhang Dan's words, Zhuang Wendong immediately raised his hand and slapped him again. Seeing her husband's abnormal behavior, Zhang Dan didn't dare to say anything this time. After doing all this, Zhuang Wendong immediately apologized to Zhuang Feifei and the old man. Only then did he pull his wife back to the room. Anyway, from today on, he probably has no place in the entire family. The dealer is about to change. My dear granddaughter, I'm sorry you've been wronged by not coming back for so long. After the series of jokes ended, the guests returned to their seats. The atmosphere of the entire dealer has returned to the same as before. Zhuang Ming pulled Zhuang Feifei to sit down, and he looked at Lin Jiu with kindness. Zhuang Ming also said this to this man, because he knew that Zhuang Feifei had been working hard outside for many years and was living a good life. Also made some name for himself. But her assets are definitely not at the level where she can spend billions in one go. I guess it's the son-in-law who is silently supporting me from behind. Don't worry, old man. Feifei will only have a good life with me. The Zhuang family will also be my home, Lin Jiu, from now on. Feeling the warmth of the big goblin on his hand, Lin Jiu finally spoke. In fact, he had become accustomed to the scenes that just happened during this period of time. In the past, if anyone dared to bully him, Warner would definitely stand up for him first. After spending so much time together, the big fairy and Warner have become like sisters. Therefore, anyone who dares to bully the big goblin will not have a good ending. I'm afraid that Warner, the concubine, has already accepted in her heart that Zhang Tao is a dead man. It's just a matter of when to take his life. Good. This young man is really young and promising. Zhuang Ming raised his wine glass and clinked it with Lin Jiu's, with a very happy expression on his face. With the help of Lin Jiu and the care of his granddaughter, this banker will definitely prosper in the future. After the dinner, many guests were reluctant to leave and came forward to talk to Zhuang Ming. In fact, their main purpose was to get to know the new head of the family. And there is this mysterious man behind her. Anyone who dares to take ruthless action against the Zhang family in front of so many people must have an extremely powerful background. Seeing the big goblin chatting with everyone over cups, Lin Jiu was actually very happy in his heart. Now, my first wife can finally go home with a clear conscience. He can take charge of the family's work seriously, as if this kind of life is the home of the great demon. Husband, come out with me. Warner whispered a few words in Zhuang Feifei's ear, and Zhuang Feifei looked at Lin Jiu with some concern. Then she nodded slowly and continued to chat with Zhuang Ming and the guests. What's wrong, little wife? Seeing Warner pulling him out of the compound, Lin Jiu couldn't help but feel curious. Now that all the problems have been solved, are there any more loopholes? Warner just smiled, rolled her eyes and said, Hubby, I want to go get Zhang Tao. As she said this, Warner spread out her right palm like a knife and made a gesture of wiping her neck. It turned out that Warner had just planned to kill Zhang Tao on the spot. Unfortunately, there were too many people present, and if she did that, it would leave evidence for everyone. I am also worried about the impact on the dealer's future reputation. That's why she secretly pulled Lin Jiu out to ask for his opinion. Are you sure? After experiencing what happened during this period, Lin Jiu has actually become accustomed to this kind of life. Once you sit in a certain position, you can no longer control many things. If you let your enemy go today, he will cause you more trouble in the future. It would be better to get rid of the enemy directly. While your current power is stronger than the other parties, you must never be merciful. I'll go and pester Xiao Chang. As for Jiang Tao, leave it to my husband. Wanner nodded affirmatively. She moved closer to Lin Jiu and stared into his eyes carefully. It's as if it's catching something. Ahem, would I be afraid of your husband? Seeing Wanner's behavior towards him, Lin Jiu took off his coat with a proud look on his face, revealing the iron armor he was wearing underneath. In fact, he knew that Wanner was worried that he would not dare to kill anyone. Instead of being unable to beat Jiang Tao. That's fine, follow me. After Lin Jiu completed his transformation, Wanner immediately leaped into the darkness. Seeing Wanner's actions, Lin Jiu immediately opened the armor's human computer interface and selected the tracking and recognition mode. The dark night immediately became bright. Only then did he realize that Wanner's figure was already 100 meters away. It seems that the powerful Wu Zun is not bragging. Near the highway, Lin Jiu followed Wanner for more than 10 minutes and finally found Jiang Tao's car. Since Jiang Tao was driving a supercar, he was driving very fast. Even someone as strong as Wanner would find it difficult to catch up. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu immediately lowered the flight altitude and grabbed Wanner's hand. She flipped over and rode on Lin Jiu's body. If you get too close, it will alert Xiao Qing in the car in advance. Just take a ride. Is there nothing we can do? Let Lin Jiu, that brat, shit on our heads? Jiang Tao, who was driving a supercar at the moment, was gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands. He has been venting his emotions in the car since he left the Zhuang family compound. This made Xiao Chang, who was standing by, very confused. He wanted to throw him out of the car several times. But unfortunately, he is my boss after all, and it is too unkind to do things this way. Besides, when he was at the banker just now, he did not fulfill his responsibilities as a bodyguard. So now I just let Jiang Tao vent. He pretended he heard nothing. Any news about those ghost guys you sent out last time? Seeing that Xiao Chang, who was sitting in the back row, had been ignoring him, Jiang Tao gradually calmed down. It seems that what I said was indeed a bit too much. If Xiao Qing hadn't been there just now, he might not have been treated as a simple slap. I haven't been able to contact them yet. It seems they were wiped out. Xiao Qing crossed his legs, turned his head to look out the window, and let the strong wind blow his hair. He went to find that guy named Matthew, but he didn't have any hope in the first place. If you fail, just treat it as a way to find out the other person's strengths and weaknesses. If successful, it would be a free gift. As long as Lin Jiu died, Xiao Qing could be laid off earlier. He doesn't want to continue protecting the Zhang family. Who made you offend such a powerful person? Speed up, drive faster. Just as Jiang Tao was thinking about what to say, he heard Xiao Qing exclaim in the back row. When Jiang Tao came to his senses, he found a strange object flying towards his car. It's as fast as my sports car. He looked carefully and saw that it was a person. He was wearing a green suit of armor, and flames were constantly spewing out of his hands and feet. What's even more terrifying is that there is a woman squatting on the robot. Master Jiang, why are you leaving in such a hurry? When the high beams of the oncoming lane flashed, Jiang Tao saw the cold smile on the woman's face. And there is Lin Jiu in the armor. Chapter 063 Jiang Tao's Death Anniversary. Xiao Qing reacted immediately. This time he no longer chose to wait passively, but made a quick decision and broke out through the window. He knew he couldn't stay in the car any longer because the space was too small. Once that woman started to attack, Xiao Chang was worried that he would have no chance to escape. Hubby, Jiang Tao is in your hands. Seeing Xiao Chang breaking out of the car window, Wanner gave Lin Jiu a few simple instructions. Then he immediately jumped off Lin Jiu's back. It's not that easy to run away. In just this short moment, Xiao Chang had already crossed the highway and quickly disappeared into the night. Wanner's figure also chased straight towards the woods outside the highway. Seeing Xiao Chang disappear in the back seat in an instant, Jiang Tao, who was driving the sports car, secretly thought that something was wrong. He also knew that Xiao Qing left in order to attract that woman, but Lin Jiu, who stayed behind, was not someone he could deal with now. Xiao Cheng had no choice but to turn on the high-speed mode of the sports car. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed of the car to the limit. He just doesn't believe that a piece of scrap metal can catch up with his speed? But within a few seconds, Zhang Tao's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Bang! The faster Zhang Tao ran, the more excited Lin Jiu became. He just increased his speed slightly and caught up with Zhang Tao again. Lin Jiu stretched out his right hand and smashed the driver's window, instantly shattering it. Master Jiang, this time it's my turn to take your life. After saying this, Lin Jiu sped up again, and his whole body instantly arrived in front of Zhang Tao's car. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the front of the car, then pushed his feet hard into the ground. The supercar was hit by Lin Jiu at top speed, and the scene suddenly became full of sparks. Lin Jiu planned to force Zhang Tao to stop. You are really crazy. Seeing Lin Jiu's actions, Zhang Tao, who was originally confident in the car, was also frightened. Seeing his sports car slowing down, Zhang Tao couldn't stop sweating on his face. He knew that if he was stopped by Lin Jiu, then what awaits him will definitely not be a good ending. After all, his performance in front of the banker just now was enough to give Lin Jiu a reason to kill him. He just didn't expect that these two people would dare to chase him out and kill him. It seems that Lin Jiu is very confident in his own strength. Go to hell. In this short moment, countless images flashed through Zhang Tao's mind. All the times he had dealt with Lin Jiu before made him feel extremely regretful at this moment. But Zhang Tao's desire to survive had been pushed to the limit at this moment, and he subconsciously took out a black submachine gun from under his seat. After opening the safety pin, he opened fire at Lin Jiu, who was at the front of the car. After a series of ding-dong sounds, Zhang Tao's car finally slowed down. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that he could kill Lin Jiu directly this time. Otherwise he would be at the end of his rope. Do you think I would come to you if I wasn't fully prepared? When the smoke from the submachine gun cleared, Lin Jiu was still standing upright in front of Zhang Tao. At this moment, the supercar had been completely stopped by Lin Jiu. The huge friction just now left a long black mark on the highway. Do you really have to kill them all? Seeing the situation before him, Zhang Tao knew that he had no way out. His panicked mood suddenly turned into anger. He didn't know why he was like this, or what his mood was at the moment. Will I really die here? My life is still so wonderful, is it going to end? Now you know you're scared to death. Looking at Zhang Tao's distorted face, Lin Jiu slowly approached him, still maintaining an expressionless look. If it were the Lin Jiu of the past, he would feel a little scared even if he killed a chicken. But the person standing in front of him now was the one who had repeatedly tried to kill him. He is a person who completely tramples on his own dignity and personality. Lin Jiu warned himself not to be soft-hearted. Do you need money? I'll give it to you. Or do you like beautiful women? I can find many for you. Please, don't kill me. Seeing Lin Jiu, who was fully armored, getting closer and closer to him, Zhang Tao's emotions instantly became extremely frightened again. Is this still human? Why does he exude a cold, mechanical feeling all over his body, as if he doesn't have any human energy at all? In fact, Lin Jiu was right about all the emotions he had just expressed. In fact, it's just that you are afraid of death. Now no matter how much he begged, he couldn't slow down even a little bit. I just want you to die. As he spoke, Lin Jiu was already standing in front of Zhang Tao. At this moment, Lin Jiu was tightly wrapped in the iron armor. He looked down at Zhang Tao, who was kneeling on the ground and suffering from incontinence. You dare to kill others like dogs? I will make you taste the same pain today. Lin Jiu grabbed the limp Zhang Tao and flames from his feet suddenly shot out. The next second, Lin Jiu flew off the ground. With Zhang Tao, who was extremely terrified, the two of them went straight up into the sky. No! I don't want to die. Feeling the suffocation on his neck, Zhang Tao subconsciously tried to pry open Lin Jiu's fingers that were pinching him. But no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. There was a rushing sound of wind beside his ears, and Zhang Tao felt his body getting colder and colder. He lowered his head and saw that he could no longer see where the highway was. All that awaits him is endless darkness. Lin Jiu controlled the rhythm very well. He first let the scum Zhang Tao taste the fear. Finally, he took him to a deserted place and let go of his hands. This ended the most annoying thing that had happened in a while. After doing all this, Lin Jiu turned on the human tracking function and rushed towards where Wanner and the others were just now. Bang! Bang bang! In the extremely dark forest, two figures were moving at a very fast speed. Xiao Chang, who was running in front, kept dominating the stones and branches on the ground and throwing them behind him. The longer the battle went on, the more surprised Xiao Chang became. It was as if the woman behind him had endless power. She had been chasing him for more than 10 kilometers. Still no intention of letting go. Girl, you and I each serve our own masters, why bother forcing each other? As he said this, Xiao Qing suddenly threw a huge tree trunk behind him. But it still seemed to cause no harm to the woman, and even her pace did not slow down at all. Instead, it was running towards him at an accelerated speed. If you dare to touch my husband, you deserve to die. Wanner pushed hard on a stone with her right foot, and her body instantly blocked Xiao Chang. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Wanner took out a dagger from her sleeve. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chang stopped instantly and stared at the weapon in the woman's hand. When he was fighting with the woman just now, although his cultivation level was lower than hers. But Xiao Qing felt that with his own abilities, he could still deal with it by running and fighting at the same time. Although I can't win, it shouldn't be a big deal to save my life. But when he saw the scarlet color on the woman's dagger, Xiao Qing finally gave up the idea of escaping. Why do I feel an unprecedented pressure? Chapter 064 I am a crazy woman, I have a doctor's certificate. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the dagger in the woman's hand, countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Qing's mind. He and Wanner had actually fought in the woods just now, but no matter how his fighting style changed. In the end, they were all easily resolved by Wanner, and instead the loopholes in his own moves were exposed. This woman is not only higher than him in cultivation level, but also far ahead of him in fighting. Xiao Chang even began to doubt that if this woman was not a cultivator, she would definitely be an excellent killer. Because her moves were very skillful, and each one was aimed directly at his vital points. It's simply a perfect killing machine. Just use you as a sacrifice knife. Wanner ignored Xiao Qing's thoughts at the moment. She crouched down and rushed directly in front of him. The knife held in his right hand slashed towards Xiao Qing's neck like lightning, and the sharp blade went straight to his throat. Because Wanner was extremely fast, even though Xiao Qing had been watching her movements, he was still a little slow to react in the end. There's something wrong with this weapon. Xiao Qing stepped back suddenly at the first moment, but the dagger still grazed his neck. Just from this slight scratch, Xiao Qing knew that the weapon of the woman in front of him was not simple. It actually left a very tiny wound on his throat, and blood seemed to be oozing out. If it were in the past, most of the cold weapons on the market would not hurt me at all. It was not only because Xiao Qing was confident in his speed, but also because he was proud of his martial arts realm. Seeing that Wanner ignored him, Xiao Qing finally stopped retreating and tolerating. After he dodged Wanner's attack again, he immediately moved a few meters away and grabbed the air in front of him with his right hand. I plan to control this woman first, and then slowly think about what to do next. Humph, that's what I've been waiting for you to do. Seeing that Xiao Qing was finally willing to fight back, Wanner tightened her right hand holding the dagger. She held the dagger in her hand to her chest and rushed towards Xiao Qing again. Only this time the blade of the dagger was aimed at his heart. He saw that the woman did not dodge, but instead rushed towards him. A sneer appeared on Xiao Qing's lips. Do you really think that I can't control the strength of a mid-stage martial honor? How dare they be so arrogant without making any defensive preparations? Then I will grant your wish. After saying that, he suddenly clenched his palms inward, and the quiet air around him suddenly blew up with a strange wind. Xiao Qing is already in full swing at this moment, because the woman he is facing is stronger than him after all. He didn't dare to be arrogant at all. Why is this happening? When he thought that he could control objects through the air without fail, reality gave Xiao Qing a hard blow. He couldn't figure it out at all, even though he was clearly fighting at full speed. Why is there still no reaction? Xiao Qing could even feel that his true energy was wrapping around the woman. The woman continued to rush towards him without slowing down. I stood there like an idiot, grabbing at the air a few times. Don't bother, you can't trap me. Wanner's action just now was actually a gamble. She was betting that her judgment was correct. Because when she first saw the metal stone, she realized that she was not only unable to control it. Instead, they will be suppressed by the power it emits. Now that Lin Jiu helped her forge this dagger, Wanner's idea was further confirmed. If she was the only one fighting with Xiao Qing tonight, she would definitely win in the end. But the process will definitely be very difficult. After all, The other party is also a person with the strength of a martial arts master. It will definitely take some time to completely defeat the opponent. You need to find all the opponent's weaknesses, then break them one by one and kill them with one blow. But now it's different with this dagger. Wanner was able to withstand the control Xiao Qing had just exerted on her with her own strength as a mid-stage martial honored one. If you try to control me, I will use my true energy to resist. But doing so will definitely lead to a vicious cycle in the end. Even though both sides seemed to be standing still, they were actually competing in internal strength secretly. Let us see who gives up first due to exhaustion. Wanner felt that doing this was a waste of time and effort. Fortunately, the dagger in her hand could not completely block Xiao Qing's attack. But he has avoided many obstacles for himself, and the effect of Xiao Qing's remote control has been basically reduced to the lowest level. Wanner only needs to use a small part of her skills to offset the rest of his. Don't come over here. Seeing Wanner's figure getting closer and closer to him, Xiao Qing no longer had the cold look he had before. At this moment, his face even began to distort with fear. It seems that the opponent is about to rush over, and you have not yet taken back the true energy you sent out. He didn't dare to interrupt the telekinetic technique immediately. Because once you do this, it will definitely damage your internal organs. It will cause the internal structure of your body to suffer a very severe backlash. Although it only takes a few seconds to completely gather the true energy. But Wanner's speed is extremely fast, which is what gives Xiao Qing the most headache. He simply didn't have time. Swish. Wanner didn't give him that much time to think. She swung the dagger the moment she came in front of Xiao Qing. He slashed hard at the arm that was blocking in front of him. The moment the knife came down, Xiao Qing's entire right arm fell off. The incision was very smooth and no blood splattered. It's indeed a good knife. Wanner turned sideways and stopped looking at her. Instead, she carefully examined the dagger in her hand. It was as if the originally bloody red color had become even more vivid after coming into contact with blood. Ah! You crazy woman, how dare you do this to me? Xiao Qing's situation just now was very dangerous, and he had no way to escape. So he had to raise his hand to block it at the last moment, protecting his heart with all his might. But what he didn't expect was that the knife in Wanner's hand would be so powerful. His entire arm was cut off. He thought that at most he would just be stabbed in the arm, and at most he would bleed a little. It shouldn't be a big problem. Even at his level of martial master, he couldn't block this blow? Not a drop of blood came out of the wound. What the hell is this thing? Crazy woman? Then you're right. I have a doctor's note. Would you like to see it? Hearing Xiao Qing's insults, Wanner was not angry for the first time. She walked over to Xiao Qing and played with the dagger in her hand, circling around him carelessly. She looked at the grinning man with a playful look in her eyes, as if she was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. I'm not just a crazy woman. I also have severe obsessive-compulsive disorder and can't stand asymmetrical shit. As soon as the woman finished speaking, Xiao Qing felt a flash of red light in front of his eyes. His other arm also fell. A chill of despair surged into Xiao Qing's heart. Now it's symmetrical. Chapter 065, The Same Old Trick, The Magical Little Pill. When Lin Zhou rushed over, he found that Wanner had already done the job. He only saw Xiao Qing lying on the ground, and there was no sign of life at this moment. Moreover, the two arms were missing. The situation was the same as what we saw at Wang's house. It turns out that the concubine also has such a heavy taste. This made Lin Zhou shiver. He secretly vowed to himself that he would treat his wife well in the future. Wanner asked him to go east, but Lin Zhou would definitely not go west. Hubby, let's go back. On the way back to the manor, Wanner told Lin Zhou about the dagger incident. Lin Zhou was also very surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that this weapon could have such an unexpected effect. It seems that buying that meteorite at the auction was a very wise decision. When the two rushed back to the banker's house, they found that most of the guests who had come to the banquet had left. At this moment, there were only a dozen people left in the venue. They had all come to the main table and sat down, drinking happily with Zhuang Ming. These people came here to establish a relationship with Zhuang Feifei, the new person in power. Secondly, they wanted to wait for Lin Zhou to come back and get to know him properly. After all, these people have been working hard in society for many years, and their views on people are still very sharp. The reason why Zhuang Feifei can sit in this position today is actually because she has the support of a man named Lin Zhou behind her. Not to mention how terrifying his financial resources are, but he even dared to let his woman beat Jiang Tao in public in front of so many people. Looking across the entire Jianghai city, I'm afraid no one would dare to do this kind of thing a second time. So they all agreed that Zhuang Feifei's husband Lin Jiu would definitely be a remarkable figure in the future. You stinky little brother, you haven't come back for so long, I thought something happened to you. When Zhuang Feifei saw Wanner and Lin Jiu coming back, she came over immediately. She first looked at Wanner before getting her answer from Wanner's affirmation. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Seeing Sister Wanner nodding to her, Zhuang Feifei finally felt relieved. Because she knew that Lin Jiu had just gone out with Wanner to deal with Jiang family matters. But what she didn't expect was that she had always thought that Lin Jiu was a soft-hearted person. This time he actually dared to make such a bold decision. Take the initiative to kill Jiang Tao and that guy named Xiao Chang. Big Fairy, Wanner, from now on, you two will follow me. I, Lin Jiu, will never let you suffer any more injustice. After what happened tonight, Lin Jiu felt like he had become a different person. The honest and upright Lin Jiu had died yesterday. Lin Jiu, who is standing here now, is the man who truly dares to stand tall and upright. Hearing Lin Jiu's promise to her, Zhuang Feifei became as shy as a young girl. She kissed Lin Jiu lightly on the face, then pulled him and Wanner to sit at the table. Everyone, I believe you all know very well why I, Zhuang Feifei, have achieved what I have today. It's not just because of my grandfather's trust in me, but also because I have the support of a man. And this man is my husband, Lin Jiu. Zhuang Feifei briefly recounted the process of her acquaintance with Lin Jiu. Of course, during this period, she had erased a lot of private information about Lin Jiu. She was not a woman who liked to talk official language, but this was her first time taking over family affairs. And now the guests who stay here are all the dealer's long-term partners. There's no harm in talking to them a little more, it can be considered as a shot in the arm for them. This will make it more convenient for me to take charge of the situation in the future. Brother Lin is truly a man of true character. I toast you. Brother Lin's strength is so terrifying, no wonder the Zhang and Wang families ended up like this. I'm so envious of you, brother. You and Sister Feifei are a perfect match. After listening to Zhuang Feifei's introduction, the expressions on everyone's faces changed from initial confusion to sudden enlightenment. Even Zhuang Ming, who was sitting next to him, understood Lin Jiu better after listening to his granddaughter's narration. The more he looks at Lin Jiu, the more he likes him. It seems that the years that my granddaughter spent away from the family were not wasted. Everyone, you are so kind. Since we can sit together today, it means we are destined to be together. I also hope that everyone can take better care of the banker's business in the future. Lin Jiu didn't dare to let these people continue talking, so he simply raised his glass to toast them. If they continued to talk like this, Lin Jiu would feel like he was almost a god. He thought he was thick-skinned, but he couldn't stand so many people taking pictures together. The drinking session lasted until 1 in the morning before everyone was willing to go home. Lin Jiu also vomited again and again, and was almost unconscious now. If he hadn't been afraid of embarrassing the big goblin, he would have packed up his bucket and run away long ago. He had never experienced such a scene before. These people are big bosses from all walks of life, and they drink just as much as I do. I have long trained myself to have the physique of a tumbler. Vomit. Thinking of this, Lin Jiu's stomach began to churn again. Become a Splatoon again. Fortunately, the big goblin was by his side to comfort him, serving him tea and water. Otherwise, Lin Jiu felt like his stomach was about to burst. They were drinking red, white and beer back and forth. Are these bastards here to discuss business or to take my life? If you can't drink, don't force yourself. And you have to help me block the wine. Zhuang Feifei gently patted Lin Jiu's back with one hand, but a smile was on her face. A man is willing to drink like this for a woman. That must be true love. What's wrong? A man can't say he can't do it. Although Lin Jiu felt that he was rich now, his habit of showing off as a man remained unchanged. Especially in front of my woman, I can't let her look down on me. Seeing Lin Jiu vomiting so painfully, Wanner quietly slipped a pill to Zhuang Feifei. He whispered a few words in her ear, and then Wanner quickly walked out the door with a red face. Come on, just swallow it. Zhuang Feifei's face was burning hot at the moment, and her eyes were about to ooze tears as she looked at Lin Jiu. She quickly put the pill into Lin Jiu's mouth and let him swallow it with water. Although Lin Jiu vomited a lot, he still felt his head was spinning at this moment. He didn't care about anything else when he heard the big goblin say that this thing could help to sober up. He immediately tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. After the thing entered his stomach, Lin Jiu vaguely remembered that it seemed to be the big demon who gave the pill to Wanner. He suddenly seemed to remember something, and looked up at Zhuang Feifei with some confusion. "Why did you close the window?" Seeing the big goblin's actions, Lin Jiu had a bad feeling in his heart. "It seems like I was tricked into eating something last time. Then things started to get out of control. It's a bit hot, so I'll close the window first." At this moment, Zhuang Feifei was leaning against the windowsill with her hands behind her back. There was a hint of red flame in her eyes when she looked at Lin Jiu. Chapter 066, Weapons Exhibition, Here I Come. As crazy as things were last night, Lin Jiu felt just as tired when he woke up this morning. When Lin Jiu received a call from Lao Mo in the morning, he still felt dizzy. "And I also feel like my body has been hollowed out." He wanted to find Wanner and teach her a lesson, but he learned from the big goblin that she had returned to the villa last night. Fortunately, the thoughtful Wanner still sent two Wu Wang sisters to the banker to maintain order. After kissing the big goblin goodbye, Lin Jiu found a deserted place and activated his iron armor. His figure quickly flew towards Xinghe Villa. Because Lao Mo said there would be an arms exhibition today and wanted Lin Jiu to go and take a look. Anyway, the biggest trouble at the moment, the Jiang family, has been solved by myself. As for whether there will be any follow-up, Lin Jiu felt that instead of just sitting there and waiting for something to happen, he might as well do what he needed to do. As for the current situation in Shanghai City, it seems that no enemy that can pose a threat to one's life has appeared yet. Otherwise, Wanner wouldn't have dared to go back to the villa with Lulu and the others last night. "Brother Lin, this battlesuit is so handsome. It arrived so quickly." Lao Mo was patrolling around the villa with his team when suddenly a green battle armor fell from the sky. It almost scared the brothers around him. "I thought it was an alien invasion." "Hello, Boss Lin." "Meet Boss Lin." These people were the brothers who had shared life and death with Lao Mo before. At this moment, the looks they gave Lin Jiu began to become a little strange. When they heard Lao Mo talk about this new boss before, they just thought he was some wealthy man who had never appeared in the world. Now it seems that Boss Lin is no ordinary person. They have all seen this iron armor in movies. I didn't expect that someone actually has one in real life. Besides, this guy is their boss. It seems that Lao Mo has indeed found a good job for these brothers this time. "Just call me Brother Lin. Calling me boss is too formal. You all have a life or death relationship with Lao Mo, so please take good care of me from now on." Lin Jiu smiled heartily, and his expression was not shy, because he knew the group of people standing in front of him. Who is not a battle-hardened man? These are all tough guys who have experienced real gunfire and hail of bullets, apart from the fact that they are not cultivators. The methods they use and the scenes they have experienced are no less than those of Wanner, the concubine. "Then let's go now." Lin Jiu called Wanner and told her that he was going out with Lao Mo and his group. Wanner simply gave me a few instructions and said that she would stay in Xinghe Manor to look after the house for the time being. Let Lin Jiu go out and exercise on his own. After all, with Lao Mo and his group of professional mercenaries accompanying her, she was not worried about anything major happening. So Wanner simply took advantage of her free time to improve her strength. "Brother Lin, I heard a piece of news." While the bus was driving, Lao Mo told Lin Jiu a shocking piece of information. "And it is related to this arms exhibition." "Oh? Brother Mo, tell me about it." Lin Jiu didn't expect that Lao Mo seemed to be not good at speaking and a little dull before. His network of contacts is surprisingly so wide. In the past, most of the information Lin Jiu received was told to him by the Great Fairy and Wanner. So Lin Jiu was also very surprised by Lao Mo's words. For a long time, occasions like arms exhibitions have been allowed by the higher-ups. But in fact, many of the people involved are well-known figures from various places. Because the interests involved are too great. Hearing what Lao Mo said, Lin Jiu couldn't help but nodded. Although he had never experienced such an occasion, he looked at this matter from his current perspective. It's exactly the same as what Lao Mo said. For a large-scale arms exhibition, it is far from enough to just get permission from the higher-ups. Once it is implemented in each province and city, the people involved will begin to become complicated. After all, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. No matter whether he is in the underworld or the white world. If you want to hold this kind of trade fair in Shanghai City, then you should at least give a share of the pie to the local forces, right? Seeing that Lin Jiu understood, Lao Mo continued. Although Jiang Tao was dealt with by Brother Lin. But Jiang Tao's father, Jiang Dekang, is not a pushover. After hearing what Lao Mo said, Lin Jiu realized that Jiang Dekang had learned about his son's death last night. The reason is that Jiang Tao told his father Jiang Dekang when he went out. If I don't come back from the dealership tonight, something must have happened. The banker and Lin Jiu are the biggest and only culprits. This kid is quite smart. Lin Jiu couldn't help but smile bitterly, as this reminded him of his sneaky behavior with Warner last night. Now it seems like a waste of time. Brother Lin, don't worry. It doesn't matter whether Jiang Tao dies or not in your hands. This account will definitely be counted on you in the end. Seeing Lin Jiu's expression, Lao Mo patted his shoulder and asked him to relax. For people like Jiang Tao, it doesn't matter how many of them die. This is how the world is. Either others kill you, or you kill others. These mercenaries had already seen through this kind of thing. But the most important point is that Jiang Dekang, the head of the Jiang family, does not have any concrete evidence. Seeing that Lin Jiu was slightly relieved, Lao Mo dared to continue speaking. Then you said the Jiang family was connected to this weapons exhibition. Why is that? Hearing Lao Mo's words of comfort, Lin Jiu smiled calmly. Lao Mo is indeed right, this is how the world is. In the eyes of others, I am just an ant. Why think so much? Whoever wants to kill me in the future, I will kill him. The Jiang family was able to become the #1 family in Jianhai City, and their business indeed played an important role. But I heard even more explosive news. Jiang Dekang started out in human and organ trafficking. And Jiang Dekang is one of the largest investors in this weapons exhibition. After hearing this, Lin Jiu already understood about 80% of it. The arms exhibition was first organized by Jiang Dekang of the Jiang family, who was well connected in both the black and white worlds at the time. He used the money earned from doing bad things to buy weapons, and used the weapons to build his own underground army. This cycle has laid a solid foundation for the Jiang family's current situation. Then if we attend this trade fair, won't we be walking into a trap? Thinking of this, Lin Jiu couldn't help but feel confused. If it is true as Lao Mo said, then it would be better not to go to this arms exhibition. Brother Lin, relax. As I said, he is just one of the largest investors. After saying this, Lao Mo gave Lin Jiu a look that said, you understand. Lin Jiu reacted instantly and realized that he had missed the most important information. Invest? Who knows more about investing than me? Chapter 067, Are you coming to the vegetable market to buy goods? When Lin Jiu and his group arrived at the weapons exhibition, they were stunned by the scene before them. The huge warehouse was now filled with a wide variety of weapons and equipment. However, Lin Jiu was a complete layman in these matters. After wandering around for a long time, he could only recognize weapons such as AK or AWM. There were also a lot of people in the venue, including some wearing suits and ties. There were also soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms, and many of them had come from abroad. Brother Lin, don't worry. I have already dispersed the brothers. Just now in the car, Lao Mo had already assigned everyone what they should do. This time they came to the arms fair to buy things. But since the Jiang family is now connected with the trade fair, he separated his brothers. Find out the situation around the venue and see if you can get any valuable information. There is another benefit to doing this, which is that the Jiang family would have already ambushed Lin Jiu. Then you can discover and deal with it as soon as possible. After all, the strength of these brothers is not as shown on TV. Well, let's go pick out the equipment we need. Lin Jiu was really surprised by Lao Mo's attentiveness. He didn't expect him to be such a rough man. There are so many little thoughts in my mind. If I could put this much effort into picking up girls, maybe I would have my second child by now. But what he did make Lin Jiu feel very safe. Lin Jiu followed Lao Mo around the booths at the trade fair and discovered the weapons Lao Mo had chosen. Most of them prefer to be lightweight and easy to carry. Lao Mo doesn't care much about those large thermal weapons. Brother Lin, you don't know this. Hearing the question raised by Lin Jiu, Lao Mo's tough smile appeared on his face. The most important reason why he chooses these small and light weapons more often is actually convenience. Because when it comes to actually carrying out a mission, grenades and pistols are much more efficient than large weapons. Who would carry a bunch of big pineapples for no reason? If I really did that, I would probably be exhausted before the fight even started. I see. But shouldn't we also stockpile some large weapons? Lin Jiu finally understood Lao Mo's approach, but he still preferred larger weapons. It looks very domineering. And it is particularly deterrent. Of course, but we don't need that much right now. While placing an order with Zhan Fong, Lao Mo picked up a Gatling gun on the table and handed it to Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu subconsciously reached out to catch it, and the next second he almost fell to the ground. This is too heavy. Although this weapon is very powerful, it is not suitable for outdoor combat. But you could consider buying a few and keeping them in galaxy manner for defensive purposes. Seeing that Lin Jiu almost failed to catch it, Lao Mo stretched out his right hand. He caught the Gatling shot steadily. What a macho man! Seeing this scene, Lin Jiu couldn't help swallowing and looked down at his arm. Only then did he realize that the thin dog was actually himself. Under Lao Mo's guidance, we had basically placed orders for everything we needed to buy in less than half an hour. The next step is to wait for the exhibitor to ship the goods. Brother Lin, I've seen enough. Do you want to continue shopping? Lao Mo looked at his watch and glanced around the venue. Seeing that none of his brothers had given any signs of danger, he began to ask Lin Jiu. After all, I have bought everything I should buy, and staying will only increase the risk. It's because his boss Lin Jiu is now a popular figure. Don't worry, it's a rare opportunity to come here, so why not take a look around more? Lin Jiu shook his head, although he was not very interested in these things. But after all, events like arms exhibitions are not held every year. It would be a pity not to take a good look at it. Although Lin Jiu has no interest in handheld thermal weapons, it does not mean that he has no interest in other weapons. Let's go check out the venue over there. Lin Jiu pointed to another place outside and asked Lao Mo to go there with him. Brother Lin, that's where they display large equipment like airplanes and tanks. Seeing Lin Jiu's actions, Lao Mo couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. This boss is really stubborn. He has already spent 700 to 800 million on the equipment he just bought. Do you want to go there now? Is he planning to buy a plane? Ah. Then let's go over there quickly. Lin Jiu suddenly realized what he had been wondering about. Why are there two different venues for selling weapons? Moreover, the exhibition hall over there was obviously much larger than the one he was in. It turns out it was used to display airplanes and cannons. When it comes to spending money, Lin Jiu is no longer as impulsive as he was at the beginning. Lin Jiu was speechless when he saw the 200 billion on the card. How long will it take him to finish this? Because basically everything that can be bought has already been obtained. It seems that nothing can pique my interest anymore. But now after listening to what Lao Mo said, Lin Jiu realized that he still had a lot of things to buy. How about this helicopter? Lin Jiu and his group immediately moved to the new venue. At this moment, he was holding an instruction manual with a serious expression. Because he found that he couldn't understand foreign languages at all. But Lin Jiu really liked the yellow and white color scheme of this helicopter. Well, this is good for traveling and seeing the scenery. It's a tourist plane, I guess. When Lao Mo saw the price of the plane, he couldn't help but shudder. They just bought so many weapons, but it only cost them a few hundred million. Now a toy airplane can be sold for 200 million. Do you really think there are suckers who would buy it? Not bad, not bad. Please help me place the order. Lin Jiu couldn't help but step forward and reach out to touch the helicopter, as if he was imagining that he could take his wives for a trip in the future. The Q version dragonfly head shape and the yellow and white color combination are so pleasing to me. However, Lin Jiu can't speak foreign languages and can't understand it. So I had no choice but to ask Lao Mo to help me with it. Okay. Lao Mo took out the 10 billion bank card that Lin Jiu gave him, paid the full amount and filled out the information. He immediately helped Lin Jiu to complete all the formalities and the helicopter could leave at any time. Can you drive these? If you can, buy it too. Lin Jiu looked impatient and took Lao Mo to several booths further ahead. Lao Mo looked at what he was pointing at and swallowed with some difficulty. Forget about tanks and large transport aircraft. Are you serious about aircraft carrier? This doesn't look like they're here to pick out weapons, they're just here to purchase goods. You think this is a vegetable market? Chapter 068 Kong Cheng's concern. Excuse me, sir, are you an important person from which country? Just when Lin Jiu was still immersed in shopping, a gentle female voice sounded beside them. The person walking over was a middle-aged woman in formal clothes, about 40 years old. But her skin is well maintained and she has long, beautiful black hair. At this time, the woman stood beside Lin Jiu respectfully and couldn't help but look at the man in front of her. Hello, sir, my name is Kong Chang, and I'm one of the people in charge of this weapons exhibition. The background data just now showed that you purchased a lot of equipment. So I came here specifically to see if there's anything else you can do for me. When Kong Chang was speaking, his eyes never left Lin Jiao. Her mind began to quickly recall at this moment, to see if she had missed any important person from the list. But in the end, she was certain that the man in front of her had never appeared on the internal list. This made her feel a little interesting. Since when did Jianhai City have such an unknown person? Oh, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Buying these things is purely a personal hobby. What? You don't want to sell it? Seeing the woman standing beside him and looking at him, Lin Jiao was amazed by the charm she displayed. But he soon calmed down and realized that he couldn't find another wife. His mortal body can't bear it. Of course not, we are all open to business. After hearing Lin Jiao's reply, Kong Chang was stunned for a moment before he replied with a smile. And I think the friend next to you is not an ordinary person either. When Kong Chang said this, her eyes couldn't help but look at Lao Amo beside her. Despite this man's casual stance, he is actually ready to strike at any moment. His posture and eyes are definitely not what an ordinary person should have. She was sure she was not mistaken. This man must be someone who had experienced bullets and gunfire. And it is very likely that they are not regular troops, but look more like mercenaries. Miss Kong, you're worrying too much. I'm just this gentleman's bodyguard. Feeling the woman's sharp gaze, Lao Mo didn't take it too seriously. Because just now when the woman approached them, the brothers nearby had already sent him a message. Lao Mo looked in the direction they were pointing and found that a woman was walking towards him. Although he looks like a martial artist, he poses no threat to Lao Mo and his group. That's why he let her get close to Lin Jiao to see what she wanted to do. Oh? It seems this gentleman is quite extraordinary. I don't even know your honorific title. Kong Chang extended his hand to Lin Jiao and introduced himself to him again. She was indeed one of the investors of this arms exhibition, so she wanted to come and get to know this mysterious man. It's not just because this man is so wealthy, but also because he has never appeared in any exhibition. Kong Chang believed that such a low-key man must have extraordinary strength. Lin Jiao, nice to meet you. When Lin Jiao heard the woman say that she was one of the investors, he immediately became interested. I didn't expect that my crazy shopping behavior would attract special attention from investors. Anyway, with Lao Mo and his brothers watching, Lin Jiao felt very relieved and started chatting with them while walking. If there is any danger that cannot be handled. Don't you still have the Iron Man suit? I'm afraid of the door. I heard that your largest investor is the Zhang family. Is this rumor true? After some understanding, Lin Jiao found that Kong Chang was actually quite easy to get along with. Her husband used to be a famous figure in Jianhai City, but he died in an accident. She was left alone with her 6-year-old daughter. I never thought that just half a year ago, my daughter disappeared mysteriously. No matter how Kong Chang mobilized his connections, he couldn't find out any information. Even though things have happened, life must go on, right? So she took over her husband's shares in the arms exhibition half a year ago. I learned little by little how to make money from this project, and at the same time I got to know many important people. I hope that with the help of others, I can find my missing 6-year-old daughter. Yes, actually, a year ago, my husband's share of the shares was much larger than that of the Zhang family. It is considered the largest holder of the weapons exhibition. But over the past year or so, the Zhang family's business has been booming. With so much going on in my own family, I didn't really think about it at the time. Kong Chang answered Lin Jiao very honestly because she felt that she didn't need to hold back at all. Even if you have to reveal all your information, as long as the other party can help you. She would not hesitate to risk her life. After hearing Kong Chang's words, Lin Jiao and Lao Mo couldn't help but exchange glances. Child missing? Doesn't he that connect him to Jiang Dekhang, who made his fortune from human trafficking? Moreover, Jiang Dekhang is now the largest investor in the arms exhibition. There must be something shady going on here. I'll take care of the child, but I have one condition I'm not sure if you can agree to. Lin Jiao thought for a while and finally made up his mind. That's why he dared to make a promise to Kong Chang. Really? As long as I can find my daughter back, I'm willing to help you with anything. Hearing Lin Jiao's confident words, hope was ignited in Kong Chang's heart again. If for no other reason, it's just because of Lin Jiao's terrifying financial resources. She believed that the other party was definitely a capable man. I will help you defeat the Jiang family and make you the largest holder of the weapons exhibition again. Can you promise? Kong Chang couldn't believe what he heard. Is Mr. Lin crazy? What is he up to? Not only did he agree to help him find the woman, but he also took the initiative to help him become the largest shareholder. This doesn't sound like a serious condition. Ha, don't misunderstand. Seeing Kong Chang's face full of disbelief, Lin Jiu knew that she must have misunderstood. I already have 2 wives now, so I can't be too playful with them anymore. So Lin Jiu immediately explained. I just have an irreconcilable feud with the Jiang family. And Jiang Dekhang of the Jiang family is very likely your mortal enemy. The kind that kills husbands and takes children away. Chapter 69, Why don't you move to Galaxy Manor and live with me? Hearing Lin Jiu's words, Kong Chang couldn't help but be shocked. Because over the years she had vaguely felt that there seemed to be something really wrong with the Jiang family. At that time, the Jiang family was only a little-known family in Jianhai City, and did not have the strength to develop into the largest family. And after hearing what Lin Jiu said, Kong Chang did find many suspicious things in her memory. The cause of her husband's death at that time was inexplicable. Death from alcoholism? When Kong Chang heard the news that year, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, unfortunately, all the evidence and practical reports are just as Jiang Dekhang said. She had no choice but to admit the fact. After all, she still had a daughter to take care of after her husband left. She understood that the dead could not be resurrected, and she forced herself to accept this fact. Then I promise you, but it's not easy to bring down the Jiang family. Since Lin Jiu has said this, Kong Chang has no reason to doubt anything anymore. After all, I have been searching for so many years but haven't found any useful clues. The most important thing right now is to find his lost daughter. Even if she is no longer alive, I have to find her body. Thinking of this, Kong Chang couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. For so many days and nights she wanted to hold her daughter in her arms. Now that the opportunity has finally come, no matter what conditions Lin Jiu puts forward, Kong Chang will agree unconditionally. Don't worry about that. Our goals are the same now. Just do what you normally do and act like nothing happened. Lin Jiu knew that the Jiang family would definitely secretly hire someone to monitor Kong Chang. Otherwise, how could Kong Chang not find any clues after all these years? It is estimated that the Jiang family may have discovered Lin Jiu's appearance at the weapons exhibition today. I just don't know why he hasn't come out to cause trouble for me yet. Jiang Dekhang is really patient. Mr. Lin, the equipment of these aircraft and tanks is not difficult to deal with. But do you really need to build so many aircraft carriers? Kong Chang had exchanged cell phone numbers with Lin Jiu, and only when she saw Lin Jiu and the other person were about to leave did she remember this. Lao Mo looked at Lin Jiu speechlessly. He thought that buying an aircraft carrier was too exaggerated. Although there is a sea near Jianhai City, it is not private property after all. Where will we park the aircraft carrier after we buy it? Buy it? Why not buy it? Seeing the two of them looking confused, Lin Jiu finally spoke out what he was thinking. Lin Jiu was naturally very confident about Lao Mo's character. Although he had just met Kong Chang, Lin Jiu was not afraid that he would cause him any trouble. That's why he dared to reveal his future plans to the two of them. In fact, Lin Jiu had already thought it through during this period of time. Although Galaxy Manor is very big, it is still far from enough. After all, no matter how big it is, it still belongs to the country, and it will still be very troublesome to deal with many things. So Lin Jiu plans to buy a private island next, and it must be one with a large area. Anyway, since I have so much money now, it seems a bit unreasonable not to become a local tyrant. If possible in the future, Lin Jiu even plans to apply internationally to establish a small country. In the future, I can handle many difficult issues that cannot be brought to the public in private for the country. This is Lin Jiu's ultimate ideal at the moment. I didn't expect Brother Lin to have such lofty ambitions, but Brother Mo didn't expect that. After listening to Lin Jiu's words, Lao Mo patted his shoulder with affirmation in his eyes and said, "It seems that Brother Lin's future life will be 1,000 times more exciting than it is now. I, Mo Chang, have decided to follow you for the rest of my life." Of course, the reason why Lao Mo said this was not entirely because Lin Jiu was so rich that he could rival a country. On the contrary, it is because Lin Jiu possesses a kind of courage and a worldview that is different from other local tycoons. Do not bully the good and fear the evil, nor bully the weak by relying on your own strength. This kid is very much to Mo Chang's liking. Well, I can recommend someone to Mr. Lin. Hearing what Lin Jiu was thinking, Mo Chang, although a woman, was also very encouraged at this moment. After all, she was born into a red family and had always dreamed of serving the country since she was young. It was just that I met my husband when I was discharged from the army, so I put all my focus on my family. After experiencing family changes in the past few years, she has long been worn down by life. It was Lin Jiu who once again ignited her inner dream and also ignited her hope in life. Lin Jiu was a little surprised to see Lao Mo and Kong Cheng's support for him. He originally thought that what he had just said was just bragging in the eyes of the two of them. I didn't expect that they would actually agree with it. Lin Jiu stopped and prepared to leave, turned around and said to Kong Cheng. Since Miss Kong is also a fellow traveler, I would like to invite you to live in Xinghe Manor with me. It will be much more convenient to do things in the future, don't you think? Lin Jiu didn't have this plan at the beginning, but after hearing about Kong Cheng's experience, he really felt a little bit sorry. But the most important thing is the extraordinary perseverance she has shown as a woman, a wife and a mother. This made Lin Jiu admire him very much. Although she and the big fairy are both strong women, their personalities seem to be somewhat different. As for what was different, Lin Jiu himself couldn't tell. Anyway, she looks pretty good, a woman who dares to fight and fight. Kong Cheng nodded. She naturally had no objection. Since his affairs were now involved with the Jiang family, it would be very dangerous for him to live alone outside. It would give the old man Jiang Dekhang many opportunities, which would be very detrimental to his search for his daughter. I can go with you right now. Kong Cheng spoke briefly to the company assistant who was accompanying him. The man nodded solemnly and turned to leave. She then followed Lin Jiu and the others out of the arms exhibition and came to a large tourist bus outside the venue. We are all family, there is no need to be restrained. After getting in the car, Kong Cheng found out that Lin Jiu was traveling with more than just one bodyguard. There were actually 10 other men, and each of them looked very capable. What level is Mr. Lin's strength at? Such a lineup is probably comparable to that of foreign heads of state. Lao Mo introduced the newcomer Kong Cheng to the brothers who got in the car, and everyone drove away after getting to know each other. Big Goblin, take Wanner home quickly. I found a new member for your strongest girlfriends group. Thinking about the time when he suddenly brought a woman home, Lin Jiu felt that he had become smarter now. I know to report it in advance. Although it seems a bit like acting first and asking for permission later, at least it is respectful to the wives. Chapter 70 Good brothers must know how to share. After Lin Jiu and his group returned to Xinghe Manor, Zhuang Feifei had already asked the chef to prepare a large and sumptuous dinner. What Lin Jiu didn't expect was that Lao Lin, the scientific madman, was also present. This made him feel very surprised. Could it be that the latest generation of Iron Man suit has been launched? I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint Brother Lin. Feeling Lin Jiu's burning gaze, old Lin couldn't help but cough a few times in embarrassment. He came here today because he had something to tell Lin Jiu, but it was not what Lin Jiu had in mind. In fact, he came here more to have dinner today because his wife started to quarrel with him again recently. Lao Lin had nowhere to go, so he had to come to Xinghe Manor to avoid the limelight. I never thought I would have such a great meal. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? If there's no new progress, can't you just come over and take a look? I've been hoping for a long time that your entire team would move to the manor. It would be more lively that way with more people. After hearing Lao Lin's answer, Lin Jiu felt a little disappointed, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Because he knew that it was a very rare thing for Lao Lin to agree to make an iron armor for him. People should not be too greedy, it doesn't matter if they have to wait a little longer. After all, this set of combat gear is completely sufficient now, and Lin Jiu doesn't want old Lin to feel that he is pushing him too hard. Scientific research always takes time. Let me introduce to you all, this is our new member Kong Cheng. After everyone arrived and took their seats, Lin Jiu began to introduce Kong Cheng to everyone. And tell everyone what happened at the arms fair today. After all, buying arms is different from buying furniture. He also wanted to hear everyone's opinions. After all, everyone sitting here was a family. Lin Jiu didn't intend to hide anything from them. Brother, you really want to set up a country of your own? Lin Jiu gave everyone a list of today's purchases. Zhuang Feifei couldn't help but feel shocked when she saw the densely packed transaction records in her hand. She wanted to talk about the ordinary handheld thermal weapons. After all, Lao Mo and the others are professional mercenaries, and these are things that can be used. But when she saw the next 10 helicopters, 2 combat tanks and other large equipment, she was speechless. I have no idea what was going on in this little brother's mind at that time. There really is too much money to spend. Even on the last list, a high-end aircraft carrier was purchased. If she didn't know Lin Jiu very well, Zhuang Feifei might even suspect that her husband might be a terrorist who escaped from some country. Wanner and her sisters looked very happy because they had never touched these things before. In the future, if you have a helicopter as your vehicle, you can go wherever you want in just minutes? In addition to being used for murder and robbery, it is also a good choice to enjoy the scenery and travel. At least there is one more way to travel. She is tired of driving ordinary cars. I want this color. Then I'll take the green one. Wu Zun Lulu and Tang Shu Yuding usually look as if they don't care about worldly affairs, but now they are unexpectedly fighting for ownership of the list. Because they knew that the most expensive and eye-catching red plane must be for Sister Wanner. If they don't make a reservation now, won't they be snatched away by Lao Mo and others? Ha, if you like it, take it and open it. But that combat helicopter must be kept for Lao Mo and the others. Seeing how happy everyone was, Lin Jiu instantly felt that the money he spent today was worth it. I originally thought that only Lao Mo and I, a group of gentlemen, would like these things, but I didn't expect Wanner and the others to also like them. Anyway, I bought so many, and if I can't drive them all, I'll just park them all on the lawn outside the castle. Whoever wants to drive can drive, just don't cause any traffic accidents. Mr. Lin, your aircraft carrier won't be ready so quickly for the time being. So I suggest that during this period, you can pay attention to the private island. Once the aircraft carrier is built, it can be docked directly around your island. Seeing such a lively scene, Kong Cheng's heart was finally no longer as boring as before. Zhuang Feifei and Sister Wanner were very nice people and kept chatting and toasting with her. It felt like they were playmates who grew up together, and this feeling made Kong Cheng feel a lot younger. Well, since you're living here, we're all a family from now on. You can tell me anything you have in the future, and we can help you solve it together. Lin Jiu had previously thought that a woman like Kong Cheng, who had a story in her heart, would find it difficult to open up to others. But seeing the harmonious scene before him, Lin Jiu's originally anxious heart finally let go. The big fairy and Wanner are worthy of being his first and second wives, and they know how to take care of Kong Cheng's emotions. I kept comforting her not to worry, and that she would get accurate news after Lao Mo and the others came back. Brother Lin, you are really lucky. You have to take care of your health. Feeling the atmosphere of yin and yang in the room, Lao Lin couldn't help but shiver in his heart. He put his old face in front of Lin Jiu and chuckled. Where was the air of a scholar? This young man is still a young man after all. You think you are staring into the abyss. In fact, the abyss has been staring at you for a long time. There are no fields that are ruined by plowing, only cows that are worked to death. Ahem, Lao Lin, how could you say such a thing? Lin Jiu didn't expect that the usually gentle scientist would have such a vulgar side. It really opened his eyes. If it weren't for the old man making a set of iron armor for him, Lin Jiu had the title of LSP directly put on his head. Still want to tire me to death? Look what this is. Lin Jiu used the excuse of discussing something to pull the frivolous old man, Lao Lin, to a corner. During this time, Lin Jiu looked back vigilantly a few times and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. He slowly took out an exquisite wooden box from his pocket and opened it. A bunch of shiny black pills appeared in front of Lao Lin. It smells so good, what is this? The moment the wooden box is opened, a unique and rich aroma of medicinal herbs hits you in the face. This made Lao Lin, who was standing next to him, drool so much that he immediately grabbed one and looked at it carefully. Even someone with such an IQ as him couldn't figure out what this thing was. This is called Fuyang pill, and it has very mild medicinal properties. But the drug is very effective. Lin Jiu looked back again and quickly closed the open wooden box in his hand. Who knows what the sense of smell of Wanner and her group of practitioners is like? If they knew that I was discussing these things with scientist Lao Lin, how would the head of the family put his face in the future? Ahem, you're so young and you don't learn well, but you're already relying on these things? You know, for your battlesuit, I, an old man, have been working day and night, and it has even caused discord in our family. Confiscate it. I'll confiscate it all. Seeing Lin Jiu making a move to put the things away, old Lin, who was still immersed in the name of the elixir, suddenly woke up. He immediately reached out and snatched the wooden box from Lin Jiu's hand, his face flushed red. Good brothers should know how to share.